After Lily's demise, Severus's life came to an end. What commenced within his body was an entirely new narrative. Chapter 1. A New Beginning. The events that transpired have become rather hazy. All that remains is a tale of sorrow, a bout of inebriation, after which Severus Snape ceased to be the individual he once was. Now, Severus embodies a fusion of two souls. One is the renowned Severus Snape, destined to be the potions master at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and the other is the soul of Zhang Jin, an ordinary teacher hailing from 21st century China, who inadvertently finds himself intertwined with this new existence. In Zhang Jin's recollection, Severus was merely a fictional character, a tragic antagonist from the best-selling series Harry Potter. Zhang Jin believed his inebriation stemmed from a failed investment in oil, resulting in a misstep on the staircase that led him to this peculiar circumstance. After questioning Dumbledore, he longed to drown his sorrows and die alongside Lily. Thus, the arrival of another soul turned out to be fortuitous. The fates of Potter or Harry were of no consequence to him. Though these two souls have merged, it is clear that Zhang Jin's consciousness dominates, leaving the unfortunate Snivellus, our sorrowful professor, with a mere collection of memories awaiting assimilation. The newly formed soul undoubtedly possesses greater strength than the original, yet Zhang Jin was once an ordinary teacher with a university degree, having taught high school chemistry for several years. He was neither a prodigy nor endowed with extraordinary abilities otherwise. He would not have succumbed to despair after a failed investment. Nevertheless, a sense of delight flickered within him. After all, this was the world of Harry Potter, a realm of magic that many who have read the books or watched the films have dreamt of. Moreover, he now embodied the illustrious Professor Snape, a far more thrilling existence than teaching in an ordinary high school, and he need not fret over financial struggles. It is worth noting that Severus, although he had successfully secured a position, had yet to commence teaching at Hogwarts. He had only graduated 3 years prior and had endured a challenging childhood and academic journey, relying on the patronage of the wealthy Lucius Malfoy. Severus had recently inherited the Prince family's legacy, as his mother belonged to that esteemed lineage, making him the last heir. Despite the family's decline, their legacy was substantial, evidenced by the vast collection of magical tomes and the potion ingredients. Amma said no mere feat for someone just 2 or 3 years out of school. It is likely that Severus's eventual rise to become the most renowned potions master of his time is closely tied to the inheritance of the Prince family. However, life must proceed with caution. Voldemort had just been vanquished, and once the wizarding world confirmed his demise, those Death Eaters would undoubtedly face reckoning. Even with the protection of the greatest white wizard, Dumbledore, escaping unscathed was improbable, and the extent of Dumbledore's influence remained uncertain. With the Dark Lord's fall, the Ministry of Magic would no longer rely on the power of white wizards. The new minister, Millicent Bagnold, though hastily appointed, possessed undeniable political acumen, if not magical prowess. According to the original narrative, she nearly assumed control of Hogwarts while purging the Death Eaters, though she might have been ousted by Dumbledore in favor of the more compliant Cornelius Fudge before the plot truly began. It is certain that Millicent would endeavor to diminish Dumbledore's influence. Once Voldemort's demise was confirmed, she could enact a judgment against the Dark Wizards, rallying those persecuted by the Death Eaters under the guise of justice. Should she fail to sideline Dumbledore, it would likely be due to insufficient power rather than a lack of will. The original text illustrates the plight of Sirius Black, wrongfully imprisoned in Azkaban without investigation, highlighting the precarious situation of the Phoenix Order. Moreover, Dumbledore would undoubtedly harbor suspicions regarding Severus's allegiance. The text indicates that the venerable old wizard remained vigilant of Severus from the very beginning. In the original tale, Severus's circumstances were far from favorable, whether due to his disheveled appearance or Dumbledore's exploitation or other factors. He was notably lacking in financial resources. This starkly contrasts with the current inheritance from the Prince family. It is likely that the estate was either confiscated or seized by Dumbledore. Consider that even the Potter family's legacy dwindled to mere galleons in their vault, with the manor and land seized during Voldemort's reign, leaving nothing for Harry. These assets could not be appropriated by the Ministry, nor would other victims consent to the seizure of the property belonging to the great savior. Nonetheless, the paramount concern remains to convincingly inhabit Severus's role, ensuring that others, especially Dumbledore, do not perceive any inconsistencies. Should Dumbledore withdraw his protection, the hope of turning the tide would be exceedingly slim. The Malfoy family's substantial wealth is no trifling matter based on the memories at hand. It surpasses the Prince family's fortune by far. One family is the undisputed premier magical lineage, while the other is a once prominent potion family barely mentioned in the original narrative, highlighting the significant It is likely that the Ministry's successful reconstruction owes much to Lucius's generosity otherwise. He might have faced a longer imprisonment. Soon, he would formally assume the role of potions master at Hogwarts. Although Dumbledore had assured him protection, preparation was still essential. As he opened the window, a brisk gust of wind accompanied by rain met him. The storm showed no sign of abating. Yet, what did it matter? Tomorrow would herald a new day, and with it, a fresh beginning. Chapter 2. The Dilemma of Flight. It has been 3 days since Zhang Jin became Severus. During this time, apart from delving into the amalgamated memories within his mind, he primarily devoted himself to the practice of magic. He commenced with the rudimentary levitation charm and the Lumos spell, gradually progressing to more intricate incantations such as the petrification charm and the summoning charm. Each spell was practiced only until a basic proficiency was attained before he moved on to the next. The sequence of practice adhered to the order of his studies at school, advancing from simple to complex, with particular emphasis on the more significant spells, which he practiced multiple times. Among the spells that shone brilliantly in the original narrative were those invented by Severus himself, such as the renowned Sectum Sempra, the frequently utilized armor charm, the petrification charm, and the stupefying charm. There were also the fan-favorite Patronus charm, and the spell known as the ultimate incantation, the disarming charm. While there might be an element of exaggeration involved, Zhang Jin adopted an attitude of cautious belief, finding the practice of the disarming charm particularly beneficial. He dedicated an entire day to its mastery, while the remaining spells consumed merely 2 days of his time. Of course, this does not imply that Zhang Jin is a prodigy. These incantations were already well mastered by Severus, and Zhang Jin merely needed to reacquaint himself with them based on his memories, eliminating the necessity for a complete re-education. His proficiency surged remarkably, likely a boon of the soul fusion, as he possessed prior experience and the body remained the same. It was akin to recovering from an illness, leveraging the muscle memory to regain competence. However, not all spells could be wielded with finesse. For instance, the brain defense charm remained elusive, and he had yet to conjure a Patronus, let alone attempt the unforgivable curse, which he suspected would also elude him. Nevertheless, those challenges could wait for tomorrow. His immediate goal was to review all the spells at least once. Moreover, before capture, there were numerous tasks to attend to. Beyond mastering spells, it was imperative to enhance his self-defense capabilities. Although grand wars had subsided, localized chaos was inevitable, and should he be ambushed by some unknown adversary wielding the killing curse, it would render his existence futile. Additionally, Zhang Jin needed to venture out prior to his apprehension. He must meet with Dumbledore to ensure a unified stance and address the matter of his belongings, which he could not allow the Aurors to seize as spoils of war. Giving up was not an option. Regardless of Dumbledore's formidable influence, the Ministry of Magic was not easily placated. Furthermore, considering Dumbledore's intentions for Hogwarts, it was likely that the potion ingredients and spellbooks would remain at the school for future use. Naturally, certain invaluable items would be kept hidden. Yet Zhang Jin had no intention of depositing them in Gringotts, even though the Ministry could not compel the goblins to open the Death Eater's vault. As evidenced by Bellatrix Lestrange's untouched treasures, he preferred to avoid arousing Dumbledore's suspicions. Instead, he envisioned a better sanctuary, the Room of Requirement at Hogwarts. In the end, he also set aside some items to entrust to the Malfoy family for safekeeping, ensuring that his future days would not be excessively strained. Zhang Jin remains resolute in cultivating a rapport with Lucius. This individual embodies the Malfoy family creed, family above all else. Despite his vocal allegiance to pure-blood supremacy and his seemingly obstinate demeanor, at his core, he prioritizes his kin. Furthermore, for what I recall, the youthful Lucius, who has shouldered the weighty responsibilities of the Malfoy lineage, is indeed a formidable figure, far from the depiction of foolishness in the films. Moreover, Lucius, having previously supported Severus, is a senior who once nearly became Draco Malfoy's godfather in the original narrative. My recollections suggest that Lucius and I share a reasonably amicable relationship, thus prompting my intention to extend a hand to him, effectively seeking a concealed ally. Given the circumstances, Lucius is the only viable option for connection. The majority of the Order of the Phoenix are aware of my past affiliation with the Death Eaters, even with the esteemed Dumbledore as a shield. The Gryffindor Lions would be reluctant to engage with me, let alone entertain the notion of friendship with a serpent such as myself. I shall refrain from initiating contact with them, for earning Dumbledore's trust is no simple feat, and any actions that might lead to misunderstandings should be meticulously avoided. Most of my Slytherin peers are members of the Death Eaters, many of whom are fervent pure-blood supremacists, having shown little courtesy towards Severus during our school days. Moreover, Certain unwavering loyalists to the Dark Lord, particularly the Lestranges, complicate matters further. Our relations as fellow Death Eaters were already strained, likely due to the Dark Lord's significant regard for Severus, who not only inherited the legacy of the Prince family, but was also entrusted with the critical task of infiltrating Hogwarts. This has incited envy among some Death Eaters, especially Bellatrix Lestrange, a fervent devotee of the Dark Lord, who would have resorted to violence were it not for his restraint. Additionally, many are aware of my eavesdropping on Trelawney's prophecy concerning Harry Potter and the Dark Lord's fate. Upon Severus revealing this prophecy to the Dark Lord, his standing among the Death Eaters became comparable to that of Lucius, effectively securing his place within their inner circle. Consequently, when the Death Eaters learn of the Dark Lord's untimely demise due to the prophecy, it is inevitable that I will find myself on their imminent target list. Akin to Wormtail, it is certain that the deranged Bellatrix Lestrange will pursue me relentlessly. Thus, it is imperative that I cultivate a degree of combat proficiency for self-preservation. Thankfully, few know of Severus's residence in Spinner's End. Otherwise, my first course of action would be to flee. This may well be a reason Dumbledore is willing to extend a modicum of trust towards me, perceiving Severus as a solitary figure. Therefore, forging a connection with Lucius, my sole potential ally, becomes exceedingly crucial. Moreover, to ensure my safety, it would be prudent to cast a Fidelius charm over my abode in Spinner's End. In my heart, Lucius Malfoy remains my foremost confidant, serving as a tentative test of his loyalty. The notion of appointing Dumbledore as a secret keeper was never entertained, for he had not even taken on the role for James Potter. Otherwise, there would be no Harry to consider, and it would be best not to intrude and create discomfort. Prior to that, mastering the art of mental defense was imperative. Whether to conceal the sudden surge of one's magical prowess or to prepare for an encounter with Dumbledore, proficiency in this discipline was essential. Thus, Zhang Jin resolved to familiarize himself with various spells, diligently practice mental defense, and proficiently acquire a few crucial life-saving charms. Within 2 days, he intended to discuss matters with Lucius, simultaneously testing his mental defenses. If he could not deceive Lucius, the prospect of fooling Dumbledore would be futile, and a hasty retreat would be the most prudent course of action. Chapter 3. The Failure of Mental Defense After Becoming Acquainted with the Majority of Spells. Zhang Jin began selectively practicing those that were urgently needed. At the forefront was not the disarming charm, but rather the art of mental defense, also known as the art of mind closure. This spell is specifically designed to shield against the intrusion of thoughts and requires neither wand nor incantation. Yet it remains one of the most challenging magics to master. The most esteemed figures of the age have nearly all mastered this spell, as each individual harbors secrets they wish to keep concealed. Those who cannot safeguard even their own minor secrets are unlikely to achieve success. Mastery of mental closure not only conceals one's emotions, allowing for a state of calmness untainted by emotional turmoil, but also facilitates the fabrication of false emotions or even memories to deceive others. Zhang Jin's mind was burdened with numerous secrets that must remain undisclosed, and the disparities arising from the fusion of two souls required careful concealment. Any behavioral changes could be attributed to the overwhelming impact of his experiences, but if anyone were to discern the joy hidden within his psyche, it would spell disaster. To Dumbledore, Severus had just lost his beloved, suffering an immense blow that rendered him almost lifeless. To the other Death Eaters, it might appear that he had succumbed to the Dark Lord's loyalty. In either case, it could not adequately explain why he might be experiencing happiness. This exhilaration was difficult to mask, necessitating at least a high-level mastery of mental closure. Concurrently, he needed to obscure fluctuations in his magical energy and any detectable changes in his soul. While an ordinary individual might not perceive these alterations, Dumbledore certainly could. However, progress thus far had been minimal. Although Severus's memories were available, employing them methodically often resulted in complications. Severus, having suffered a profound shock, had already developed fissures in his mind. The ordinary Zhang Jin was unable to control his own emotions, and the once closed mind was now riddled with vulnerabilities. Evidently, when dealing with magic that pertains to the soul, spirit, and will, achieving flawless execution becomes exceedingly difficult when the soul undergoes transformation. This also elucidates why other spells had posed no issues, yet mental defense, the Patronus charm, and the unforgivable curses could not be cast smoothly. These spells hinge upon the essence of the soul or necessitate the cooperation of mental will. In the original work, Nymphadora Tonks transforms her Patronus into a wolf due to her love for Lupin, while George Weasley, overwhelmed by grief after witnessing the death of his twin brother Fred, finds himself incapable of conjuring his Patronus ever again. These instances illustrate the profound impact emotions can have on magic, as well as the necessity for willpower in the casting of certain spells, such as the memory charm. After several attempts, Zhang Jin reluctantly concedes that this method is unsuitable for him. As a product of modern society, suppressing emotions proves exceedingly challenging. He must now seek alternative methods. He recalls Severus mentioning that aside from emptying one's mind, another way to resist the effects of the Cruciatus Curse is to dwell on mundane thoughts that the opponent would find uninteresting or to immerse oneself in a singular memory. Severus's poignant recollection of his beloved's death is particularly fitting. As for Lucius Malfoy and the other Death Eaters, they lack Dumbledore's prowess, so Zhang Jin feels no fear. The next step involves reorganizing his memories. Severus's memories are extensive, spanning nearly 2 decades, and unlike him, Zhang Jin cannot selectively shield insignificant memories. As he sifts through these recollections, he examines every detail meticulously. Reflecting on this, even dreaming requires time. His recent days spent practicing magic and merging memories have left him feeling as though he hasn't slept in nights. Curiously, anyone who encounters Zhang Jin in his current state would perceive him as having endured a catastrophic blow, thus eliminating the need for further disguise. Yet, he must now delve back into those memories. Merely retaining his thoughts is a formidable task, and the act of erasing Lily Evans's image will undoubtedly require considerable endurance. Each waking moment reveals traces of tears upon his face, leaving him with no pretense. He feels indistinguishable from the original Severus. Ultimately, Zhang Jin layers his 21st century memories at the core, encasing them in Severus's memories, culminating in a vast black void that envelopes them all. Anyone who seeks to understand must traverse this abyss. This is no longer the original memory charm. It resembles a reorganization of memories, repositioning them, expanding those that have collapsed into the void, thus serving to delay and defend against the Cruciatus Curse. He merely needs to secure some reaction time, avoiding immediate contact with deeper memories. It would be unwise to declare the failure of his memory charm practice outright. Chapter 4. The Mutated Patronus. Following the unsuccessful attempt with the memory charm, the practice of conjuring his Patronus inevitably encounters difficulties. Although he can manifest a certain shape, resembling a doe, it dissipates before fully materializing. Reflecting on the casting of the Patronus charm, which requires steadfast will, focused concentration, and joyful thoughts, he realizes that perhaps he has not executed these elements effectively. Having just undergone Severus's harrowing descent into despair, he decides it is best to first enjoy a cup of tea and a light meal. After a brief moment of adjustment, primarily to calm my emotions and sharpen my focus, I found myself contemplating the happiest memories, transforming into Severus Snape. Yet, the outcome was the same as before. I succumbed to despair just as things were beginning to take shape. It seems I must pay closer attention to Severus's memories. Immersed in this consciousness, my body felt as though it lay beside the murky waters of the spider-infested alley, with soft, childlike voices echoing in my ears. In a flash, a silver doe emerged, gracefully leaping forth, swiftly traversing the narrow room before vanishing into a corner of the beams above. However, Zhang Jin did not feel elated, as tears streamed down my face. I was overwhelmed by Severus Snape's profound love for Lily Evans, a love so deep that he would face 1,000 deaths without regret, even after the fusion of souls. Even as Severus's own consciousness melded into nothingness, and despite Zhang Jin's exposure to the harsh realities of modern society, I could not withstand the intensity of this emotion. The depth of love equates to the depth of pain. This anguish had once consumed Severus Snape for 16 long years. Now, Zhang Jin and Severus are one and the same, and this love will inevitably grow deeper still. Initially, during the soul fusion, Zhang Jin's essence prevailed. However, as the memories of Severus intertwined, there arose a discernible shift towards his perspective. Consequently, my resistance to Severus's emotions weakened. What once felt like a mere cinematic experience now resonated deeply within me, were it not for the more abundant and varied memories of my other half diluting this experience. I might have found myself ensnared just as Severus had been, unable to extricate myself. I shook my head vigorously. But I am now one and the same. Regardless of whether I am Zhang Jin or Severus, I am simply myself. Nevertheless, I felt a flicker of joy at successfully summoning my Patronus, albeit briefly. The advantages of having a Patronus are undeniably significant. It does not merely confer formidable combat prowess, but also facilitates my forthcoming meeting with Dumbledore. While I cannot yet fully trust Dumbledore, I can be confident that revealing the Patronus, a doe, will garner his respect. Dumbledore is certainly aware of Lily's Patronus. Thus, seeking out Dumbledore first seems prudent, allowing me to manage matters at home. The graceful figure of my Patronus came to a halt before me, its features animated, its coat shimmering, a powerful guardian indeed. The strength of a Patronus is not determined by its size, but rather influenced by the caster's will and magical prowess. The more potent the will and magic of the wizard, the clearer and more agile the Patronus becomes, often reflecting the caster's instincts. Historically, the smallest recorded Patronus was a ladybug, yet it wielded immense power. Even more formidable patron uses can possess a resilient form, capable not only of repelling Dementors, but also of aiding their master in confronting other wizards, particularly those with malevolent intentions. Their offensive capabilities are likely enhanced in such encounters. Gazing at the doe before him, Zhang Jin's hand instinctively reached out, yearning to experience the sensation of touching a guardian spirit. Most fully formed guardian spirits exist in a realm that straddles the line between the tangible and the ethereal, akin to phantoms that elude physical contact, yet are depicted as corporeal entities. The authentic sensation resembles a warm embrace of sunlight. One can feel the gentle warmth and joy of contact, yet lacks a distinctly physical presence, standing in stark contrast to gaseous forms. A guardian spirit can traverse any material structure, including sealed spaces, unlike gaseous entities. This phenomenon likely relates to the nature of souls and specters, bearing attributes that starkly oppose the cold despair associated with ghostly apparitions. Uncertain if it was merely an illusion, as Zhang Jin extended his hand to caress the neck of the doe, it appeared to glance at him with a knowing look, then fixated intently on his chest. Subsequently, this creature, Zhang Jin's guardian spirit, a symbol of Severus' love for Lily, suddenly bit down forcefully on his chest, extracting what appeared to be a silvery egg. Indeed, it resembled an egg. Although it shared the same silvery hue as an unformed guardian spirit, its edges were markedly more defined. The doe regarded it with a curious expression, seemingly contemplating how best to consume it before decisively swallowing it whole. What kind of situation is this? Not even Dumbledore could remain composed in the face of such an unprecedented occurrence in the annals of the magical world. The notion of one guardian spirit consuming another is unheard of, let alone the existence of a single individual with two guardian spirits. Within the common understanding of the magical realm, a guardian spirit can only undergo transformation during intense emotional upheaval. No precedent exists for an individual possessing two guardian spirits. Moreover, guardian spirits are not typical entities capable of mutual aggression, much less the act of devouring one another. Swallowing such a large egg poses a risk of choking, and indeed, the doe appeared to do just that, lifting its head as if to burp. With a luminous silvery mass visibly swirling within its belly before it began darting about in a frenzy. In a sudden twist, it transformed into a wisp of smoke and vanished from sight. Startled, Zhang Jin dispelled the guardian charm, feeling the need to calm his nerves with a cup of tea. What kind of divine operation is this? Even if one were to traverse realms, such occurrences defy narrative conventions. Where are the fundamental laws? What happened to magic? This hardly resembles anything magical at all. Once he steadied his emotions, he called forth his guardian spirit once more. What joy could he possibly feel? Surely, this guardian spirit has undergone a mutation. Chapter 5. Returning to Hogwarts. After wrestling with his thoughts throughout the night, Zhang Jin ultimately conceded defeat, allowing the matter of the guardian spirit to unfold as it may. He resolved to study it further when time permitted. At the very least, it did not seem to portend any ill, as it appeared not yet fully hatched. Perhaps it might even be a bird-like guardian spirit. Contemplating the prospect of possessing two guardian spirits filled him with a sense of pride. Based on the fact that the doe is Severus' guardian spirit, it is likely that this new entity originates from Zhang Jin's own spirit, though he remains uncertain as to how to summon it. A phoenix would surely be a splendid addition. When I first watched the film, I couldn't help but feel an envious admiration for Dumbledore's Phoenix Patronus. As a descendant of the Chinese civilization, I have a unique affection for the dragon and phoenix. In this world, dragons, whether of the eastern or western variety, are merely winged lizards, while the phoenix is a creature of unparalleled beauty. Although Dumbledore's pet phoenix may not quite measure up to the divine bird of Eastern legends, it is still a phoenix. Undoubtedly, one of the most aesthetically pleasing magical beings in the Harry Potter universe, and possesses formidable strength. Moreover, the fact that Dumbledore has a phoenix as his Patronus is remarkable. The likelihood of acquiring a phoenix as a pet seems rather slim, and attempting to usurp Dumbledore's or inherit it is even less feasible. In the original text, after Dumbledore's demise, the Phoenix Fox vanished without a trace. It is said that the Dumbledore family has a lineage tied to phoenixes, having been granted their guardianship long ago. While Eastern lore speaks of dragons and phoenixes, one must consider that these legends are ancient and often exaggerated. Furthermore, the phoenix in Eastern and Western traditions are distinctly different entities. It is noteworthy that Zhang Qiu, an Asian character, has not garnered the favor of Fox. However, possessing a phoenix patronus is considerably more plausible, as patron uses often reflect one's affinity with animals or transform due to love into something akin to the guardian spirit. It is conceivable that a closer bond with Fox could be established in the future, albeit a somewhat chilling thought, especially considering that Dumbledore's own patronus is also a phoenix. Upon encountering Fox, it would be prudent to collect some of his tears and feathers, as these are invaluable potion ingredients, though Fox himself would find them trivial, shedding tears daily without effort. As for feathers, Fox can resurrect from flames, and plucking a few feathers prior to his rebirth would have no adverse effect on the phoenix's regeneration. How wonderful it would be to have my own phoenix. Dumbledore truly seems burdensome and wasteful of such resources. Contemplating the imminent meeting with this emotionally complex individual, who is universally regarded as the most powerful wizard of our time, Zhang Jin felt a twinge of unease. Once they meet, thoughts must be set aside. After all, he is the aloof Severus Snape. First, he took a moment to attend to his personal hygiene, as he had no desire to leave the house with greasy long hair like the original Severus. Admittedly, his hair was rather lengthy for a modern individual, so a trim was in order. With his hair cut short and styled in a neat side part, he bore a striking resemblance to the image he presented upon first meeting Lily Evans. Aside from a slight redness and puffiness around his eyes due to several sleepless nights and the emotional toll of revisiting painful memories, he appeared quite handsome. Though his nose was somewhat prominent, exhibiting unmistakable Western features, his tall, slender frame and delicate visage were unmarred by premature wrinkles or the deep lines that could crush a mosquito. This appearance was indeed commendable. He cast several protective charms and discreet wards upon his home before using apparition to reach the nearby village of Hogsmeade, from where he walked to Hogwarts. Hogsmeade is the only wizarding village in all of Britain, devoid of Muggle inhabitants, and the entire village exudes a palpable magical atmosphere. Hogsmeade now appears markedly different from Severus's recollections. Only a couple of shops remain open, and the few pedestrians visible on the streets seem to be in a hurried rush. It is evident that the Dark Lord affairs have escalated, and it is likely that Aurors are preparing to apprehend Death Eaters at this moment. Zhang Jin has no intention of lingering. Donning the hood of his cloak to obscure his face, he strides determinedly towards the gates of Hogwarts. Indeed, both the Death Eaters led by the Dark Lord and Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix are intentionally avoiding Hogwarts. Dumbledore seeks to protect it, while the Dark Lord naturally regards Hogwarts as his own possession, perhaps even his final refuge. Had it not been for Harry Potter and the deteriorating state of his mind, the destruction wrought upon Hogwarts during the final battle would not have been so severe, as he deliberately steers clear of professors and students alike. He makes his way to the stone statue leading to the headmaster's office on the third floor. The password had been relayed to him by Dumbledore's Patronus at the entrance, leaving Zhang Jin's desire to experience the Phoenix's teleportation unfulfilled. Dumbledore's office appears unchanged, situated in a spacious, beautiful circular room filled with an assortment of whimsical sounds. A long table is adorned with peculiar silverware, and an elderly man clad in a pale blue robe sprinkled with stars is busily engaged in some task. The walls are lined with portraits of former headmasters, all of whom are snoring, while some of the portraits sneakily open their eyes to glance over. Behind the door stands Fawkes the Phoenix, tilting his head and observing Severus, occasionally leaning closer to sniff at something. "You are later than I anticipated." The elder in Severus's chamber, Dumbledore, begins. "Would you care for some cockroach clusters? Or perhaps a cup of honey lemon water?" Zhang Jin merely gazes at him, remaining silent. Dumbledore moves to a table, sits down, and casually retrieves a handful of cockroach clusters, popping one into his mouth and chewing, the legs of the creature still wriggling against his lips. The recent situation is rather grim, as you know, Severus. One ought to indulge in some sweets at times like these. "Oh, off to Azkaban, are we?" Dumbledore's demeanor is somewhat irksome at this moment. It is rumored that the Ministry of Magic has confirmed Voldemort's demise. Although I can vouch for you, I must verify once more. At this point, Dumbledore has ceased his consumption of cockroach clusters. His sharp eyes pierce through the mind, invoking a pang of discomfort, as a hollow void reminiscent of falling into a black hole looms in his consciousness, threatening to collapse. Though he quickly regains composure, Zhang Jin understands that Dumbledore has employed legilimency upon him, just as he suspected, able to perceive and counteract in an instant. Your magical prowess seems to have increased, Severus. Hiring you is indeed a wise decision. Zhang Jin resolves to be more forthright, eager to expedite his departure from his place. For he is no longer the Severus of old. With a flick of his wand, a silver-white stag Patronus bursts forth, racing around the circular room before vanishing into thin air. A most commendable Patronus. Dumbledore first offered his praise, only to suddenly seem to recall. Lily? I presume this is what you wish to confirm. Zhang Jin then expressed his desire for a bedroom, having brought all his luggage with him. Ultimately, the communication proceeded smoothly, and as Dumbledore escorted Zhang Jin out, he inquired about Severus's new appearance, remarking, "You look much improved, Severus." Zhang Jin replied, "I appeared this way before my enrollment." Chapter 6. The Debate in the Headmaster's Office. As Zhang Jin departed, he felt somewhat awkward, not due to Dumbledore, for the elderly wizard surely had enough trust upon witnessing Severus's Patronus. As a formidable expert in the magical arts and highly proficient in the Patronus charm, Dumbledore certainly comprehended the significance of manifesting a doe. What rendered Zhang Jin most uncomfortable was in fact Fawkes the Phoenix, the very creature he had once considered plucking for potion ingredients. Ever since Zhang Jin entered Dumbledore's office, the bird had been scrutinizing him intently, its gaze growing increasingly peculiar, particularly after he summoned his Patronus. This led Zhang Jin to ponder whether Fawkes possessed some insight, for as a legendary being, its true nature remained a mystery, much like it had been for Severus in the past. This aspect had never been addressed in the original text. However, it was certain that the Phoenix's abilities extended far beyond mere burden-sharing, healing, and teleportation. Thus, to be prudent, it would be wise for him to exit swiftly. Not only should he refrain from plucking feathers for tears, but he ought to maintain a distance from the bird as well. Upon Zhang Jin's departure from the headmaster's office, the once tranquil and serene atmosphere transformed. The slumbering former headmasters awakened, one exclaiming, "Is he the soon-to-be potions professor, the new head of Slytherin?" I recall him, a true Slytherin indeed. This remark came from a stern-looking wizard, presumably Phineas Black, the headmaster from Slytherin, who was said to have favored purebloods during his tenure, making him rather unpopular. Perhaps yet another Dark Lord, remarked a disheveled wizard with a prominent red nose, clearly a tempestuous character. I can sense he is concealing something. Dumbledore, Phineas cried out in frustration as the red-nosed wizard attempted to enter his portrait, seemingly seeking to leverage his ample physique to overpower the other. I believe he can be trusted. A Patronus cannot be false. As for concealment, everyone harbors a few small secrets, do they not? Chimed in a middle-aged witch from above, her voice clear and melodic. She appeared considerably youthful, exuding a gentle and amiable demeanor, far more captivating than the aged figures surrounding her. I truly hope he becomes the headmaster of Hogwarts. In a gentle tone, he spoke nonsensical words while displaying a rather infatuated demeanor, causing the other portraits to involuntarily shudder. However, Dumbledore paid no heed to their reactions. Instead, he approached his pet phoenix and resumed his customary lengthy and mellow intonation, inquiring, "Have you discerned anything, my friend, Fawkes?" At this moment, Fawkes had not yet reached the stage of shedding feathers due to age. He remained robust and vigorous, perching upon Dumbledore's shoulder and chirping softly into his ear. "His soul, you say? You sense it has been wounded? He must have employed the killing curse, Dumbledore. You must apprehend him and send him to Azkaban at once, before he departs Hogwarts. That red-nosed wizard must surely be a Gryffindor." Not all. Severus has not left his quarters in days, and thus lacks the opportunity to cast the killing curse. Dexter, you must apologize to that Slytherin at once. The two figures within the portrait had begun to engage in a scuffle, entirely shedding their previous decorum. Dumbledore, seemingly accustomed to the antics of the tiresome portraits, did not lift his gaze but continued conversing with Fawkes. "You mention he bears none of the odious aura I detest, but rather a scent that feels oddly familiar?" The red-nosed, portly old headmaster continued to shout, as he would both now and in the future. He was a Slytherin, indeed a Death Eater, and had been quite enamored with the dark arts during his school days. It was imperative that he not be allowed into Hogwarts. "Dumbledore, did you hear that? You must at least consider our perspective." Indeed, aside from Phineas of Slytherin, only the middle-aged witch, Dolores Umbridge, who had previously praised Zhang Jin's handsomeness, expressed support and a modicum of trust in him. Most of the others, aside from a handful of onlookers, held little faith in Severus. Fully aware of the nature of Death Eaters, the red-nosed headmaster quickly rallied a group to besiege Phineas, soon driving him from his portrait, while Dolores was left unacknowledged. "All right, everyone, Fawkes has informed me that Severus did not cast the unforgivable curse." Dumbledore finally interjected once more. His soul's turmoil may stem from a profound emotional blow. After all, it is the plight of youthful love, and any resultant change is entirely understandable. Moreover, a Patronus cannot lie. A Patronus born of unwavering love could not be forged otherwise. Dumbledore continued. Fawkes also conveyed to me that Severus's soul wound is quite severe. It may have even compromised his occlumency, which could explain his absence. My Phoenix does not harbor disdain for Severus. You all know that a Phoenix only draws near to the kind-hearted and valiant wizard. Zhang Jin likely did not anticipate such swift scrutiny nor the failure of his occlumency. Had it been executed flawlessly, even a Phoenix would not have discerned anything amiss. As for soul trauma, it appears to be vaguely divided into two parts, resembling a soul that seems on the verge of being torn apart, even to the most casual observer. This indicates that the Phoenix is at least capable of perceiving the state of an individual's soul, provided there is no interference from cerebral occlusion. However, there are advantages. It seems that Dumbledore is convinced and has even found a compelling excuse for Zhang Jin's surge in magical power, a catastrophic emotional blow resulting in soul fragmentation, which in turn provoked a surge in magical energy. This bears resemblance to Voldemort's method of creating Horcruxes. Typically, a wizard's magical upheaval occurs only during the awakening of their powers. After all, frequent instability in magical energy can lead to dire consequences, such as becoming a squib or descending into madness. Dumbledore, in particular, is deeply aware of this, as his sister, Ariana Dumbledore, suffered harm due to a magical outburst, leading her to renounce the use of magic and ultimately driving herself to madness, which contributed to the tragic events of Dumbledore's early life. Thus, Dumbledore prefers to say little more on the subject. Once he arrives at Hogwarts, there will be ample opportunity for careful observation. Chapter 7. The Room of Requirement. Upon exiting the headmaster's office, Zhang Jin did not immediately depart from Hogwarts. Today's tasks were twofold. Earning Dumbledore's trust was nearly accomplished, and the remaining steps would require a more cautious approach. Next, he needed to find a suitable place to store the precious ingredients he had selected from Prince's inheritance. Among the myriad of materials, dragon blood and dragon fangs were commonplace, and there were 2 unicorn horns, along with nearly 100 other assorted items. According to Severus's memories, these constituted only a fraction of the Prince family's stock. The remainder had mostly deteriorated and been discarded. The only 2 ingredients Severus had chosen to preserve were a vial of golden blood of unknown origin, suspected to belong to a magical creature. This blood pulsated with tumultuous magical energy and an extraordinary vitality. However, the reason it had remained unutilized by the Prince family is apparent. Zhang Jin could sense the malevolent magic surging from within. Undoubtedly, this was a vial of cursed blood, somewhat akin to unicorn blood, though distinctly different in hue. As unicorn blood is silver, it remains uncertain whether any method exists to lift the curse. Yet this potent blood, rich in magical energy and vitality, could serve as an excellent base for crafting advanced healing potions and magical tonics, perhaps even enhancing one's magical abilities. Severus, during Harry's enrollment, already possessed formidable magical power, surpassing even that of Professors McGonagall and Flitwick. At that time, Severus was merely in his early 30s, yet had not reached the zenith of his magical prowess, despite having exhibited extraordinary magical talent from a young age. Perhaps Dumbledore, in his youth, possessed similar abilities. However, given Severus's circumstances, it seems improbable that he could have devoted efforts to enhancing his magical capacity, rendering the increase in his power rather peculiar. Currently, Zhang Jin's magical prowess has reached a level comparable to that of the later Severus, and with the deepening of his integration, his magical energy continues to grow. While it remains uncertain whether he will attain the current level of Dumbledore's power by the time the narrative commences, it is reasonable to surmise that he will not fall far behind. Should he acquire a potion for enhancing magical power, surpassing Dumbledore would be but a matter of time. Although the strength of one's magic is not the sole determinant of combat capability, it is evident that those with formidable magic are seldom weak. A greater magical strength signifies an expansion of possibilities within the realm of sorcery. Hence, Zhang Jin eagerly anticipates the potential of this vial of blood. What Severus could accomplish is certainly within Zhang Jin's reach. Another item cherished by Severus is a vial of semi-finished potion known as the fusion potion, a commonly used elixir for crafting advanced potions. The art of potion making is not merely the amalgamation of ingredients. Even if a muggle were to follow the process flawlessly, success would remain elusive. The preparation of potions necessitates the guidance of magical energy or the incantation of spells. The more intricate the potion, the greater the number of ingredients required, and the complexity of magical guidance increases correspondingly. This complexity can easily lead to magical conflicts, which, in severe cases, may result in explosive failures. The function of the fusion potion is to facilitate a smoother integration of magical energy into the potion, simultaneously diminishing the likelihood of magical conflicts and enhancing the success rate of potion making. Each individual's magical energy is unique, thus necessitating personalized fusion potions, which may even differ significantly from one another. Consequently, the ability to concoct a fusion potion suitable for oneself fundamentally signifies an elevation to the status of potion master, enabling the preparation of the vast majority of existing potions. Furthermore, if there is a blood relation, the fusion potion may exhibit certain similarities, suggesting that this vial belonging to the prince family could assist Zhang Jin in ascending to the rank of potion master. This accounts for why many potion masters possess a familial legacy, such as Professor Slughorn and the current president of the Extraordinary Potion Makers Association. Presently, these are the only two potion masters in the British wizarding world, with Severus being the third and lauded as the youngest. Zhang Jin also selected a withered twig, approximately thumb-thick and 20 centimeters in length, originally housed in a box. He sensed an exceedingly obscure magical energy emanating from this twig, a phenomenon that the original Severus had failed to detect, prompting Zhang Jin to specifically choose it. Zhang Jin had already contemplated the ideal place to store it, within the room of requirement. While this may potentially attract Dumbledore's attention, Zhang Jin deliberately wishes for Dumbledore to be aware of it. A secret kept close to the eye should suitably diminish Dumbledore's suspicions. As long as the most significant secret remains concealed, all other secrets serve merely as bargaining chips for Zhang Jin. To create a facade of caution, Zhang Jin intentionally cast an invisibility charm upon himself after ascending to the second floor, utilizing a corner to conceal his presence. He then circumvented the classroom in session, taking an alternate staircase to the 8th floor. Before a tapestry depicting a troll striking a bewildered Barnabas, Zhang Jin successfully opened the door to the room of requirement. Before me lies a spacious, circular chamber, shrouded in dim light, with a slightly cool temperature and a chilling atmosphere reminiscent of a dungeon. The central floor rises subtly above the surrounding area, adorned with several tables, each displaying an assortment of cauldrons made from various materials along with instruments for preparing potion ingredients. The shelves that encircle the room are laden with volumes on potion making, while the remaining 3 sides are predominantly occupied by empty shelves and bottles intended for storing potion materials. Indeed, Zhang Jin has opened a room well suited for the craft of potion making. This chamber alone suffices for his needs. He has no immediate intention of entering the adjoining room meant for storage, as the time for dealing with soul artifacts has yet to arrive. First, he plans to conduct a thorough cleaning, clearing all tables and shelves of debris and disposing of any decayed materials. Subsequently, he intends to neatly categorize the potion ingredients, including some finished potions for contribution to Hogwarts, arranging them on the shelves and within the bottles, until he formally takes residence in the cellar. Zhang Jin has resolved to treat this space as his office. Just as he finishes tidying up, Albus Dumbledore enters at an opportune moment. "You have found a fine place," remarks the venerable Severus Snape, his demeanor remaining gentle and tolerant, akin to that of a teacher addressing a student. "Is this the property of the Prince family? Voldemort mentioned this place to me, intending to establish it as a secret base. I thought you should be aware of this." Chapter 8. The Complexity of Dumbledore. Zhang Jin is utterly skeptical of Dumbledore's words. Otherwise, the old man would not have appeared so fortuitously, precisely as Severus was completing his arrangement of the room. Observing Zhang Jin's reluctance to speak, Dumbledore takes the initiative. "Severus, we ought to have an open and honest discussion. It would benefit us both. There is nothing to discuss. There was nothing before, and even less after you failed to protect Lily. I have promised to safeguard her child, and that is all there is to say." Zhang Jin replies curtly, harboring significant resentment towards Dumbledore. If Severus harbors the greatest animosity towards himself, followed closely by Voldemort and Potter, then Dumbledore, along with the once-thought foolish informant, ranks a distant third. Hence, Zhang Jin cannot afford to show Dumbledore any warmth, especially since he is acutely aware of Dumbledore's intricate character. Dumbledore's attitude is invariably ambiguous, whether towards family, friends, or students, and even towards himself. He often presents a demeanor of gentleness and kindness, yet in necessary situations, he may swiftly turn hostile, albeit such instances are rare. Zhang Jin's disdain for Dumbledore is further fueled by the latter's treatment of Severus. For instance, when Severus approached Dumbledore, hoping for protection for Lily, The disdain and mockery evident in Dumbledore's gaze were unmistakable. Yet, whenever they encountered each other at school, Dumbledore perpetually donned a facade of geniality and warmth. When Lily passed away and Severus sought him out once more, Dumbledore donned a facade of sorrow, uttering apologies while simultaneously thrusting Severus deeper into despair, condemning him to a lifetime of struggle. It was you, Severus, who disclosed the prophecy to Voldemort. It was you who caused the demise of Lily Evans. Yet her child endures, and you must safeguard the child as a means of atonement. To this day, Zhang Jin recalls every word spoken by Dumbledore, every expression etched upon his face. His sentiments were genuine, his words sincere. Perhaps he yearned to redeem Severus, a life on the brink of extinction. Yet, was there an ulterior motive? Did Dumbledore harbor doubts about Voldemort's demise upon witnessing Harry? At that time, he alone in the magical realm steadfastly believed Voldemort still lived. Even as the Death Eaters succumbed to despair, Dumbledore succeeded. Severus survived, albeit burdened with endless pain, remorse, and despair, living in accordance with Dumbledore's intentions. This version of Severus left an indelible mark on countless souls, while Dumbledore incited a sense of resentment in many. This complexity may stem from Dumbledore's earlier experiences. He was not originally the mild-mannered individual we know today, although now he is universally recognized as a kind and gentle headmaster. Beneath this veneer of compassion lies a tumultuous inner conflict. As for his relationships, it is well documented that Dumbledore and Grindelwald shared a romantic bond. Yet, Dumbledore still imprisoned him in Nurmengard under abysmal conditions. Ironically, Dumbledore seemed to cherish the memories of his bond with Grindelwald, perhaps visiting annually. Poor Gellert Grindelwald was left to endure a hard bed and stale bread, his once prized image now disheveled and gaunt, all while Dumbledore remained oblivious. Regarding his students, Harry is a prime example. The Savior was meticulously orchestrated by Dumbledore from birth, and even his seemingly voluntary march towards death was anticipated by Dumbledore. Otherwise, he would not have bestowed upon Harry the Resurrection Stone and awaited him in that illusory realm. As Severus articulated, nurturing Harry was akin to raising a pig destined for slaughter, and a pig that had been showered with affection at that. Let us not assert that old Dumbledore was aware Harry was impervious to death. Had he been so astute, many subsequent events could have been averted. Dumbledore's actions were merely an attempt to preserve Harry's life. No one is immune to death. Harry's demise would not have been surprising, and his ultimate survival can only be deemed fortuitous. Moreover, Dumbledore consistently professed his concern for the students, for their protection, for the safeguarding of the school. Yet, in the end, he entangled the entire faculty and student body in a war, the casualties of which are self-evident. Such behavior is far from that of a benevolent elder. Yet, Dumbledore's affection for his students was not feigned. Thus, this individual remains paradoxical and intricate, not someone to be intimately trusted, nor one whom Zhang Jin could place his faith in. As the saga of Harry Potter drew to a close, the perspectives on Dumbledore, both within the magical realm and among the film's enthusiasts, became exceedingly intricate, often polarized. Conspiracy theorists and staunch believers in the White Wizard could not sway one another. Zhang Jin perceived Dumbledore's complexity as stemming from his early loss of loved ones, which endowed him with a greater capacity for compassion and empathy, yet also fostered a profound wariness and prejudice towards dark magic, as well as a resistance to ambition. In Zhang Jin's view, Dumbledore proved inadequate both as the headmaster and as the leader of the Order of the Phoenix. Despite his formidable personal power, his thoughts remained unduly antiquated, particularly regarding his biases against dark magic. Such a person is best approached with caution, and even if avoidance is impossible, one should engage minimally. Hence, Zhang Jin wished to disregard Dumbledore entirely. Is that the potion of fusion? Dumbledore remarked, having evidently recognized the concoction Zhang Jin had just produced. Congratulations, Severus. I am pleased to see that Professor Slughorn's legacy is carried on by a master of potions. The other two potions Zhang Jin had not revealed. If there is nothing further, Professor Dumbledore, I must commence potion making. Zhang Jin finally spoke, his voice deep and slightly hoarse, reminiscent of Severus. You may harbor some misunderstandings about me, which I can comprehend, Dumbledore replied, unfazed. I truly did not anticipate that outcome. Honestly, Lily and Potter were both good children. Do not utter that name, Professor Dumbledore. State your purpose and then depart. Zhang Jin's chest burned with a seething anger that he struggled to suppress. He found himself increasingly loathing Dumbledore, especially given the latter's probing nature, which felt akin to rubbing salt into an open wound. He could only hope that Dumbledore would recognize this and take his leave, an expectation that was evidently in vain. Dumbledore continued with a calm demeanor. Very well, Severus. I believe you should not accept the inheritance from Prince, particularly with Voldemort as assistance in this process. It will not bode well for you. Dumbledore maintained a benevolent facade, appearing to genuinely concern himself for Zhang Jin's welfare. Our minister, having concluded that Voldemort is dead, has harbored great mistrust towards me, while Barty Crouch, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, is notorious for his disdain for dark wizards who dare to defy Voldemort. In recent days, he has sentenced 4 individuals to life imprisonment, some even without trial. I am the sole heir of Prince. I require no one's assistance, Zhang Jin asserted. Chapter 9. A meeting with Lucius. Ultimately, the agreement reached with Dumbledore entailed, in addition to regular classes, the provision of 3 vials of advanced potions and 1/3 of the potions required for the infirmary each year, with materials supplied by Hogwarts. This was a rather stringent condition. Although the variety of common potions used in the infirmary was limited and could be brewed in bulk, certain potions could not be stored for extended periods. Moreover, the preparation of advanced potions typically required a considerable amount of time, often at least a month, with some, like the Felix Felicis, necessitating a full 6 months to complete. This implies that Zhang Jin may find himself devoid of leisure time, rest, and holidays in the future. Thus, it is evident why Severus has ceased to wash his hair. Indeed, it is due to the relentless demands imposed by Dumbledore, who has clearly taken advantage of him. During his school days, he was a remarkably handsome and spirited young man. Dumbledore's manipulation is unmistakable. For instance, the potions crafted by Professor Slughorn are exorbitantly priced, and even at that, they are often unavailable. Moreover, the plight of the Order of the Phoenix is quite dire. During confrontations with the Death Eaters, it is frequently the members of the Order who bear the brunt of the danger, suffering the heaviest casualties. Excluding those who are Aurors by profession, members of the Order receive no salaries or benefits, engaging in years of voluntary labor. Even though the Order does not pay its members, the everyday expenses are substantial. Injuries require treatment, various potions cost money, and the procurement of magical items demands financial resources. Furthermore, in the event of sacrifices, Dumbledore ought to provide some form of compensation. For those from affluent backgrounds, such as the Potter family, Sirius Black, and the Lombard family, it might be manageable. But there are many impoverished individuals, like the Weasley family and Remus Lupin, regardless of whether it was prior to, during, or after their battles with the Death Eaters. None of these Gryffindor lions have been able to earn a living, leaving Dumbledore to devise solutions. It is likely that Dumbledore has frequently misappropriated funds from Hogwarts. As the original text indicates, that until Harry's enrollment, Lucius Malfoy often threatened Dumbledore with this very issue. Thus, while Dumbledore could only provide emergency assistance rather than alleviate poverty, the Weasley family became notorious for their financial struggles within the wizarding community. The unfortunate werewolf professor had to seek his own means of sustenance. Presently, he is responsible for a portion of the potions required in the infirmary, and Madame Pomfrey can concoct some as well. The costs saved here could subsidize the Order. In the magical realm, potions and their ingredients are quite costly, and now that they supply a portion of the potions and their materials, along with the Forbidden Forest being a vast reservoir of potion ingredients, Professor Sprout's herbology skills could yield additional resources. Upon reflection, aside from paying staff salaries and providing meals for students, it appears that Hogwarts has minimal expenditures. It is evident how significant the losses to the Order have been, given that Dumbledore had to misappropriate funds for years to manage. Moreover, after the arduous defeat of Voldemort, the spoils were snatched away by the Minister of Magic, Millicent Bagnold. Had it been anyone else, they might have been enraged to the point of fury, to the extent of seeking vengeance against Minister Bagnold. This underscores Dumbledore's mercy, allowing Bagnold to remain in office until retirement, only to be ousted during the next transition. Contemplating such chaotic matters further solidified Zhang Jin's resolve to collaborate with Lucius. He does not wish to be tethered to the school like the original Severus, scarcely even finding time to bathe. Having finally arrived in the magical world and not being a coward, he wishes to explore and experience the enchanting landscapes. After meticulously organizing various potion ingredients and implementing precautionary measures, Zhang Jin was resolute in preventing the frequent and inexplicable loss of her magical materials. It was now time to prepare for her meeting with Lucius. She was familiar with Malfoy Manor, having previously attended Draco's private birthday celebration. The former Severus had never been fond of public appearances, particularly in the presence of those who were twisted, deranged, or envious. Consequently, aside from a select few core Death Eaters, the majority remained unaware of Severus's affiliation until he was exposed by Karkaroff's betrayal. First, she ventured beyond the protective enchantments of Hogwarts, then Operaat near Malfoy Manor in Wiltshire, England, where only ruins and wilderness greeted her. As she approached the manor, the sight of the exquisite wrought iron gates revealed the grandeur of Malfoy Manor. It was evident that Lucius was aware of her arrival. The gates evidently possessed detection and protective features, as these ancient families had mastered the art of secrecy and defense. Malfoy Manor, a quintessential lordly residence akin to a small castle, was surrounded by meticulously designed gardens, featuring 2 symmetrical fountains and the graceful presence of white peacocks wandering amidst the flora. A broad path, shaded by tall and perfectly manicured greenery, led towards the manor. Lucius Malfoy stood at the top of the steps, behind a magnificent door that was impossible to discern in terms of material. He observed Zhang Jin as she approached, leaning on the Malfoy family serpent-headed cane, his countenance reflecting the family's characteristic arrogance. Zhang Jin paid no heed to Lucius's haughtiness. Generally speaking, his decision to step out of the hall to greet her was quite commendable. The relationship between Severus and Lucius was amicable, but had yet to reach a level where a Malfoy would descend to receive her. Zhang Jin had no intention of hastening her pace. Her visit to the Malfoy estate inherently signified an alliance, which necessitated an equal standing. During their school days, Severus had often received Lucius's patronage due to his lower status. And it was only after gaining the Dark Lord's recognition within the core of the Death Eaters that he achieved a semblance of equality. Strictly speaking, Lucius's willingness to engage with Zhang Jin on equal terms was indeed a significant compliment, reflecting his esteem for Severus. However, that was in the past. Once Severus became the head of Slytherin House at Hogwarts, he earned the right to stand as an equal to Lucius. Following his ascension to Master of Potions, their statuses became fully aligned, with the potential for Zhang Jin's influence to even surpass Lucius's, albeit Severus had previously shown little interest in such matters. The current Professor Slughorn exemplified this. His Slug Club had produced countless exceptional students, including prominent figures across various fields, enabling him to thrive in any environment, overshadowing Lucius in this regard. Thus, both Dumbledore and Voldemort were keen to cultivate Slughorn's allegiance. Should Voldemort secure such connections, the Ministry of Magic and the Order of the Phoenix would find themselves utterly incapable of resistance. Currently, Voldemort stands as a formidable force, akin to a singular Slytherin house confronting at least 2 other houses, relying solely on his own prowess to maintain his position. In contrast, Professor Slughorn possesses connections to the elite talents of all 4 houses, a feat that, while not equating to mastery, is formidable in its own right. Although Zhang Jin may not wield influence as extensive as Slughorn's, he commands a strength that surpasses it. Chapter 10. The True Malfoy. He likewise exhibited no reaction to Zhang Jin's actions. This is the essence of a genuine Malfoy. Never attempt to decipher the thoughts of a Malfoy. Though surprised by Severus's arrival, Lucius would never deign to inquire. A Malfoy must always seize the initiative. You ought to know, Lucius, I am in no mood for pleasantries, Zhang Jin stated plainly, mirroring Severus's tone of impatience, as he had done on numerous occasions before. Do not present me with a Malfoy's feigned smile. Severus, a Malfoy never forsakes courtesy. Do come in. The desserts and afternoon tea are prepared. Lucius strode into the spacious and well-lit parlor, maintaining an air of noble grandeur. Zhang Jin, however, seemed disinterested in engaging in pleasantries with Lucius, as neither he nor Severus excelled in such exchanges. I lack the time for your afternoon tea. We must proceed to the Malfoy family's chamber to converse. Lucius paused momentarily, but said little. His steps that were originally aimed towards the parlor now redirected towards the chamber's entrance, clearly indicating that preparations had been made in advance. Dobby, guard the entrance. No one is to enter. It was evident that Lucius had not only prepared, but had done so meticulously. Zhang Jin noticed that Narcissa was conspicuously absent, evidently having been advised to steer clear. Suddenly, a diminutive house elf with large, tennis ball-sized eyes appeared. Yes, my master, clad in a tattered pillowcase. Its large ears flitted momentarily before vanishing. This was Dobby, a peculiar and rebellious house elf. Yet, Zhang Jin paid little heed, knowing that opportunities would arise later. Upon entering the chamber, Zhang Jin observed Lucius closing the door and drawing the curtains to conceal the portraits on the walls, subsequently activating various enchantments within the chamber. Very well, Severus, you may speak now. After completing these tasks, Lucius seated himself at a table, maintaining his noble demeanor. With 2 cups of red tea already set before them, Zhang Jin similarly took his place in the chair across from Lucius, refraining from touching the teacups. The Dark Lord is dead. You must have received the news. Silence, Severus. I will not permit you to malign Lord Voldemort in such a manner. You should recognize the greatness of our master. I shall intercede on your behalf." Lucius's emotions surged as he shouted in anger. "No one can kill our master." As you well know, Severus, Lucius's expression and rhetoric were entirely fitting. He was a fervent adherent of Voldemort. "If only you could draw out your wand and cast a few curses at me, it would be even more perfect," Zhang Jin continued, revealing that he had been slain by his own killing curse. "I was the first to arrive that night. I saw his corpse and his wand. Do you comprehend the significance of this? In the realm of magic, a body can be disguised with Polyjuice potion, but a wand cannot. The wand serves as an identity marker within the magical community, unless it is forcibly taken. Yet, the mark has not vanished, you know what I mean. Severus, Lucius still refuses to believe, even though he has confirmed this outcome countless times. As a Malfoy, one must always exercise caution. At least he no longer bears that furious visage. However, it has dimmed to the point of near invisibility, has it not? This is the evidence. You must make a decision swiftly, for the Ministry has begun to hunt us down. And you, Severus, what is your decision?" Lucius remained tight-lipped. Yet it was evident he had pondered this matter extensively. "Dumbledore has agreed to testify on my behalf. I will succeed Professor Slughorn as head of Slytherin House and Potions Master." Zhang Jin did not conceal anything. "Is that so? Then congratulations," Lucius said slowly, regaining his aristocratic demeanor, his voice still carrying its unique cadence, as if the furious roar moments ago had not been his. "Unless you wish to find yourself in Azkaban. Lucius, Malfoy Manor cannot withstand the Aurors for long. They will soon discover our location. And you, Severus, what is your purpose here?" Lucius perceptively sensed something amiss. "I wish to forge an unbreakable vow, a mutual pact of cooperation, offering protection and assistance to one another." Zhang Jin disregarded Lucius's probing. In this regard, he was certainly no match for a Malfoy. He spoke plainly, locking his gaze with Lucius's, simply observing him. This was not an attempt to exert pressure or engage in a contest of wills, but rather a straightforward trial to see if he could employ a silent, wandless legitimacy akin to Dumbledore's. At the very least, he wished to ascertain any shifts in emotion. Engaging in dialogue and cooperation with a Malfoy, even if their relationship was amicable, necessitated a degree of vigilance. "What do I stand to gain?" Lucius, appearing unruffled, replied, "The Ministry poses little threat to the Malfoys. I possess hundreds of methods to evade charges, though inwardly his emotions were far from tranquil. What if they arrest me and imprison me without trial?" Zhang Jin expressed no concern, for the Malfoy family creed prioritizes kin above all, even at the mere possibility of it. "What would you do with Narcissa and Draco?" In a concealed manner, Lucius's grip on his wand had turned his knuckles blue, yet his expression remained serene. Nevertheless, none of this escaped Zhang Jin's legitimacy. As anticipated, silent, wandless legitimacy faced Lucius's mental defenses and proved ineffective, yet merely sensing the emotional undercurrents proved somewhat useful. Of course, this was contingent upon being able to release it silently and without a wand. Family has always been the Achilles heel of the Malfoy lineage. The principle of family above all else is the very foundation of the Malfoy legacy. I hereby declare that I have fallen under the seductive influence of the Dark Lord. Indeed, I could summon witnesses to attest that I have been subjected to the soul-sucking curse. Lucius has evidently devised a plan. As the Ministry of Magic requires the Malfoy family escallions, they will not take any severe action against me. Lucius spoke with an air of confidence, and in the original narrative, he similarly escaped a dire fate. The Ministry's appetite is insatiable, especially considering the considerable losses it endured during the previous turmoil, which may even necessitate renovations to its headquarters. Zhang Jin also exuded a sense of assurance. As a Malfoy, family remains their eternal vulnerability. Consequently, in the original tale, Lucius betrayed Voldemort on 2 occasions, and Narcissa followed suit. At that time, the Malfoy family faced retaliation from others, just as I do now. Are you not concerned for Narcissa and Draco? What exactly are you trying to convey? Severus, what can you offer the Malfoys? The protection of the Potions Master, perhaps? Lucius's tone finally shifted. Though laced with sarcasm, it revealed an undercurrent of unease. He could endure suffering or even death, but not his family. He is a true Malfoy. Then, do you agree to an alliance, Lucius Malfoy? Chapter 11. The Bewildered Lucius. Yes, I agree, Severus Snape. Lucius surprisingly showed no hesitation. It stands to reason. Once Lucius betrays the Dark Lord, the Malfoy family's status and connections within the pureblood community would undoubtedly suffer a tremendous blow. The Malfoy lineage originally migrated from France a millennium ago, following King William I to England, where they established the Malfoy family. Dramatically, the original Malfoys maintained close ties with Muggles, and their influence was prevalent among the British upper class of the time. However, following the enactment of the Statute of Secrecy, the Malfoy family began to deny any association with Muggles, fervently proclaiming the superiority of purebloods, thus successfully infiltrating the upper echelons of the wizarding world. Subsequently, the Malfoys leveraged their immense wealth accumulated in the Muggle society to invest in the magical realm, vocally espousing sentiments aligned with pureblood ideology. In the early 20th century, they even launched a magazine, The Wizarding War, which championed pureblood supremacy while denouncing Muggles, thereby catapulting the Malfoy name to prominence. Consequently, in an era when pureblood families were dwindling, the Malfoys ascended to the pinnacle among all families, distinctly differentiating themselves from the likes of the Gaunt and Black families, who were native pureblood clans. Furthermore, to avert the dangers of inbreeding within the confined pure-blood circle that could jeopardize family lineage, the Malfoy family consciously avoided such unions, resulting in the presence of numerous half-blood wizards within their ranks. Thus, the Malfoy family has not faced the same fate as the Gaunts or the Lestranges, whose descendants often succumbed to madness, leading to their demise. For this reason, the Malfoy family motto has always been family above all. This is also a crucial reason why Zhang Jin seeks collaboration with Lucius, who is more of a political opportunist than a pureblood fanatic. Should the Malfoy family's doctrine of pureblood supremacy be overturned, relinquishing their emblem of pureblood, it would undoubtedly render the Malfoy family vulnerable to ostracism or even persecution by other pureblood families. At that juncture, the prospect of the Malfoy family facing obliteration becomes alarmingly tangible. It is likely that Lucius has pondered this very notion. Indeed, in the original narrative, his ability to lead pureblood families post-betrayal of Voldemort attests to his political acumen. To achieve this, the most prudent course of action would be to dissociate the act of betraying Voldemort from the betrayal of the pureblood lineage itself, or perhaps to frame it as a reluctant facade of compliance. Initially, Lucius may have opted for the latter, thus enabling his reinstatement upon Voldemort's resurgence. However, this strategy bears its own conspicuous flaw, distrust, that confines the Malfoy family to a precarious maintenance of their status. Soon, with Narcissa's assistance, Zhang Jin and Lucius completed the unbreakable vow, pledging mutual alliance and protection, importantly establishing a long-term commitment rather than a fleeting one. Pray tell, Severus, do you have any counsel to offer? After Narcissa's departure, the two continued their discourse within the chamber. At this moment, Lucius's demeanor had markedly transformed, shedding the facade he typically wore. I possess no advice to offer. Only two pieces of information. How you choose to utilize them is entirely at your discretion, Zhang Jin stated plainly. The first piece of news concerns young Barty Crouch. The current head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement's son is a Death Eater. This revelation elicited palpable excitement from Lucius. It is no wonder he was elated. Voldemort's recruitment of Death Eaters was shrouded in secrecy, with only those deemed suitable being introduced to others within their ranks. Moreover, during major gatherings, masks obscured identities, necessitating conjecture, and even Lucius was privy to only a fraction of the truth. Non-core members could only ascertain a handful of names, such as Karkaroff, who ultimately reported merely 3 Death Eaters. The head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement is a figure capable of rivaling the Minister of Magic, renowned for his defiance against Voldemort. Young Barty had boasted about his position in my presence on numerous occasions, nearly revealing his mark in the process. Severus and young Barty Crouch are of equal standing, both hailed as prodigies, albeit the latter harbors considerable animosity towards Severus. Furthermore, young Barty is an ardent pureblood zealot, likely looking down upon Severus's lineage. This disdain compels young Barty to flaunt any accomplishments he achieves before Severus. Indeed, it is no surprise that someone of his ilk would engage in such behavior, Lucius remarked, his attitude shifting rapidly since the alliance was forged. With the other piece of news, the Dark Lord is of mixed blood. Zhang Jin abruptly unleashed this bombshell. What did you just say? Lucius spluttered, expelling a mouthful of red tea, his wand carelessly discarded as he was evidently taken aback. Zhang Jin merely unhurriedly dispelled the shield charm, relishing Lucius Malfoy's flustered state. The Dark Lord's true name is Tom Marvolo Riddle. When rearranged, it declares, "Am Voldemort. He is of mixed heritage, the offspring of a Muggle and a daughter of the Gaunt family." Is this information verified? Malfoy truly lives up to his name, recovering swiftly. It is fortunate that the Dark Lord has perished, for otherwise, he might have indeed clashed with Zhang Jin. However, does your beloved wand simply lie abandoned? Of course, This thought remained unspoken by Zhang Jin, as provoking a confrontation would be ill-advised. Should he strike Lucius, a rift would surely ensue. Ironically, as a representative of purebloods, Voldemort, revered by them and often kissed by their robes, is in fact a half-blood. Remarkably, this is a little-known fact within the wizarding world, particularly among the Death Eaters, who are entirely oblivious. The reason is straightforward. Voldemort has never revealed his true name and bears little resemblance to his former self. Many of his earliest followers were genuinely captivated by his charisma, remaining unaware of this truth. Even Voldemort himself only discovered his lineage shortly before graduation, promptly concealing this fact. His actions included the murder of his biological father, Tom Riddle Sr., along with the framing of his deranged uncle, Morphin Gaunt, the last of the Gaunt family, leading to the family's demise in Azkaban. The newer generation of Death Eaters harbored not even a hint of suspicion. As Voldemort amassed a formidable following, growing ever more powerful, he became increasingly secretive about his origins, forbidding any inquiries. Additionally, the arrogance of the purebloods played a role. They assumed that a Slytherin heir, such a potent dark wizard, and a proponent of pure blood ideology, must be of pure blood. Should this revelation reach the wizarding community, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation. Chapter 12. An anticipated ambush. Indeed, Zhang Jin remained at Malfoy Manor, primarily to guard against unforeseen circumstances. The meals were somewhat bland, and since he was not well acquainted with Narcissa, their conversation revolved around Draco, during which Zhang Jin presented her with a potion to prevent magical surges. Malfoy Manor is undeniably beautiful, a quintessential example of Western architecture. However, Zhang Jin had no opportunity to explore, as Narcissa departed with Draco post-meal. Left alone, Zhang Jin settled in the living room, perusing his own magical texts. Gradually, he shifted his gaze from the book. It appears your outcome should be favorable. Indeed, those individuals were already fearful. Upon his mention, they all acquiesced. Yet none dared to be the first to step forward, a mere assembly of cowards. Lucius S. tone retained an air of sophistication, complemented by his somewhat sardonic remarks. He truly embodies the essence of a born aristocrat. This reaction is quite natural, as even Slytherins prioritize self-preservation, a skill inherent to nearly all of them, rendering impulsive Slytherins a rarity. They're accustomed to plotting before acting. Yet, this trait has its drawbacks. Their excessive caution often leads them to miss golden opportunities. I shall need to trouble you once more tomorrow. Severus, I have a meeting arranged with Barty Crouch at the Hogshead Inn. The following morning, the Daily Prophet published a brief statement from Lucius Malfoy, asserting that he had succumbed to the temptations of dark magic and had been ensnared by the soul-sucking curse and the heart-piercing curse, which led him to become a dark wizard. He expressed his intention to renounce the shadows and generously offered a substantial donation of gold galleons for the Ministry of Magic's restoration efforts. The article was relegated to a mere corner of the page, evidently too timid to occupy a more prominent position. While Lucius, often derided for his cowardice, displayed a modicum of bravery, it was clear that this should have been the day's headline. Such is the nature of every Slytherin, a somewhat pathological trait. Caution should not be mistaken for timidity or weakness. Nevertheless, his message was unequivocally clear. Simultaneously, Lucius had conversed with several closely associated families the previous evening and had deliberately leaked information suggesting that he was a victim of persecution by the ministry, acting out of necessity. Even so, he would inevitably face retribution. This was almost a certainty, given the unwavering loyalty of Voldemort's die-hard followers. The fervent admirers of the Dark Lord would surely seek to make Lucius pay for his betrayal, as he was the first to publicly distance himself from Voldemort. As for the revelations concerning Voldemort's lineage, Lucius dared not disclose them, nearly resorting to a memory charm on himself. Should this information come to light, it would exonerate Lucius. It would likely incite relentless, suicidal attacks against him, an unyielding vendetta. The ferocity of fanaticism is well known. No amount of evidence, even if it portrayed Voldemort as hailing from a Muggle family, would sway their beliefs. They would merely perceive it as an affront to the greatness of Voldemort. Thus, Lucius chose to feign ignorance. At present, Lucius strode through the narrow alleys of Hogsmeade accompanied by his two loyal associates, Clark and Goyle, while Zhang Jin trailed at a respectful distance, employing an invisibility charm. Today, Lucius had arranged a meeting with Bartemius Crouch, intending to seize the opportunity to solidify his standing with the Ministry of Magic before the Death Eaters could catch wind of his plans. A single statement could appease the general wizarding populace, while his generous donation might placate the Minister of Magic himself, thus establishing a rapport with Crouch, the second most influential figure within the ministry. Lucius's strategy was indeed astute. However, Zhang Jin harbored doubts about the day's prospects. The likelihood of an ambush loomed large. It was probable that the Death Eaters had received word of Lucius's actions the night prior. One cannot expect pure bloods to maintain confidentiality, especially since Lucius required their assistance in disseminating the news. Additionally, there was Bartemius Crouch, a stern and steadfast wizard, often described as obstinate in modern parlance. It is worth noting that he rose to prominence by daring to oppose Voldemort at the height of the Dark Lord's power. Lacking Dumbledore's formidable might and unable to withstand an attack from the Death Eaters, he risked annihilation at Voldemort's whim. Yet, he remained resolutely defiant, underscoring his obstinacy. Moreover, in the original narrative, he personally imprisoned his son, Barty Crouch Jr., in Azkaban, although he later aided in his escape under duress following his wife's death. However, one must wonder about the character who kept his son confined at home for over a decade. Such a figure can only be deemed extraordinary. Hence, Lucius's hopes of persuading Barty Crouch through intimidation appear exceedingly dim. While Zhang Jin was lost in thought, the trio ahead encountered an assault, as several hidden Death Eaters sprang forth, casting curses upon them. Yet, judging by the various luminous spells, none employed the killing curse. It seemed more of a lesson to be learned. Thus Zhang Jin was not required to intervene at present. In the realm of Harry Potter, magical combat resembles the skirmishes of ADCs in gaming. Fragile beings with high attack but low defense, relying primarily on single-target spells. The efficacy of their strikes hinges on the accuracy of their magic, while defense is predominantly reliant on the shield charm or agility, with higher-level practitioners able to feign spells. In a duel between two, one might showcase dazzling counterspells, effortlessly dismissing an opponent's attack with a flick of the wand, exuding an air of grandeur and authority. Severus Snape in the original narrative particularly favored this technique, especially in encounters with Harry Potter. However, to reveal such a skill amidst a chaotic brawl would be tantamount to courting death, effectively turning oneself into a target. Performing a counterspell necessitates prior knowledge of the adversary's incantation. Surely, if one possesses the time to analyze the opponent's magic, it would be far more prudent to evade the attack altogether. After all, a misjudgment could lead to catastrophic consequences. Zhang Jin initially speculated that the Lestrange couple might make an appearance. Those acquainted with the films likely have vivid memories of the deranged Bellatrix. She embodies madness, malevolence, and distortion, coupled with an extreme adoration for Voldemort. Rumor even suggests she bore him child. Presently, the Bellatrix who has yet to endure the torment of Azkaban retains her allure, perhaps indicating that the Black family's affliction lies solely within their psyche. While their outward appearance flourishes, one cannot help but ponder the thoughts of her husband, Rodolphus Lestrange. Rodolphus is utterly infatuated with Bella, and since their union, they have been inseparable. One wonders how Voldemort managed this dynamic. Surely, he could not have coerced them into submission, or perhaps their reverence for him prompted voluntary servitude. Such darkness is best left unexamined. It is far more prudent to focus on the unfolding drama, and a bucket of popcorn would enhance the experience further. Chapter 13, The Stubborn Crouch. The battles on both sides began to shift. Lucius remained formidable, resulting in the ambushers being unexpectedly subdued. Ultimately, the encounter concluded inconclusively, trailing off rather abruptly. As the adversaries refrained from employing the killing curse, Lucius had no compelling reason to detain them. The group swiftly entered the Hogshead Inn, with Zhang Jin trailing behind, still cloaked in invisibility. Caution remained a necessity. In this regard, Zhang Jin exhibited some Slytherin traits of prudence. This is by no means a sign of cowardice. The Hogshead Inn bore little difference from how it would appear years later, with its dilapidated wooden sign hanging from an equally decrepit iron frame, depicting a severed pig's head still stained with blood. The bar was small and dimly lit, exuding a pungent odor reminiscent of sheep. Thick layers of grime coated the windows, rendering the interior completely invisible from the outside. Zhang Jin, accustomed to the nuances of modern life, found the stench unbearable and deemed it prudent to refresh the air. Inside the establishment, only a few crude wooden tables adorned with flickering candle stubs could be seen, while the floor appeared to be layered with centuries of filth, obscuring its original material. Before entering, Lucius and his companions had wrapped themselves tightly, concealing their identities. Lucius even hid his cherished wand. This bar was a veritable melting pot of society's misfits, bustling with patrons despite the ominous atmosphere outside, which only heightened its allure. The proprietor, an eccentric old man, was none other than Aberforth Dumbledore, the brother of the illustrious Albus Dumbledore. Against the bar's wall hung a portrait of Ariana Dumbledore, their sister, whose tragic fate had been a source of discord among Albus, Grindelwald, and Aberforth. Upon entering, Zhang Jin found himself standing before this very painting, feeling the confines of the bar pressing in on him, making it nearly impossible to remain inconspicuous. Yet, he was no longer the Severus of a year past. Now, he exuded confidence in his ability to remain undetected by Aberforth, a formidable figure in his own right. With a surge in magical prowess and a keen sense of awareness, he was far from the unguarded Severus of old, who had been easily ensnared. It was worth noting that the magical world had progressed at a disconcertingly slow pace. Decades had passed with little change. In stark contrast, the Muggle world of the 20th century evolved at an astonishing rate, transforming daily in ways that could only be described as revolutionary. Yet, even decades later, as Harry Potter's son began his education, the magical realm remained stagnant, mired in its antiquated ways. Originally, the secrecy surrounding magic was intended to shield the magical community from Muggle scrutiny, but now, the magical world lagged significantly behind, even as its denizens maintained a sense of superiority. The irony lay in the fact that while Muggles could not wield magical tools, wizards had become increasingly inept in utilizing Muggle inventions. This peculiar divergence suggested an inevitable decline of magic, potentially leading to its eventual disappearance. Nevertheless, Zhang Jin had yet to entertain thoughts of reforming the magical world. That burden was best left for Dumbledore to grapple with. The increasing enrollment of Muggle students at Hogwarts was indicative not only of the magical community's decay, but also of Dumbledore's intent to integrate Muggle ideologies. For now, however, the pressing concern was to address the aftermath of Voldemort's demise. Lucius had already made contact with Barty Crouch, and Zhang Jin pondered how two such tightly wrapped figures could recognize one another. At this point, Crouch had dispatched Sirius Black to Azkaban, a headline that had graced the Daily Prophet earlier that morning. Barty Crouch, ever headstrong, had taken matters into his own hands, much to the surprise of those who believed the Minister of Magic had bypassed him to impose the sentence. As the Director of Law Enforcement, how could one so blatantly disregard the law and circumvent justice? It is akin to a presiding judge privately rendering a verdict without adherence to legal principles. Curiously, the wizards seemed to embrace this notion, perceiving him as a staunch adversary of evil, unwilling to await even a collective judgment, which could have taken merely a month. This has inexplicably enhanced Bartemius Crouch's reputation, now surpassing that of the Minister of Magic. In contemporary terms, it is akin to one slapping their own face. Yet there are indeed those who applaud this audacity, even leading to promotions and wealth. This phenomenon is beyond mere astonishment. Consequently, Lucius's chances of persuading Bartemius Crouch have diminished significantly. The two conversed in hushed tones, too distant for anyone to overhear, and they employed concealment charms with such caution that not even a flicker of expression was betrayed. Zhang Jin, left with no choice, redirected his attention to the oil painting before him, which in the original narrative concealed a secret passage to Hogwarts, leading directly to the Room of Requirement. Just as Zhang Jin prepared to delve deeper into his study, Lucius's discussion concluded swiftly, likely due to a lack of common ground. Shortly thereafter, the group departed from the tavern, and Zhang Jin resolved to confront the obstinate Bartemius Crouch, hoping to glean some insights. Trailing closely behind Crouch, as they rounded a corner, a flash of petrification magic surged forth. Indeed, it was Bartemius Crouch, the very target of Zhang Jin's pursuit, who had struck first. Zhang Jin swiftly donned two protective enchantments and concealed himself behind a wall, refraining from retaliating. "Mr. Crouch, I harbor no ill intentions. Might you consider pausing?" Zhang Jin cautiously maneuvered from one side of the alley to the other, seeking to assess Crouch's circumstances. Caution was warranted. It was improbable that Crouch alone had detected Zhang Jin, suggesting he was not unaccompanied, or perhaps his companions were not human. Crouch was engaged in questioning a house elf, presumably the one known as Winky from the Crouch household. The little elf blinked its large eyes, appearing quite distressed. "Winky is truly inept, master. That person is formidable, and Winky's magic cannot penetrate his protective charm," it lamented, repeatedly banging its head against the wall. At this juncture, Zhang Jin's voice resounded once more. "Mr. Crouch, I greatly admire your courage in confronting Death Eaters. I hope you do not misconstrue my intentions. Furthermore, Mr. Crouch, you currently stand at the zenith of your reputation, with many asserting that you could succeed the current minister. I implore you to consider the future of the magical community and not allow your child to impede progress." In response, several spells were cast, some of which clearly deviated from standard incantations, likely the magic of house elves. While house elf magic is indeed remarkable, evading many wizarding spells, Its power level is far too low to inflict harm. Surely, you must also consider your wife. Zhang Jin continued, refraining from counterattacking. After a brief interval, Crouch departed, presumably aided once more by the magic of the house elf, leaving behind scarcely perceptible traces of magical energy. The headstrong individual possesses a modicum of safety awareness. As long as he is not recklessly impulsive or devoid of intellect, it suggests that Crouch may indeed assist Lucius. However, it remains uncertain whether he will confine young Barty again, especially with Crouch's wife still alive. Given her fondness for young Barty, it is likely that she would merely ensure he is supervised by the house elf. It appears necessary to enlist a small elf for further examination, and Dobby seems quite suitable for the task. Experimenting with the magic of house elves is not akin to dissection. Lucius should be amenable to such an endeavor. Chapter 14. The making of a savior. In the ensuing days, the wizarding world remained in a state of turmoil, a disquiet that began to affect ordinary witches and wizards. Previously, during Voldemort's reign, while assaults on wizards were not uncommon, the primary targets were those opposing him. Thus, people refrained from uttering Voldemort's name, opting instead for the moniker the Dark Lord. Most wizards felt relatively secure during that time. Now, however, the situation has drastically changed. With Voldemort's fate uncertain and the Death Eaters disorganized, those with evident violent tendencies or twisted personalities began to launch widespread attacks on ordinary wizards. Any wizard who dared to discuss Voldemort's demise found themselves subjected to frenzied assaults. In fact, in recent days, the number of ordinary wizards and muggles who perished at the hands of Death Eaters has surpassed that of the previous year. This seemingly chaotic violence has only intensified the fear among ordinary wizards, enveloping the entire magical community in an atmosphere of terror. No one knows if they will be the next victim. The sporadic attacks by dark wizards have kept the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic in a perpetual state of alert, leading to an increase in the capture of dark wizards. Paradoxically, this has only heightened the panic among ordinary wizards, despite the numerous captures. There is no sign that the assaults are diminishing. Could it be that Voldemort intends to seize power by force? The attacks on wizards who merely discussed Voldemort, resulting in injury or even death, have fueled wild speculations. The greatest fear is that Voldemort has commenced a purge of the magical community with his pure-blood followers, targeting any muggle and squib for execution, and even half-blood wizards who have not aligned with them may also meet a grim fate. Within a mere week, the magical realm seemed to be teetering on the brink of apocalypse. Particularly following the arrest of the Lestranges, this panic escalated exponentially. The two staunch Death Eaters had refrained from troubling Lucius for a reason. Their priority was to ascertain the situation. Indeed, the Death Eaters remain unaware of the specifics of recent events. When Voldemort sought to eliminate the Potter family, he certainly did not inform his followers. Likely, only the informant Peter Pettigrew and Severus Snape, now known as Zhang Jin, were privy to this information. It seems Voldemort approached the task with a casual demeanor, akin to a mere trip to the restroom, never anticipating the downfall that would ensue. After the demise of Voldemort, Peter Pettigrew, naturally apprehensive, refrained from contacting anyone. The following day, he feigned his own death, inadvertently causing an explosion that claimed the lives of several muggles and ensnared Sirius Black in a web of deceit. This incident ignited a series of attacks within the wizarding community, heralding the onset of an atmosphere rife with terror. Severus, operating as a spy, maintained little connection with the other Death Eaters, and Zhang Jin had no intention of reaching out to them. Consequently, a week elapsed during which most Death Eaters remained oblivious to the unfolding events. The rumors circulating in the Ministry of Magic regarding Voldemort's death and the purported defeat by a boy scarcely 2 years old only intensified their fears. The sudden dimming of the Dark Mark further exacerbated the panic among the Death Eaters, leading them to unleash indiscriminate acts of violence against innocent civilians as a means of venting their inner turmoil. Their release of the Dark Mark was a desperate plea for Voldemort to reveal himself and affirm his existence. Failing to achieve this, their madness only escalated, becoming the principal source of terror within the wizarding world. Meanwhile, the core of the Death Eaters, the Lestranges, and their allies, were preoccupied with uncovering the truth and paid little heed to Lucius. They held steadfast in their belief that Voldemort remained alive, and after their attempts to summon him through the Dark Mark proved futile, they resorted to attacking the Longbottoms in a misguided effort to extract the truth. However, the Longbottoms were utterly unaware of the circumstances, having merely fallen victim to the chaos. Ultimately, the Longbottoms were subjected to relentless torment by the increasingly deranged Lestranges, and had it not been for the timely arrival of the Aurors, they might not have survived. Henceforth, they could only languish in St. Mungo's hospital for magical maladies and injuries. It is said that upon witnessing her son and daughter-in-law's plight, Mrs. Longbottom fainted, while their son, Neville, experienced an uncontrollable surge of magic, ultimately having to disperse his volatile powers, leaving the potential for his magical awakening uncertain, known only to Merlin. The Lestranges and several other Death Eaters were subsequently apprehended and, alongside the Longbottoms, became the headline of the next edition of the Daily Prophet. This headline reignited the panic among wizards. The public's attention shifted from the Ministry's capture of a few dark wizards to the alarming reality that even a pureblood family like the Longbottoms had been attacked, with the couple subjected to the Cruciatus Curse until madness ensued. Moreover, when wizards recognized that the assailants were also purebloods, the Lestrange brothers and Bellatrix from the Black family, they became increasingly convinced that pureblood wizards were intent on eradicating muggles and half-bloods. Amidst this atmosphere of dread, the Ministry was compelled to announce Voldemort's death prematurely. Subsequently, Harry Potter, this boy of less than 2 years, was bestowed with the title of the Savior for having vanquished Voldemort. In the days that followed, reports about the Savior Harry Potter dominated not only the Daily Prophet but also various other publications, large and small. Speculations regarding how the Savior will vanquish the Dark Lord vary widely among the populace. Some reasonably assert that the Potter family possesses legendary, arcane magic, while others, in less credible fashion, even suggest that Harry Potter is the reincarnation of Merlin. There are those who conjecture that Harry Potter merely had to glare at the Dark Lord for him to perish. Meanwhile, concerning the sporadic attacks that continue to occur, aside from the Ministry of Magic, no one seems to pay any heed. It is as if the previous panic and dread have been swiftly forgotten. After a duration exceeding 1 month, the majority of the masterminds behind these attacks were apprehended, with some Death Eaters escaping by jumping into the water, while others lurked in the shadows, biding their time to cause further chaos, and yet a portion remains unaccounted for. The fervent discourse surrounding the Savior, Harry Potter, persisted for an entire month. Citizens incessantly speculated and corresponded with the Ministry of Magic and Dumbledore, yearning for a glimpse of their intact Savior and desperate for a reasonable explanation. By this time, the name of Harry Potter had become universally recognized. Even prayers had transformed into expressions of gratitude toward Harry rather than Merlin. Even the youngest children, just beginning to speak, were urged by their parents to utter the name of the Savior, Harry Potter. Ultimately, it was under Dumbledore's intervention that the matter found resolution. Dumbledore proclaimed that aside from the lightning-shaped scar upon Harry's forehead, he was otherwise unharmed and currently receiving excellent care in the home of his sole legal guardian. Consequently, the populace found satisfaction, and calm returned, though reports regarding the Savior occasionally surfaced. Harry Potter had become the Savior. Whether this was due to vanquishing Voldemort or dispersing the panic within the wizarding community remains a mystery. Wizards resumed their lives, simply remembering to express gratitude toward the Savior, Potter, while all else faded into insignificance. Chapter 15. The art of potion brewing. In recent days, Zhang had remained ensconced within the room of requirement, emerging not even for meals, which were solely managed by the house elves of the school kitchen. Initially, Zhang sought merely to experiment, but to his surprise, the house elves indeed could enter the room of requirement. Their familiarity with Hogwarts likely surpassed that of the average faculty member, though it remains uncertain how they compare to Dumbledore. Of course, Zhang did not remain idle. He finally began to delve into potion making, a subject he had previously been unable to study thoroughly for various reasons. Over the past few days, he first crafted some simple potions according to the textbook, followed by reworking them utilizing Severus's improved methods. Zhang hoped to uncover certain principles inherent in the potion-making process. In the wizarding realm, spells had already developed a rudimentary system, encompassing incantations, methods of casting, and, most importantly, the fundamental principles of spell work. Thus, many students at Hogwarts had invented spells, though most were minor charms or pranks. The most renowned was the reverse jinx, created by Severus, which spread throughout the school in a remarkably short time, becoming the most popular of all jinxes. Another notable spell, also devised by Severus, was Shadowless Blade, a high-level offensive incantation capable of bestowing upon its target the effect of being beset by swords. The invention of spells is not a particularly arduous endeavor. Even advanced new spells can emerge sporadically every few years. By the time one reaches higher grades, even minor or simple spells can be cast silently, and exceptional students are capable of performing certain spells wandlessly. For instance, a waitress at the Leaky Cauldron adeptly employs wandless magic to arrange chairs, suggesting that she has recently graduated. However, the innovation and creation of potions remain a formidable challenge. Even a genius like Severus Snape can only refine the methods of potion preparation. If we consider the spells that have ever existed in the magical realm, there should be over 100,000, whereas potions number only in the hundreds, most of which are poisons and their antidotes. The subject of potions has consistently been regarded as the most challenging magical course at Hogwarts, without exception, and among all foundational courses. It is the only one devoid of any theoretical basis. The few principles that exist are merely summaries of empirical observations, often lacking definitive accuracy. For example, the only law mentioned in the original work, Guberlot's third law, states that the components of an antidote for mixed poisons must be greater than or equal to the sum of the antidotes for each individual poison. This is due to the necessity of adding additives to facilitate the blending of different potion ingredients. Thus, the greater the number of components in a mixture, the more additives are required, resulting in an increased quantity of potion materials. However, this law was soon disregarded when Ron Weasley mistakenly ingested poison. And due to the urgency of the situation, a targeted antidote could not be prepared. Instead, Harry Potter resolved the issue with a single dung bomb, rendering all laws and principles obsolete. This bears a resemblance to the evolution of traditional Chinese medicine, where initially an excess of medicinal ingredients necessitated the addition of specific components to neutralize certain side effects. Over time, it was discovered that some ingredients could counteract each other's adverse effects, leading to an ongoing uncertainty regarding the appropriate quantities and varieties of ingredients. The art of potion making in the magical world has remained reliant on experiential accumulation, akin to what we recognize as alchemy today. Wizards, including master potion makers, understand which potion ingredients can be combined through particular methods to yield potions with specific effects, yet the underlying reasons remain unknown. In this regard, the development of potions lags behind that of ancient Chinese medicine, which had already established the medicinal properties, dosages, and methods of preparation prior to the Tang dynasty. In contrast, potion making has yet to transcend the exploration of ingredient combinations, with research into the properties of these materials stagnating. The absence of a scientific framework akin to chemistry is particularly intolerable for Zhang Jin, who has studied chemistry and experienced a systematic scientific education in her previous life. Zhang Jin's greatest aspiration upon entering the magical world is to uncover the essence of magic, ideally establishing a comprehensive theoretical framework for it. Potions serve as the most suitable subject for such research. The wonder of potions is so profound that even many wizards find it astonishing. The most telling example being that only those endowed with magical power can concoct potions, while muggles and squibs, who lack the ability to cast spells, are incapable of brewing even the simplest elixir for treating scabies. This is the fundamental principle of the magical realm. Only magic can conjure magic. Yet, the essence of magic remains an enigma to all. Consider, for instance, why those devoid of magical prowess cannot concoct potions. Many straightforward elixirs merely require the methodical handling of ingredients, added in a precise sequence. What transpires during this process? Zhang Jin designed several simple experiments. Experiment 1. Throughout the entire procedure, he isolated his own magical energy and donned gloves that suppress magic. Experiment 2. He restricted his magical energy while processing the potion ingredients, removing the gloves during the brewing phase to operate normally. Experiment 3. He conducted the handling of the ingredients normally, but during the brewing, he donned the gloves to suppress his magic. The results were promising. Although all 3 experiments successfully yielded potions, the potion from experiment 1 exhibited noticeably inferior quality. This indicates that wizards, imbued with magical energy, inadvertently release it, sufficient to concoct those simple potions. It also underscores the necessity of a wizard's magical guidance in the potion-making process. But how is this guidance manifested? At this juncture, Zhang Jin undertook a series of additional experiments. First, while preparing a potion for scabies, he envisioned it as a luck potion, resulting in diminished efficacy. Then, while concocting the same potion, he imbued the process with a strong desire for failure, which predictably led to his downfall. Lastly, he infused the preparation with a fervent hope for success and an enhancement of the potion's effects, yielding a notably superior elixir. Thus, the success of potion-making hinges not only on the ingredients and the methodology, but primarily on the wizard's intent. Is there a distinction between powerful and less potent wizards in potion crafting? Certainly, just as initially observed. Even when Zhang Jin completely suppressed his magical energy and utilized suppressive gloves, he was still able to produce a simple potion for scabies. However, a first-year novice wizard would likely not achieve the same success. Likewise, as potion complexity increases, it necessitates a greater reservoir of magical energy for more intricate and robust guidance. This elucidates why the preparation of advanced potions entails exceedingly complex procedures, likely to facilitate more meticulous magical guidance. The more delicate the operation, the deeper the investment of willpower required, and the more effectively the infused magic can manifest the desired properties of the potion. The wizard's inherent magic merges under the direction of intent with the intrinsic magic of the potion ingredients, culminating in the elixir itself. Thus, potions are a true reflection of a wizard's will. This is profoundly magical, akin to incantations, where methodical practice may yield success. Yet a clear understanding of the desired outcome is undeniably more crucial. Much like Hermione Granger and Luna Lovegood, Hermione's rigid adherence to protocol sometimes pales in comparison to Luna's whimsical creativity. Thus, Hermione can only master the spells found in textbooks, while Luna possesses the ability to innovate and develop new incantations. Chapter 16. What is magic? Potions require the guidance of a wizard's magical power to be completed. So what exactly is this magical essence? Only magic can create magic, and the foundation of magic is this very power. Yet, no wizard seems to comprehend what magical power truly is or where it originates. For those in the magical realm, they have long taken magic and magic power for granted. Much like ordinary people never ponder the origins of air. This is why they disdain muggles and even resist the insults directed at squibs. Wizards have been practicing and wielding magic since they first acquired it, yet they seldom contemplate its origins. Perhaps they have considered it. Pureblood families have long believed that only by maintaining pure blood can more powerful wizards be born, thereby ensuring the continuation of magic. They assert that magic is birthed from bloodlines. However, this notion is evidently flawed, as wizards from Muggle backgrounds are by no means a rarity, which cannot simply be explained by the dispersal of a wizarding bloodline. When we consider the influence of mental will on spells and potion making, we can boldly hypothesize that magical power arises from the mind or the soul. Magic, in essence, is a phenomenon where will intervenes in reality. Wizards with formidable mental fortitude possess a stronger will, thus exerting a more profound influence on the world around them. Conversely, those with weaker minds find themselves unable to affect reality and, consequently, unable to cast spells. Therefore, the release of spells and the crafting of potions necessitate the guidance of mental will. Moreover, it is evident that there exists a threshold for mental strength. Those who surpass this boundary can wield magic, while those who fall below it are either muggles or squibs. In Zhang Jin's perspective, magical power resembles light, the mind akin to a candle that produces this light, and the physical body is like the lampshade enveloping the candle. Wizards employing magic are akin to utilizing the light that filters through the lampshade to influence the external world. Thus, the mind determines the capacity to generate magical power and wield magic. Every individual possesses a soul and mental will, which is why legends speak of utilizing the sacrifice of ordinary individuals or the consumption of muggles to enhance magical potency. However, the mental will of ordinary people is too feeble to penetrate the lampshade, rendering them incapable of casting spells. This mirrors the depiction of spirit and body in online fiction. The body protects the mind and confines it within. Only those with robust mental strength can allow their spirit to transcend their physical form, thereby manifesting magic. Only by allowing the spirit to escape the corporeal confines can one perceive magic, much like how only magic can truly interact with magic. All of this is predicated on the premise that the mind surpasses a certain threshold, enabling it to influence the external world. Thus, the enhancement of magical power fundamentally relies on the growth of the body alongside the maturation of the soul and mind. This entails strengthening the inner mental capacity, while the quality of the physical form is challenging to alter. Consequently, it is rare in the magical realm for individuals to experience significant surges in magical power after reaching adulthood. Take Voldemort, for instance. He could only stimulate his own soul through fragmentation to achieve an increase in magical power, akin to dividing a wick into several strands, resulting in an enhanced luminosity. The wand is believed to amplify the influence of the mind, akin to opening a conduit within the body that allows the spirit to traverse directly into the external world. Furthermore, it is posited to enhance the will, rendering the manifestation of reality more robust and in alignment with the wizard's intent. Consequently, it can be inferred that the crafting of a wand typically encompasses two essential components, a wooden shaft and a core imbued with magical properties. The shaft's primary role is to establish the channel within the body, while the core is selected from materials that resonate with the wizard's mental will to amplify it. Thus, the selection of a wizard by the wand is not indicative of the wand's sentience, but rather a harmonious alignment of wills. This explains why certain spells require specific emotions or unwavering determination for their execution, as seen in Luna's ability to wield magic through sheer imagination, and why fluctuations in emotion may render some spells ineffective. Additionally, a resolute will can significantly enhance the potency of magic. This elucidates why the magical community prohibits dark magic. Contrary to the belief that power is devoid of moral distinction, the invocation of dark magic often necessitates malevolent thoughts. For instance, the Killing Curse demands a steadfast intention to slay, while the Cruciatus Curse requires a twisted desire to inflict torment. Thus, prolonged practice of dark magic inevitably leads the soul's will into darkness. Conversely, a soul devoid of darkness cannot proficiently wield dark magic. What purpose would it serve to learn otherwise? This also clarifies why Dumbledore refrained from using the Killing Curse against Voldemort. Many speculate that he could have slain him had he chosen to cast it, yet he abstained. Perhaps it was due to Dumbledore's fear of succumbing to darkness and becoming another Dark Lord, as his youthful experiences made him more susceptible to such temptations. Trust me, Dumbledore's thoughts in his youth were quite akin to those of Gellert Grindelwald, whose intentions are well known. Returning to the discourse on magical power, does lineage influence it? Undoubtedly, it does. The physical form serves as a lampshade, and the greater the transparency of the lampshade, the better the light transmission. Ancient wizards possessed a more refined material for their lampshades. They could even perform magic without wands. In contrast, modern wizards exhibit increasingly diluted bloodlines, akin to increasingly opaque lampshades. However, the challenge of enhancing one's lineage is considerable, predetermined at birth and difficult to alter thereafter. Ancient wizards likely enhanced themselves by integrating the bloodlines of magical creatures, which is why many wizarding families boast certain ancestries, such as Slytherin's connection to the Feathered Serpent and the Dumbledore family's rumored Phoenix lineage. Nevertheless, discussing the methods of bloodline integration aside, the current magical realm possesses few bloodlines superior to those of wizards, and most existing magical creatures also exhibit diluted bloodlines. Thus, purebloods' attempts to preserve their lineage through consanguineous marriages are evidently inadvisable. They do not enhance the material of the lampshade to render it more transparent. Rather, they shatter the lampshade, creating more fissures that allow greater light to permeate, thereby acquiring a more potent magic. This approach is evidently fraught with peril, the most apparent being a diminished protection of the soul, rendering it more susceptible to temptation and prone to descent into darkness. Likewise, it renders one's own will more easily distorted, which is why many pure-blood wizards practicing dark magic have succumbed to becoming Death Eaters. Furthermore, we might venture a deeper speculation. Magical creatures possess the ability to release magic or inherently possess it, and wizards can utilize those magical materials to brew potions. In other words, as the spirit transcends the corporeal, the body retains, to some extent, a residue of spirit, thus possessing magical properties. This accounts for the varying characteristics of magical materials derived from different magical beings or plants. This notion is corroborated in the selection of wands for wizards. Wands crafted from diverse materials or cores from different magical creatures are suited to various wizards. Moreover, the entire magical realm, or perhaps the world itself, could be perceived as a composite of wills. It may not possess a singular independent will, much like the conjectured Gaia or Aleia. However, throughout countless epochs from antiquity to the present, innumerable powerful wizards have emerged, and countless wizards have unleashed magic upon this world. These wizards, along with magical creatures, whether in life or death, continuously infiltrate this world with their spiritual wills, leaving behind a residue of their essence. What a colossal entity of will that must be. Thus, the formation of something akin to a planetary consciousness is not entirely surprising. Of course, the likelihood of this is exceedingly slim. The combination of countless disparate wills coalescing into a unified will is almost an impossibility. Furthermore, the spells cast by wizards, aside from enhancing their own will, should also serve to communicate with external wills, allowing their own will to collaborate with external forces to manifest magic in the tangible world. Therefore, the concept of magical power is fundamentally non-existent. There's always been only spirit and will. There are no elemental forces such as earth, wind, water, or fire. This world is merely one where spirit transcends corporeal limitations, perhaps evolving into such a state since the emergence of the first individual to break free of physical constraints. In the original world, such beings did not exist. Chapter 17. Could it be a form of cultivation? Reflecting on this, could cultivation also be a possibility? If the inner spirit is indeed the primordial spirit, then cultivation is essentially the process of absorbing external, wandering spiritual wills to augment one's own. The emergence of inner demons might stem from the influence of these absorbed, errant spiritual forces. As these wills grow stronger, they impact one's own will, thus being labeled as inner demons. The process of overcoming these inner demons is, in essence, the removal or refinement of these external wills. This world seems somewhat askew. Is this still the realm of Harry Potter? If this is the case, perhaps future generations may witness the emergence of similar supernatural collectives. As long as humanity endures, the spiritual essence that arises from death will continue to multiply. Ultimately, if there exists but a single individual whose spirit is sufficiently potent to transcend the confines of the corporeal realm, it would be akin to unlocking Pandora's box, enabling the proliferation of this power, among others. Perhaps the ancient myths hold a kernel of truth, suggesting the existence of deities or celestial beings. This notion might also elucidate why ascetic practices necessitate a retreat from the mundane world. Evidently, the spiritual energies within it are more chaotic, requiring extensive refinement, and could potentially give rise to more formidable inner demons. In contrast, the spiritual forces found in the wilderness, after enduring the passage of time, would possess a lesser degree of will, making them more amenable to absorption and transformation. The question of success remains open to further exploration. One can only hope that it does not lead to the creation of some form of meditation or cultivation technique. Zhang Jin desires merely an ordinary magical realm. Shaking his head vigorously, he sought to dispel these thoughts. The pursuit of cultivation seemed too distant. Nonetheless, seeking to enhance his own strength was undeniably essential. The notion of achieving victory with a single decisive strike was undeniably appealing. Should his opponent manage a difficult comeback, he risked becoming the antagonist, a fate that could certainly be avoided, as the downfall of villains often stems from their excessive verbosity. To bolster his power, the most effective approach would naturally involve the enhancement of his own spiritual energy, either by increasing its quantity or improving its quality. The quantity had already been gradually augmented through the fusion of souls, and it was unlikely that he could merge with any other soul. The amalgamation with Severus was purely serendipitous and could not be replicated. Soul fragmentation is not an uncommon phenomenon in the annals of magical history. It likely represents a failed method employed by ancient wizards in their quest to amplify their magical prowess. This technique was eventually abandoned due to its propensity to erode one's sanity, until Voldemort resurrected it to cleave his own soul. Conversely, soul fusion had never been documented throughout history. Another avenue would involve absorbing external spiritual energies, though this approach carries significant drawbacks. Primarily, one must be capable of perceiving those errant spiritual forces, a skill that Zhang Jin has yet to fully master. It is probable that he would need to attain a level akin to Dumbledore or Voldemort to achieve such sensitivity. Therefore, despite both Dumbledore and Voldemort not directly absorbing these wandering spiritual energies, they still harness them within certain spells, resulting in a marked superiority in the potency of their magic compared to lesser wizards. The challenge of absorbing such forces to enhance oneself is likely formidable. One must possess a clear understanding of the underlying will. Additionally, elevating his bloodline presents another avenue for improvement. That vial of unknown golden blood seems promising, indicating a necessity to delve into further research. Lastly, the matter of combat skills arises. Zhang Jin, throughout his previous 2 decades of existence, had always been the obedient child, the darling in his parents' eyes, the exemplary student in his teacher's view, and the envy of his peers as the model child. Thus, it is no surprise that he had never engaged in a fight, let alone true combat. As for Severus, he can indeed be regarded as an individual of considerable experience. During his time at Hogwarts, he frequently engaged in battles against the infamous Marauders, as well as facing various curses from his own housemates. Thus, he possesses a wealth of knowledge in countering ambushes and retaliatory strikes. Despite his seemingly frail appearance, Severus is not lacking in either reflexes or stamina, as evidenced by James Potter's reluctance to confront him alone. Among his peers, Severus stands out as the most exceptional student, especially in a year where he is only second to the Chosen One. However, he does have his shortcomings. Severus has never encountered urgent or large-scale combat scenarios. The most he has experienced within the confines of the school are mere exchanges of curses, devoid of any truly formidable spells, let alone the unforgivable curses. Therefore, practical combat training is essential. One can never be too prepared, especially if faced with Voldemort in the future. Moreover, the most pressing concern is his wand. Recently, Zhang Jin has sensed an unfamiliar stiffness in his wand, a sensation that Severus never experienced. Given the changes to his soul, it is apparent that he requires a new wand, one that can harmonize with the amalgamated essence of his being. Considering the rate of memory retrieval during the fusion process, it seems that by the time the next semester begins, he will be in urgent need of a new wand. Acquiring a new wand is not a simple task. The Ministry of Magic imposes stringent regulations on wand ownership, akin to the issuance of an identity card. One cannot merely purchase a wand at will. Even if he were to report his wand lost and seek a replacement, he would struggle to explain the discrepancies between the new wand and the original. Unlike Ron, who wields a family heirloom, or Hagrid, whose wand has been previously broken, Zhang Jin's situation is unique. Even Dumbledore would find it challenging to attest to the necessity of a new wand based solely on emotional shifts. Furthermore, a wand obtained through theft or on the black market would likely not surpass the efficacy of Severus's original wand. Thus, the only viable solution is to craft a wand himself. Immersing himself in the art of wand making and sourcing the appropriate materials to forge a wand that belongs solely to him. Severus's original wand is made from birch, a wood traditionally used for banishing malevolent spirits and souls, imbued with a sense of sanctity and beauty. The wand measures 13.5 inches, approximately 33.7 centimeters, and while the core is not specified in the original text, many speculate that it is a phoenix feather. In truth, however, Severus's wand contains a core made from unicorn tail hair, which prevented him from entirely succumbing to dark magic. Simultaneously, the wand exhibits unwavering loyalty to its master, reflecting a profound compatibility with Severus. Consequently, when Severus underwent transformation, the wand became somewhat ill-suited for him. Although Severus has now become Zhang Jin, he is no longer the same as the original Severus. The wand still functions for him because of Severus's lingering presence. Yet there are moments when it becomes difficult to wield. When the souls of the two become entirely fused, neither Severus nor Zhang Jin will remain. At that point, the utility of the wand will be uncertain. Even if it remains functional, it may no longer be the most suitable choice. A change of wand is imperative. Chapter 18, Dumbledore's Little Hobby. After Zhang Jin was able to concoct most of the basic potions and some intermediate ones, his research into potions finally reached a halt. The improvement of potions and other studies is not something that can be accomplished overnight. Zhang Jin intends to undertake more meticulous research once he formally begins teaching at Hogwarts. This is primarily due to the limitations of potion materials and time constraints, as high-grade materials are scarce, and the preparation requires considerable time. In the ensuing period, he needs to consult literature to explore books related to the soul, examining the fusion of souls and the relationship between the soul and magic, in hopes of discovering any hidden treasures left by predecessors waiting to be developed. Furthermore, he must await the trial by the Ministry of Magic. Zhang Jin has no intention of leaving Hogwarts until the Ministry's judicial proceedings are concluded. Being apprehended by Aurors as a Death Eater would be an unjust misfortune, albeit perhaps not entirely unwarranted. The greatest fear lies in being subjected to the killing curse. The Aurors have received authorization from Ministry and have already exercised the curse against several malevolent wizards with reckless abandon. Consequently, any matters requiring his departure will be postponed until after the trial, including the procurement of potion materials and the previously mentioned combat practice. It is best to avoid such perilous confrontations for now. This is by no means cowardice. It is the prudent caution of a Slytherin. Severus, I hear you are searching for books on the subject of the soul. After Severus had roamed the restricted section for 2 days, Dumbledore finally approached him. Indeed, he has recently taken a keen interest in this area, and thus wished to ascertain whether Zhang Jin had been unable to locate any books on the soul, likely hidden away by the very Dumbledore who now stood before him. Dumbledore squinted. Did you find any? There seemed to be an underlying amusement in his tone. Zhang Jin maintained his composure outwardly, though internally he scoffed. If you hadn't hidden them, I would not be unable to find them. However, he merely replied that he had not yet found anything, as the restricted section housed an overwhelming number of books. Dumbledore might as well have stated, "The books you seek are with me." It is worth noting that Dumbledore's appearance was a result of Zhang Jin's intentional exposure. The absence of soul-related texts in the restricted section was undoubtedly due to Dumbledore's influence. Thus, Zhang Jin sought to test whether Dumbledore would be willing to lend him the books. In fact, Dumbledore was likely also probing Zhang Jin's motives for borrowing. Dumbledore had concealed all books pertaining to the soul out of fear of encountering another student akin to Tom Riddle. Most texts on the subject of the soul are sinister tomes of dark magic, easily leading the weak-willed into the shadows. Zhang Jin's pursuit of such literature, in Dumbledore's eyes, must be motivated by transformation of the soul, for soul fragmentation is no trivial matter, thus providing Zhang Jin with a legitimate reason to seek the texts. Nonetheless, Dumbledore remained apprehensive. Severus had once succumbed to the allure of dark magic, and whether he might transform into another Dark Lord remained uncertain. Although Dumbledore was willing to place his trust in him, the necessary trials could not be overlooked. Zhang Jin harbored a strong aversion to such tests. Whether in his own right or as Severus, he felt a disturbance within his soul and intended to speak candidly, though certainly with some omissions. For one who divulged everything would be a fool. Could you come to my office for a discussion? Those books are with me. Dumbledore appeared somewhat uneasy, and the ensuing interaction would likely involve further scrutiny and mental probing. As you know, Severus, there are always students who fail to grasp the profound dangers posed by dark magic. Dumbledore's words were laden with implication, yet Zhang Jin chose to disregard them, simply trailing behind Dumbledore. By this time, classes had concluded, and students greeted Dumbledore with enthusiasm, many casting curious glances at Zhang Jin, who noted that Dumbledore had no intention of introducing him. Unfazed by the scrutinizing gazes, Zhang Jin recognized that among the students present, there were none he knew well, rendering them insignificant in this moment. Dumbledore's office remained unchanged, the Phoenix conspicuously absent, likely delivering messages for Dumbledore. Zhang Jin could afford to ignore the outside world, but Dumbledore certainly could not. Declining Dumbledore's sugary offerings, Zhang Jin stated plainly, "Since that day, I have sensed something amiss. In the initial days, I was unable even to conjure a Patronus, and I have yet to fully recover." His tone was merely declarative, devoid of requests for assistance or entreaties. Zhang Jin was acutely aware of this aspect. To Severus, the sole priority was protecting Harry, while his own life was secondary. Thus, he felt no need to temper his words around Dumbledore. In fact, Zhang Jin was increasingly inclined to reveal Severus' later acerbic wit, as there was an abundance of grievances that demanded expression. In the original narrative, Dumbledore had considered many facets, yet he had scarcely contemplated Severus's feelings. At this moment, Dumbledore poured himself a cup of what appeared to be black tea, then began adding sugar, 1 spoon, 2 spoons, 3 spoons. "Perhaps you should simply pour it directly into your mouth, Dumbledore, or consider removing your defective tongue," Zhang Jin interjected, embodying Severus in that instant. The portraits around them stirred from slumber, their laughter echoing lightly. Dumbledore, slightly embarrassed, raised his hand and reluctantly set down the spoon. "You must forgive an old man his fondness for sweets, Severus. Pomfrey always forbids me from indulging," he explained, referring to their matron, who also hailed from Slytherin. As Zhang Jin would certainly know. "Very well, Dumbledore, you ought to hand over the books I require, and allow me to escape this infernal honeypot." Zhang Jin's fervor grew as he spoke, and he found a certain exhilaration in chastising the esteemed wizard. "Severus, I believe that as an elder, you ought to exhibit a measure of compassion." Dumbledore paused for a considerable moment before responding, clearly taken aback by such uncharacteristic rudeness directed towards him. "You shall not win the affection of any young lady with such behavior. This is none of your concern, you wretched old bee. I have grown weary of your incessant meddling. I have already pledged to safeguard Lily's child, you gluttonous insect." Zhang Jin was highly agitated, though he managed to regain his composure swiftly. The previous surge of emotion was rather exhilarating. "How do you feel, Severus? Do not stifle yourself excessively. One must learn to relax." Dumbledore, too, seemed to sense this, "for only then could I find solace in your presence." While suppressing one's emotions may appear as a manifestation of strength, it can easily lead one into darkness. Zhang Jin merely regarded Dumbledore, though not in the manner he suggested. For Zhang Jin, it was Severus's emotions that he was repressing, regardless of the admiration he had previously harbored for Severus. Wade truly embodied Severus and embraced his emotions and resolute will, particularly those profound feelings. Zhang Jin found himself overwhelmed. He was but an ordinary individual. Thus, he had consistently endeavored to suppress Severus's emotions to avoid becoming ensnared too deeply, even consciously mimicking the character of Severus from the original text. This exerted immense pressure on Zhang Jin, which Dumbledore perceived as a mere suppression of the trauma from that incident. Dumbledore found it rather perplexing. How could the impact capable of fracturing a soul resolve itself in merely a few days? Upon witnessing Zhang Jin's repression, he unfoundedly filled in the gaps himself. Consequently, Dumbledore was in fact deliberately guiding Zhang Jin to release his pent-up emotions. In any case, the sensation of release was truly delightful. I had no idea you possessed such a penchant, Dumbledore. I shall keep your secret, Old B. If it feels so invigorating, why alter it? Chapter 19. The Profound Musings of Ancient Wizards. After acquiring the books, Zhang Jin promptly departed from the headmaster's office. While confronting the greatest white wizard of the age was undeniably satisfying, it carried significant risks. Dumbledore likely held some biases against Zhang Jin. Should he suddenly become irritable and take offense, it would be Zhang Jin who would suffer the consequences. Thus, it was wise to seize the small advantage and depart swiftly. There would be ample opportunities to challenge him in the days to come. The pressures of teaching were considerable, and one must find time to unwind. I trust that Headmaster Dumbledore will understand. Upon returning to the room of requirement, he retrieved 2 books he had pilfered from the headmaster's office. One was indeed Unveiling Dark Magic, the tome detailing Horcruxes from the original text, replete with nefarious dark arts. Why had Dumbledore suddenly placed such trust in him? The other appeared rather ordinary. Interpretations of Magical Origins, seemingly a collection of notes explaining ancient texts, lacking the semblance of a formally published work. There is little to be said about dark magic. Based on Zhang Jin's findings, dark magic primarily targets the soul. The soul is the wellspring of magical power, the foundation of sorcery. Thus, once the soul suffers injury, it is exceedingly difficult to heal. Thus, the irrevocability of dark magic arises, signifying its inability to be undone. Furthermore, as the soul is shielded by the physical body, it is generally challenging to assail the soul. Consequently, ancient sorcerers, with their boundless imaginations, devised various peculiar methods to attack the soul, such as curses and sacrifices. These methods often appear sinister and terrifying, and many are rather bizarre and difficult to defend against. The harm inflicted upon the soul manifests in particularly frightful and ghastly ways, which has led to the notorious reputation of dark magic. Hence, Revelations of Dark Magic is undoubtedly a book of a rather macabre nature, perhaps best left for another time. In truth, Zhang Jin finds greater interest in interpretations of the origins of magic. Firstly, this book does not appear in the original text and may have been specifically presented by Dumbledore. Secondly, the Legends of Magical Origins, penned by Merlin, recount tales of ancient sorcerers and the nascent days of human magic. Moreover, Zhang Jin harbors some of his own speculations regarding the origins of magic. The content of the book is scant, predominantly consisting of ambiguous descriptions, with many sections filled with generalizations, possibilities, and conjectures. It seems that the original origins of magic was overly profound, or perhaps he has only obtained fragmented scrolls. It is said that in ancient times, humans were incapable of casting spells and thus had no wizards. Humans of that era were feeble, manipulated by powerful magical beings referred to as gods. As time progressed, humans began to intermarry with these so-called gods, which resulted in the emergence of magical abilities, giving rise to the earliest wizardly lineage. These gods were, in fact, magical creatures, far more potent than contemporary magical beings. Many of these formidable entities could take human form, akin to an animagus transformation. As humanity grew stronger, the discord between them and these magical beings intensified, leading humans to resist being subjugated. Consequently, humans devised numerous methods to augment their strength. The most prevalent practice involved intermingling with magical creatures, as the offspring of more magically potent beings were invariably stronger. This custom persists to this day. Humans harnessed the bloodlines of these gods to bolster their own power, combating the divine and etching various legends into the annals of human history. However, this method bore its own drawbacks, aside from descendants closely resembling humans. Other hybrid progeny did not share the same allegiance to humanity, with some even leaning towards the magical beings that identified themselves as gods. They continuously experimented with methods of wielding magic, such as consuming the flesh and blood of other magical creatures, which evolved into a sacrificial ritual. They also resorted to plundering the young of magical beings for enslavement and training, as well as transplanting the organs of magical creatures, particularly hearts, resulting in the creation of numerous half-breeds. Ultimately, there were attempts to transform into magical beings, marking the genesis of animagus transformation. It was during this period that humanity's understanding of magic significantly deepened. What was once an instinctual ability to cast spells like magical creatures began to evolve into a concept of learning among human wizards to facilitate the integration of bloodlines. The wizards devised a myriad of spells, the most renowned being the soul-binding curse. This marked humanity's inaugural profound encounter with the influence of magic upon the soul. Although the implications were not fully understood at the time, It was widely believed that this incantation could condemn souls to the depths of hell. The identity of its original creator remains shrouded in mystery. However, the primary intention behind the inception of the soul-binding curse was to seize the bloodlines of magical beings, fundamentally aimed at usurping power. Since power is derived from the soul, it ultimately transformed into a means of soul theft. Yet, due to the incompatibility of two souls coexisting, those who wielded this spell often met their own demise. Despite its perilous nature, the formidable potency of this curse led people to refine it rather than abandon it. Consequently, it evolved into a means of power deprivation, synonymous with soul deprivation, which is the essence of the later iterations of the soul-binding curse. During that era, the curse's side effects were catastrophic, often exacting a toll of life, which rendered wizards reluctant to employ it. The soul is exceedingly fragile. Even the mightiest of magical beings possess souls that are easily susceptible to assault and destruction. Thus, wizards of that epoch invented numerous spells targeting the soul, some of which morphed into what is now recognized as dark magic, while many faded into the annals of history. Utilizing these dark spells, wizards triumphed over many formidable magical creatures. Yet, the corruption and distortion of their own souls wrought by dark magic led to a schism among humanity, shattering the peace. Eventually, certain spells were classified as dark magic, and practitioners of these arts were designated as dark wizards, initiating restrictions on the proliferation of dark magic. However, due to the wizard's penchant for unrestrained creativity, dark magic had already proliferated among them, as they often overlooked its inherent dangers in their pursuit of greater power. It was not until the advent of Merlin that this predicament began to be addressed. Chapter 20, Legends and Facts, fails to elucidate how Merlin resolved these issues, abruptly concluding thereafter. This leaves one to ponder whether this abrupt ending is an authentic omission or a deliberate excision by Dumbledore, who might have deemed the subsequent content unfit for certain eyes. Thus, the truly sought-after insights within the tome have vanished, leaving only a plethora of legends and conjectures of limited utility. While some information can be gleaned, such as the origins of dark magic and historical secrets, the crux lies in the uncertainty of its authenticity. One cannot ascertain its veracity. Should one embark on an experiment only to discover it false, the repercussions would be dire. The time and effort wasted would be lamentable, not to mention the scarcity of materials that are not as readily available as common vegetables, but rare artifacts from ancient times. Therefore, only verifiably authentic historical secrets hold true value. How much worth does mere speculation possess? Are we to seek validation ourselves? If so, where and how? Particularly concerning the fusion of bloodlines and the dark arts, the narrative merely presents the outcomes while neglecting to disclose the methods. This storytelling approach evokes a distinct sense of déjà vu reminiscent of Dumbledore. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that one cannot validate such claims based solely on a few phrases. To substantiate them, one must possess at least some direction. Without any foundational information, how can one deduce the underlying principles from mere results? It is likely that Dumbledore intentionally refrained from sharing this knowledge, wary of others acquiring dark skills and succumbing to the temptations of dark magic. Although the results, if indeed penned by Dumbledore, carry a modicum of credibility, they lack any practical applicability. Much like in novels, where protagonists enhance their powers, the specifics of such augmentation remain elusive, rendering it impossible for one to replicate the process. This is merely a source of superficial enjoyment. It would be remarkable if even a third of these tales held any truth, particularly considering the possibility of Dumbledore's authorship, which could lend them a slight increase in credibility. However, many legends are not entirely baseless, but are rooted in some factual elements. For instance, centaurs and fairies, while undeniably real, may not have originated as the legends suggest. Of course, anyone who entirely believes in these myths is a fool. It can only be said that certain threads within these legends provide clues for individuals to uncover the truth. Whether one can extract useful insight from these tales depends on one's own abilities and also tests one's fortune. The most significant discovery within these legends likely pertains to Merlin. The text only mentions Merlin in passing, yet the association with him, coupled with the legend of his authorship of the origins of magic, at least indicates that Merlin indeed existed. Contrary to what one might expect, the wizarding community harbors doubts regarding the existence of Merlin, primarily due to the numerous contradictory and exaggerated tales surrounding him. The accounts of Merlin's deeds circulated among wizards are indeed plentiful and often embellished, leading them to view him as nearly omnipotent. Wizards frequently invoke Merlin's name in prayer and jest alike, uttering his name daily, often in absurd contexts, with each retelling adding layers of intrigue. Overall, the legends surrounding Merlin continue to proliferate annually, often gaining widespread circulation. Wizards generally believe that Merlin pioneered the contemporary magical system, establishing the current methodologies and theories of spell casting, hence earning the title of the God of Magic. It is said that early wands lacked cores and were bulkier than modern ones, resembling walking sticks. Allegedly, Merlin was the first to advocate for the inclusion of cores in wands, receiving robust support from Ollivander. Subsequently, as Merlin refined the art of spell casting, emphasizing the necessity for skill, these cumbersome wands gradually gave way to the more agile designs we see today. These legends are widely regarded as factual. However, among Slytherins, there is a prevalent belief that Merlin was a student of Slytherin House and fervently promoted the ideology of blood purity, thus being considered a progenitor of the pure blood supremacy theory. This notion is also widely accepted as true. Yet this situation is somewhat amusing. The establishment of Hogwarts by the four founders occurred around the 10th century, suggesting that if Merlin hailed from Slytherin House, it must have been after this period. However, by the time the four founders established Hogwarts, magic had already developed a systematic form. What need would there be for Merlin? Furthermore, the philosophies of wizards had long since crystallized, rendering it nearly impossible for Merlin to attain godhood thereafter. An alternative perspective posits that Merlin was active around the 5th century, a time when a magical realm was indeed undergoing significant transformation and a magical system was being formed. If this were the case, it would be considerably more plausible. According to the implications of this book, the author evidently subscribes to the notion that Merlin lived in the 5th century. This legend bears a striking resemblance to a narrative from a previous life, namely, the famous legend of King Arthur. In this world, both Muggles and wizards remain uncertain regarding the tales of Arthur and Merlin, with their beliefs standing in stark contrast. Muggles acknowledge the existence of King Arthur, yet deny Merlin's presence, while the magical community predominantly recognizes Merlin, viewing Arthur merely as a puppet under Merlin's control. In the previous existence, both Merlin and King Arthur were considered legends, albeit with a closer affinity to the tales within the magical realm. For instance, it is widely believed that Merlin was a great wizard of elven lineage, who met his demise due to a lake enchantress named Vivian. Ultimately, both figures are said to have grasped the essence of magic in Avalon. The descriptions of Avalon from the previous world bear a striking resemblance to the strictly concealed Hogwarts of the present. It is highly probable that Avalon represents a hidden magical realm. Yet, the magical community has seldom ventured into discussions about Avalon, as if no one has any interest in this place. It is scarcely mentioned, save for the singular legend of Merlin. This is truly astonishing, for it is the site where Merlin comprehended the profundities of magic, akin to the fabled lands of enlightenment within novels. A place that every practicing wizard should ardently aspire to visit, yet it remains overlooked. This is profoundly magical, and Zhang Jin believes that only magic could orchestrate such phenomena. Much like the unbreakable vow, as long as the secret keeper remains silent, no one can utter what is concealed. Does this not seem eerily similar? Of course, all of this is merely Zhang Jin's conjecture, lacking any concrete evidence. In the future, he must endeavor to explore further. Chapter 21, The Dark Mark. The revelations contained within Secrets of Advanced Dark Magic did not surprise Zhang Jin. It is filled with high-level and malevolent dark spells. In Zhang Jin's estimation, each dark magic incantation serves as a means to assail the soul, some even manipulating it. For instance, the unforgivable curses. The Cruciatus Curse inflicts excruciating torment upon the victim, rendering them unable to endure the pain, as it directly affects the soul, leaving no physical scars on the body, and in severe cases, it may drive one to madness or even death. The essence of the soul's manipulation is rather straightforward. It involves the practitioner inflicting various torments upon the opponent's soul, resulting in an agonizing experience that is intolerable to the latter. The resilience of the soul is finite. Surpassing its limits leads to a catastrophic collapse. The Killing Curse, Avada Kedavra, operates similarly, delivering a direct assault on the soul that can shatter it in a singular strike, leaving no physical scars on the body. The curse itself is a manifestation of the soul's power, and when confronted with a pure soul attack, one is rendered utterly defenseless against it, making magical countermeasures ineffective. Moreover, casting such spells necessitates a portion of the caster's own soul, which is why only powerful adult wizards, possessing both substantial magical and soulful strength, can successfully perform them. Additionally, to achieve soul separation, one must possess an extraordinarily strong will, defined by a resolute intent to extinguish the life of the target. The expelled soul is often susceptible to external influences as well as the target's own will, complicating its reintegration with the original soul, leading to potential corruption and fragmentation. Should the caster gather this expelled soul fragment post-attack, it can be fashioned into a Horcrux, akin to the method employed by Voldemort. Furthermore, the potency of the killing curse's impact is proportional to the strength of the adversary. Thus, the backlash suffered by the caster is magnified against a formidable foe, yet diminished against a weaker opponent or one who willingly meets their demise. This highlights Dumbledore's assertion that wielding the killing curse signifies a degradation of the soul, rendering it irredeemable. Conversely, the soul snare is considerably more straightforward, as it involves the infusion of the caster's will into the target, compelling them to execute the caster's every command. However, the effectiveness of the soul snare is heavily contingent upon the strength of the individual's will. For instance, Harry Potter was able to fully resist this curse during his 4th year. The tome also presents a plethora of curses, whose mechanics are simpler than one might presume. These curses are embedded within various objects or locations, with their potency determined by the strength of the concealed spell. For example, the Bertie Bott's every flavor beans are essentially cursed. The hidden magic merely allows one to experience a spectrum of flavors. Various novelty items often harbor minor prank spells, which, while mischievous, pose little harm. The complexity of embedding more sophisticated curses increases significantly, necessitating formidable magical prowess. Additionally, some seemingly bizarre curses require a target's physical remnants, such as hair or nails, to establish a connection. A particularly intriguing example is the curse placed by Voldemort on the post of defense against the dark arts, which required an enhanced targeting capability. If my assumptions hold true, Voldemort likely harnessed the power of Hogwarts Castle to achieve this, a method reminiscent of the Marauder's Map, which similarly relies on the castle's assistance for target designation. Ultimately, a significant discovery was the origin of the Dark Mark. This form of dark magic was initially employed to mark magical creatures, historically referred to as the slave mark. Thus, it is a means of marking the magical creatures that have been captured or nurtured, ensuring they do not betray their master. The method involves inscribing a minuscule fragment of one's own soul into the essence of the other. The depth of this marking correlates with the magnitude of the soul's power infused. Yet excessive infusion may adversely affect the individual. This portion of the soul cannot be resurrected, as it exists within another's essence. Upon the master's demise, it is rendered null and void. Furthermore, a greater infusion of soul power can facilitate rudimentary communication with the marked individual or magical creature, allowing one to sense their emotions and thus preempt betrayal. It appears that the soul power embedded within the Dark Mark is exceedingly minimal, perhaps only sufficient to maintain the mark's existence. Therefore, mutual perception necessitates the active infusion of magical energy for activation. This is why Voldemort could create such an abundance of dark marks. While this text documents only 5 or 6, Voldemort likely produced over 30, with each of his most valued Death Eaters possessing one. Understanding the principles and methods behind the mark's function, one realizes that its removal is no simple task. The initial challenge lies in locating the mark's position. It is not as straightforward as identifying a mark on the arm. Even severing the entire arm would prove futile, as the mark would simply relocate. It is inscribed upon the soul, necessitating the discovery of its locus within the soul for eradication. Otherwise, excessive removal could equate to self-destruction. No one would recklessly tamper with their own soul, especially not with such extensive and blind procedures. Moreover, few can perceive the soul within their being. While wizards generally acknowledge the existence of a soul, it is only through transformation into a ghost that one can truly affirm it. However, Zhang Jin and Severus are currently in a state of intertwined souls, not entirely merged but retaining slight distinctions. Hence, Zhang Jin can perceive Severus's essence. Zhang Jin does not intend to eliminate the Dark Mark, for it contains a fragment of Voldemort's soul and will likely prove useful when Zhang Jin's power flourishes. For now, the objective is merely to obscure it. Zhang Jin's approach involves utilizing his own soul's will to remark, effectively overlaying a layer of soul power over the Dark Mark, serving to obscure its presence. Since it is his own essence, the operation proves unexpectedly simple. Indeed, it may be akin to placing Zhang Jin's soul over Severus's. Their souls are already on the verge of merging, thus rendering the process relatively effortless. This was an unforeseen advantage, as altering the soul state of another would typically be nearly impossible, let alone overlaying it. One cannot simply treat the soul as if it were water, easily covered at will. Chapter 22. Is Transfiguration the Path of the Strong? The concealment of the Dark Mark proceeded remarkably smoothly. However, as anticipated, It was not a long-term disguise, but rather a temporary one, lasting no more than 3 days. Yet is that not progress? At the very least, when Zhang Jin wished to attend the Ministry of Magic's trial, he need not worry about being unceremoniously exposed. Moreover, if someone were to report him as a Death Eater, he could publicly display his arm and refute the claims with undeniable evidence. Upon reflection, it seemed that even Dumbledore's testimony would not be necessary. Zhang Jin could assert, "Behold, I bear no dark mark." But caution is prudent. It would be wise not to indulge too recklessly. Perhaps merely attending the trial to witness those illustrious figures from the pages of history would suffice. Interestingly, in the original text, Severus did not dare to attend the trial at the ministry, perhaps out of fear of being compelled to roll up his sleeves. During the process of concealing the dark mark, Zhang Jin felt an uncanny familiarity with the incantation, reminiscent of transfiguration. Although it was not a standard transfiguration spell, the sense of familiarity lingered, as the essence of transfiguration lies not solely in the incantation itself. Transfiguration and charms constitute entirely distinct systems, with fundamentally different natures. Typically, charms bestow new or additional properties, akin to abilities, upon an object. For instance, the levitation charm grants the ability to fly, while the Lumos charm endows an object with the capacity to emit light. Higher-level charms can impart even more complex attributes. For example, the Killing Curse bestows the attribute of death. The bestowal of these abilities is achieved through the exertion of one's will and soul. The precision required to control these abilities through incantations results in a plethora of spells, each corresponding to a unique effect. In contrast, transfiguration can alter an object's attributes, such as its color or shape. These transformations require only simple incantations, with the resultant form reliant upon imagination and magical energy. Consequently, transfiguration spells are relatively few in number. Even transforming wood into metal does not elicit surprise, as it is sustained by magical energy. With sufficient magical power, one can transform anything, aligning perfectly with the concept of magic and our understanding thereof. As the transformed entities are upheld by magical energy, should that energy dissipate or be removed, the objects revert to their original forms. Thus, wizards cannot utilize transfigured gold coins or similar items. However, advanced transfiguration is quite extraordinary. It can reshape the very soul, not merely altering outward appearances, but fundamentally changing the essence itself. This is the marvel of animagus transformation, which is extraordinary precisely because it constitutes a complete and utter metamorphosis. When a wizard transforms into an animal via animagus, the creature they become is indistinguishable from the original species existing in nature. It not only possesses the behavioral traits and physiological characteristics of its new form, but can even interbreed with the original species. For instance, the five-legged creature in the wizarding world is a product of transfiguration, having evolved into a remarkable community of magical beings. The animals transformed by wizards through animagus transfiguration are devoid of any magical power. Their ability to survive and reproduce can solely be attributed to a transformation of the soul. It is indeed difficult to fathom how these creatures, once wizards, could coexist, eat, and even mate with beasts if their souls had not undergone a metamorphosis, essentially embracing their animal identities. Therefore, animagus transfiguration, apart from altering one's physical form, crucially necessitates an accompanying change in the soul. This alteration of the soul is exceedingly challenging, thus necessitating a transformation into an animal form that closely resembles the essence of the soul. Furthermore, to maintain this new soul's shape, its fluidity is likely diminished, implying that the soul's will can no longer manifest through the physical body, rendering the casting of spells impossible. This leads to the inference that, post-transformation, it is not that one cannot cast spells, but rather that it becomes a formidable challenge. One must preserve the form of the soul while ensuring sufficient fluidity to permeate the body, all without compromising the integrity of the transformed shape, a task of immense difficulty. Hence, wizards who venture into this realm often find their souls shattered, dissipated, and meet untimely ends, leaving behind only the forms of unsuccessful transformations. Moreover, even more advanced transfiguration can transform inanimate objects into living beings, not merely the sort of transformation demonstrated by Professor McGonagall, which turned a table into a pig. In essence, the transfiguration performed by Professor McGonagall adheres to Gamp's fundamental principles of transfiguration. While remarkable, it remains fundamentally magical. But who, one might wonder, is Gamp? Merely a master of transfiguration from a few centuries past, he cannot be equated with the ancient wizards of yore. Clearly, he lacks the potent magic they wielded. despite any superior skills in the art of magical application he may possess. The ancient wizards executed far more advanced transfigurations, capable of transforming a table into a genuine pig, one that, devoid of magic, could exist, eat, drink, live, and even reproduce, persisting indefinitely. Most astonishingly, the magical realm provides evident proof of such capabilities. The house elves, who were relegated to the status of slaves within the original texts. These beings were inherently created to serve wizards, shrouded in mystery regarding their origin. The remaining clues suggest that house elves were fashioned from the corpses of fairies. Perhaps at that time, remnants of the soul lingered within the bodies, indicating that this was not merely the creation of life, for house elves share numerous similarities with fairies. Yet, it raises profound questions. How did wizards manage to convert residual souls into new ones? How did they even give birth to entirely new souls? Furthermore, how could they preserve the physiological characteristics of the corpses while ensuring that the offspring bore no resemblance to their original forms, thus birthing an entirely new race? This truly constitutes an extraordinary form of magic, and even amidst countless coincidences or alternative explanations, it can only be deemed miraculous. At this moment, the principles of basic transformation magic, the notion that living beings and inanimate objects cannot interchange forms, and the idea that non-magical items cannot be transmuted into magical ones have all been utterly shattered. A wizard wielding such power is nothing short of divine. Is it not the path to divinity itself that lies within the art of transformation? Chapter 23. Becoming a stronger individual from today onward. Zhang Jin has resolved to diligently practice transformation magic. Even if the gods remain a distant aspiration, aspiring to become a formidable force in the present is paramount. Just observe Dumbledore and Voldemort, both of whom are masters of transformation. Dumbledore, the former master of transformation before Professor McGonagall, likely possesses the ability to transform into an animagus, though he has never showcased it. Likewise, Voldemort is an adept in this field. During the fierce battle with Dumbledore at the Ministry of Magic, he exhibited remarkable transformation skills. Thus, from today forth, I shall master transformation magic and strive to become a powerful being. Fortunately, Severus possesses commendable skills in transformation as well, and with practice in the room of requirement, he can experiment with innovative ideas. Simple transformations, when executed skillfully, can prove immensely beneficial. Yet, it is peculiar that Zhang Jin feels no inherent sense of strength. Given his current abilities, aside from those formidable wizards who remain hidden, he would likely face no rivals one-on-one, save for Voldemort and Dumbledore. By all accounts, he is a powerful wizard, arguably among the top 3 in England. However, neither Zhang Jin nor Severus, who has similarly reached this level, exudes an air of strength. This sentiment is undoubtedly influenced by the broader environment of the wizarding world. Regardless of their prowess, no wizard, except perhaps Voldemort, who is known for creating Horcruxes, is immune to a single curse of Avada Kedavra. One is often sufficient. No matter the circumstance, even Dumbledore faces disrespect from many, and the Ministry of Magic along with pureblood families frequently challenge him. In truth, high-level wizards, apart from the fearsome Voldemort, do not possess overwhelming advantages over lower-tier wizards. In essence, as long as one is a fully-fledged wizard, even if there exists a disparity in power, the weaker party may still turn the tide, especially in a group assault. The nature of magical attacks typically favors single-target strikes, as exemplified by Voldemort, whose tremendous single-target power has pierced through the entire magical community. However, the very strength of single-target attacks often comes at the cost of weaker defenses, leading wizards to fear being outnumbered. One might never know when an unexpected Avada Kedavra could spell their doom, much like how Sirius was ambushed and slain by Bellatrix. For someone like Zhang Jin, who frequently indulges in novels, a true stronghold is one who effortlessly crushes all adversaries, rendering even the weakest foes utterly insignificant. Clearly, the magical realm does not conform to such a notion. How then can one embody strength without risking the folly of pretending to be powerful and instead appearing foolish? Transformation of the soul offers a potential for dominance. After all, isn't Avada Kedavra a curse that targets the soul? What if I were to create a shield imbued with a soul? Would that not suffice? As for the extensive realm of magic, is it not akin to the might of a forceful brick? How can one be deemed powerful with a meager reservoir of magical energy? After a restful slumber, awakening to the boundless beauty of the future feels invigorating, contrasting sharply with the initial chaos and the oppressive atmosphere reminiscent of Severus' temperament. Life should indeed be driven by purpose. Survival is no longer a concern, and assuming the role of potion's master poses little challenge. To truly unravel the mysteries of magic, one must possess formidable strength. Thus, let us set a modest goal, to surpass Dumbledore in prowess. As for Voldemort, it would be prudent to disregard that evidently disturbed individual for now. Today's weather is remarkably pleasant. After a meal, a leisurely stroll is in order. Having remained within the castle for so long, one might feel as though they are on the verge of rusting. A chance encounter with Dumbledore will be most fortuitous. In just 2 days, the Ministry of Magic will convene for a trial. It would be wise to inform Dumbledore in advance and accompany him to observe the proceedings. Ignoring the peculiar glances from fellow students, I stride purposefully towards the forbidden forest that lies beyond the castle. The forbidden forest of Hogwarts is an expansive primeval woodland, standing in stark contrast to the castle itself. Hogwarts is situated in a broad valley, perched on the edge near the base, with a river meandering behind it, forming a vast lake known as the Black Lake. Adjacent to the Black Lake is the school station, where the Hogwarts Express typically halts, and where new students cross the lake to enter the school, essentially the rear entrance. Stretching from the castle's rear to the outskirts of Hogsmeade is a forest, the Forbidden Forest, which extends up the hills behind the castle. This area is vast, with the Forbidden Forest being merely a designated section. It, along with Hogwarts, the Black Lake, and the Quidditch pitch on the opposite side of the castle, is enclosed by a wall marking the domain of Hogwarts. Near the wall adjacent to Hogsmeade stands a grand iron gate, which serves as the true entrance to the school. The area within the wall is enveloped by Hogwarts' defensive enchantments, prohibiting apparition and other such magical transportation methods. The entirety of Hogwarts encompasses a significant expanse, more than half of which is comprised of the Forbidden Forest, home to a myriad of wondrous creatures and a diverse array of flora and fauna. Most of these organisms are magical beings, such as unicorns, thestrals, acromantulas, and various magical plants, all of which provide excellent materials for potions. This territory will soon belong to me, and thus, I venture into the Forbidden Forest to survey the local fauna, assessing what resides within in preparation for future breeding plans. The materials available within the Forbidden Forest will reduce the need for excessive purchases of certain ingredients, while those not found within its confines will necessitate additional procurement. Although Professor Slughorn should possess these lists, I feel compelled to verify them myself. He harbored no desire to confine himself merely to concocting potions for the classroom. He aspired to prepare several vials of advanced elixirs for Dumbledore, while also crafting some for his own use and setting aside additional supplies, as experiments would inevitably deplete some resources. Such actions were entirely justifiable procurements. Furthermore, as the master of the domain, he ought to comprehend the various creatures' habitats within, in preparation for the eventual introduction of other magical beings. This approach would not only furnish him with a greater supply of potion ingredients, but also enrich the biodiversity of the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts, a splendid notion indeed. In this regard, Zhang Jin shared a few common interests with Hagrid, the difference being that Hagrid merely kept creatures for enjoyment, while Zhang Jin viewed it as a form of husbandry, with potential compensation involved, and perhaps even providing corpses at appropriate times. As for Hagrid, he should remain the gamekeeper. His interests and abilities are quite fitting for that role. This inclination is inherent to the nature of the Chinese, as skills in agriculture and husbandry tend to flourish highly. The potion materials collected and the potions brewed would significantly alleviate the obstacles on Zhang Jin's path to becoming a formidable wizard. Chapter 24. The Tragic Dumbledore. As anticipated, Dumbledore stood at the entrance of the Forbidden Forest, his back to Zhang Jin, arms crossed, gazing into the distance with an air of a reclusive sage, clearly awaiting Zhang Jin's arrival. This old man was indeed keeping an eye on the request fulfillment room. Otherwise, he would not have arrived even earlier than Zhang Jin, who had not dallied on his journey. Severus, you ought to venture out more often. Would you mind accompanying me for a stroll? Dumbledore gently patted Zhang Jin on the shoulder before leisurely making his way into the forest. How are you feeling? Is your health improving? Zhang Jin could only follow closely behind, replying, Not yet. I fear I require further recuperation, Professor Dumbledore. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall assist you, Dumbledore offered. Zhang Jin was not particularly inclined to engage in heartfelt conversation with Dumbledore, at least not at that moment. Casual banter and idle chatter are the domain of friends. Was Dumbledore truly his friend? Certainly not. The Ministry of Magic must be nearing its court session. I hope to accompany you there and simultaneously procure a batch of potion materials. Zhang Jin spoke directly, revealing his intentions without the subtlety that Dumbledore so expertly wielded. Being forthright often garnered greater trust. Only with a foundation of mutual trust coupled with an equal standing, could there be any possibility of meaningful discourse between them? Dumbledore halted, turning in surprise to say, I had assumed you would remain at school, Severus. The Ministry of Magic is not a favorable place, believe me, at least not for you. In Dumbledore's perspective, as a Death Eater, Zhang Jin should do everything possible to avoid the Ministry, much like remaining at school to evade direct capture, let alone willingly presenting himself there. I merely wish to observe. I have never been to the Ministry of Magic, and I promise to testify on Lucius's behalf. Testifying for Lucius is merely a pretext. Zhang Jin genuinely seeks to witness the fervent loyalty of Voldemort's followers, not in the tortured state depicted in films years later, but in their current resplendent youth, flourishing in the prime of their lives. He yearns to observe firsthand the elite of these pure-blood families, to comprehend the depths of their unwavering allegiance to Voldemort. His desire to grasp their motivations springs from a quest to understand the psyche of these pure-blood clans. Severus, you must recognize your position. There is no means of shielding that child within Azkaban. Dumbledore's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness as he fixed his gaze intently on Zhang Jin. While I appreciate your concern for your friend, venturing to the Ministry will only embroil you in peril. It is ill-advised. Dumbledore, though unaware of Zhang Jin's true intentions, felt no obligation to concern himself with them. His willingness to rescue Zhang Jin stemmed solely from the latter's utility as a capable ally, an indispensable piece in his grand strategy. In Dumbledore's perception, Severus was merely a Death Eater consumed by dark magic. Despite his betrayal of Voldemort for Lilia's sake, that alone was insufficient to earn Dumbledore's complete trust. Moreover, with Lucius Malfoy, a seasoned, pure-blood Death Eater, lurking in the shadows, Dumbledore harbored doubts about their steadfastness to the Order of the Phoenix. The child does not require my protection, does he? He can thrive without me. Zhang Jin, unlike Severus in the original narrative, did not wish to be entirely subservient to Dumbledore. He longed to traverse the wizarding world, to seek traces of myth and legend, necessitating a preemptive warning to Dumbledore. Otherwise, the old wizard's suspicions would only deepen, and the last thing Zhang Jin desired was to be mistaken for a second Voldemort. It was prudent to avoid making an enemy of someone as cunning as Dumbledore, whose capacity for manipulation was formidable. Dumbledore's tone grew increasingly stern. He desired a compliant pawn, and if that were unattainable, he would prefer to obliterate it altogether. I believe this should suffice to prove my innocence. Zhang Jin extended his arm, revealing a smooth, unblemished forearm devoid of marks. The original dark mark had been concealed just the day prior. I trust one shall not find myself in Azkaban, Professor. How did you manage this? Dumbledore inquired, visibly astonished as he grasped Zhang Jin's arm and cast a detection spell with his wand. Well hidden, indeed quite astutely done. Can you sense it? I can only perceive something amiss. However, it is not a sound approach and may inflict harm upon your soul, Dumbledore cautioned. Not obstructing Zhang Jin, but offering a word of warning. It cannot worsen, can it? Zhang Jin disregarded Dumbledore's admonition and challenged him instead. Surely, someone like you must be stronger than Voldemort. Why do you not defeat him? Why do you not take action to eliminate him? Dumbledore paused momentarily before resuming his path forward. I have grown old, Severus. I cannot assure you of my ability to vanquish him, nor can I bring myself to kill him. Dumbledore's tone was tinged with melancholy. For the past century, I have not taken the life of another, regardless of the means. Thus, it stands to reason that the last person he ever killed, and perhaps the only one, was his sister, Ariana Dumbledore, during the tumultuous clash with Grindelwald and his brother, Aberforth. This incident haunted him throughout his life, likely becoming a profound inner torment, compelling him to exert rigorous control over himself, to transform his character and beliefs, ultimately evolving into the most revered white wizard of our time. Dumbledore is indeed a figure of tragic sorrow. The most cherished confidant, even a lover, departed. Later, they turned against one another, and he personally imprisoned her. The family he held dear was lost to his own misjudgment, and the sole remaining kin distanced themselves from him. For nearly his entire life, he remained a solitary guardian of a school, traversing the path towards death in solitude. Dumbledore bore a striking resemblance to the original Severus. Meanwhile, Zhang Jin continued his journey through the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 25, The Mischievous Umbrage. December 5th, clear skies. Today marked the day of the Ministry of Magic's trial. Over a month having passed since Voldemort's downfall. In this month, through the diligent efforts of the Aurors, more than 30 dark wizards were apprehended, all of whom were set to face judgment in the coming week. Additionally, several dark wizards who resisted and even killed Aurors during their capture were directly slain. Typically, Aurors preferred to capture their foes alive, a tendency that may be inherent to white magic practitioners, while dark wizards often resorted to lethal force. Reports indicated that several Aurors had already perished, and nearly every Auror sustained injuries. The wizarding world has always been sparsely populated, thus, aside from true dark wizards. There's a concerted effort to minimize killings, with the death penalty almost unheard of in trials. The courtroom was located 10 floors beneath the Ministry of Magic, housing at least 10 courtrooms dedicated to the Department of Law Enforcement. When Zhang Jin accompanied Dumbledore into one of these chambers, it was already filled to capacity with wizards, who were seated in a tight circle around the judgment stand, the majority being spectators rather than judges from the Wisengamot. As Dumbledore entered, many greeted him warmly, shaking hands. Among the names Zhang Jin could discern were Giselda Marchbanks, Tiberius Ogden, and Amelia Susan Bones, the latter being the current deputy head of the Department of Law Enforcement, who would soon succeed Barty Crouch as head. As Dumbledore and Zhang Jin settled into a corner, the current head, Barty Crouch, rapped his gavel and proclaimed, "Order in the court. The trial is now in session. Please bring forth the first defendant, Rodolphus Lestrange." For instance, the Lestrange brothers and Bellatrix were apprehended on-site for torturing the Longbottoms with the Cruciatus Curse, leaving them permanently incapacitated. Little Barty Crouch managed to escape swiftly and avoided capture. Furthermore, there was Antonin Dolohov, who had murdered Gideon and Fabian Pruitt. The Pruitt brothers are the siblings of Mrs. Weasley, and thus Arthur Weasley has also arrived, seated towards the back. These individuals are notorious Death Eaters from the original narrative, staunchly loyal to Voldemort. Their crimes are irrefutably evidenced, and therefore, they do not contest the verdict of life imprisonment in Azkaban. Neither do they shout nor plead for mercy. Clearly, these Death Eaters have received the news of Voldemort's demise, and for the most part, they remain silent, exhibiting unmistakable signs of despondency and despair. It is only during the interrogation of Bellatrix that some distinction becomes apparent. Bellatrix Lestrange is sentenced to life imprisonment in Azkaban for the assault on Frank and Alice Longbottom on November 5th, during which she inflicted the Cruciatus Curse upon them, rendering them permanently incapacitated. Does the defendant have anything to say? As Barty swiftly articulates Bellatrix's sentence, she merely gazes at him, devoid of the despair and fear exhibited by others in the room. On her still striking visage resides an unwavering obsession with Voldemort, coupled with an evident blind trust, without a trace of anything else. Such a person, fixated solely on her obsession, likely harbors indifference towards all else, including her husband. Observing Bellatrix in this state, Zhang Jin is convinced that should Voldemort desire her, she would unhesitatingly crawl to him, even before her husband. She is a hair's breadth away from madness, and Azkaban is clearly that precipice. Eventually, as the day's proceedings conclude, Barty Crouch speaks once more. "We shall now conduct the final routine inquiry regarding the substantial suspicions against Lucius Malfoy, Eric Crabbe, and Goyle. Are they deemed guilty?" Upon Barty's declaration, the courtroom erupts into commotion. Evidently, aside from a few victims' relatives, the majority present have come solely for this occasion. It is worth noting that since Lucius and his cohorts proclaimed themselves to be under the influence of the Imperius Curse in a bid for exoneration, the magical community has been rife with debate. Lucius and his associates are unable to provide evidence to substantiate their claims of being controlled. Instead, they leverage their power, bribing officials at the Ministry of Magic and uniting to pressure the ministry. Moreover, it is apparent that the minister has been swayed, and it is now evident that Barty Crouch's faction is unwilling to let them escape, hence this unusual inquiry. Zhang Jin has come to observe, ensuring that no unexpected occurrences transpire. While he can afford to disregard others, he cannot do so with Lucius Malfoy. They have recently signed an unbreakable vow, and it would be untenable for him not to assist. After all, Zhang Jin no longer needs to worry about his own issues, and aiding Lucius would undoubtedly benefit their future collaboration. At that moment, a wizard's voice booms, proclaiming that Mr. Malfoy has confirmed he was under the control of the Imperius Curse, and the minister has corroborated this. He should be exonerated. However, there are still those who speak nonsense. These individuals are staunch loyalists of the mysterious figure, akin to true Death Eaters. I cannot believe they're under the influence of the soul-capturing curse. Instantly, the venue became a cacophony of voices, with people engaged in heated debates, and it seemed that a skirmish was imminent. Zhang Jin observed Arthur Weasley raising his fist, clearly poised to strike. Witnessing this scene, Barty Crouch felt compelled to once again sound his gavel. Silence, silence. The Aurors have concluded their investigation into the matter. If anyone possesses new evidence, please present it. Otherwise, we shall proceed to a vote. After a considerable pause, the assembly gradually quieted. It was evident that Barty Crouch himself intended to let things slide, perhaps due to differing opinions among others. This inquiry seemed primarily intended to appease his supporters. After scanning the room and noting the absence of any dissent, Crouch prepared to deliver his verdict. Then, "Please wait a moment, Mr. Crouch," a shrill female voice interjected. The crowd turned to see a woman clad in a pink sweater, resembling a frog, speaking with self-importance. While there is no definitive evidence to confirm that they were not controlled by the soul-capturing curse, we cannot assume they were necessarily under its influence. Therefore, it is incumbent upon someone to substantiate their claim of being controlled to ascertain a verdict of not guilty. If neither side can provide new evidence, I urge the interrogators to render a fair judgment regarding the serious harm inflicted. Even if life imprisonment cannot be imposed, there should certainly be some form of punishment, along with appropriate compensation, to reflect the fairness of the Ministry of Magic. Dolores Umbridge appeared quite pleased to be under the gaze of so many, and after her remarks, she made a rather proud gesture towards those around her. Barty Crouch recognized Umbridge immediately. Her distinctiveness within the Ministry was well known, and it was common knowledge that she was closely allied with the current Deputy Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. However, he was taken aback that Fudge's faction, typically inconspicuous within the Ministry, had chosen to emerge. Was this support for him? Yet he did not desire such backing. Barty Crouch felt frustrated. He had anticipated a mere formality, only to be confronted by a disruptive presence. Chapter 26. A moment of satisfaction, a continuous delight in disgrace. Umbridge's words garnered the approval of many witches and wizards. Generally, the populace is prone to envy the affluent, and Lucius Malfoy, with his overt disregard for the less fortunate, is particularly despised by those of lower standing. Coupled with the Malfoy family's long-standing disdain for those of lesser blood status, it is hard to believe he is not a Death Eater ghost. This sentiment reflects the public's perception of the Malfoy family. One should never expect to catch a Malfoy at the scene of a crime. However, this does not imply that there is a complete absence of evidence. There are indeed certifications, albeit yielded under the weight of the Malfoy family's gold galleons. Furthermore, pureblood families typically band together. Despite internal conflicts, they present a united front against those of lower status. This solidarity is precisely the essence of the pureblood supremacy mantra. Pure blood signifies natural allies. Initially, it seemed that matters would conclude in this manner. However, unexpectedly, Umbridge emerged at this juncture. Coupled with the interrogation orchestrated by Crouch, it was evident that Umbridge represented Cornelius Fudge, the Deputy Minister of Magic, and along with Barty's influence, they had visibly surpassed half the power of the Ministry of Magic. This led most wizards to believe that Lucius Malfoy, lacking any hidden means of escape, would certainly face dire consequences. Thus, the question arose, was there any evidence to substantiate that Lucius Malfoy and others were under the control of the Imperius Curse? Witnessing the situation, Crouch could only acquiesce. He was not overtly biased towards Lucius Malfoy. Meanwhile, Jean-Jean pondered whether Lucius had any further contingencies, opting to remain discreet, particularly as Dumbledore had just cast him a significant glance. For Dumbledore, these pureblood families did not align with his ideals. Confining them within Azkaban for years would be most advantageous. Moreover, as Malfoy and his ilk were governors of Hogwarts, their incarceration would leave him unmonitored, facilitating his own machinations. Thus, he harbored no desire for Jean-Jean to step forward as a witness. "I have something to say, Mr. Interrogator." As anticipated, a contingency was revealed. Previously, the minister had conferred with Mr. Malfoy regarding this matter, and the minister believed that Mr. Malfoy was under the sway of the Imperius Curse. One should trust the minister's judgment. This appeared to be the same individual who had previously supported Lucius, evidently an ally of the current Minister of Magic. Although it was unclear why Minister Bagnold had not attended the trial, it was certain that a confidant was observing closely. Umbridge scrutinized the speaker, likely recognizing him. "Of course, we trust the minister's judgment, which is why we have not directly classified them as Death Eaters. I believe Mr. Crouch shares this sentiment." The woman, appearing to be in her 40s, continued to speak in a high-pitched, girlish tone. Yet, everyone was acutely aware of the tremendous harm wrought by the Death Eaters and the numerous grave incidents they had instigated. Consequently, Deputy Minister Fudge felt that we ought to exercise caution, ensuring that those who jeopardize the safety of the magical community do not evade justice. Umbridge's insinuations were almost blatant in their disbelief, and it appeared that Fudge was under considerable pressure. Otherwise, he would not have allowed his subordinate to provoke challenges. It seemed that he was primarily seeking to assert his presence within the magical community, perhaps attempting to align himself with Barty Crouch's formidable influence. However, this latter ambition appeared doomed, as Fudge could not have anticipated that Crouch's son would be a Death Eater. It must be acknowledged that troublesome elements exist in every realm, and young Barty's actions transcended mere mischief. He had also betrayed his mother and ultimately took the life of his own father. The terrifying activities of the Death Eaters had inflicted harm upon more than half of the wizarding population, leaving hundreds of wizards homeless. And the Ministry of Magic itself suffered grievously. Those who perpetrated such acts should undoubtedly face the consequences. As Umbridge reveled in her apparent triumph, Zhang Jin felt increasingly restless. If she did not step forward to challenge her, it would indeed be a disservice to herself. In her estimation, Barty Crouch was likely to declare Lucius and his associates guilty, even if merely to impose a fine. After all, her vociferous stance in favor of the broader wizarding community had already garnered her a measure of approval among the majority of the lower-tier wizards. Observing the fervent discussions among the gathered crowd, it became evident that most ordinary wizards were beginning to endorse Umbridge's proposal, with a solemnity that bespoke his character. Crouch resumed, striking his gavel, signaling the onset of his rebuttal. Ms. Umbridge, I must remind you that, based on the current investigation, there is no direct evidence implicating Mr. Lucius Malfoy or Mr. Crabbe and Goyle in the recent Death Eater attacks. Crouch's rebuttal was delivered with the gravity that was his hallmark. The sole accusations against these three pertain to facilitating Death Eater activities, and they are merely suspected of being Death Eaters themselves. Do you possess any evidence to substantiate your claims? Without mincing words, Crouch confronted Umbridge directly, implying that had she possessed any evidence, she would have presented it by now. At that moment, it became increasingly apparent to Umbridge that Crouch was not inclined to pursue Malfoy and his cohorts with the same fervor she had anticipated. A sense of unease began to envelop her. Her initial intention had been to align with Crouch in order to bolster Fudge's popularity. Now the popularity had materialized. She wondered if it was not Crouch who ought to bear the brunt of the repercussions. If Crouch refrained from shouldering the blame, would the current Minister of Magic, Bagshot, not turn her ire towards them? Umbridge had just withstood the minister's pressure, not only countering the assertions, but also implying deeper insinuations. Should no one emerge to absorb the fallout, both she and Fudge would be ill-equipped to withstand the minister's retaliation. After all, Mr. Malfoy and his allies had not deigned to attend the inquiry, likely out of fear. Otherwise, the dark mark would serve as the most compelling evidence. At this juncture, Umbridge could only maintain a facade of composure. Having already alienated herself, retracting her stance now would likely be too late. Ms. Umbridge, do you comprehend the implications of your statements? While it is true that most Death Eaters bear the dark mark, this does not constitute verifiable evidence. The Aurors have long established that this mark can be forcibly inscribed. Crouch's voice betrayed an unmistakable anger. This was a rule he had instituted, one he might even leverage to safeguard his own son. Moreover, the mark alone cannot serve as a definitive criterion. Voldemort has bestowed the mark upon only 30 or so individuals, far fewer than the significant numbers associated with the Death Eaters. Many captured Death Eaters lack the dark mark, a privilege reserved for core members rather than a ubiquitous trait. Within the ranks of the Death Eaters, the mark symbolizes status and the favor of Voldemort. Crouch's rebuttal struck with precision, echoing resonantly throughout the chamber. The pallor of Umbridge's face conveyed her discomfort. Indeed, it stung. Chapter 27. The Notion of Provocation. Today, she had made some contingency preparations. I have witnesses who can attest that Lucius Malfoy was present at the scene of the attack and employed an explosive curse to damage a structure within the Ministry of Magic. Recalling her preparations, Umbridge regained her composure and continued to speak in her piercingly delicate voice. As her words resonated, the courtroom erupted in increasingly raucous discussions, with vehement denunciations of Lucius Malfoy echoing throughout. Dumbledore cast a glance at Zhang Jin, his warning unmistakable. However, it was evident that he would soon be disappointed. I am sorry, Professor Dumbledore, but I can only proceed this way. Zhang Jin expressed his helplessness with a shrug, while the faint glow of the unbreakable vow in his hand was sufficient for Dumbledore to grasp the reason. Is it the unbreakable vow? Dumbledore squinted, striving for a clearer view. When did this transpire? It had been established before that we would assist one another under certain conditions. Very well. It seems this old man cannot remain uninvolved. Dumbledore refrained from further comment, his demeanor reflective, perhaps lamenting the fact that he hoped someone might still believe in the ramblings of an old man. It was clear that Dumbledore was displeased. He did not favor the sensation of events spiraling out of control, which served as a rather evident warning. At that moment, Barty had finished questioning Umbridge's witness, and Zhang Jin was uncertain whether her testimony was genuine. Given Umbridge's nature, fabricating a false account was entirely plausible. Fortunately, the witness only indicated having heard someone refer to the leading wizard as Lucius in the pitch-black scene of the attack, without providing more specific details. Thus, it was evident that Umbridge's aim was still to secure compensation or to have Lucius Malfoy provide them with some galleons. Mr. Inquisitor, there is no need for such complications. I can attest that Lucius Malfoy was under the influence of the Imperius curse. Nevertheless, Jean stepped forward, acknowledging that part of Lucius's funds had already been utilized. For the sake of future collaboration, it was prudent to conserve what could be saved. Furthermore, if he did not step forward today, he would eventually be compelled to do so by others, such as Karkaroff, who were well aware of Severus Snape's involvement. These individuals, believing Voldemort to be deceased, might be inclined to report him in hopes of evading punishment. Who are you? Barty Crouch immediately turned his attention to Jean, as it was crucial to ascertain whether Lucius had indeed been controlled. I am Severus Snape, recently appointed to succeed Horace Slughorn as the potions master at Hogwarts. At Professor Dumbledore's request, I have been undercover with the Dark Lord and witnessed him cast the Imperius and Cruciatus curses on Lucius Malfoy. Jean spoke rapidly, unconcerned whether the wizards could hear him clearly. Moreover, the mention of the Cruciatus curse was indeed accurate. Initially, Lucius's arrogance had greatly displeased Voldemort. Professor Dumbledore, is the witness's account credible? Barty Crouch did not immediately question Jean, but rather sought confirmation from Dumbledore first. Certainly, I had appointed him last year, and he is now employed at Hogwarts. Dumbledore merely stated the facts in a calm manner. So, Severus Snape, can you assure us that what you claim is true? Yes, you. In that case, wait a moment. Mr. Inquisitor, I have ample reason to suspect that Severus Snape has also joined the Death Eaters. And I hope that Professor Dumbledore will not be misled. I believe I can discern the truth, Ms. Umbridge. It sounds as though Dumbledore is somewhat angered. Although his voice remains composed, nonetheless, it evokes an unsettling feeling. However, considering that your oversight has already resulted in the demise of the Savior's parents, James and Lily Potter, I believe we ought to exercise additional caution. Umbridge seems to have a rather obstinate disposition. Otherwise, she would not be so confrontational with Dumbledore. The current Dumbledore is not the same old man from the original narrative, solely focused on combating Voldemort while neglecting the Ministry of Magic. Furthermore, this woman has specifically mentioned the Potters, which is a rather precarious topic that both Dumbledore and Jean would prefer to avoid. I, in my capacity as the president of the International Confederation of Wizards and chief warlock of the Wizengamot, vouch for Severus Snape. This also demonstrates that Dumbledore's authority remains formidable. Despite the doubts cast upon his capabilities regarding the Potters, the title of the most powerful white wizard of half a century is not bestowed lightly. And such accumulated prestige does not dissipate easily. The wizards in the hall evidently continue to place their trust in the judgment of this greatest white wizard of the age. To be prudent, I shall also provide my own testimony. At this moment, Jean spoke up. He had no intention of quietly admiring Dumbledore's display of superiority. Moreover, he harbored his own intentions, and although some Death Eaters remained at large, the danger had significantly diminished, making it an opportune moment to take action. Those who lack foresight are bound to face immediate concerns. For the sake of the future, it is imperative to accumulate resources as much as possible, especially since Jean harbored aspirations that surpassed even Dumbledore's. The burden of a Death Eater's reputation would be exceedingly detrimental. It might afford some semblance of respect among pure-blood families, but ordinary wizards would certainly steer clear. This was evidently unfavorable for Jean's ambitions within the magical community, which is predominantly composed of ordinary wizards. Pure-blood families are quite scarce. Moreover, Lucius still exists within that circle. Thus, when Jean revealed his smooth arm, dissent in the hall dissipated entirely. Ultimately, Barty Crouch swiftly reached a decision and successfully passed a verdict of not guilty for Lucius Malfoy and his companions. Imposing no penalties whatsoever. Chapter 28. Assaults Revisited. Diagon Alley, Slughorn's potion ingredient shop. Jean intended to place an order for a batch of ingredients here. While he had some high-grade materials in his collection, he had run out of the lower-grade consumables and larger ingredients. Princess Treasury would not house such mundane potion materials. Moreover, the daily consumption of low-grade materials for teaching is substantial, and the stock in the school has significantly diminished due to the recent research expenditures. Additionally, it is essential to seek out rare materials, which are in short supply and not consistently available, thus necessitating immediate purchase upon discovery. Consequently, the array of items to be acquired is indeed considerable. The proprietor, Gigas, generously offered a discount of 20%, a special privilege for Hogwarts procurement of materials. Typically, Personal orders and school orders are treated separately. However, it was evident that Zhang Jin had no intention of covering these costs personally. After all, these materials were intended to fulfill Dumbledore's potion-making tasks. It would be unreasonable to expect Zhang Jin to bear the expenses. As for research consumption, some loss during potion-making is entirely normal. Even a master potion maker cannot guarantee success every time. The materials expended due to failures are sufficient for personal research. Having completed the mailing address, Zhang Jin began to stroll through Diagon Alley. The primary purpose of visiting Diagon Alley was to procure potion ingredients. Any other purchases would be left to chance, treating it as an opportunity for casual shopping. However, Diagon Alley was not as bustling as it had been during Harry Potter school days, having only recently emerged from a state of chaos, with many shops appearing newly opened. Furthermore, it was not near the beginning of the school year, resulting in a sparse crowd on the streets. Upon turning a corner, Zhang Jin spotted a large owl suspended in front of a shop, Elop's Owl Emporium. It was indeed time to acquire an owl. Originally, Severus had not been fond of owls, and during those tumultuous times, sending messages via owl was not particularly safe. Now, however, owls could be used for general correspondence and ordering potion ingredients. Hogwarts also housed numerous owls in its owlery, yet those owls were under the school's supervision, making them less convenient for personal use. There was also the option to visit Ollivander's wand shop, although Zhang Jin had no intention of purchasing a wand. He was merely curious about the craftsmanship and whether he could acquire some of Ollivander's reputed notes on wand making, the existence of which remained uncertain. Nevertheless, Zhang Jin did not proceed directly to these establishments. Even during the order of potion materials, he had sensed something amiss. It seemed he was being watched. Given the already sparse populace on the street, after circling the potion shop twice, he identified a follower. It was a tall, lean wizard, cloaked, obscuring their identity. Likely a Death Eater who had managed to escape. Maintaining an air of nonchalance, he continued forward, donning his hood and entering Nocturne Alley, appearing as if he were a dark wizard venturing into that infamous locale. The pursuer, unaware that their cover had been compromised, continued to follow directly. It appeared that there was only one, presenting an excellent opportunity for practice. Perhaps a counterattack or stealthy ambush would prove advantageous. The entrance to Nocturne Alley was bustling with more individuals than Diagon Alley, which was quite a common occurrence. Currently, the Ministry of Magic had not ceased its pursuit of dark wizards, prompting many fearful of repercussions to seek refuge here, resulting in such a scenario. However, one could not help but wonder if there were still Death Eaters lurking within. It felt rather unsettling. Was this not akin to lambs entering a lion's den? Quickly, taking advantage of the lack of attention, I hastily retreated a few paces to find a secluded corner where I could cast an invisibility charm upon myself. In that moment, I noticed a wizard, entirely enveloped in dark robes, hastening towards me. It was astonishing that he had come alone, and he appeared to be utterly unguarded. How enough could one be? Although the effectiveness of invisibility charms during daylight was notably diminished, and experienced wizards often employed detection spells, the likelihood of passing unnoticed was slim. Consequently, few dared to cast such spells in broad daylight. Nonetheless, there remained a semblance of efficacy in concealing oneself. Yet, it seemed the approaching wizard had no intention of probing further. Was it truly wise to approach, wand in hand, so brazenly? Indeed, he was a novice. Deciding to take the initiative, I resolved to act first. Petrificus totalis, I uttered, and, taking advantage of his inattention, I successfully struck him with the first petrification spell. However, the flash of the curse drew the attention of several individuals in the distance, and soon, a barrage of crimson spells hurtled towards me. I had no desire for dialogue, and it was evident neither did they. There was no time for words. Confrontation was inevitable. Some unforgivable curses and dark magic were out of the question. For this was London, adjacent to Diagon Alley, and the Ministry was alarmingly close. Capture would mean a lifetime in Azkaban. My adversaries shared this concern, as evidenced by the prevalence of stunning and petrifying spells exchanged between us. It was clear that I was at a disadvantage. There were not merely one, but three in number. Fortunately, I had managed to neutralize one beforehand. Otherwise, I would have faced four assailants. This made me even more envious of those who could effortlessly overpower their opponents. Thankfully, the strength of their spells was not overwhelming, and my shield charm held firm. I dodged a strike with a nimble leap, then ensnared two of them within a transfiguration spell, transforming them into branches and trapping them within a door. Finally, I cast a disarming charm, successfully neutralizing another. However, I dared not press my advantage further. Quickly, I conceal my face and turn around a corner, then promptly apparat away from that perilous location. Aurors were approaching. It was evident that the proximity to the ministry enabled their swift response. My evasive maneuvers were not merely to avoid dark wizards. They were clearly aimed at myself. Once I revealed myself, I would undoubtedly be recognized. Moreover, they likely found themselves in a precarious position, as I could outrun them. Those who lagged behind would surely be pursued by the Aurors. This was a precautionary measure to evade the Aurors. Should I be apprehended during an assault, it would lead to significant complications. To me, the entire encounter felt like a sequence of ambush and counter-ambush, and I sensed no insurmountable difficulty in it. Next, I would have to ascertain whether more individuals would come searching for me, as Zhang Jin pondered whether to create an opportunity for an attack. He unknowingly arrived at the entrance of Ollivander's wand shop. Perhaps it was best to refrain. Those individuals had yet to muster the audacity to launch an assault directly in Diagon Alley. First, he should meet Mr. Ollivander. The matter of wands needed resolution promptly. He had not felt it before, but the recent attack had left him with an unsettling sense of obstruction. Chapter 29. The Wand Chooses the Wizard Mister. Garrick Ollivander is renowned as the finest wand maker in the contemporary wizarding world, attracting not only British wizards, but also many foreigners who travel to London to acquire wands. This is one of the reasons why the British magical community stands at the pinnacle of the world. Britain boasts the finest wands and the most esteemed magical schools. This is no jest. The significance of magical education is well acknowledged. A wizard's potential for growth is influenced not only by their innate abilities, but also by their subsequent education. Particularly when the innate talents of most ordinary wizards are relatively similar, the quality of education becomes paramount. Schools with superior educational standards can undoubtedly cultivate a greater number of elite talents when the incoming students are comparable. Hogwarts exemplifies such a school. Its strength compared to other magical institutions lies in its profound understanding and instruction of magical fundamentals. With a longer history and more formidable founders than other schools, Hogwarts is endowed with a wealth of magical knowledge, especially in theoretical aspects, which is unparalleled by any other institution. Consequently, professors at Hogwarts often provide systematic explanations of magical theory, particularly in the 6th and 7th years. Thus, while students emerging from Hogwarts may not initially appear the most outstanding, they often demonstrate greater potential for growth. They have mastered systematic theories and can apply them flexibly, even innovating in the realm of magic. This is a feat that Beauxbatons and Durmstrang struggle to achieve, as they tend to focus more on practical magic, often neglecting the impartation of theoretical knowledge. As such, it is challenging for them to catch up with Hogwarts. If one were to consider surpassing Hogwarts, the most likely contender would be Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in America. The founder of Ilvermorny, Isolde Sayer, is a descendant of Slytherin and a graduate of Hogwarts. She not only inherited Slytherin's magical knowledge, but also replicated a plethora of magical resources from Hogwarts, supplemented by a wealth of indigenous magic from North America. Therefore, in terms of knowledge, it does not fall significantly short of Hogwarts. Ilvermorny's house system and teaching methodologies bear a striking resemblance to those of Hogwarts. And as a relatively young magical school, it possesses a spirit of reform and innovation that Hogwarts lacks. Additionally, as one of Ilvermorny's founders was a Muggle, the Wizards of Ilvermorny maintain the closest connection to Muggles and are the most knowledgeable about them within the entire magical community. Consequently, the American magical realm is more capable of embracing and utilizing Muggle inventions and innovations, thereby rejuvenating itself. The differing attitudes towards Muggles have led to the entire magical community in America being ostracized by wizards from Europe and other nations. Although the American Magical Society adheres to the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, it is undeniably true that they have grown too close to Muggles. If the Weasley family is regarded as a traitor among British pure-blood families, then the American magical community serves as a traitor to the global wizarding world. The circumstances are rather similar. Furthermore, wands represent another factor in which Britain currently excels on the world stage. Wizards cannot perform magic without wands, and a wand that resonates harmoniously with its wielder evidently enhances both the potency and success rate of spells. Crucially, these compatible wands are chosen during a wizard's youth, allowing them to grow alongside the wizard and, in turn, influence the wizard's development. This is akin to one individual practicing with a well-suited tool while another uses an ill-fitting one under identical conditions. The former will undoubtedly master their craft more swiftly and be prepared to advance to the next skill. Other countries' wand makers have not been able to produce wands with the same high level of compatibility as those crafted by Ollivander. Consequently, it is clear that British wizards experience a more accelerated growth in their magical abilities. This also underscores the significance of Ollivander within the British magical community. The actions of Voldemort, such as forcibly abducting individuals and employing the Cruciatus Curse to coerce compliance, are truly the realm of deranged fanatics. Especially for one who leads a faction. It is inconceivable that such a leader could succeed. Even in the absence of Harry Potter, another savior would undoubtedly emerge. Reflecting on Ollivander, I quickly stepped into his wand shop. Upon entering, I faced a reception desk with various wand racks towering to the ceiling. These rows of wands are the very weapons of the magical realm, carelessly piled, showcasing a remarkable level of nonchalance from the Ministry of Magic. The Ministry's regulations regarding wands are notoriously stringent, yet Ollivander's wands are left so casually. Do they not fear theft? Even if they're all enchanted with tracking spells. Can I not simply throw one away? The potential devastation caused by releasing even a fraction of these thousands of wands would far surpass that of 1,000 disposable handguns. The power of magic is vastly greater than that of bullets. Good afternoon, Mr. Snape. What seems to be the issue with your wand? Ollivander suddenly appeared at the reception desk via a sliding mechanism, and I could sense his presence from a distance. I would like you to take a look. I'm unsure what has been troubling it lately. Zhang Jin showed no surprise, as those familiar with the films know of his penchant for such sudden appearances. At this moment, Ollivander took the wand Zhang Jin offered, recalling it vividly. Birch with a core of unicorn tail hair, measuring 13.5 inches. This is a loyal wand, chosen by the wizard, Mr. Snape. He seemed to be struggling. Ollivander continuously stroked the wand in his hands, occasionally bringing it to his eyes or ear to observe and listen. I could sense his bewilderment. This was indeed peculiar, as such occurrences had never happened before. Ollivander even attempted 2 spells with the wand. It is indeed peculiar. Under ordinary circumstances, a wand either betrays its master or self-destructs. I have never encountered such a contradictory situation. Ollivander furrowed his brow, then turned to Zhang Jin and inquired, "Can you shed light on what transpired?" I sense that his transformation is linked to you. After considerable contemplation regarding the issues with my soul, Zhang Jin decided to divulge a portion of the truth, hoping that Ollivander could draw a useful conclusion from it. "Ah, the soul, no wonder!" Ollivander exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. It became clear why the wand neither betrayed nor self-destructed. It had not been taken by another. The wand's internal conflict and struggle arose from its awareness of its master-esque transformation, realizing that Severus had become Zhang Jin, yet still sensing Severus's presence, leaving it in a state of confusion. Once you recover, all will be well. Upon grasping the situation, Ollivander returned the wand, emphasizing, "Remember, it is the wand that chooses the wizard, Mr. Snape." However, this was not the answer Zhang Jin had hoped for. He had already surmised the reason and sought a solution. Thus, he continued to gaze at Ollivander, refraining from accepting the wand. What if I cannot recover in the short term? Or if I cannot return to my former self? Ollivander appeared to ponder this dilemma, and after a moment, replied, "Then you must consider acquiring a new wand. A wand with a core made from unicorn tail hair does not permit a change of heart in its master, whether for better or worse. Bear in mind, it is the wand that chooses the wizard." Ollivander seemed particularly fond of repeating this phrase. "Can I change my wand now? I fear it may not endure until I regain my former self, and it may not be suited for who I become thereafter." This was the most frustrating aspect for Zhang Jin. With his soul unable to restore itself in the short term, the wand was likely to become damaged. Surely, he could not go on without a wand. Chapter 30. The concept of a new wand. As it stands, his soul requires at least 6 more months, if not longer, to achieve fusion. This far exceeds the initial expectations. Upon arriving in this world, he believed the 2 souls had fully merged, considering Severus had voluntarily relinquished his claim, and there was no conflict or even communication between them. However, it soon became apparent that the fusion was not entirely seamless, like kneading dough, although they were intertwined. The boundaries between them remained intact. Zhang Jin initially thought that the incomplete acceptance of Severus's memories was the issue, so he devoted several days to practicing magic, immersed in the memories. Yet now, having fully absorbed the memories, the souls still had not completely merged. While consciousness remained unified, it felt as though the body were divided. Movement was unaffected, yet it felt awkward, particularly when wielding magic. Moreover, the 2 souls continued to shift within each other, but their fusion progressed at a painfully slow pace, akin to oil and water. It is often said that the final stages of any endeavor are the most arduous and tedious. Should this situation resemble that of Harry Potter and Voldemort's fragment, it would be catastrophic. After all, that stubborn fragment had remained unmerged for 17 years. Although Severus has long lost consciousness, preventing any situation akin to a Horcrux, This nonetheless renders one restless. Continuing down this path may lead to true dissociative identity disorder. Especially now that such uncontrollable circumstances have arisen, the wand has begun to act erratically, possibly unable to endure the capriciousness of its master. If this persists, self-detonation may ensue. The significance of the wand to a wizard is immense. For instance, Zhang Jin could never go months without wielding his wand. Once a wizard has become accustomed to magic, the notion of living without it is both inconceivable and undesirable. A mere flick of the wrist can restore cleanliness, summon objects, and most importantly, the act of wielding a wand is undeniably stylish. Zhang Jin's initial admiration for Harry Potter stemmed from the elegance of spellcasting, who hasn't he secretly practiced in their blankets, dreaming of being a wizard and reaping the rewards? Therefore, Zhang Jin could never relinquish his wand. It embodies a wizard's dedication and dignity. Days without it are simply out of the question, let alone months. Consider the multitude who dream of becoming wizards. Thus, one can only hope that Ollivander possesses a solution. However, it is evident that Ollivander, too, is at a loss. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. You must understand. It is the wand that chooses the wizard, Mr. Snape, his tone turning serious, and in your situation, no one will choose you. Zhang Jin, unwilling to accept this, inquired, is there no possibility of creating a wand that suits me? Impossible, Ollivander replied. The core of a wand is exceedingly delicate. Even the most resilient dragon heartstring cannot withstand such repeated torment. Hence, they cannot choose you. What if I use my own hair? Zhang Jin asked, bewildered. If even Ollivander was powerless, what could he possibly do? Was studying wand-making merely a folly? Ah, there's another method. At that moment, Ollivander resumed. I recall a theoretical approach, one that has yet to be realized. Ollivander straightened, exclaiming, there are notes from my family that document this idea. Allow me to retrieve them. Zhang Jin barely managed a half-smile before Ollivander dashed off, rummaging through shelves. I found it, Ollivander exclaimed, holding a hefty tome that measured over 10 centimeters in thickness. Is this truly the treasured heirloom of the Ollivander family? Is it wise to so casually present it? Does he not fear being seized? Oh, do not worry. No one finds this of interest. I only utilize it during wand experiments. Crafting wands requires innate talent. Ollivander casually explained before flipping through the pages. See here. The wand serves as a bridge for the wizard to communicate with the outside world. This hypothesis was derived from my grandfather's research, Ollivander declared with excitement. His previously indifferent expression now even more peculiar, seemingly indifferent to whether Zhang Jin comprehended his words. My grandfather believes that the material of the wand serves as the key to unlocking the body, while the core acts as a bridge to communicate with the external world. The wizard's magic, guided by the wand, becomes a clearer manifestation of the spells we wish to cast. Indeed, that is precisely the case. Despite the lengthy discourse on Ollivander's part, he has yet to address the crux of the matter. The wand chooses the wizard, much like an employee selects whom to serve. Mr. Snape, is this not truly marvelous? Hence, is it not the wizard himself who is the most fitting match? You see, this is it. This elderly gentleman with his graying hair sprang to his feet, revealing that calming him would not be an easy feat. What a brilliant idea. Would you not agree? As Ollivander trembled so much that he could barely hold his book, Zhang Jin promptly administered a dose of sedative. Oh, thank you. I'm simply overwhelmed. Ollivander finally managed to regain his composure. This notion is flawed, for the hair of wizards is far too delicate to bear significant magical power. Such wands are prone to damage, and thus I had not considered this. Furthermore, young wizards possess insufficient magical capacity, their physical constitution failing to meet the necessary requirements, which is why this idea was ultimately discarded. So it is not hair, absolutely not hair. Ollivander began to mutter to himself again, pacing anxiously, even his sedative failing to calm him. It is the soul we communicate with, and your soul seems to be in a bit of trouble, does it not? Hence, the wand is unable to serve you adequately, correct? Therefore, we might inscribe a part of our soul into the wand, thereby creating a wand that perfectly aligns with ourselves. Would it not? Ollivander exclaimed excitedly, clapping his hands, and immediately found a quill to jot down his thoughts in a notebook. We can first select a wood that resonates with our essence as the key, followed by the addition of wand essence and other materials, and finally, we will need a vessel to carry the soul. Zhang Jin felt a surge of happiness. This method seemed rather promising, aligning perfectly with the narrative of a traveler. However, something felt amiss as he pondered further. A vessel for the soul? Is this not akin to a Horcrux? What is the meaning of this? A Horcrux is a malevolent magical artifact that enables resurrection. Yet look at Voldemort. He has clearly descended into madness. Thus, the drawbacks of Horcruxes are painfully evident. While the thrill of splitting one's soul may amplify magical ability, the severed soul also creates a connection that allows for immortality. Even the divided soul may regain life. However, such soul division inevitably leads to incompleteness, which, as theorized, restricts a wizard's growth. Moreover, the psychological toll of soul division is profound. From Zhang Jin's perspective, it is entirely justified that Voldemort succumbed to madness. Zhang Jin is merely dealing with two souls, with only a single fissure between them, and even this is nearly unbearable. How much more torment must Voldemort have endured, having completely fractured his soul into 7 parts? Although Voldemort endeavored to mitigate this impact by severing his connections with other souls and deliberately partitioning fragments of his memories, the efficacy of such measures is undoubtedly limited. If he were to completely sever these ties, how could he possibly achieve resurrection? Thus, we ought to be more astonished that Voldemort managed to retain a semblance of rationality. He is undoubtedly a figure of formidable willpower. Consequently, some speculate that the creation of Horcruxes is not a means of attaining immortality, but rather a form of cruel torment, manipulating, imprisoning, and torturing souls. It can only be said that Voldemort himself is sufficiently powerful. The fragments of his soul are predominantly isolated, devoid of thought, and he has taken numerous precautions in advance. Yet even so, he endured years of wandering before his true resurrection, relegated to inhabiting the bodies of mere beasts. What a woeful experience of resurrection this is. Should he be captured and confined, it would be akin to being locked in a dark chamber until the end of days. Is this truly what one would call eternal life? Furthermore, consider the implications if, at that moment, one were to discover a Horcrux and torment the soul contained within. Would not feel pain? The anguish of such a soul is akin to an unbearable curse. Imagine the horror if the primary soul were captured and subjected to relentless torment. This imagery is indeed too dreadful to contemplate. One would wish for death, but find it unattainable. Hence, it is entirely reasonable to assert that Horcruxes serve as instruments of torment. It can only be said that Voldemort is both extraordinarily powerful and remarkably fortunate. Therefore, let us dismiss the notion of Horcruxes. Moreover, the fragmented souls are exceedingly fragile, necessitating robust magical protection. Under such circumstances, they are utterly unsuitable for use as wand cores. Furthermore, the souls that are split through the killing curse are evidently imbued with a perverse desire for slaughter, rendering them equally unfit for wand cores. One cannot solely contemplate using a wand to cast the killing curse, can one? What, then, does Mr. Ollivander mean? Are you suggesting that the vessel for the soul is to seal the soul within? If one is uncertain, it is wise to inquire, for there is surely someone present who may comprehend. Certainly not. How could you even think such a thing? Mr. Ollivander appeared astonished, raising his gaze to meet Zhang Jin's with his pale gray eyes. The soul itself is exceedingly fragile. Such a soul cannot withstand the onslaught of magical power. His gaze left Zhang Jin feeling uneasy, akin to observing someone with a diminished capacity for understanding. Would it be permissible to encase multiple souls? Zhang Jin speculated whether Ollivander possessed knowledge of Horcruxes. Otherwise, how could he conceive of such a method that is even less acceptable, as it would lead to the fragmentation of the soul, resulting in dire consequences that would render life unbearable? Listen to this assertion. The splitting of the soul would result in a fate worse than death. How could Voldemort remain oblivious to this? It is hardly surprising that the Ollivander family, being one of the pure-blood families, possesses such knowledge. Surely other families do as well, and thus, the consequences of soul fragmentation are well known. Yet, Voldemort remains unaware. Let's light a candle for the pitiful dark Lord Voldemort. Upon reflection, it is quite understandable that Voldemort, having grown up in an orphanage, lacked any familial legacy. Most of what he knew was gleaned from Hogwarts, particularly from the restricted section of a library. There are certain truths that even the restricted section would not contain, nor would they be documented in written form. Purebloods likely grew up hearing tales and legends, yet these narratives seldom found their way onto paper. Moreover, it is improbable that Voldemort would divulge the existence of Horcruxes to anyone, besides protecting them from destruction. He must have realized the dire consequences should such information fall into the wrong hands. As for Professor Slughorn's motivations in revealing the matter of Horcruxes, it remains a complex enigma. Based on Zhang Jin's assessment of Slughorn's character, it seems he may have initially let slip a secret, only to later indulge in misleading the unfortunate Tom Riddle. He likely never anticipated that someone would actually venture to create a Horcrux. Thus, when Voldemort met his demise, Professor Slughorn, upon recognizing the gravity of Voldemort's actions, promptly absconded. His fear was not of the still unrevived Voldemort, but rather of the Death Eaters. Apprehensive that they would discover Voldemort's descent into madness was a consequence of Slughorn's influence. Moreover, the souls of ordinary wizards cannot be extracted. Only those with sufficiently strong souls, who have suffered trauma, might achieve such a feat under fortuitous circumstances. Ollivander, unaware of Zhang Jin's contemplations and believing he was preoccupied with wand-related matters, continued to elaborate. There's indeed a legendary basis for this, as it is said that the great wizard Merlin employed this very method to craft his wand, which contributed to his remarkable power, earning him the title of the god of magic. His wand, however, has not survived, presumably vanishing alongside its master. This tale is part of the lore surrounding the Ollivander family, who have amassed a wealth of such stories about wands, though many lack veracity. Consequently, the wand-making practices of the Ollivander family do not adhere closely to these legends. They tend to forge their own wands, treating legends as mere entertainment. According to legend, Merlin's wand was crafted from the hair of a lake nymph, a material of absolute purity, devoid of any impurities. With a smile, Ollivander seemed to suggest that a wand of such caliber was on the verge of being conceived, for we seek materials of that nature, pure magical essence, free from any extraneous elements. As for what other materials might be involved and how to procure them, I cannot say with certainty. Legends are, after all, mere stories. Their truth remains uncertain. So, Mr. Snape, you may wish to give a try. Despite this casual suggestion, Ollivander's demeanor was far from merely experimental. While others might struggle to comprehend what constitutes pure, unblemished material, Zhang Jin could surmise that it likely refers to a substance imbued solely with soul energy, devoid of any will. Such materials are certainly elusive. Mr. Snape, do you intend to attempt this? Ollivander appeared somewhat apprehensive. This method is one only he could consider, as others would be reluctant to risk the fragmentation of their souls on such a precarious endeavor. I can prepare the wand shaft for you in advance and teach you how to discern the core, though I cannot ascertain whether the material is suitable. However, I can help you determine if it can be utilized as a core. Zhang Jin's heart was already inclined to agree, but upon witnessing Ollivander's fervent demeanor, it seemed rather impolite not to press further in this context. Chapter 32, The Legend of Avalon. Ollivander felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and should it slip away, one could only wonder how long they would need to wait for another. The vast majority of wizards hold their wands in the highest regard, cherishing them far more than they would a beloved. Consequently, it is rare for a wizard to require a replacement wand. Typically, a wand is replaced either because one has inherited it from an ancestor, necessitating a change upon reaching adulthood, or due to the exceedingly rare circumstance of it breaking. Wizards who use their forebear's wand often either retain it for life or switch it out around the time they come of age, while those newly initiated into adulthood, like Zhang Jin, rarely possess the requisite strength to channel their soul's power. In fact, even many wizards who graduated years ago struggle to draw forth their soul's essence. Thus, merely reaching the level of power necessary to extract one's soul excludes the majority of wizards. The number of those who require a new wand is even scarcer, and this method can easily cause soul disturbance or fragmentation when the soul is already stable. It is akin to extracting a small piece from an unblemished glass sheet. A misstep results in shattered glass. Conversely, taking a fragment from a piece that is already broken is significantly easier. The likelihood of soul fragmentation while still maintaining a normal life and the need for a new wand is exceedingly rare. Even Voldemort, who split his soul into 7 pieces, did not need to replace his wand, for each fragment remained a part of him, thus allowing his original wand to function seamlessly. Voldemort sought a new wand solely to find one capable of vanquishing Harry Potter. Zhang Jin's situation, however, is distinct. He has integrated another soul, rendering his original essence altered and consequently his wand unusable, thus necessitating a replacement. Such a probability is truly unparalleled. Although Ollivander may not fully comprehend the intricacies, he recognizes the rarity of this opportunity, the only one since he proposed this method, which had nearly been forgotten. The allure of validating an unprecedented wand-making technique is one that no Ollivander could resist. I can impart to you the wand-making methods of the Ollivander family. However, whether you can master them depends solely on your own abilities. Before Zhang Jin could voice his thoughts, Ollivander proactively laid forth his terms. Perhaps realizing his eagerness was too apparent. This is the best offer I can extend, and I trust you will not decline, Mr. Snape. You are in need of a fine wand. Ollivander stated this with unwavering resolve, his gaze fixed intently on Zhang Jin's face, his indifferent eyes seemingly discerning something profound. Staring like this is quite embarrassing. It feels as though one is being coerced or manipulated. Zhang Jin expressed that he is now an apprentice to a white wizard and a professor at Hogwarts, asserting his benevolence. I concur. I have long harbored an interest in wand making, but until now, the opportunity to learn had eluded me. Given such favorable conditions, it is only logical to acquiesce, as this skill in crafting high-end weaponry promises boundless utility. Moreover, Zhang Jin indeed has a pressing need for a wand. Initially, he had intended to study wand making in secret, and now this fortuitous opportunity saves him the trouble of stealthily seeking knowledge. Besides, the unfolding of this narrative is all too familiar. Is this not the quintessential protagonist journey? Next, shall we embark on a quest for materials followed by a series of fortuitous encounters? While the plot may be cliched, it remains captivating, does it not? Would one forsake the narrative simply because its tropes are well-trodden? Would one abandon the golden key prepared for the protagonist merely because dangers lie ahead, fraught with trials and tribulations? Certainly not. Being the protagonist is undeniably enticing. Furthermore, in such narratives, the protagonist often possesses a halo of luck. What is there to fear? Let's proceed. What is it that you require of me? Zhang Jin is eager for an adventure befitting a hero. Since arriving in this magical realm, he has confined himself to home and school without engaging in any significant endeavors, which hardly aligns with the role of a protagonist. At last, a proper adventure is on the horizon. Ollivander, seemingly oblivious to Zhang Jin's thoughts, refrained from probing further, perhaps believing there to be something amiss with Zhang Jin's soul. It is prudent to avoid stirring the pot with such peculiar individuals. Thus, let us return to the matter at hand. Legend has it that Merlin encountered the Lady of the Lake on a small island known as Avalon, where he crafted his wand. If that island exists, it should be akin to Hogwarts, an unmarked sanctuary with magical guardians. Ollivander harbored no intentions of concealing information. He shared all he knew, which closely mirrors what was known in my previous life. The probability of Avalon's existence appears quite high. Indeed, as anticipated, this will be an adventure on a deserted island within the magical realm, where the protagonist is destined for extraordinary encounters and eventual escape. The only distinction is that while other protagonists typically have a team for collective quests, Zhang Jin is on his own. However, what a remarkable coincidence the name is. Mr. Ollivander. Is this island perpetually enveloped in mist, surrounded by swamps, accessible only by boat? I hope it is not that island, according to legends from my past life. It is perilous, said to be the final resting place of King Arthur, guarded by 9 powerful enchantresses and countless non-human sentinels. A sanctum of purity for England and perhaps all of Europe. Yet, this remains uncertain, for it is merely a legend. Have you ever seen or heard of this island? Ollivander is indeed quite peculiar. In his view, the legends of Avalon should be known to almost no one. The Ollivander family only learned of them through their collection of wand-related lore. It is said among Muggles that this is the burial site of King Arthur. Zhang Jin felt somewhat helpless. He couldn't very well admit that he discovered this on Baidu. Could he? What if Ollivander inquired about Baidu's identity or who Arthur was? As anticipated, the questions arose. However, it appears that the wizarding world lacks any legends regarding King Arthur. Arthur is a king from Muggle folklore, allegedly a pupil of Merlin, who assisted him in ascending to the throne. Zhang Jin could only briefly recount the relevant legends, hoping that Ollivander would refrain from probing too deeply, as it would be quite challenging to fabricate responses. Fortunately, Ollivander seemed disinclined to pursue further inquiries. He calmly asserted that Muggle legends are generally quite inaccurate, with many tales emerging only after the application of a forgetting charm. Does this imply that numerous legends are merely the result of Muggles' own imaginations? For the next 2 months, you shall learn the art of wand making from me before embarking on your own explorations. Chapter 33. Listening to the voices of all things. First, let us resolve the matter of the wand. Ignorance is preferable, for knowing without resolution would only lead to persistent anxiety, hindering the study of potions. Particularly, a wizard without a wand is as powerless as a bird with clipped wings. In such circumstances, traversing Diagon Alley could prove perilous, and Zhang Jin, uncertain about the reliability of wands, resembled a ticking time bomb, liable to explode at any moment. Ollivander's workshop is located on the 2nd floor of the wand shop, a modest space filled to the ceiling with an assortment of items, much like the 1st floor. It seems Ollivander is not particularly affluent. The shop has been passed down through generations, adorned with stark simplicity, even the upstairs area. One would think that, as a purveyor of essential wizarding tools, Ollivander's monopoly would yield substantial profits. After all, this is a necessity with no competition. Yet, considering that each wand is sold for a mere 7 galleons, he must be incurring losses, given the expense of phoenix feathers, unicorn hair, or dragon heartstrings. Particularly since it is said that no two cores from the same creature may coexist, except for Harry and Voldemort. It appears that the majority of wands are crafted with dragon heartstrings, phoenix feathers, and unicorn hair. According to calculations from the British wizarding community, how many phoenixes, dragons, and unicorns would be required to meet the demand? Am I merely overthinking this? Or have I stumbled upon a hidden secret? The second floor is of identical size to the first, with the only distinction being that one shelf is designated for semi-finished wands, while the others are stocked with materials for wand making. In the center of these shelves is a large workbench, approximately 3 meters long and over a meter wide, spacious enough to serve as a makeshift bed. That is my workbench. You may tidy up a space beside it, Ollivander instructed Jean after leading him upstairs, promptly commencing the instruction on wand-making techniques without further ado. This forthright demeanor aligns perfectly with Jean's preferences, reminiscent of Dumbledore's cryptic manner of speaking, which is often fraught with subtlety and pitfalls, rendering it quite mentally taxing to navigate. Moreover, it seems that Ollivander hails from Ravenclaw, perhaps embodying the quintessential traits of a true intellectual, for how else could he remain perpetually single? To commence, let us ascertain whether you possess an aptitude in this realm. Ollivander retrieved a grand wooden chest from a nearby cabinet, cradling it with a reverent demeanor. This venerable chest bore the marks of age, its surface, mottled and worn, displayed a unique pattern formed through the passage of time. The edges, worn down to reveal the wood beneath, faintly shimmered with traces of magical luminescence, suggesting it may be a treasured heirloom of the Ollivander lineage. A crucial aspect of wand-making lies in harnessing the wand's intrinsic qualities, ensuring a harmonious bond between the wand and its wizard. The greater the degree of this affinity, the better. Beyond the craftsmanship involved in wand creation, the selection of materials, particularly the core, plays a pivotal role in enhancing this connection. Each wand, born from the unique combination of various cores and woods, is singular in nature. An exceptionally gifted artisan can discern the distinctive essence of a wand's core and appreciate the attributes of the wand crafted from it. For instance, I can sense the emotions of wands. When young wizards come to select their wands, I can perceive whether a wand is compliant or resistant, and I can feel its joy upon meeting its rightful owner. Thus, it is the wand that chooses the wizard, Mr. Snape. Mr. Ollivander, was it not rather abrupt to deliver such a lengthy discourse all at once? I had just begun to perceive you as the reticent intellectual, and yet you have contradicted that impression most starkly. Perhaps it is due to Ollivander's usual reticence, with only a few moments of conversation prior to the start of term, that he has become somewhat loquacious today. Ordinarily, he appears quite taciturn. However, the tone of your speech seems rather peculiar, combined with the upward curve of your smile, the deep lines adorning your face and your silver eyes. One might wonder if Ollivander harbors some underlying condition, or perhaps an unusual fixation. Let's extend our understanding to this solitary elder. Furthermore, did I just hear something remarkable? Wait a moment, Mr. Ollivander. Did you just claim that you can sense the emotions of the wand and its core? If we consider the previous conjecture that all magic is a manifestation of the soul's power, then the emotions perceived must indeed reflect a form of will. To discern will from inanimate objects, even from those that have recently perished, is a feat that requires an extraordinarily powerful soul and resolve. Even Dumbledore and Voldemort could not reach such heights. Coupled with the earlier musings regarding the origins of wand cores, could it be that Ollivander is truly a reclusive sage? Yet he does not appear to fit that mold. Moreover, in the films, Ollivander is captured by Death Eaters and subjected to the Cruciatus Curse, which seems rather unfortunate for one with a penchant for masochism. Or perhaps, do all reclusive sages possess unique quirks? This is what I refer to as talent, Mr. Snape. The Ollivander family has conducted extensive research and discovered a method to perceive the fluctuations of materials. Ollivander spoke rather casually, yet Jean felt a surge of trepidation. After all, he was casually revealing a treasured family secret. However, this method requires an extraordinary gift and is limited to sensing wands. It is somewhat unfortunate that it can only perceive wands, but Ollivander, do you truly not know how to utilize it? While it may possess certain flaws, if the approach is correct, it is indeed a pathway leading to the perception of intent. If one could accurately discern the will of the soul's power in nature, coupled with the understanding that the soul is magical power, It would essentially be a communion with the intent within the natural magic. Wouldn't this facilitate a remarkable enhancement of magical prowess? Furthermore, by communicating with the external world, one could gather information from it, thereby alleviating the most pressing concern of being ambushed by the killing curse. At the very least, it would provide a sense of confidence akin to facing 10 foes alone. This skill could be described as the ability to listen to the voices of all beings. Even a diminished version of it would be quite appealing. Sensing those fluctuations is not particularly difficult. For instance, advanced wizards can perceive spells cast in the shadows, and aurors can track disapparition, among other things. Perhaps recognizing Zhang Jin's astonishment, Ollivander offered a rare explanation. The Ollivander family's perception of wands relies heavily on the accumulation of experience. Akin to the sound of a heartbeat, different rhythms signify different emotions, and with enough accumulation, one naturally gains deeper understanding. Ollivander still failed to grasp the significance of this technique. Should I inform him? It would not be prudent if he were to casually disclose it and someone overheard, but the prerequisite is the ability to sense those heartbeat sounds, which is what I mean by talent. Chapter 34. New skill acquired. Regardless of whether it is the sound of a heartbeat or something else entirely, could you please teach it to me first? Is it truly fair to leave one in such suspense? Zhang Jin appeared to be attentively listening to Ollivander's various introductions, while internally unleashing a torrent of sarcasm. However, he maintained a serious demeanor, as the atmosphere could not be disrupted. Just as Zhang Jin was lost in thought, Ollivander had already placed a box on the table and opened it. Inside were some failed wands from the Ollivander family's collection. They failed due to possessing excessively strong emotions, making them suitable for testing and comparison. Ollivander slowly extracted several wands from the box, which appeared quite similar to other normal wands, albeit a bit worn. These wands were nearly incapable of casting spells or would not act according to the wizard's intent. As Ollivander spoke, he demonstrated a Lumos charm, only for the wand to humorously splash him with water. The expression on Ollivander's face, combined with the water drenching him, was quite comical. Come now. Take one and give it a try. Cast a simple spell. Long before Ollivander retrieved the box, Zhang Jin had already begun to speculate about its contents. In the realm of magic, aside from the 3 Deathly Hallows, the only renowned treasures are those left behind by the 4 founders of Hogwarts. There had been no mention of any artifacts associated with the Ollivander family. However, if it were wands, it would not be surprising, given their over 2,000-year history of wand making it quite normal for some wands to be preserved. Yet, one would typically expect to find some extraordinarily powerful wands, akin to the legendary swords found in tales and films, where every swordsmith's abode invariably harbors a magnificent blade, often acquired by the protagonist after a series of convoluted events, sometimes even accompanied by a romantic partner. To present a few failed wands as heirlooms seems rather eccentric, does it not? It appears that I have overthought this. This is not a world where treasures can be stumbled upon casually. Gazing at the wands within the box, Zhang Jin's hopes for treasures had diminished. Yet he could still perceive the distinctiveness of these wands. In comparison to the finished wands on the ground floor, the fluctuations of these few were far more pronounced. Following Ollivander's suggestion, he picked one up, and even before casting a spell, he sensed something amiss. This wand felt peculiar. You can sense it, can't you? My grandfather speculated that aside from exceptionally gifted wizards, those of considerable power should also be able to feel it. Zhang Jin yearned to inquire about Ollivander's intentions. Professor Dumbledore had sensed it as well, but could you attempt to discern what differentiates these wands? At that moment, Zhang Jin truly wished to retort that their lengths, thicknesses, colors, and patterns varied, but it was evident that this was not the response Ollivander sought. Moreover, such playful banter might incur his wrath. Although Ollivander appeared unable to contend with Zhang Jin, such a remark would hardly align with Severus's character. He reminded himself internally that he was no longer Severus Snape. Yet outwardly, he maintained the demeanor of Severus. He examined each wand in succession, scrutinizing and caressing them, and it indeed seemed that there were subtle differences. They emitted varying magical energies. Zhang Jin was almost certain that these energies were distinct, each unique, and not merely a matter of intensity. The magical energy that wizards typically perceive is just that, magic. They can sense it but cannot articulate it, merely acknowledging its existence. Thus, coupled with the numerous similarities and connections between magical energy and the soul, Zhang Jin concluded that magical energy is akin to the power of the soul. However, he could only detect variations in the quantity of pure soul energy or magical energy, unless it manifested as different spells. The magical energies emitted by these wands, however, allowed Zhang Jin to discern differences akin to spells, Although the energies were subtle and their distinctions not overt, they were unmistakably clear, becoming increasingly discernible with deeper contemplation. You can perceive it, can't you? How delightful it is. Initially, Dumbledore could only sense the presence of magic, even differentiating the subtle variances in its intensity. Yet, he was unable to perceive the qualitative differences within that magic. Ollivander was exceedingly thrilled. Typically, those capable of sensing magic are already distinguished wizards. However, even wizards as formidable as Dumbledore could only discern the strength of magic, perceiving it uniformly, merely in terms of quantity or intensity, devoid of any other distinctions. The old man was invigorated once more. Should he indulge in another vial of calming potion? It seemed that overconsumption could lead to certain side effects. If my conjecture is correct, that distinction may be the will itself, or, as Ollivander articulated, the emotion. Yet, it appears that sensations of excitement or anger are entirely elusive. The next step is to remember these distinctions, which I refer to as the pulsating frequencies, akin to a heartbeat. Varying frequencies signify different emotions, and these emotions, in turn, embody distinct thoughts, thereby guiding the wand's choice of wizard. For instance, this particular wand, crafted from a nerve of a Hungarian horntail, pulsates with anger, vehemently rejecting any wizard as its master. Zhang Jin took hold of a slender black wand, roughly 8 inches in length, from Ollivander's grasp. However, after much manipulation, he could only discern a difference from other wands. Though the specifics remained an enigma, he was utterly unable to experience feelings such as anger. The emotions are imperceptible, a mere conclusion drawn from the experiences of the Ollivander lineage. Henceforth, when encountering such fluctuations, one would recognize them as embodiments of anger. Ah, how profoundly insightful that is. It is akin to learning an entirely new language. Upon first hearing, one may grasp not its meaning, but when informed that it is an insult, subsequent encounters will render understanding. Such is the essence, I presume. Yet, Zhang Jin refrained from articulating this, content with comprehension. Thus, he would embark on the journey of mastering a wholly novel language, one expressed through the manifestation of will. This indeed is a remarkable skill. I wonder if it would enable communication with other wills. Perhaps uttering a request for assistance while casting magic might have some effect. In any case, he had acquired a new skill, and that brought him joy. Subsequently, he explored several other wands, each representing emotions such as joy, rejection, conflict, and sorrow. Indeed, all were intertwined with emotions, yet 5 seemed rather insufficient for communication. Is it akin to conversing through emoticons? This appears to demand quite a stretch of imagination. What if one misinterprets a sign? Chapter 35, Nearly Led Astray. Upon realizing Zhang Jin's ability to discern the emotions of different wands, Ollivander was filled with exuberance, as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders, much to Zhang Jin's bemusement, raising questions about his mental state. Is this the customary demeanor of a master? Must one possess a touch of eccentricity to earn the title of master? Eventually, Ollivander began to elaborate, revealing that nearly a century had passed since the inception of his search within the Ollivander family, and over time, numerous children had been recommended, yet none were suitable. Until now. At last, a fitting candidate had emerged. Ollivander then commenced a discourse on the lineage of the wand shop. Ollivander's wand shop has been passed down to my generation for over 2,300 years, and I have managed this establishment for more than 60 years. Initially, I never harbored concerns regarding the succession of the wand shop. However, the only daughter among my descendants with the innate talent for wand making has tragically passed away, and the others lack the ability to inherit the Ollivander craft. Ultimately, to ensure that young wizards can procure their wands without hindrance, I acquiesced to the Ministry of Magic's arrangement for an apprentice, provided they possess the requisite talent. It was not until today that I encountered a wizard, Severus Snape, who not only exhibited such talent, but also expressed a desire to learn the art of wand making. I sincerely hope you will carry on the Ollivander legacy. Can you promise me this? As Ollivander spoke, tears streamed down his cheeks, revealing the profound sorrow of an elderly man burdened by the fear of losing the lineage of wand making. The thought of his craft facing extinction brought him to the brink of despair. In this moment, he became visibly agitated, not with joy, but with quivering lips, brimming eyes, and trembling hands. The sight of his silver eyes glistening with tears was heart-wrenching and deeply moving. One could easily envision a solitary old man, guarding his lifelong craft while awaiting a worthy successor, much like the intangible cultural traditions that now languish without heirs, facing the threat of obliteration. Observing Ollivander's aged visage and tear-filled eyes, Zhang Jin declared, I cannot. perhaps sensing the impropriety of his refusal. He quickly added a more suitable justification. I simply do not possess the gold galleons necessary to procure these materials. Indeed, Zhang Jin stood firm in his rejection, articulating a reason that was both candid and pragmatic. He could not afford such an endeavor. The room, filled to the ceiling with wands and materials, was not only a magnificent sight, but also implied an exorbitant cost that far exceeded the meager savings of Harry Potter's vault. Moreover, it appeared to be a venture fraught with losses, entirely beyond Zhang Jin's means. You need not worry about this. Ollivander seemed to perceive Zhang Jin's uncertainty and reassured him. All the materials are provided free of charge by the Ministry of Magic. You can request any materials you require. So that is why wands are so affordable, because the Ministry has taken into account that exorbitant prices would render them inaccessible to young wizards like the Weasley family, thus opting to subsidize the materials, leaving the purchasing wizards responsible only for the labor costs. It is likely that this is the case. No wonder the Ministry allowed Ollivander to embed traces within each wand. Evidently, the Ministry also contributes to these wands. However, one must ponder the sanity of both the Ministry officials and Ollivander for amassing such an abundance of costly materials to the ceiling. Yet, despite the allure of these magical components, Zhang Jin remained resolute in his refusal, although the magical materials appeared irresistibly tempting. And despite Zhang Jin's own aspirations to learn the craft of wand making, he had no intention of dedicating his life to this pursuit. Furthermore, one must not overlook the peculiar longevity of wizards within the magical realm. Dumbledore was speculated by Harry, Ron, and their companions to have lived for over 150 years, although official records state he lived to the age of 116. Ultimately, his demise was not due to natural causes, but rather the result of the killing curse. As for his friend Nicholas Flamel, the illustrious owner of the Philosopher's Stone, he and his wife lived for over 6 centuries. Even ordinary wizards can enjoy lengthy lifespans. For instance, the esteemed member of the Wisingamot, Gellert Grindelwald, once proctored Dumbledore's transfiguration exam. Furthermore, Dumbledore's neighbor, the historian Bathilda Bagshot, was a friend of Albus Dumbledore's parents, and her age surpassed that of Dumbledore himself. Even Garrick Ollivander lived long enough to witness the schooling of Harry Potter's descendants, indicating he could have lived for at least another 30 years. Thus, it can be concluded that wizards generally possess extended lifespans. However, the dark machinations of Voldemort led to the untimely demise of many elder wizards, resulting in a scarcity of their kind. For example, Harry's and Ron's grandparents are among those who are no longer present. This implies that, barring any unforeseen accidents, Ollivander has ample time to seek an heir, and perhaps in the future, one of his grandchildren or great-grandchildren may prove suitable. Zhang Jin, however, does not wish to spend his life crafting wands. It is likely that Ollivander did not anticipate Zhang Jin's firm refusal, which led to a brief moment of awkwardness between them. Eventually, Ollivander shifted the conversation, suggesting that Zhang Jin should immerse himself in the emotions tied to his own wand, and then review the wand-making notes located downstairs. Once he has done so, Ollivander would provide further instruction. His tone had grown somewhat chilly, perhaps still reeling from the unexpected turn of events. He had initially intended to cultivate an heir and had already envisioned Zhang Jin in that role. Thus, his enthusiasm seemed misplaced given the outcome. Zhang Jin, clearly unconcerned by Ollivander's demeanor, was focused on ascending the pinnacle of magic. Mastery of wand-making was sufficient for him. He had no desire to dedicate his life to the craft. With no inclination towards such a hobby, Zhang Jin planned to take the notes and depart, intending to visit the owl shop on his way out, where he intended to purchase an owl. As Zhang Jin prepared to leave, Ollivander, reluctant to let him go, inquired whether he might reconsider his decision. He only asked that Zhang Jin carry on the wand-making tradition when Ollivander no longer had an heir. Zhang Jin suddenly sensed a flaw in the old man's motives. Surely Ollivander was acutely aware of lifespan issues, and frankly, as wands are essential tools for wizards, Zhang Jin did not perceive any threat to the continuity of wand-making skills. There was no need for such urgency. Upon witnessing Ollivander's awkward smile, it became evident that this wand-obsessed wizard was likely eager to pass the torch to someone unwilling to invest time in teaching another, preferring instead to dedicate his remaining years to wand research. Ollivander likely realized this as well. Zhang Jin narrowly escaped being ensnared by the old man. Chapter 36. Still a pitfall. Zhang Jin dedicated nearly a month to perusing the wand-making notes of the illustrious Ollivander family. It must be acknowledged that the wisdom passed down through generations holds significant value. Although the focus lies on the art of wand crafting, the insights into magical creatures provided therein greatly benefited Zhang Jin. It is noteworthy that Severus, throughout his entire tenure at Hogwarts, and even into his transformation into Zhang had never ventured far from home, nor experienced any outdoor escapades. His knowledge of magical beings was limited to what he acquired in the classroom during care of magical creatures and from reading various texts. Unfortunately, much of this knowledge was vague and imprecise, with differing descriptions across various tomes, rendering it unreliable for someone like Zhang who was contemplating an adventure. The uncertainty of which information was accurate posed considerable risks when confronting the unknown dangers presented by these creatures. After all, one can never predict what perils await when stepping beyond familiar boundaries. Ollivander's notes served as a valuable supplement to his understanding, particularly regarding the formidable magical creatures. The notes offered meticulous details about such beings, to the point where Zhang Jin's comprehension of dangerous creatures surpassed even that of Hagrid. While Hagrid's grasp of these creatures was somewhat limited, his passion for fierce magical beings was undeniable. Nonetheless, he likely fell short compared to Newt Scamander, the esteemed author of Fantastic Beasts. The ancestors of Ollivander primarily focused their research on which parts of magical creatures could be utilized for wand making, the methods of extraction, and preservation techniques. The notes were replete with examples of sourcing materials from various magical beings, with a particular affinity for the more powerful species. This preference likely stemmed from the fact that materials from stronger magical creatures were easier to forge into wands, resulting in higher success rates and greater potency. Moreover, the notes delved into numerous magical beings that are now extinct or nearly forgotten, such as the long-extinct Scottish red dragon. This dragon, once cohabiting with the Welsh green dragon in Great Britain, was significantly larger and more ferocious, comparable to the formidable Hungarian horntail of today. The legend surrounding King Arthur's bloodline intertwined with that of the red dragon further heightened Zhang Jin's appreciation for this information. Regrettably, as the notes progressed, the information about these magical creatures dwindled, eventually becoming non-existent. It seems that later generations of Ollivanders resorted to utilizing materials provided by others or harvested by different individuals. Consequently, the latter sections of the notes primarily discussed various methods of processing materials and enhancing the bond between the wand core and the wand body. The innovative techniques described in this section left Zhang Jin with a refreshing sense of discovery, far surpassing the conventional methods of cutting and scraping. It evoked a nostalgic familiarity akin to the rich tapestry of traditional Chinese martial arts, where even the simple act of chopping vegetables could be executed in 12 distinct ways. A concept difficult for the average person to fathom. The methods employed in handling these materials prove invaluable in the crafting of potions, not merely for ostentation, but to unleash the latent magical energies contained within. In the treatment of materials such as hair, tendons, and heartstrings, particularly those suitable for wand making, the ancestors of Ollivander have achieved a level of mastery that is nothing short of exemplary. Zhang Jin has encountered over 40 distinct methods for processing unicorn tail hair, all in pursuit of the most appropriate technique for wand creation. The research undertaken has undoubtedly consumed countless materials and the lives of many Ollivanders, yielding rare and invaluable experience. This knowledge has led Zhang Jin to regard the pursuit of wand making as secondary. The wisdom gained is of immeasurable worth. With this experience, he feels emboldened not only in his adventurous endeavors, but also finds it significantly enhances his potion-making abilities, potentially elevating his craft to new heights. Remarkably, it seems Zhang Jin has not sacrificed much in the process. However, it is somewhat regrettable that a month has elapsed without any advancement in his sensitivity to wands. Although he has experienced the emotions of those wands, the prospect of delving deeper into their essence appears nearly unattainable. Unlike Ollivander, who can observe young wizards selecting their wands, Zhang Jin finds himself unable to have wands entrusted to him, especially given that he does not seem particularly well-liked. Consequently, he has only been able to attune himself to his own wand, which exhibits fluctuations that seem to be subtly transforming, distinctly different from their original state. Ollivander described the initial fluctuations as contradictions and struggles. But what are they now? Without a point of comparison, how can one ascertain the nature of these changes? This contemplation leads Zhang Jin to question whether Ollivander's approach to perception might be flawed. How can one ascertain a standard for comparison in a method that relies on such comparisons? While Ollivander claims that this understanding is derived from experiential exploration and accumulation, how can the wands that serve as benchmarks be rationalized? Is it merely the intensity of their fluctuations that qualifies them as standards? This evokes thoughts of other phenomena. For instance, even prior to comprehending the significance of such fluctuations, many wizards instinctively sense something amiss upon encountering certain objects. A quintessential example is the universal dread felt by any wizard upon witnessing the Avada Kedavra curse, an unmistakable sense of impending death. This visceral response does not stem from any established reference. It is the most immediate perception shared by all wizards. Moreover, considering that the casting of the Avada Kedavra requires an intense and unwavering resolve to kill, could it not be inferred that a will of sufficient strength is also perceptible? Furthermore, one may intuitively grasp the essence of that will. It is akin to mythological figures who possess the ability to communicate with all things, or deities who are inherently knowledgeable or omniscient. These experiences likely result from an exchange of intentions between wills. Zhang Jin holds a skeptical view towards deities and legendary figures, believing they would not engage in the study or contemplation of fluctuations and their meanings. Instead, they must possess an innate ability to directly perceive the essence of conveyed intentions. Hence, it can be posited that Ollivander's method is merely a shortcut discovered in a state of incompleteness, albeit one fraught with limitations. This could be regarded as yet another pitfall, an unrecognized trap even by Ollivander himself, for shortcuts invariably constrain individuals from discovering the rightful path. Might this be the reason why Dumbledore refrained from learning the art of wand-making from Ollivander? Nonetheless, this approach is not entirely detrimental for Zhang Jin. At the very least, it enables a heightened sensitivity to intentions and their fluctuations. More significantly, this method has allowed Zhang Jin to sense other wills within the soul residing in his being. Chapter 37. To swear or not to swear. Upon detecting another will, Zhang Jin was, to be candid, not at all astonished. After all, the soul had not fully integrated over such an extended period. It would be implausible to claim there was no cause. It can only be said that the combined perception of the soul has further solidified Zhang Jin's understanding, considering all possibilities and conjectures. The truth reveals itself. Severus's will has not entirely vanished. Remnants remain, commonly referred to as lingering attachments. Please disregard the somewhat humorous terminology. We may also refer to them as obsessions. In essence, although Severus actively sought death and willingly relinquished both body and soul to Zhang Jin, his subconscious has yet to be completely extinguished. The thoughts and desires that occupied his final moments, regrets and fixations, persist, forming these obsessions. Though few in number, they are difficult to assimilate, akin to the essence of will. As the saying goes, quality prevails over quantity. 10,000 elite warriors can easily surpass 100,000 common soldiers. It is precisely due to the influence of Severus's lingering will that the final union of souls has been prolonged. As time progresses, these remnants of will inevitably diminish, suggesting that complete integration is ultimately achievable. However, the timeline remains uncertain. It is akin to Zhang Jin's will dissolving and consuming Severus's will. The final remnants are the hardest to digest, making the concluding phase increasingly arduous. Regarding methods to expedite the removal of Severus's obsessions, Zhang Jin harbors certain speculations. Perhaps he could undertake actions aligned with Severus's desires. For instance, protecting Harry in Severus's stead or assisting in the demise of Voldemort may be viable options. Nevertheless, these endeavors do not seem feasible within a short time frame. If it were to take a decade or more, what purpose would it serve, as the essence of will would likely dissipate long before then? Furthermore, should he emulate the practices of predecessors who traversed realms, regardless of the outcome, by making a vow or a promise to soothe the uncertain state of the will? Could this be what the great sages refer to as the rejection of the world will? Upon reflection, it indeed bears resemblance. For the existing will impedes the complete fusion of souls. It would be peculiar if there were no rejection at play. Thus, Zhang Jin began to contemplate whether he should make an oath or a wish. However, pledging to protect Harry Potter or vowing to vanquish Voldemort appeared rather implausible. Based on Zhang Jin's understanding of Severus's memories, it was evident that both Harry Potter and Voldemort were inconsequential. His obsession centered solely around Lily Evans. But what was to be done? To resurrect her and embark on a romantic affair? That would be preposterous. Zhang Jin could only hope to meet Lily Evans in the future, albeit only in spirit, and beseech her forgiveness for Severus. Naturally, Zhang Jin would not vocalize this vow, for should it be overheard, it would spell disaster. It was sufficient to express it within his heart, trusting that if it were meant to be, there would be a response. As it turned out, he had indeed overthought the matter. That fragment of will likely lacked even thought, compelling him to consider alternative solutions. It must be noted that when Severus departed, despair was accompanied by profound regret for his actions. From the initial derogatory remark about mudbloods to his eventual betrayal and even seeking assistance from Dumbledore. All these actions left Severus steeped in remorse, ultimately culminating in a profound despair that Zhang Jin wished to avoid at all costs. Having experienced such despair a few times, he had no desire to encounter it again, let alone eliminate or resolve it. It was simply laughable. Zhang Jin held in high regard those heroines who could topple Severus after crossing into his world. Such feats were reserved for the true daughters of the protagonist's realm, something he felt utterly powerless to achieve. Only those who have genuinely experienced it can comprehend Severus's obsession with Lily Evans. The light in his life was undoubtedly Lily Evans herself. Perhaps this is a characteristic inherent to every Slytherin. Each Slytherin possesses an obsession, whether it be ambition, madness, or otherwise. Thus, to replace the singular love that illuminated Severus's heart is a nearly impossible endeavor, especially after having caused her demise. The depth of one's love is often matched by the depth of one's self-loathing, burdens that a mere mortal like Zhang Jin could scarcely bear. Consequently, although Zhang Jin accepted all of Severus's memories, he consciously concealed that portion, never considering himself to be the original Severus, as he simply could not endure it. After experiencing Severus's despair, Zhang Jin felt compelled to think of amusing matters or resort to sarcasm to alleviate the oppressive weight of that despair. As a product of a new era, raised under the Red Banner and living in happiness, if Zhang Jin were to endure the emotional torment that Severus experienced for an extended period, he would inevitably succumb to madness. Thus, Zhang Jin held even greater admiration for Severus, who could withstand such trials while maintaining his composure, even in the presence of individuals like Harry, Lupin, and Sirius, who were deeply intertwined with his fate. Such a person surely deserves respect. Therefore, if oaths prove ineffective, one must gradually wear away those burdens of will. This revelation led Zhang Jin to understand that residual willpower could be gradually eroded. If that were the case, could one not also slowly diminish the will of the external world, absorbing the magical essence from the surroundings and dissipating its inherent what would effectively transform it into one's own? It is an endeavor worth pursuing. Moreover, it is likely that the stronger one's own will, the greater the capacity for erosion, allowing even Severus's moments of despair to occasionally serve as a means to fortify his resolve. Another consideration is the issue of negative willpower contaminating spells, which could also be gradually restored through this process of erosion. Consequently, aside from avoiding the use of unforgivable curses, one could confidently wield even lethal spells without hesitation. Following this, several days were devoted to the study of potion making. The primary focus was the enhancement of the Wolfsbane potion, a task previously undertaken by Severus in the original work, and one that Zhang Jin was eager to attempt. Gaining recognition as a master of potions necessitates certain achievements, and publishing improvements on the Wolfsbane potion would serve as an excellent method to establish credibility. Furthermore, being able to create potions that dissolve magic and concoct advanced brews would undoubtedly facilitate a smoother evaluation process. Subsequently, Zhang Jin crafted a spare wand with the heartstring of a dragon as its core. The dragon's heartstring, while not entirely loyal and prone to yielding to the strong, possesses considerable power and, importantly, exceptional durability. It is estimated that even Zhang Jin could utilize it for over 6 months without issue. Chapter 38. Ready for departure with the assurance that the spare wand would function without complications, Zhang Jin began preparations for his inaugural adventure. This journey was one he had eagerly anticipated since his arrival in this world, with magic, Hogwarts, and the allure of the unknown being the most captivating aspects. Although the primary aim of this expedition was not leisure, but rather to discover a suitable material for his wand core, ideally something akin to Merlin's, devoid of any extraneous will and consisting purely of magical essence. This did not detract from the enjoyment of the scenic vistas along the way. The tentative destination for the journey was Avalon, the legendary site where Merlin is said to have mastered magic and his final resting place. To Muggles, it is whispered to be the eternal slumbering ground of King Arthur. This was sufficiently enticing, as what Zhang Jin lacked was experience. With the aid of Felix Felicis, he was confident he could uncover even the faintest clues. Avalon is known as a paradise of legend, akin to the celestial realms of China or the Pure Land, a place every wizard yearns for. Curiously, it seems few wizards have ever heard of it. Before setting off, Zhang Jin intended to inform Dumbledore, hoping to glean some insights about Merlin from the erudite elder. He would also send a message to Lucius Malfoy, although he deemed it unnecessary to disclose his quest for Avalon. Dumbledore had been occupied for the past 2 months attending funerals and visiting members of the Order of the Phoenix, primarily to offer comfort and necessary compensation. Following that, he had been meeting with heads of the Ministry of Magic and other wizarding institutions to arrange employment for those members who had fallen into poverty. It is imperative to once again lament the unfortunate fate of the Order of the Phoenix, as the first generation of its members witnessed the grievous loss of over 20 individuals, more than half of whom were Aurors. Nearly 10 of these brave souls fell victim to the vengeful wrath of Death Eaters following Voldemort's demise, with the most renowned among them being the Lombardons. Many funerals were conducted hastily, and Dumbledore, burdened with his commitments, found little time to extend his condolences, particularly in an era when financial resources were scarce. However, in the wake of Voldemort's downfall, numerous assets previously controlled by Death Eaters have been relinquished, with unclaimed properties or those belonging to deceased owners being allocated as compensation for the fallen wizards. Additionally, Lucius Malfoy contributed a substantial sum to the Ministry of Magic, a portion of which was designated for Hogwarts restoration and operational funds, resources that Dumbledore could access without oversight. Yet, even these funds may prove insufficient, as the losses were monumental. It is not merely a matter of offering condolences this year. The Lombardons, for instance, now languish in St. Mungo's Hospital, and it is crucial for Dumbledore to visit them frequently in the initial years. This reality underscores the rationale behind the Ministry's apprehension towards Dumbledore. The Auror Office, comprising merely a handful of elite Aurors, boasts that half of its members belong to the Order, thereby equating Dumbledore with a significant portion of the military might within the British magical community. Coupled with Dumbledore's formidable prowess, it is entirely reasonable for the Minister of Magic to be wary of him. The actions of successive Ministers of Magic reveal that while they may be inept in warfare, they are undeniably adept in the realm of political maneuvering. Moreover, given the power Dumbledore exhibited in confronting the Death Eaters, it is certain the Ministry would not extend him any goodwill. It is likely that Minister Bagnold and Bartemius Crouch share a similar perspective, especially in light of the pure-blood families that stand in opposition to Dumbledore, making his situation increasingly precarious. Dumbledore's formidable strength and the profound influence he wields over the multitude of students he has taught over the decades create a stark advantage that would be unattainable for anyone else, even for figures such as Lucius or Crouch, should they find themselves in Dumbledore's position. This reluctance to engage in power struggles also reflects Dumbledore's conscious decision to refrain from seeking dominion. Otherwise, he could have easily seized control of the British magical realm long ago. Thus, had there been a minister of comparable strength, perhaps akin to Professor Flitwick's capabilities, coupled with a modicum of influence, it is conceivable that Dumbledore might have been ousted from Hogwarts during this tumultuous period. When Zhang Jin encountered Dumbledore, the venerable wizard was resting in his office, the fatigue etched upon his face, a rare sight for one of his typically languid demeanor, provoking an urge within Zhang Jin to jest. Nevertheless, Dumbledore rallied his spirits, slightly tilting his head to regard Zhang Jin as he spoke. "Ah, you have arrived, Severus. How have you fared lately? Professor Slughorn has been rather persistent in seeking my company." It is evident that Dumbledore is somewhat exasperated with Slughorn. The old man, terrified that others might discover his connection to Voldemort's Horcruxes, has been attempting to flee lately. In fact, he even positioned himself at the entrance of the headmaster's office during Dumbledore's attempts to avoid him. This situation has reached the ears of Zhang Jin, who resides in the Room of Requirement, and Dumbledore has indeed been quite busy, naturally leading to a diminished patience for Slughorn's antics. However, the issue remains unresolved, and one can easily discern that it may persist indefinitely without a solution. In his usual calm tone, Zhang Jin remarked, "I visited Mr. Ollivander, and he suggested that I seek out Merlin." "Seek out Merlin?" Dumbledore echoed, astonished. Such a pursuit is akin to searching for God, representing a divine quest, typically not a promising endeavor. I discovered that Merlin ultimately journeyed to a place called Avalon, presumably located in Britain. I intend to investigate further. Zhang Jin paid no heed to Dumbledore's astonishment, particularly as the mention of Avalon elicited even greater surprise from the headmaster. "You know of Avalon? Did Mr. Ollivander inform you? It is certainly not a favorable locale." While Dumbledore had previously mentioned Merlin in a book he provided to Zhang Jin, he had not referenced Avalon, although he clearly possessed knowledge of it. Without waiting for Zhang Jin to respond, Dumbledore continued, "Avalon is the origin of many legends, potentially even the birthplace of magic. Its location remains a mystery. The mythical Avalon is described as an expansive island, paradoxically both small and unapproachable. Once one enters, escape seems impossible, rendering it boundless. Furthermore, the island is home to numerous perilous species, where fire dragons and fairies are merely commonplace. and no one can predict what encounters await within. Legend has it that Merlin himself encountered a lady of the lake there. Moreover, there exists a tale that Godric Gryffindor met fairies in Avalon and acquired the Sword of Gryffindor. Dumbledore recounted an abundance of legends surrounding Avalon, indicating a profound understanding of the subject. These tales are ancient. Their veracity is uncertain. If you must embark on this journey, I advise you to take this. He presented Zhang Jin with an invisibility cloak, refraining from mentioning its connection to the Potter family or any reference to the Deathly Hallows. When Zhang Jin accepted it, he delightedly feigned ignorance. Chapter 39. The entrance to Avalon 2 days later, Zhang Jin commenced his quest for Avalon. Before formally setting out, he exchanged a considerable amount of currency at Gringotts for British pounds. Of course, Zhang Jin had no intentions of investing in the Muggle world. After all, this was Britain in 1982, and who could predict which investments would be lucrative at such a time? Furthermore, the goblins at Gringotts welcomed wizards exchanging galleons for pounds, but were less enthusiastic about the reverse transaction, which was generally restricted to Muggle students and their families. Goblins preferred the glittering galleons over paper currency. Moreover, the pound is rendered utterly useless in the magical realm, akin to mere scrap paper for the fairies. Of course, gold can be exchanged directly, but it is not valued by weight in galleons. Zhang Jin discovered upon entering the magical world that galleons are far more precious than an equivalent weight of gold, primarily due to the myriad of enchantments that safeguard against counterfeiting, replication, destruction, and even facilitate counting. This complexity in currency is the reason why, despite the notably lower educational standards of the magical community, they can employ such an intricate monetary system, as these coins possess the ability to automatically tally and provide change. Fairies exhibit an unexpectedly astute understanding of currency, seemingly harboring the notion that wizards are growing increasingly foolish. In fact, they have never considered simplifying their monetary system. Rather, they frequently implement reforms that bewilder the wizards, resulting in a pervasive distrust among nearly all of them. Wizards, too, are quite peculiar. Despite their mistrust of fairies, having even engaged in numerous conflicts with them, most wizards entrust their wealth to Gringotts, where it is safeguarded by the very same fairies they regard as adversaries. The fairies, in turn, cherish galleons, much like the Monkey King vigilantly overseeing the Peach Garden, biding their time until they can no longer resist. After leaving Gringotts, Zhang Jin meandered through various locales in Britain, treating it as a leisurely tour while discreetly checking for any potential followers. After all, exchanging currency at Gringotts necessitates identity verification, and it is evident to any observant individual. Zhang Jin wished to avoid any ambush on his journey. Should he inadvertently lead a pursuer into Avalon, it would undoubtedly complicate matters, as he was entirely unaware of the circumstances within. At such a moment, a scout would serve no purpose. What if they were to seize the opportunities hidden within? Or worse, what if he were to be ambushed? Reality is far from fiction. Thus, it is prudent to eliminate any potential trackers at the earliest opportunity. Subsequently, Zhang Jin began to obscure his whereabouts, first donning a trendy Muggle winter jacket with a hood, then retrieving a prepared backpack, in which he cast the undetectable extension charm along with the featherweight charm to accommodate his belongings. Naturally, he opted to carry essential items on his person, as the temporary undetectable extension charm is not particularly stable, especially when containing magical artifacts. Even Zhang Jin, while casting, faced a certain probability of losing items. Consequently, valuable possessions such as his invisibility cloak, Felix Felicis, Veritaserum, and a vial of specially concocted poison had to be kept close at hand. Fortunately, it was still winter, and the cold weather meant that the pockets of the jacket were ample. Otherwise, concealing such items would have proven quite challenging. Thereafter, Zhang Jin chose to travel by train to Yorkshire, located to the north of London, and from Leeds Airport nearby, he would fly to Plymouth in Cornwall, situated on the southwestern coast of England, adjacent to the English Channel and directly across from Wales to the north. Zhang Jin's journey has taken him on a considerable detour, traversing various modern modes of transportation without the use of magic. He even boarded an airplane while donning an invisibility cloak, a legendary garment from the Potter family reputed to conceal its wearer from even the Grim Reaper. If he were to be followed despite such precautions, Zhang Jin would have no choice but to accept his fate. Upon arriving in Cornwall, he found himself indistinguishable from other backpacking travelers. Cornwall is notably famous for its fairies, yet Zhang Jin held little interest in them, as they were not the purpose of his expedition. His intention was to depart from Yuki, crossing the Celtic Sea, ultimately reaching his destination, Wales. Indeed, his sights were set on the entirety of Wales, which was anticipated to be the most probable location of Avalon. According to legends from his previous life, both Merlin and King Arthur hailed from Wales, which served as their primary battleground and abode. These insights were derived from the memories of his former existence, as the magical realm here bore no semblance to the legends of the Muggle world, where even Arthur appeared to have materialized from thin air, guarding all of Great Britain. In contrast, the Arthur of Jean Gin's past life was a quintessential Welsh king, defending Wales against the Saxons of England, a crucial detail that enabled Jean Jean to pinpoint his focus on Wales. This was information that even Dumbledore was unaware of. While the accuracy of the information from two different worlds may be uncertain, it nonetheless provided a guiding direction. Moreover, a pivotal aspect to consider is the presence of the famed Welsh green dragon. If dragons were to serve as guardians, reaching Avalon would indeed prove challenging. Although individual Welsh green dragons may not possess great strength, they are unique in their social structure, often dwelling in groups. Unlike other dragons that might occupy a mountain peak with merely 2 or 3 individuals, Welsh green dragons predominantly reside deep within the Cambria Mountains, living in clusters of a dozen or more. The combat prowess of a dozen dragons would undoubtedly surpass that of an equal number of wizards. When a significant number of wizards mobilize, the entire population of Welsh green dragons could converge, potentially numbering in the hundreds. This scale and combat effectiveness could rival that of the final confrontation between Hogwarts and Voldemort, and they exhibit far greater unity than Voldemort's minions. It must be noted that while Welsh green dragons may be somewhat weaker, their population is the largest among all known dragon species. Furthermore, in the legends of Avalon from his past life, the Guardian was precisely the Green Knight, which aligns perfectly with his quest, boarding a modest sightseeing cruise. He spent the better part of the day sailing across the Celtic Sea, which was also one of Jean Gin's targets, given its suspiciously significant name. The legends of Merlin and King Arthur are rooted in Celtic mythology, representing some of the most renowned and widely recognized tales. Although the term Celtic now broadly refers to all of Great Britain, it is only the Celtic Sea that retains its original name. Additionally, being at sea aligns with the notion that Avalon is an island, though Jean Jean suspects that the magical realm's concept of an island may differ from that of reality. Nonetheless, since he was already there, he could not afford to miss the opportunity. Initially, Jean Jean intended to embark on a journey from a Muggle's perspective, primarily to observe any overlooked details that might escape the notice of non-magical individuals. Subsequently, he would meticulously search for clues, and ultimately, he would employ the use of the Felix Felicis potion. This trifecta of approaches should significantly enhance the likelihood of discovery, at the very least, in terms of narrowing down the search area. If Avalon were indeed to exist, its probability of being located in Wales would be markedly higher. Chapter 40. The Green Dragon of Snowdon Mountain. Snowdon, situated in the northern reaches of Wales, is also known as Mount Snowdon. It marks the northernmost and highest peak of the entire Cambria mountain range, soaring above 1,000 meters, a rarity in Great Britain. Furthermore, a substantial portion of Snowdon is enclosed within a national park, a practice that aligns perfectly with the magical community's tendency to cordon off perilous areas as protected zones, ostensibly to safeguard against Muggle proximity. Additionally, this locale serves as a sanctuary for the Welsh green dragon. Such protective measures effectively mitigate unnecessary casualties and prevent dragon sighting incidents. However, the downside of this protective zone is the inevitable presence of wizards tasked with its oversight. Given the considerable population of Welsh green dragons, the number of wizards required for monitoring would be substantial. Moreover, this century has witnessed the largest Muggle sighting incident in British history attributed to the Welsh green dragon, suggesting that vigilant guardianship and security measures would be abundant in this area. Currently, Jean Jean found himself at the foot of Snowdon. The circumstances now indicated that the use of magic could be initiated early. Although Wales is situated in the southern part of Great Britain and experiences a relatively mild climate due to its proximity to the Atlantic Ocean, Snowdon seemed to present a different reality. The biting winds, accompanied by swirling snowflakes, stung his face, resulting in his inability to locate any travel groups along the way. Thus, he was compelled to journey alone. Climbing in winter is a rarity, and venturing into the lesser-known terrains of Snowdon amidst snow and wind is even less common. Furthermore, at this time, the Snowdon National Park was closed to the public, and the dragon sanctuary near the summit was fortified with Muggle-repelling charms. Consequently, Jean Jean had to evade Muggles and resort to magic to expedite his ascent. Through the casting of spells, he could distinctly sense the magical fluctuations emanating from the mountain, abundant and varied, some belonging to dragons, others to wizards, with a substantial reservoir of magical energy emanating from the summit, which was rumored to have once been a volcano. Upon reaching the halfway point, he detected the vibrations of the Muggle-repelling charm. He promptly retrieved his invisibility cloak, adeptly cast a featherweight charm upon himself, followed by a disillusionment charm, one to prevent leaving discernible footprints in the snow, and the other to obscure his presence from the wind and snow's disturbances. The invisibility cloak merely concealed him. It could not mask the anomalies caused by external factors. Without some form of disguise, a clear human silhouette would inevitably materialize. Ascending further, he soon encountered a cluster of wooden cabins from which voices could be heard. Individuals seemingly engaged in breakfast while discussing recent developments in the magical community and extolling the virtues of the savior. Potter, slowly drawing near, Zhang Jin concealed himself in the shadows, listening intently, a measure of patience he certainly possessed. After approximately an hour, he finally gleaned some valuable information. The wizards inhabiting the several small wooden cabins belonged to a quartet, with 3 such teams stationed at the 3 paths leading in different directions. The opposite side was a steep hillside, nearly inaccessible to Muggles, thus left unguarded. Next came the astonishing revelation regarding the number of dragons in this sanctuary. Over 300, a figure that far exceeded Zhang Jin's expectations. Considering that there are approximately 500 Welsh green dragons across the entirety of Great Britain, predominantly residing in Wales, it would be reasonable to estimate their population at around 400 to 500. Although Snowdon is the highest peak in Wales, its area is relatively modest. Based on the dragon's habits, while they prefer mountainous terrains and are inherently social creatures, it would seem plausible that only about 200 could inhabit this region. One should not underestimate the significance of 200. After all, the Welsh green dragons hold the title of the largest dragon population within the magical realm. Their smaller size and comparatively lesser aggression than other dragon species, coupled with their social tendencies, naturally lead to a larger number. However, they are not akin to humans in their tendency to crowd. They may not relish conflict. Yet it is unrealistic to assume that such a multitude could coexist in perpetual harmony. Moreover, a critical concern arises regarding sustenance. Dragons possess substantial appetites. While the Welsh green may consume less than their fire-breathing counterparts, they are still considerably larger than tigers or lions, thus requiring ample nourishment. How could a single mountain possibly sustain over 300 Welsh greens? Would they venture out to hunt? Wouldn't it be more prudent to establish a new home? It is noteworthy that other dragon reserves typically house only around 50 fire dragons, and even those are semi-tame, reliant upon human wizards for sustenance. The existence of a wild fire dragon sanctuary of such magnitude is rare. For instance, the Brecon Beacons Reserve in southern Wales accommodates merely over 50 fire dragons, despite being significantly larger than Snowdon. Beyond these 2 reserves, the remaining expanse of the Cumbrian Mountains, approximately 30 times the size, hosts fewer than 100 Welsh green dragons, which seems rather unreasonable. These dragons are entirely wild. Given the vastness of their habitat, it is peculiar that they would choose to congregate on a single peak. As Zhang Jin ascended further, he noted a perceptible warmth returning to the air, with temperatures gradually rising as he approached the summit. The remnants of snow began to vanish, giving way to lush greenery, culminating in a dense forest. The climate had evidently transitioned from winter to spring, and it was likely to become even warmer at higher altitudes. Zhang Jin could not ascertain whether this was due to the volcanic nature of the summit or the abundance of dragons. Now, less than 100 meters from the peak, it became evident that this mountain was formed by an ancient volcano. Its summit lacked a pointed apex, suggesting that the top was likely a sunken basin. Analyzing the mountain's size, one could reasonably conclude that this basin was quite extensive. Moreover, given that it is a basin, the presence of a lake is quite natural, reminiscent of the heavenly lake atop Changbai Mountain in Huaxia, where a volcanic crater has devolved into a basin, subsequently evolving into a lake. Here, one can already discern several green dragons concealed among the woods and grasslands, occasionally emitting gentle chirps that are unexpectedly melodious, akin to the songs of fairies. These green dragons stand approximately 6 to 7 feet tall and measure over 20 feet in length, roughly 2 meters in height and 6 meters in length, which is indeed small among fire dragons, only slightly larger than the Peruvian viper dragon. Typically, fire dragons can grow to around 9 meters long and 3 meters high, while the Ukrainian iron-belly dragon can reach nearly 15 meters in length. The green dragons possess emerald green skin and exhibit a slender physique, making them difficult to spot if they are nestled among branches or in the grass. Thus, Zhang Jin treads cautiously, as attracting their attention is no trivial matter. The breath of a fire dragon can be perilous, and unless one wishes to lose parts of their body, it is best to avoid such encounters. As he nears the mountain summit, Zhang Jin selects a high slope to observe slowly. intending to assess the situation and ascertain whether there truly are as many dragons as rumored. He harbors doubts regarding the veracity of the wizards sent by the Ministry of Magic who claim to have counted them. Chapter 41. The island surrounded by fire dragons. The summit of Shuan Mountain indeed reveals a vast basin, encircled by towering ring-shaped mountains, with an hourglass-shaped lake at its center. Narrow at the front and wider at the back, flanked by dense primeval forests on the slopes. Judging by the growth state and size of the forest, this primeval woodland likely boasts an age of nearly 10,000 years. Over such a vast expanse of time, one wonders what other wondrous creatures might reside within. Zhang Jin speculates that there must be, and while the specific species remain unknown, the numbers are likely substantial. Otherwise, how could so many Welsh green dragons survive? However, the specifics remain elusive. Zhang Jin's vantage point is directly aligned with the concave center of the hourglass shape, which corresponds to the middle of the entire summit, the very spot one would grasp the gourd. Although this should be an ideal observation point, the cliff remains quite distant from the basin's floor, which is shrouded in primeval forest, rendering it impossible to discern anything nearby apart from some sounds. The view further afield is even more obscured. The summit is inherently immense, and the lake's surface is veiled in rising mists, allowing only the sight of two lakes, one large and one small, while details remain hidden. The cliffs beyond the basin can be seen clearly, aiding in determining the general shape of the summit. The towering cliffs surrounding the area, along with the perpetual mist, provide exceptional conditions for concealment. From below, the cliffs obscure the view, revealing only the shape of a volcanic crater. From above, the mist obscures all but the trees. Approaching closely, one might fly into the air for a better view, yet fire dragons stand guard. Were it not for Zhang Jin's formidable abilities and the invisibility cloak among the deathly hallows, others would merely be walking into a trap. Moreover, due to the temperate climate atop the mountain, the scenery here is exceedingly pleasant, suggesting that the variety of trees in the forest indicates a perennial, spring-like atmosphere. Such a picturesque locale, concealing unparalleled beauty, could indeed be deemed an idyllic retreat from the mundane world. Is there a place more emblematic of Avalon than this? However, Zhang Jin refrained from hastily investigating the lake's depths, as he currently possessed a reasonable assurance of its characteristics. Should there be an island within the lake, his confidence would increase even further. Yet, Zhang Jin was not devoid of prudence. Embarking on an exploration of the unknown without preparation would be undeniably foolish. He resolved to observe further, and then utilize magic to explore other regions of Wales. If he found no remarkable features elsewhere, he would return to this enchanting site. If at all possible, Zhang Jin wished to avoid confronting over 300 fire dragons. Let's ponder two questions. First, how might one approach a potential island beneath the very gaze of the fire dragons? Second, how could one depart from this place, where disturbance is almost certain? Should the attention of the dragons be drawn, resistance would be futile. One would simply await their demise. This necessity for restraint was underscored by the inherent peril, not to mention the unseen threats that might lurk within. After observing for 2 consecutive days, Zhang Jin decided to take his leave. For the oppressive presence of the fire dragons was undeniable. It was evident that this was a realm encircled by dragons, with the greatest concentration of them residing near Zhang Jin's current position, likely due to the expanse of the surrounding forest. Furthermore, many magical creatures could be confirmed to inhabit this area, such as the wild boar. Zhang Jin had once witnessed a Welsh green dragon soaring with one in its grasp. Most native British magical creatures were present, though those of level 3 and above were rather scarce, perhaps due to the dominance of the Welsh green dragon, which deterred other formidable beings. Yet, this was not entirely certain. Zhang Jin had encountered a creature reminiscent of a rhinoceros, boasting a thick hide that allowed it to graze leisurely even under the dragon's fiery breath, unperturbed by the dragon's minions. This creature, known as the ironclad rhinoceros, is a small rhinoceros-like magical being once native to Great Britain, though rumored to be extinct. Zhang Jin had come across it in Mr. Ollivander's notes. This revelation prompted Zhang Jin to express gratitude once more to Mr. Ollivander, for it was likely that other creatures, possibly long extinct, resided within. Before departing, Zhang Jin intended to conduct an experiment. He would cast the soul-snatching curse on a Welsh green dragon to ascertain its effects. If he could gain control over a dragon, it would render his task significantly easier. With his current prowess, confronting a Welsh green dragon was not insurmountable, provided he could lure it to a location unnoticed by its kin and maintain minimal fluctuations in magical energy, which necessitated the avoidance of high-powered spells as much as possible. Ultimately, the objective was achieved through the administration of potions, which highlights the advantages of such elixirs. Their effectiveness is nearly silent. As long as the potion is successfully administered, it generally incurs minimal repercussions. Henceforth, it would be prudent to prepare an ample supply of these potions. Additionally, one must consider the dragon's resistance to such concoctions. Although it is fortunate that this resistance is not as formidable as that against curses, the ingested potion still retains a degree of efficacy. Under the intensifying grip of Zhang Jin's soul snare, the seemingly diminutive Welsh green dragon ultimately succumbed, though regrettably, the duration of control was fleeting, likely not exceeding an hour. Dragons possess an extraordinary resistance to magic. Had the soul snare been cast upon another wizard, Zhang Jin's prowess would have allowed for control lasting 2 to 3 days. Yet, with the dragon, it was merely an hour. Zhang Jin proceeded to explore the remainder of Wales, though the endeavor yielded little in terms of discovery. However, he did manage to gather some potion ingredients along the way. The largely uninhabited regions of Wales are predominantly dense forests, home to an array of magical creatures, some of which are perilous. The materials sourced from these extraordinary beings are quite valuable. Additionally, there are several wizarding dwellings, such as the renowned Godric's Hollow located in the southwest of Wales. Despite being situated at opposite ends of the country, the distance between Snowdon and Godric's Hollow is not substantial. It is no wonder that Dumbledore speculated that Godric Gryffindor may have ventured into Avalon. For an adventurous wizard, Snowdon would undoubtedly capture Gryffindor's attention. This raises the question of whether Dumbledore himself has ever explored that place. Though he later relocated to Godric's Hollow, it could be considered his homeland, one with which he is undoubtedly well acquainted. Judging by Dumbledore's tone, it seems more likely that he possesses knowledge of the location and has perused considerable documentation, albeit perhaps he has never set foot inside or his attempts were thwarted, which would explain his borrowing of the invisibility cloak. Chapter 42. Infiltration. When Zhang Jin returned to Snowdon, a month had elapsed. The weather in England during March had begun to warm, and the Welsh green dragon reserve atop Snowdon had also become more temperate, as if summer were on the horizon. After a further month of preparation, Zhang Jin commenced his formal infiltration. Firstly, the invisibility cloak was essential, warranting gratitude towards Professor Dumbledore for his generous sponsorship. Let us overlook the secrets this old man may have kept, for his strengths are undeniable. In his youth, Dumbledore did indeed visit this place. However, at that time, he had not yet acquired the invisibility cloak from the Potter family, preventing him from delving deeper. He was forced to retreat before even reaching the lakeside, likely finding the experience rather tumultuous. According to Dumbledore, aside from the green dragon, the forest predominantly harbors herbivorous creatures such as wild boars, armored rhinoceroses, and giant antlered deer. Conversely, the carnivorous magical beasts that one would expect to be abundant are rather scarce. It is speculated that the green dragon subconsciously regulates the population of these predatory creatures to prevent a depletion of food resources. So there is no need for excessive concern regarding these animals. However, beyond the green dragon, one must pay greater heed to the flora and insects present here. Due to the primordial nature of the forest, it is rife with perilous magical plants, such as devil's vines, man-eating bananas, and venomous grass, among others. Furthermore, many unnamed, dangerous plants abound, many of which possess the uncanny ability to detect invisibility and disillusionment charms, likely due to their unique mode of perception that differs from that of humans. Consequently, it is imperative to exercise caution when infiltrating this territory, avoiding proximity to unidentified plants whenever possible, or taking precautions in advance. Once these plants sense an intruder, escape becomes exceedingly difficult. In addition to their inherent offensive capabilities, each type of plant is accompanied by a multitude of various insects, most of which are either venomous or possess formidable attack abilities. These insects will assault targets at the behest of the plants, creating further disturbances until either the target succumbs or is ultimately discovered by the Welsh green dragon. Dumbledore himself was once exposed by a mandrake that had switched pits. The mandrake's cries attracted a swarm of blood-sucking moths, which assailed him with fervor. Ultimately, prior to being detected by the green dragon, Dumbledore managed to escape, aided by Fawkes' abilities. The moths, when flapping their wings, released toxins that induced profound hallucinations, which nearly led to Dumbledore's demise. This incident reveals that Dumbledore's resistance to illusions is rather mediocre, underscoring the significant impact of that experience on him. In response, Zhang Jin devised a plan to locate a group of wild boars, controlling the leader to scout ahead while he donned an invisibility cloak and cast various protective charms. Following closely behind, the wild boars served a dual purpose. They helped to evade detection by the Welsh green dragon and acted as decoys, triggering traps and preventing Zhang Jin from encountering those treacherous plants. These plants, in their quest to ensnare prey, have become adept at camouflage. For instance, Zhang Jin observed a devil's vine ingeniously transforming itself into an ordinary shrub. As the wild boars approached, it swiftly enveloped them from all sides and vanished, completing the entire process in under 2 minutes. Thus, Zhang Jin proceeded with increasing caution through the forest. After expending a total of 15 wild boars, he finally reached a point not far from the lake. This was only possible because these boars had inhabited the forest for an extended period, allowing them to avoid certain plants that were undoubtedly not as innocuous as they appeared. Were Zhang Jin to venture here alone, even with an invisibility cloak, he would certainly need to employ magic. However, using powerful spells in this environment would inevitably draw the attention of other creatures, potentially resulting in an assault by fire dragons. It is impossible for one person to confront over 300 fire dragons. Zhang Jin has not lost his sanity yet. After a cautious exploration, aided by the selfless assistance of the warthogs, Zhang Jin could finally see the mist rising from the lake ahead. However, at this moment, the warthog he had been controlling had vanished, its last moments tragically spent sinking into a patch of grass, thus concluding its noble mission. Earlier, upon entering, Zhang Jin had noted that the direction he was now taking should be relatively close to the lake's surface on either side, as it lay in the central indentation of the gourd-shaped valley. Although this route necessitated traversing a vast expanse of forest, it would shorten the distance to navigate through the lake, where dangers were likely as great as in the forest. Perhaps due to its position between two lakes, the area was not without its share of marshland, which hosted a plethora of trees, yet the wildlife was noticeably sparse. Conversely, the vines that thrived in moist environments had flourished abundantly. Zhang Jin identified several devil vines, having spotted 5 or 6 already, but it was too late to change course, and he could only continue forward. He cast a featherweight charm upon himself to avoid sinking into the swamp and transformed a piece of driftwood into another warthog to continue scouting, while his original self followed closely behind. Before long, the warthog had taken only a few steps when it met its demise, not from the swamp, as Zhang Jin had successfully enchanted it. Instead, it fell victim to a creature resembling a crocodile, with a body akin to that of the reptile, but a head more fish-like. This creature sprang unexpectedly from a marsh and swiftly devoured the warthog, dragging its lifeless form into the mire. It was indeed not a location for an ordinary wizard. However, Zhang Jin felt a sense of reassurance as he had now entered the mist-laden area, even though he was merely at the periphery. Casting spells here would be challenging for the green dragons to detect. Provided he kept his magical activity discreet, he could act with considerable freedom. Thus, Zhang Jin cast several ironclad charms upon himself, summoned a few more transformed warthogs, and continued onward. He soon arrived at the true edge of the lake. From the vantage point of the boundary, the waters of both lakes appeared indistinguishable, a dark expanse with depths unfathomable, reminiscent of the Black Lake at Hogwarts. Shadows loomed in the water, and it was easy to surmise that formidable aquatic creatures lurked beneath the surface. Yet once he could cast spells, the question of which creatures were truly formidable became less certain. After all, severe as Snape was not to be underestimated. Zhang Jin retrieved the prepared gillweed and swallowed it whole. He vowed that no one would wish to chew on gillweed, as its slimy texture was utterly repulsive. Gritting through the turmoil in his stomach and the discomfort of his transformation, Zhang Jin plunged into the lake. Chapter 43. The Battle at the Lake Bottom. In his past life, the majority of the dietary habits of the Chinese people revolved around conventional cooked foods. However, upon entering the magical realm, although the cuisine was not particularly bizarre, everyone was aware of the nature of British fare. One simply needed to fill their belly. However, it is rather tragic that as a wizard, one must constantly engage with an array of magical materials. Particularly as a master of potions, Zhang Jin found himself utterly repulsed while researching and handling those potion ingredients. It is unlikely that anyone would relish the thought of dealing with viscous substances reminiscent of mucus, or the urine and excrement of peculiar magical creatures, all of which constitute potion materials, and one is even required to consume them. The taste is evident from the expressions of those wizards who have partaken. There is no potion that is palatable. Thus far, Zhang Jin has only dared to drink potions made from ingredients that are not overtly bizarre, while those containing excrement have languished in his potion cabinet, remaining untouched as long as possible. Yet, this is not the most repulsive aspect. Certain magical beings, including both animals and plants, possess unique parts that serve specific purposes. For instance, The gill pouch grass and the tumors of the matra rat must be consumed raw to be effective. Consequently, one might observe wizards consuming the most peculiar fare, often raw and quite disgusting, as they hope to achieve some unknown marvelous effect. The tumor of the matra rat, for example, was discovered to possess the ability to counteract misfortune and curses, illustrating the extent of experimentation undertaken by wizards. It is no wonder that muggles regard wizards with a blend of respect and trepidation, often harboring biases against them. Upon entering the lake, visibility was nearly non-existent, leaving Zhang Jin only able to sense the chill of the surrounding waters. Fortunately, his ironclad charm remained intact, easing his anxiety. Soon, clarity returned, and the lake's waters became refreshing and comfortable, rendering his body remarkably buoyant, with his hands transforming into webbed appendages reminiscent of a duck, and his feet elongated like duck's paws. Even the water inhaled through his mouth was filtered through the gills sprouting beneath his ears, leaving only the vital oxygen necessary for life. This was precisely why Zhang Jin opted for gill pouch grass. Its simple preparation, raw consumption, and potent effects far surpassed those of bubblehead charms and transfiguration spells, presenting almost no drawbacks aside from a relatively short duration of efficacy. The bubblehead charm, for instance, limits vigorous movements, while navigating in water poses challenges for the human body. As for transfiguration, a complete transformation necessitates relinquishing one's wand, and even partial transformations can hinder mobility. Naturally, the study of animagus transformation is not within the realm of short-term learning, and to date, there have been no recorded instances of transforming into underwater creatures, though there have been cases of transforming into amphibians or serpents. Thus, gill pouch grass stands as the optimal choice for nearly all wizards embarking on underwater explorations. After consuming gill pouch grass, one can perceive the underwater world without even blinking, akin to becoming a fish. Zhang Jin swam swiftly beneath the surface, soon losing sight of the lake bed. Ahead lay a murky, ethereal landscape, where darting fish zipped past like arrows and clusters of aquatic plants swayed gently in the water, their shimmering reflections creating a mesmerizing spectacle. In the distance, shadows occasionally flitted by, indistinct and elusive. The underwater visibility remained limited, extending only about 20 meters around him, a condition attributed to the lake's remarkable clarity. Zhang Jin did not allow himself to be complacent. Creatures like Grindylows posed minimal threats, while water ghosts, water spirits, and water pythons were mere nuisances. What truly instilled fear were the hordes reminiscent of the Welsh green dragons. For instance, the fish-headed crocodile, previously encountered, with its substantial head, was undoubtedly capable of thriving in the water, and its swiftness in marshy terrain was alarming. If they were to exhibit social behavior akin to crocodiles, it would indeed spell disaster. Disregarding the Grindylows hidden among the aquatic vegetation, easily dispatched with a swift kick from Zhang Jin, rendering spells unnecessary, he continued to swim for another 10 minutes. Unexpectedly, the lake's depth had increased significantly, yet no islands materialized ahead. He sensed a gathering of entities in the vicinity and slowed his pace. With wide eyes and a firm grip on his wand, he cast 2 additional iron armor charms upon himself and cautiously approached the sensed danger. Not long after, the once tranquil waters erupted in a flurry of splashes. Before Zhang Jin could fully comprehend the situation, he felt a violent impact, causing one iron armor charm to shatter, followed swiftly by another. The sound of collisions echoed above as he manipulated the water currents with his wand to form a protective shield. It was then that he beheld at least 20 fish-headed crocodiles gliding through the water above him. The earlier sound were the cacophony of their collisions. With no time for further scrutiny, Zhang Jin swiftly dove into the depths among the aquatic plants, seeking their cover to evade the crocodile's ambush. Their assault was alarmingly swift, leaving him little time to react, and their formidable force could easily shatter an iron armor charm. Should he be struck simultaneously by 4 or more of these creatures, it would spell his demise. Even with his considerable strength, casting 3 iron armor charms while ensuring mobility was his limit. Standing still would allow for a more potent shield, yet that would render him a stationary target. Zhang Jin could not assure that a stronger shield would withstand the assault of over 20 fish-headed crocodiles, especially if more lurked nearby. Thus, seeking refuge among the aquatic plants was a prudent choice. Although other dangers might also arise within the vegetation, at least he could anticipate them. Understanding how one met their end was preferable to an ambiguous demise. Above him, the fish-headed crocodiles continued to pursue Zhang Jin, with 1 or 2 occasionally lunging to attack. However, those that plunged downwards were easily ensnared by the aquatic plants, often requiring considerable time to extricate themselves. Observing this, Zhang Jin employed transfiguration spells to tighten the bindings of the plants further. Roughly estimating, without assistance, the crocodiles would take at least 1 to 2 hours to free themselves, given their current struggle. Thus, as the crocodiles ceased their aggressive tactics, Zhang Jin seized the opportunity to launch surprise counterattacks intermittently. The incantations emitted underwater produced a more pronounced luminescence, which attracted the attention of numerous creatures. Consequently, Zhang Jin primarily resorted to a stealthy transformation spell with a relatively subdued, magical glow, ultimately causing the few remaining beings to swiftly disperse. Zhang Jin could not ascertain whether their retreat was due to his influence, as a larger and more formidable creature had emerged, potentially frightening away the fish-headed crocodiles. In Chapter 44, The Ghost Playing the Harp, a colossal shadow loomed, spanning at least 300 to 400 meters in length and width, equivalent to 3 or 4 football fields. It floated upon the water's surface, its myriad tentacles gliding along the edges, resembling a paramecium adrift in a petri dish. The sight of hundreds of tentacles undulating in unison was profoundly awe-inspiring, and their velocity was remarkable. Zhang Jin instinctively dove deeper, the immense water pressure threatening to rupture his eardrums. Despite this, he was reluctant to confront such a titanic entity. Although he could not discern the true nature of this behemoth from a distance, avoiding it seemed prudent. However, some matters cannot be evaded. As Zhang Jin descended, the gigantic creature had already positioned itself above him, casting a shadow that obscured the scant light at the lake's bottom. Unbeknownst to him, several tentacles were rapidly approaching from behind. Thus, when he realized that his iron armor spell had been swiftly shattered and his body ensnared, being inexorably pulled upwards, Zhang Jin instinctively unleashed a shadowless blade. The spell effectively severed the tentacles entwining him, but the subsequent spray of crimson blood splattered across his face and head, as if he had been unexpectedly doused by a water gun. Caught off guard, he inadvertently swallowed several mouthfuls, most of which were filtered out by his gills. Yet some entered his stomach. Strangely, the blood bore no typical metallic odor, but rather possessed a bitter taste. This unexpected turn of events left Zhang Jin in a state of trepidation, continuously monitoring his physical condition, fearful that the blood harbored potent toxins, with no antidote readily available. Compounding his distress, the blood rapidly diffused in the water, soon obscuring all visibility. Consequently, Zhang Jin could only conjure a protective shield to prolong his endurance. Then, he felt himself ensnared once more, being gradually hoisted upwards through the barrier. After ascending for some time, Zhang Jin decisively detonated the shield and escaped through the parted tentacles. Rather than fleeing immediately, he instead propelled himself towards the body of the creature above with increased speed. As he drew nearer, he discerned that what had initially been perceived as a monster resembled a small island. The tentacles surrounding him appeared to be roots of an unidentified plant, seemingly imbued with a consciousness of their own as they lunged toward Zhang Jin. However, forewarned, he would not be easily ensnared again. While tentacles have long been recognized as formidable adversaries in the realm of fantasy, what is the most effective means of countering them? Undoubtedly, it is to engage with them on their own terms. As tendrils surged forth, Zhang Jin retaliated with an array of translucent appendages, conjured from the nearby lake water through a combination of shape-shifting techniques and swarms of flying birds. The two forces clashed continuously at the lake's bottom, colliding and canceling out each other's attacks. Although Zhang Jin's tendrils lacked the agility and resilience of his adversaries, they sufficed for defense. He had no intention of annihilating all the tendrils. The feasibility of such an endeavor was questionable, particularly as time was running short. With only minutes remaining before the 1-hour deadline, Zhang Jin had to navigate through the tendrils' blockade to reach the small island. Failure to make landfall would spell doom for him once the time limit on the gill pouch expired, given that the lake's depths alone posed a lethal threat. Regardless of whether this was Avalon, the mere sight of it compelled Zhang Jin to investigate. The method of ascent was straightforward. He exploited the fact that these tendrils lacked intelligence. He had discerned that their attacks were instinctual, akin to devil's vines, automatically targeting any beings within their attack range as prey, devoid of strategy or cunning. Thus, when Zhang Jin summoned additional tendrils and some flying fish to launch at the attacking appendages, they predictably began to intercept the shape-shifted creatures. Seizing this moment, Zhang Jin swiftly maneuvered past the tendrils' defenses, launching himself from the water's surface and soaring toward the shore as the time grew perilously short. Upon breaching the water, an endless white mist enveloped him, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Zhang Jin could only extend his shield once more, descending toward the direction he had sensed earlier. As he entered the vicinity of the island, the fog dissipated instantly, and the tendrils that had followed him vanished without a trace. Before him lay a modest island, roughly the size of Hogwarts Castle, as he had surmised. However, the scenery here was far from the idyllic paradise one might expect. The landscape was strewn with withered branches and fallen trees, exuding an aura devoid of habitation. Nearby, the remnants of crumbling walls hinted at a past occupancy. Yet now they radiated an air of desolation, lacking any semblance of the beauty and abundance attributed to the legendary Avalon. As he stepped onto the shore, the desolation intensified, with even the air carrying a faint scent of decay, punctuated by ghostly sighs. Zhang Jin carefully skirted the eerie black smoke and the unidentifiable, desiccated trees. Proceeding cautiously across the ruins, it became evident that this site was once a temple, though the tallest stone walls now barely exceeded 2 meters in height. Devoid of any artifacts that might offer insight, the ruins contained no furnishings, not even a basic altar, leaving no indication of which deity had once been venerated here. Moreover, the entire expanse, including the island, lacked any hint of greenery, rendering it more akin to a land of the dead or an island of death, reminiscent of Shadow Island or the Isle of the Damned. As I approached the ruins of the temple, the mournful sighs of the departed grew more pronounced. Beyond the remnants of the temple, I anticipated the grand entrance of its main hall. In what should have been a courtyard stood a colossal tree, toppled and crashing towards the doorway, seemingly having crushed it before falling further afield. The original site of this tree was marked only by a half-meter-high stump, its diameter exceeding 1 meter, upon which sat a silvery specter. In Chapter 45, titled The Lake Nymph Vivian, this desolate and forsaken isle harbored an ethereal beauty, fragile yet enchanting. Unfortunately, this was England, far removed from the popular myths of the East, where beings such as spirit and human were celebrated. Furthermore, the ghostly presence was untouchable, a unique entity suspended between the corporeal and the ethereal. Yet, this enchanting apparition could play the harp, which appeared to be a genuine instrument rather than an illusion, though its melody was inaudible. As Zhang Jin observed her, the specter gracefully turned, shifting from facing away to meeting his gaze, yet she did not lower the harp or raise her head. In a voice soft and sorrowful, she spoke. "Greetings, distant wizard. This place is not suited for adventure." From this vantage point, her beauty was more evident. Such exquisite women were a rarity. Zhang Jin noted her ears were slightly pointed, distinguishing her from mortals. Upon hearing his voice, the silvery figure finally raised her gaze. Her youthful visage suggested she was no older than 18 or 19. Yet she exuded a mature allure, embodying the essence of a heart-stealing thief capable of captivating a man's imagination. With one hand, she tousled her slightly disheveled silver hair, her demeanor both elegant and enchanting. As she released the harp and rose gracefully, her slender frame displayed unexpected contours, transforming her once pure image into one of seduction, causing Zhang Jin to steal glances. It had been many years since anyone had ventured here. Those who once came had bestowed upon this place various names. Some called it Pure Land, others the Isle of Divine Favor, and some referred to it as the Blissful Realm. After a fleeting glance at Zhang Jin, she turned her gaze away, seemingly oblivious to the impropriety of his lingering stare. "I call Apple Island," she remarked, for it once flourished with apple trees. Zhang Jin's eyes remained fixed on the fleeting springtime visions, the translucent silver form artfully concealing deeper landscapes, leading him to feelings of disappointment and frustration as he yearned for more. A surge of desire and impulsivity welled within him, as if he longed for an unresolved connection between the living and the dead. Suddenly, a chilling sensation surged through his mind, extinguishing his various fantasies. This was a cerebral intrusion he had unwittingly set in motion, signaling that someone was invading his thoughts. Zhang Jin's expression darkened, for no one would wear a pleasant countenance after being seduced and having their mind invaded. The allure of the preceding scene was indeed potent. Even someone seasoned by the toxicities of the modern internet could hardly resist. Nonetheless, Zhang Jin did not immediately resist. Rather, he wished to discern the intentions of this enchanting woman. "Do not feel embarrassed. To be frank, I have long been troubled by my own allure in life. People always assert that beauty begets calamity, which is precisely why I found myself on this remote island. The sorcerers who come here are typically of exceptional composure." As she spoke, she cast a deliberate glance at Zhang Jin, seemingly reproaching him, implying that he alone lacked resolve. Zhang Jin, while internally heightening his vigilance, did not overtly display much, instead adopting a facade of bashful innocence as if he had never encountered a woman before. This notion is merely a fallacy of society, where those in power deflect their failures onto innocent women. Furthermore, the desire for beauty is a universal trait, and there is no fault in it. Upon hearing Zhang Jin's words, the stunning beauty laughed lightly. Ah, you possess a certain wit. Indeed, most who come here are elderly, making your youthful presence quite rare. With her laughter, it seemed as though the ruins were imbued with a hint of color, causing Zhang Jin to momentarily lose himself in the moment. He deliberately refrained from resisting, recognizing a rather fortuitous opportunity to indulge, as he was certain this lady would not mind, believing it to be a manifestation of some magical effect. Upon hearing her name, Zhang Jin feigned a frown. Isn't it supposed to be Vivian, my lady? The ghost, who had just introduced herself as Lillian, exhibited no change in demeanor, calmly responding, Miquin is my name from life. It evokes unpleasant memories. I thought you might prefer the name Lillian? Vivian did not conceal her ability to penetrate the minds of others. In her view, any sorcerer capable of reaching this island must be extraordinary. Her ability had merely manifested when they first met, and now that it had, she believed it prudent to reveal it to foster a favorable impression. Zhang Jin was indeed taken aback by her direct admission of having seen his memories. He was confident that she had only glimpsed a fragment of Severus Snape's memories, yet the fact that she had discerned the name Lillian was impressive. She was certainly no ordinary specter. Consequently, Zhang Jin's expression quickly soured, and he furrowed his brow, lowering his voice to say, invasively probing into another's mind is a most discourteous act, easily provoking conflict. I would prefer not to have a second person bearing that name. As he spoke, he tightened his grip on his wand, adopting a stance that suggested he might attack. Forgive me. This ability is innate and beyond my control, even in my ghostly form. Miquin sincerely apologized. Her earnest demeanor and expression evoked no irritation, but rather an impression that she had suffered a grave injustice. Such an ability indeed proved to be quite convenient. I am Severus Snape, and it is a profound honor to meet you, the legendary lake nymph, the guardian of the sacred land, Lady Vivian. Zhang Jin refrained from further entanglements and introduced himself without mentioning Avalon or any utopian names. The name Avalon presently exists only in the myths of the past. It had only been alluded to by Zhang Jin in a conversation with Dumbledore, at which time he did not fully comprehend the astonishment that Dumbledore expressed. It was only later that he realized that Avalon had never been referenced by anyone or in any text here. The fragments of related tales merely spoke of pure lands, eternal realms, or paradisiacal worlds. At this moment, Vivian sighed with a hint of nostalgia, expressing, it has indeed been a long time since I have heard such titles. I remember when this place was not a mere ruin, and I was not alone here. It has truly been ages. Her voice grew softer, imbued with a poignant sentiment that resonated deeply. This solitary and beautiful woman had undoubtedly spent countless days and nights amidst these ruins, and the unique allure she exuded, a blend of innocence and ethereal charm, captivated Zhang Jin, rendering him helplessly enchanted. Were she not a specter, her allure would likely prove irresistible to any man. Chapter 46. Join me in becoming a specter. Zhang Jin maintained sufficient composure, resisting the urge to leap forward like a naive youth. Though it was true that Severus Snape was indeed a virgin, his body still stirred by impulses. He discreetly wiped his nose, relieved to find no blood. The lake nymph, the lake demoness, or perhaps the lady of the lake, the guardian of the pure land, whether she appeared in any guise. Nearly every legend embodies two shared traits, an irresistible beauty, one that even Merlin found himself ensnared by, and a capricious malevolence. In the legends of Merlin's past, a recurring theme depicts him as the pursuer who, upon failing in his romantic endeavors, finds himself ensnared by Vivian's treachery. Regardless of the veracity of these tales, one truth remains. For these ancient sorcerers, the act of killing one or two individuals was trivial. This implies that should she be displeased, she may very well take action. Furthermore, this specter herself is quite peculiar. Her magic possesses the ability to influence emotions and even physical states. The probing of one's mind is undoubtedly a manifestation of her own magic, akin to the Imperius curse, but more subtle and adept, seamlessly entwined with her allure, allowing her to cast spells without the need for gestures or eye contact. Moreover, her ability to physically interact with objects is a feat that most ordinary specters cannot achieve. The only known entity capable of such interaction is the Hogwarts poltergeist, Peeves, whose existence is extraordinary. He is not strictly a ghost, and the other Hogwarts spirits have never considered him one of their kind. Furthermore, no one knows how Peeves came to be. he has existed since the inception of Hogwarts, predating even the blood-curdling Baron, who was among the first students admitted to the school. Moreover, it is speculated that Peeves is a manifestation of the mischievous thoughts emanating from the students of Hogwarts, an embodiment of their whimsical imaginations intertwined with the magical essence of the castle. He represents a psychological construct whose purpose is to fulfill the students' desires for mischief, seamlessly merging humor with malice. Peeves' existence also serves as a testament to Zhang Jin's conjectures regarding magic, soul, and will, illustrating that the magic emitted by wizards carries the intent of its master, and that such unified will can give rise to unique entities. The lake nymph, Wei Weiyan, may not be entirely akin to Peeves. Zhang Jin prefers to believe that Wei Wei and resembles a Horcrux, akin to the soul of Tom Riddle that was sealed within a diary. The youthful Riddle was the sole individual to exhibit the characteristics of a Horcrux. He possessed the ability to cast spells and interact with the physical world while retaining certain ghostly traits. Such a being is undoubtedly perilous, as one cannot ascertain whether she seeks immortality or is compelled into this existence, potentially leading to vastly different outcomes. Zhang Jin contemplated certain thoughts that Wei Wei and could not possibly fathom. She merely assumed that Zhang Jin was once again captivated by her charm. However, this time, she refrained from attempting the legilimency spell. The first attempt was a mere test. The second would signify conflict. Before gaining sufficient understanding, neither party wished to initiate hostilities. The wizards capable of reaching this island are surely exceptional, and those who can survive, or even protect this isle, deserve Zhang Jin's utmost caution, even if they have perished. Wei Weiyan's emotions are fleeting, and Zhang Jin remains uncertain of what is genuine and what is feigned. He heard her say, "Every wizard who ascends this island is remarkable, often driven by personal aspirations, be it to resolve lingering questions, seek immense power, or even attain immortality. Therefore, may I inquire about your purpose for being here, Mr. Snape?" Zhang Jin pondered briefly before responding. "I have come following in the footsteps of Merlin. I discovered a journal that referenced various legends about him, notably that Merlin once visited this place and subsequently became the greatest wizard of his time." "Ah, Merlin." Such a familiar name, Vivian sighed, as if she truly shared some enigmatic connection with him. Indeed, Merlin was the last wizard to arrive here and the only one to have entered this place twice. After his departure, it transformed into ruins, taking on its current visage. Zhang Jin was somewhat astonished to hear this. The last one? Surely, at least 2 other wizards must have visited after Merlin, one of whom is still present and guided me to this location. Without hesitation, Zhang Jin revealed Dumbledore's name, simultaneously seeking to ascertain whether he had indeed been here. "Huh. I speak of those who have ascended this island, whereas the 2 you mentioned have not set foot upon it." With a gentle smile, Wei Weiyan remarked, "The one closest to this place after Merlin would be a sorcerer from 1,000 years ago. He reached the edge of this small island, but was unable to enter due to the absence of a token. Ultimately, he discovered a sword at the bottom of the lake and departed, after which no one dared approach this place again." A token? Zhang Jin's attention swiftly shifted to this term. He could hardly recall possessing any token, yet he had managed to enter. "Are you unaware?" Wei Wei inquired. Her curiosity piqued. "If that is the case, you are indeed fortunate. This island is enveloped in barriers, and the token serves as the key to unlock them. It is impossible to enter without one, so there must be something on you that serves as a token. Could you elaborate?" Zhang Jin's curiosity regarding the island's barriers deepened. If all went well, this was likely tied to the matter of how to leave this place. Every sorcerer who has visited here carries a unique token, yet they share one commonality. Each token is related to death. Wei Weiyan continued, "Do you see that temple? It was originally dedicated to the god of death. Hence it is referred to as the Pure Land, the final resting place for all living beings. The tokens brought here are meant to be offered as sacrifices to the god of death, and only tokens approved by him grant entry. Should one lack a token, it signifies that the god of death has chosen you as the token." As she spoke, Wei Weiyan cast another glance at Zhang Jin, her eyes seemingly alight with a newfound interest, as if she had stumbled upon something delightful. Her demeanor transformed from that of a frail woman into one radiating youthful vigor. "I eagerly anticipate you becoming a ghost like me. I have felt so lonely here for far too long." The specter, now embodying the spirit of a youthful maiden, expressed her invitation to Zhang Jin, her posture and tone reminiscent of a girl yearning for a lover to whisk her away. Meanwhile, Zhang Jin reflected on the invisibility cloak he possessed. This legendary artifact, a remnant of the god of death's mantle, was indeed a fitting token. However, he could never offer it to the god of death. Besides, with the temple in ruins, What could he possibly sacrifice? Surely, a token requires a place of offering. Yet the temple has been dismantled. Who knows if the deity still exists? Zhang Jin pondered. What exactly is a god? Is it a sorcerer of greater magical prowess? Or a collective consciousness of shared traits and ideals among people? He considered this a fascinating research topic, yet for now, he decided against pursuing such inquiries. To study these matters, one must possess a profound sensitivity to consciousness and the ability to exclude the influence of other wills, necessitating formidable strength, which he currently lacked. Perhaps sensing Zhang Jin's discontent, Wei Weiyan added, there have been sorcerers who did not offer their tokens. Merlin, for instance, forcefully entered during his second visit, and as a result, this place was nearly obliterated. Without waiting for Zhang Jin to continue her inquiries, Wei Weiyan began to speak. Apart from the reverence for the god of death, the most precious treasure here is the eternal water that the island guards. Some sorcerers refer to it as the tears of the elves or holy water. Merlin once stormed in, seeking the holy water, but in his rampage, he destroyed everything and left empty-handed, consumed by despair. At that time, I, along with the other guardians, battled against Merlin. We combined all our powers, yet we were unable to defeat him. In the end, they perished, and I became a ghost. Thus, this place is now merely a desolate island, and I fear it may disappoint you. Zhang Jin, no longer admiring the beauty, inquired eagerly, why did Merlin desire the holy water? Where has it gone? The holy water is formed from pure, magical energy. Anything related to magic can utilize it. For instance, it enhances a sorcerer's power, increases the success rate of alchemy, and serves in various magical barriers. Zhang Jin did not mind this information, recognizing it as a commendable amount, albeit uncertain in its authenticity. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to search for herself. Then, esteemed Lady of the Lake, would you mind if I explored my surroundings? Of course, I do not mind. If you could discover it on your own, it will not be my oversight. I am now a ghost and cannot impede your exploration, Wei Weiyan replied. Zhang Jin meticulously traversed the small island, examining every detail, particularly testing the barrier at the island's edge. It felt like an impenetrable layer of glass, utterly preventing escape. The island was small, and aside from the temple, there were no other structures, allowing her to complete her investigation swiftly. Lady of the Lake, may I inspect this area? Zhang Jin had already surveyed all other locations, and this one could not be overlooked, especially since the likelihood of finding something significant here seemed greater. Although the ghost feigned secrecy, her stillness only aroused more suspicion, as if suggesting that something was amiss. As Zhang Jin approached, she noticed something in the moment when sunlight converged, revealing a clearer view upon closer inspection. The stump upon which Wei Weiyan sat did not exhibit the usual circular growth rings of a tree. Rather, its center was somewhat flattened, with a gap about the width of a finger, suggesting the presence of something within. You have found it. Wei Weiyan seemed to exhale in relief. This does not indicate that I have revealed a guarded secret. Is this the holy water? Zhang Jin asked, gazing down at the stump beneath her. The position was somewhat awkward, as Wei Weiyan remained seated on the stump while Zhang Jin stood before her, peering at the center of the stump. Given the stump's size, Wei Weiyan perched at the edge, allowing Zhang Jin's line of sight to pass directly through her chest. Moreover, the garment adorned by this specter resembles a classical British mythical shawl and ethereal gown, characterized by scant fabric at the chest, which led to Zhang Jin being inadvertently exposed to a considerable view of spring. Furthermore, Wei Weiyan's actions were peculiar. She clearly noticed Zhang Jin's gaze and did not shy away, instead leaning slightly forward, allowing Zhang Jin to gaze deeper. Zhang Jin could hardly believe that a ghost could harbor such intentions towards him, especially one as legendary and alluring as the specter, who undoubtedly had numerous admirers. Although Severus at this moment lacked the pronounced lines of age and the stern demeanor he would later possess, having altered his hairstyle indeed rendered him quite handsome. Yet this charm paled in comparison to figures like Merlin. Thus, why did she seem to deliberately entice him? This realm was not merely imbued with holy water. It was, in fact, the sanctum itself, with this island serving merely as its threshold. The sanctum is the resting place of the departed, governed by the Reaper, where the living must possess a token to gain entry. However, the mysteries within are largely unknown, for scarcely anyone emerges from it, and those few who do never speak of their experiences, as if all memories of what lies inside have been erased. In a tone imbued with a peculiar sentiment, Wei Weiyan inquired, "Are you certain you wish to enter?" Zhang Jin merely nodded vacantly, seemingly still lost in the vision of spring. "Then might I ask you to fulfill one request? Please retrieve an item for me from within, anything at all, as I merely wish for a memento." Zhang Jin did not push Wei Weiyan away, uncertain how to deter a ghost. At least for the moment, he could not display any means of confrontation. So he simply nodded in agreement. Besides, should one not relish the affection of such a stunning beauty? It was a pity her body was somewhat frigid, precluding any physical contact, leaving him to merely feast his eyes. Perhaps Wei Wei and truly intended to employ her beauty to achieve her goal. Yet her confidence was rather audacious. Did she believe no one had ever encountered a beauty before? Chapter 48. The enigmatic illusion of the sanctum. The process of entering the sanctum resembled the experience of traversing through a phantasmal shift. One's entire being felt as though it were being spun and tumbled within a washing machine, only to be ejected onto the banks of a murky river. This was a locale intimately familiar to Zhang Jin. A lengthy, polluted waterway meandered through the town of Kirkworth, flanked by overgrown embankments littered with refuse. From this vantage point, one could also glimpse a colossal chimney belonging to a derelict mill. Adjacent to the abandoned mill stood a row of dilapidated brick houses, which appeared to date back to the previous century, their walls marred with the passage of time, obscuring their original patterns. The cobbled streets formed a web-like alleyway, one of which was known as Spider's Tail Alley, a haven for the destitute and disreputable, and the very community where Severus Snape had resided for over 2 decades. On the other side of the sewage river, the surroundings appeared considerably cleaner and more orderly. This side lacked the towering heaps of refuse and various discarded items. Instead, there lay a somewhat deserted amusement park and a relatively modern residential community, where Severus's childhood companion, Lily Evans, resided. Severus had often peered from the thicket bordering the amusement park, watching Lily and her sister, Petunia. And it was here that he discovered Lily was also a witch and initiated their first conversation. Before them meandered the narrow sewage river, which twisted into a modest lake nearby. It was here that Severus and Lily conversed, as he shared all he knew about magic, showcased his abilities, and expressed his tender feelings. A voice within Zhang Jin seemed to roar, yearning for something, as he envisioned 2 children sitting cross-legged. The girl wielding a branch as a makeshift wand, casting spells, while the boy laughed with a joy he had never known before. The roar grew louder, as if bursting forth from Zhang Jin's very being, escaping the confines that had long held it captive. The willows along the riverbank continued to sway gently, and the tree hollow where Severus had concealed himself awaited its owner. The slightly pungent scent in the air diminished, and a silvery mist began to rise from the water's surface, mirroring the distant sky. Here, the nearby scenery was vividly clear, while the far-off landscape remained shrouded in this ethereal mist, rendering it indistinct. Then, amidst the swirling silver fog, 2 children emerged, settling on the riverbank in a cross-legged position. They began to laugh and dream of the future, envisioning their lives at Hogwarts. Tears welled in Zhang Jin's eyes as he grasped the true essence of this place. It was the most enigmatic realm of death within the original narrative, or rather, a bridge to the elusive illusions of the afterlife. It resided in the minds of every witch and wizard, manifesting the deepest visions of their minds at the moment of death, shaped by memory or imagination, transforming according to their thoughts. The scene before him undeniably belonged to Severus, encompassing those voices and the 2 children, Severus Snape and Lily Evans, who likely represented Severus's final wish. However, Zhang Jin was acutely aware of what it meant to linger here. To remain was to embrace death. In the original tale, Harry arrived here due to Voldemort's killing curse. The fragment of Voldemort's soul within him perished, but as that soul lacked a complete, independent consciousness, what manifested was Harry's own inner world, famously represented by Platform 9 3/4 at King's Cross Station, where he encountered Dumbledore and uncovered the reasons behind it all. In contrast, Zhang Jin had entered through the gateway to the Pure Land, suggesting that this Pure Land could indeed be the realm of elusive illusions. Such a perspective is indeed quite rational, for both the Pure Land and the enigmatic illusion are deemed realms of death. Perhaps it is only through the enigmatic illusion that one can reach the true domain of death. However, due to the indeterminate nature of both, and the common belief that the enigmatic illusion is illusory while the Pure Land is tangible, few have sought to connect the two. As I continued along the cobbled path of Spidertail Alley, the scene before me bore little distinction from reality. Yet, when Zhang Jin contemplated manifesting something else, the surroundings remained unchanged, further clarifying that this illusion was not entirely under his control. What lay ahead? Was it death or something else? As he pressed onward, he soon arrived at the edge shrouded in silvery mist and stepped through. Once again, he found himself in a silvery expanse, devoid of any form. All around him was an unbroken sea of silver, silver skies, silver ground, and silver mist enveloping all sides. Suddenly, a crisp sound of knocking echoed, and the mist ahead began to swirl, revealing a figure. It was a handsome middle-aged wizard, adorned in a silver-green robe, donning a pointed wizardess hat, and wielding a staff half his height. The staff struck the ground, producing the clear sound Zhang Jin had heard. He gazed at Zhang Jin and said, "You have finally arrived. I've been anticipating your presence." Zhang Jin merely stared at him, inquiring, "Who are you? Why have you been waiting for me? Did you know I would come?" "I am Merlin," the man continued, "and you should be familiar with my name. I once made a prophecy that foretold your arrival." Zhang Jin replied, "But Merlin should have perished long ago." Merlin responded, "What do you think this place is?" Zhang Jin sensed that this journey was not in vain. He had not only encountered the legendary lake nymph Wei Wei, but also the most powerful wizard known as Merlin. Yet, why was Merlin waiting for him? Was it true, as in other tales, that every crossing has its purpose, and that he was summoned by Merlin? "Why do you wait for me?" Zhang Jin asked. "I am awaiting one who can enter the enigmatic illusion in corporeal form. The prophecy indicates that this individual would arrive at this moment. You must have met Wei Weian. It is only through her entrance that one can directly access this place. Although I am unaware of what she conveyed to you. I have another narrative to share, should you be interested. It concerns the secret of the origin of magic." Chapter 49. The Origin of Magic. Historically, most wizards believed that magic originated from the body, from one's bloodline. However, with the advent of the Muggle and the emergence of mute spells, this hypothesis was inevitably shattered. Consequently, a faction of wizards posited that magic stemmed from nature, a divine gift. To listen to the greatest sorcerer unveil the arcane mysteries of the magical realm in such a silvery space was an experience that made Zhang Jin feel somewhat detached, as if he were merely playing a role in a cinematic narrative, following a scripted path, yet perpetually feeling a sense of discontent. Initially, I too harbored such beliefs, and my innate prophetic abilities seemed to serve as divine evidence of a celestial blessing. Thus, I commenced my worship of the deity who bestowed upon me these gifts, yearning to seek and serve him. Merlin continued his discourse as Zhang Jin listened intently. The chaotic musings within his mind failed to distract him. Thoughts that he presumed were common among all time travelers. A persistent inclination to assert that one's destiny is self-determined rather than dictated by fate. This resulted in a disdain for all predetermined paths, as each traveler yearns to reshape the world, perpetually stirring the waters of existence. Consequently, I journeyed to that fabled realm for the first time, traversing mountains, crossing dragons, and wading through rivers, where I beheld the temple of the deity and received divine grace. "Do you know what I obtained?" Merlin inquired, casting a glance at Zhang Jin, perhaps sensing the flicker of alternative thoughts within him, though he likely did not. Zhang Jin had not intended to speak, yet Merlin, finding solitary discourse rather dull, gazed at him with an expectation that rendered refusal impossible. Indeed, Merlin regarded Zhang Jin with a measure of astonishment, affirming, "You are precisely the individual I awaited." He continued, "To be precise, it was not a wand I received, but a pure essence of magic, a thread woven from concentrated magical energy, which I later fashioned into a wand." Pausing momentarily, Merlin resumed, "It was this essence that unveiled to me the very nature of magic, significantly enhancing my own abilities. However, the deity I once revered has since vanished." "What have you discovered?" Zhang Jin queried, sensing that the unfolding narrative hinted at deeper revelations. "You too share this suspicion, do you not?" Merlin resumed his scrutiny of Zhang Jin, urging him not to rush to deny it, for he would not compel him to speak. Zhang Jin had indeed contemplated denial, as many of his hypotheses were drawn from past experiences and even the narratives of online novels. Though they seemed plausible, they remained mere conjectures. Merlin, having no intention of extracting confessions from Zhang Jin, continued, "I discerned that thread of magic gradually aligned with my own, to the extent that I could absorb it at will, even in this moment." As he spoke, he raised a staff-like wand, asserting his certainty that it would completely merge with his own magic, becoming indistinguishable. It was even more harmonious with my magic than my original essence, existing as though it were the very source itself. Do you comprehend the implications? This suggests that magic may indeed have originated from that isle. Furthermore, I sense the distinct qualities of magic. Each individual's magic is unique, imbued with various traits, whereas the primordial magic lacks such characteristics. I later discovered that these traits could shift according to my thoughts, ultimately coining the term will. Thus, we wizards are comprised of three components: will, magic, and body. Will represents our thoughts, governing all aspects of our being, capable of imbuing our emitted magic, guiding it to transform in accordance with our desires. Magic is an indispensable energy that sustains will. Any form of will must be laden with magic, and thus, it follows that every manifestation of magic should inherently possess will. Yet in that instance, the magic was devoid of any will. You appear unfazed, as if you have already anticipated this revelation. As Merlin spoke of his newfound discovery, he finally noted the peculiarity in Zhang Jin's demeanor. Zhang Jin was remarkably calm, far from the typical disposition of a sorcerer. Thus, I shall refrain from further elaboration. The crux of the matter lies in my observation that the surrounding environment, too, bears remnants of will within the magic. And even potent combinations of will and magic can give rise to extraordinary entities. Some resemble phantoms, others take the form of talismans, while some ascend to the status of deities. He resumed his gaze upon Zhang Jin, his tone tinged with excitement. Do you comprehend? When I discern that deities are mere figments of human imagination, a collective manifestation of shared will, I was profoundly disheartened. How can such entities, lacking coherent thought, attain divinity? During this period, I discovered that the Pure Land incessantly absorbs external magic, while that so-called deity devours the chaotic wills embedded within that magic, subsequently redirecting the magic back to the world. Its method of eroding will mirrors the ethereal silver space you now behold. It is the Pure Land, a conduit for the thoughts of the departed, designed to extinguish the will of the deceased. Upon a sorcerer's demise, their corporeal form may perish, yet their magic and will remain intricately intertwined. Such remnants of another's will are not easily harnessed. Hence, the Pure Land collects the magic of the deceased to nourish the world, while the elusive phantasmagoria serves the purpose of dissipating the will within that magic. What you perceive as silver mist is, in truth, magic, albeit the will within has yet to fully dissipate. When those wills near complete extinction, the magic, now devoid of will coalesce into a liquid state. Even pure magic can take on forms and structures. As Merlin spoke, he waved his wand, and Zhang Jin observed the silver mist begin to recede, revealing a small lake formed in the void. Though the expanse of the lake was modest, standing before it imparted a profound sense of oppression. The entirety of that liquid was magic. This is the lake of fairies, the essence of magic, the very source of sorcery, the foundation of all existence. Chapter 50, Merlin and Wei Weian. The surface of the silvery water remained utterly still, akin to the gathering of mercury, though its size was diminutive, resembling little more than a large puddle, perhaps an overestimation to call it a lake. It contained an unimaginable reservoir of pure magic drawn from the entirety of the magical realm. Do not be deceived by the lake's modest dimensions. The magic contained within is vast beyond comprehension, so immense that even a fraction of it could forge a phantasmagoria capable of connecting to the minds of every newly departed soul, ensnaring them in a perpetual trance until their will fades into oblivion. Merlin exclaimed in awe, his gaze fixated upon the silvery waters, becoming entranced until he swiftly regained his composure. Moreover, this is merely a fraction of the vast magical energies present within the realm of magic. The majority of this power is imbued with consciousness or dissipated throughout the natural world, illustrating the immense magnitude of magic in nature, rendering the strength wielded by wizards comparatively feeble. Furthermore, the expanse of the fairy lake continues to expand, its magical essence perpetually accumulating. When I first encountered it, its surface area was merely half of what it is now. Over the span of a millennium, it has nearly doubled, and recently, its growth has accelerated even further. It seems illogical for such a colossal reservoir of magic to be squandered, especially considering that the energy required to maintain the elusive illusions is less than a tenth of what it gains each year. Merlin gazed at this modest lake with boundless anticipation. Such an abundance of magic could easily birth a true deity, one capable of commanding the world. It is evident that both Wei Wei and I recognize this potential, igniting a conflict between us in pursuit of divine ascendance. Indeed, I do not deny harboring such ambitions. The allure of becoming a god is a temptation few can resist. At this point, Merlin expressed a sense of nostalgia, devoid of any embarrassment, as if to suggest that the desire for divinity is a natural inclination for any ordinary individual. No one would decline such an opportunity. Zhang Jin inquired, so, in the end, you triumphed, did you not? Given the current circumstances, it appeared that Merlin, who presided over this domain, had emerged victorious. After all, he is the greatest wizard, renowned for his formidable combat prowess, despite the legends claiming that he met his demise at Wei Weian's hands. However, Merlin's visage did not resemble that of a god. Like Wei Weian, he bore an ethereal quality. With a wry smile, Merlin confessed, I lost. I once believed myself to be the most powerful wizard of my time, yet I was defeated. Although Wei Wei and combat abilities may not rival mine, my defeat was inevitable. I could never truly extinguish her existence. What you perceive now is a manifestation of my magic combined with will, resembling a spectral entity. In truth, I have long since departed from this world. Zhang Jin furrowed his brow and queried, but the Wei Weian I encountered also appeared as a specter? While he harbored suspicions about her nature, he was uncertain of Merlin's awareness. A specter? Impossible, Merlin replied, his brow furrowing in thought. At that time, I exerted every ounce of my strength but could only inflict significant injury without achieving her demise. Each time I wounded her, she rapidly recuperated. I even attempted to confine or control her, yet ultimately failed, instead finding myself trapped on that small island. Subsequently, I sealed the island where our battle took place with barriers, preventing any magical energy from entering. I even destroyed everything suspicious or living on the island, eliminating any potential aid for her. Yet it proved futile. She remained impervious to death. In the end, I had no choice but to seal myself along with the source of my magic within Avalon before my power was entirely depleted. Avalon? What is that? Zhang Jin felt a surge of excitement, as something familiar finally emerged in the conversation. Merlin spoke once more. Avalon is the sheath of a sword I once possessed, imbued with an everlasting magic that renders it indestructible. It is through Avalon that I am able to await your arrival here. To prevent Vivian from entering, I have ensnared the entrance of the sheath with a beguiling illusion. Any who dare to enter must either perish or bear a token of death, thus granting passage through the enchanting mirage. Zhang Jin inquired, how could you be certain that I would come? This was a perplexity for Zhang Jin, as Wei Weian had mentioned that entry to the island required a token of death. Otherwise, one could not gain access. Merlin also insisted that one must bear a sacrificial offering related to death. Could it be that the two had conspired together? I truly did not know who would arrive, but the prophecy foretold that the one who comes must be the master of death. Should they fail to conquer death, they cannot traverse the beguiling illusion, and thus cannot reach this place. Zhang Jin could only respond, your words are profoundly meaningful, yet the conquest of death is a venture I shall forego. Zhang Jin's ability to pass through the enchanting mirage was likely due to the fact that it was Severus's illusion. In essence, it was Severus who had died, not Zhang Jin. Nonetheless, to describe such a fusion of souls after traversing realms as a conquest of death seems fitting. However, conquest of death appears to be synonymous with Voldemort, whose very name suggests mastery over death. Zhang Jin pondered whether this had any relation to the invisibility cloak. To describe it as a means to conquer death seemed plausible. Then, Zhang Jin curiously asked, are you not concerned that Wei Weian might come in person? Merlin chuckled, replying, for one who has lived far too long, there are two paths. Either they grow weary and choose death, or they become increasingly reckless, fearing death even more. I believe Wei Weian belongs to the latter. She would not dare take such a risk. Moreover, I do not think she could traverse the beguiling illusion. Those who harbor desires, regrets, and greed seldom succeed. Zhang Jin continued, Wei Weian once asked me to bring her something from here. What did she possibly want? Merlin laughed. The only thing one can take from here is magic. Aside from the fairy lake, the source of magical power, there is nothing tangible to be carried away. This suggests that Wei Weian's magic has yet to be restored. Perhaps her condition resembles that of a Horcrux, hence her desire for magic to regain her strength. Ultimately, it matters not what you bring. As long as you can leave, I believe Wei Weian will certainly act against you. If you manage to escape, she will suspect that you carry a token of death, and such matters are fraught with perilous misunderstandings. As Merlin spoke, he cast a knowing glance, seemingly reveling in the misfortune of the situation. If this is the case, then Wei Weian must still be alive. She likely seeks to harness that fragment of magic to restore herself. It remains a mystery how she has endured for so many years without a source of magic. Merlin expressed a sense of admiration, almost in awe of Wei Weian in Chapter 51, My King. At this moment, Zhang Jin's thoughts were consumed by the events that had transpired since his arrival, particularly the encounter with the tentacles at the lake's bottom. The sensation of those root-like appendages was unmistakable, yet Merlin claimed that everything on the island had been destroyed. Are you certain that everything has been obliterated? Zhang Jin inquired. If all has indeed been destroyed, how did those roots come to be? Could it be connected to Wei Weian? Merlin, taken aback by Zhang Jin's questions, asserted, I am certain that everything has been eradicated without exception. You should have witnessed it yourself. Zhang Jin could confirm that aside from Wei Weian, nothing else existed on the island. Thus, a conundrum arose. Before arriving on the island, he had encountered some tentacle-like roots at the lake's bottom. which surrounded the island and exhibited an aggressive nature. Merlin expressed his astonishment. Roots? There have never been any such roots before. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon Merlin. No, one remains alive, Wei Weian. If what you say is true, then it must be her. She is employing this method to absorb external magical energy, which means she relies on this to sustain her existence. Merlin continued, have you heard of soul splitting? Is that related to soul vessels? Zhang Jin asked. Indeed, Merlin replied. The method of soul splitting has existed among wizards for quite some time, though back then it was considered a grotesque and extreme practice. There are ancient records of soul vessels, yet the method was abandoned due to its perilous nature. Clearly, the creation of soul vessels was deemed too uncertain and unreliable, along with its severe psychological repercussions, leading even ancient wizards to cease their studies on it. Nevertheless, the method was documented, ultimately culminating in the birth of Voldemort. Merlin elaborated. What you witnessed was likely one of her soul vessels, or perhaps it was her physical form. That apple tree itself is a magical plant, its trunk imbued with significant magical energy, so it is not surprising that it could be possessed by Vivian. Merlin then inquired, did you observe anything else? Zhang Jin proceeded to recount the events following his arrival on the island and his conversation with Wei Weian in detail, particularly the harp she played, which was crafted from the very stump of Avalon. However, Zhang Jin harbored a lingering question. Avalon is a sword sheath. Where's the sword that belongs within it? Merlin pondered Zhang Jin's words, casually responding to the question. That sword was lost during my battle with Wei Weian. In that case, perhaps the sword of Gryffindor truly is the sword of oath and victory, though Zhang Jin was evidently dissatisfied with this answer. Does that sword have a name? He wished to ascertain whether the truth aligned with the legends, whether the sword bore that name. Merlin replied, that sword was forged by the fairies. I typically refer to it as the fairy sword. This was indeed a rather disappointing name, the only similarity being that it was crafted by fairy hands. Merlin then suddenly added, however, I once lent out the sword, and, at that time, people called it the Sword of Oath and Victory. Is it truly the Sword of Oath and Victory? Arthur's sword? The words slipped from Zhang Jin's lips, and just as she thought otherwise, she was swiftly contradicted, a consequence of Merlin's overly dramatic speech. At that moment, Merlin appeared even more astonished than Zhang Jin. How do you know of King Arthur? The name had been cloaked in magical concealment, rendering it impossible for anyone to be aware of it. Is there anyone else who knows? No one else is aware. Only a voice from the void whispered that name to me. Zhang Jin had no choice but to fabricate a lie, hoping that Merlin would not perceive the truth. Merlin, after a brief moment of contemplation, lowered his wand and remarked, it seems you possess the gift of prophecy. It was perplexing how Merlin arrived at such a conclusion. He could hardly fathom the notion of time travel. He continued, do not blame me for my astonishment. King Arthur is my disciple, and the one I deem most worthy of being regarded as a deity. To prevent others from discovering him before he matures, I cast a spell upon his name, rendering it unspeakable, and people refer to him solely as my king. At this point, Zhang Jin was genuinely baffled. The striking resemblance to her preconceived notions evoked a sensation of temporal dislocation. Merlin continued, the Lake of Avalon was initially inhabited by a host of fairies. It was Arthur, with the assistance of myself and Vivian, who drove those fairies away. Subsequently, Vivian began to safeguard the lake, while I aided Arthur in establishing a formidable kingdom, with the intention of transforming him into a god, though he declined. King Arthur is male? Zhang Jin's focus was entirely captured by that word. In her mind, and indeed in the hearts of all anime enthusiasts, King Arthur was undeniably female. She was my king. Merlin fell into a pronounced silence before finally inquiring, have you met her? How else would you know that King Arthur is a woman? It was now Zhang Jin's turn to be silent. Indeed, it was she, the beloved character with the iconic Hogue. What had become of her? Merlin broke the silence, curiously stating, she perished. When I transported her to the Lake of Avalon, I uncovered its secret as well as Vivian's ambitions, and I harbored thoughts I ought not to have entertained. It was only upon arriving here that I realized her essence had not entered the realm of illusion. Perhaps she still lives, or perhaps there exists a Hall of Heroes here. Yet, the likelihood seemed slim, for even the gods had not yet made their grand entrance. Would there ever be a chance to encounter her again? That heroic figure, sword in hand, had accompanied Zhang Jin for an extended period. Or perhaps, once she became powerful, there might be an opportunity to visit that world known as the Holy Grail, a realm the Type Moon author had only glimpsed. Thus, Zhang Jin found yet another compelling reason to grow stronger. Chapter 52, Merlin's Request. For Merlin, King Arthur was a disciple in whom he placed great expectations. From a moment of the prophecy regarding Arthur's existence, Merlin began to contemplate how to nurture him. In those days, Merlin still revered the gods, dedicating immense effort to seek them out. When he could not find the true deities, he aspired to craft a god with his own hands. However, it was precisely due to the overwhelming divinity of King Arthur, coupled with his diminished humanity, that ultimately led to her demise. Simultaneously, it was during this period that Merlin recognized the uniqueness of the Lake of Avalon. Consequently, he departed from King Arthur for the first time, entering the enchanted waters and acquiring a fragment of magical essence, which he subsequently fashioned into his wand. This decision, however, resulted in Merlin's inability to save King Arthur. Ultimately, he could only cast a spell to preserve Arthur's soul from dissipating. Thereafter, Merlin devoted himself to the study of magic and arcane powers, ascending to the sacred realm a second time. Following a fierce battle with the ethereal entity known as Wei Weiyan, he remained in that realm henceforth. Some of these events align with legend, while others diverge from it. Nonetheless, they narrate Merlin's pursuit of divinity and the ensuing consequences of such endeavors. Yet, it remains unclear why Merlin chose to share these tales, as they seemingly hold little relevance to Zhang Jin. Merlin, perceptive to Zhang Jin's bewilderment, stated, "It is impossible to escape the sacred realm relying solely on your own strength. Wei Weiyan is not easily subdued. If the roots you mentioned are indeed under her control, venturing outside would be tantamount to certain death." Zhang Jin could not dispute this assertion, despite her seemingly frail demeanor. Wei Weiyan's ability to command such numerous roots was formidable. Furthermore, the potential existence of a soul artifact rendered her virtually immortal. Unless one could eliminate the artifact, she would remain unvanquished. Presently, Zhang Jin possessed no means to ensnare the spirit. Should Wei Weiyan choose to conceal herself, he would have scant options. Merlin then offered, "I can assist you in your escape, but you must agree to a condition." One could anticipate such a proposition. Indeed, Merlin and Wei Weiyan hailed from the same era, employing similar tactics. One feigned vulnerability or seduction, while the other straightforwardly sought a trade. Zhang Jin found himself more inclined to appreciate the latter approach, as the former, playing the victim, held little sway over him. Modernity had rendered such theatrics all too familiar, and television had only amplified their prevalence. As for seduction, even now, Zhang Jin could not comprehend why Wei Weiyan would resort to such a method. She was undeniably beautiful, yet facing a spirit, it was unlikely that any man could respond in a conventional manner. It might suggest a degree of overconfidence in Wei Weiyan, assuming that all men were akin to Merlin, naive and unacquainted with the world. In comparison to other women in the realm of sorcery, Wei Weiyan's allure seemed unparalleled, though perhaps some others had their merits. Yet, Zhang Jin hailed from another world, where the internet afforded access to an array of stunning women from the West, each bolder and more audacious than Wei Weiyan. In that context, her beauty paled considerably. Nonetheless, the nature of Merlin's condition remained uncertain. As for stipulating a condition, was that not to be expected? There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, and if it exists, it is often laced with poison. I can help you escape from here, even defeat Wei Weiyan, but I hope you can assist me in locating King Arthur, Merlin said earnestly, gazing intently at Zhang Jin. Just defeat her? I assumed you would prefer to eliminate her entirely, Zhang Jin remarked. To merely defeat her seemed insufficient in his eyes. If Wei Weiyan truly harbored malicious intent, annihilation would undoubtedly be the most prudent course of action. If she had indeed infused part of her soul into that tree, even its roots would be beyond your capability to confront. The vitality of that tree is exceedingly robust. Even I would find it challenging to vanquish her. Moreover, her roots have already extended into the Pure Land, and should she resort to desperate measures, I cannot impede her. Zhang Jin found himself perplexed. Did you not destroy that tree previously? Merlin replied, I was able to eliminate it because at that time it was merely a tree, devoid of resistance or magic to counteract. However, the situation has changed. If Wei Weiyan can fully command the roots, she will be able to summon sufficient magical energy to withstand my spells. This would be akin to her possessing complete dominion over that island, considering the entire land is interwoven with the roots of that apple tree. Very well. How do you intend for me to find King Arthur? And why do you seek her? Zhang Jin inquired. Merlin elucidated the circumstances surrounding King Arthur. She was presumed dead, yet her spirit endured due to Merlin's protective magic, which meant her essence remained intact, though its whereabouts were unknown. In essence, King Arthur's soul was not lost in the elusive haze. Thus Merlin had been unable to locate her. Furthermore, The immense magical energy now discovered by Merlin could potentially elevate King Arthur to divinity, provided her could harness such power. Then another question arose. Why do you not control this magical energy yourself? Surely you have contemplated becoming a deity? Merlin simply responded with a bittersweet smile. Indeed, I have considered it and have attempted to achieve it. Reaching my current state is already my utmost limit. This is also why, despite my demise, I can still find you to offer assistance. However, the magic I command may constitute less than 1% of the total. Mastery of such power necessitates an extraordinary will and heightened rationality. Human frailties significantly diminish control effectiveness. King Arthur possesses a resilient will and remarkably little humanity. She is akin to a born deity. Finally, Zhang Jin asked, how shall I find her? He believed that Merlin must have devised a plan. For there were no clues at all, he would not have proposed this condition. Besides the elusive haze, there exists another entrance to the realm of the deceased, known as the Gate of Death, or the Sign Gate, the Veil of Death, and so forth. As Merlin spoke, he maintained his focus on Zhang Jin. You appear to be aware of this. My prophecies also indicate that you are the most likely candidate to find her. The Shroud of Death is indeed known to Zhang Jin. It is a profoundly enigmatic artifact within the Harry Potter series. It resides in the Department of Mysteries at the Ministry of Magic, concealed behind a dilapidated stone door in the Hall of Death. In the original narrative, Harry Potter's godfather, Sirius Black, fell into the shroud upon his demise, leaving no trace of his body behind, for no one has ever emerged from its depths. The only sound that faintly echoes from within is the murmur of voices and the occasional sigh. Thus, it is also referred to as the Door of Sighs. The Shroud of Death is not a mystery for the average individual to unravel, let alone seek someone within its confines. One might not even ensure their own return. Consequently, Zhang Jin resolutely declined, stating, "This is beyond my capabilities. It is said that no one can emerge from the Shroud of Death." Upon hearing Zhang Jin's refusal, Merlin merely furrowed his brow slightly before responding with a smile. Though I am uncertain how to enter the Shroud of Death, or how to exit it, I have faith in your abilities. Zhang Jin retorted with a hint of irony. Is it due to the prophecy, then? If there is one aspect that Severus despises above all, it is the mention of prophecy. The one concerning Voldemort served as the catalyst for Severus's tragic life. Akin to an upgrade, turning calamity into mere cutlery. Zhang Jin shares a similar disdain for prophecies. If it pertains to him, does it not imply that fate is predetermined? For someone who believes they have altered their destiny, such a notion would be utterly catastrophic. Conversely, if the prophecy solely concerns Severus and cannot alter the original fate, then what is the purpose of traversing realms? Would that not bring shame to the very notion of a traveler? A traveler is, in essence, the ultimate mocker of fate. Merlin continued candidly, "Apart from prophecy, I trust my own judgment. You are no ordinary person. With my extensive experience, I can discern your uniqueness. Even in my era, individuals of your caliber were undeniably exceptional, perhaps even surpassing me. I believe you stand as the most distinguished in this present age, do you not? Moreover, I have no alternative choices, nor do you." Merlin's words were direct and grounded in truth. Although receiving such accolades, especially from a figure like Merlin, might induce a sense of discomfort, Severus's brilliance is indisputable. He is undoubtedly the third most prominent figure in the British magical community, particularly as he is significantly younger than both Dumbledore and Voldemort. Moreover, Zhang Jin, infused with Severus's soul, surpasses the original Severus. The amalgamation of two souls from disparate worlds not only enhances the essence of being, but also elevates understanding. Even though Zhang Jin's modern knowledge may not hold substantial weight in a magical realm, his mind is brimming with innovative ideas, which are undoubtedly valuable. Coupled with a myriad of other influences from various web novels, the transformative thoughts and perspectives that arise are beyond articulation, yet they certainly exceed the sum of two Severuses. For Merlin, he has awaited a millennium and a half for the arrival of such an individual. The prospect of waiting for another may stretch into an uncertain future, compounded by the lurking threat of Wei Weiyan. Thus, Merlin finds himself in a position where he cannot afford to wait. The very fact that Zhang Jin has reached this juncture is a testament to his exceptional qualities. If he cannot succeed, it is unlikely that the next candidate will fare any better. Conversely, Zhang Jin indeed requires Merlin's guidance. Firstly, he must contend with the external threat posed by Wei Weiyan. Although he possesses a few hidden cards, the potential for unforeseen strategies from Wei Weiyan looms large. A prudent approach aligns with the traditions of Slytherin, does it not? Furthermore, Zhang Jin's wand situation remains unresolved. He has not forgotten his primary objective for being here. which is to craft a new wand. Other pursuits are secondary, and Merlin possesses the invaluable experience necessary for such an endeavor. As for any additional gains, they will be most welcome. Zhang Jin cannot afford to adopt a lofty stance that dismisses opportunities. Therefore, it would be best if these treasures overwhelmed him. Consequently, Zhang Jin's initial refusal is merely a tactic to negotiate a higher price. Does Merlin's perspective truly hold significance? Even without his assistance, Zhang Jin is confident in his chances of escaping this place. While acquiring nuclear weaponry may be unattainable, conventional explosives are within reach. A single device could yield numerous replicas, as such mundane objects pose no challenge to magic. Zhang Jin has prepared enough explosives to cover a small city, although regrettably, these are intended for combating green dragons and would inflict limited harm on wizards. Some may still believe that Muggle firearms could inflict considerable damage upon wizards, suggesting a complete technological superiority of Muggles, especially in the realm of martial prowess where wizards take pride. However, Zhang Jin asserts that as long as the world remains extraordinary, mystical forces like magic shall always reign supreme, unless technology advances to the point of interfering with magic. Regrettably, the current state of Muggle technology has not yet reached the level of producing a fifth-generation Iron Man Muggle firearms can only inflict damage upon wizards through stealth, and it must be a lethal strike. Otherwise, a simple healing spell suffices. Even with a surprise attack, its effectiveness diminishes after the initial encounter. Once a wizard is prepared, Muggle weaponry becomes no more than scrap metal. Of course, if the kinetic energy is substantial enough, it may deplete a wizard's magical reserves, potentially proving effective. For instance, the explosive power of modern artillery shells, particularly missiles, remains formidable. Yet, once wizards have witnessed such weaponry, the likelihood of a second explosion diminishes significantly. No specific magic is required. A surge of will-infused magic can render the electronic components of those missiles inoperative, rendering the gunpowder ineffective. Thus, these shells effectively become oversized projectiles, possessing only kinetic energy without any other utility. Due to their mass, such kinetic energy can indeed pose challenges for wizards. In essence, the efficacy of artillery or missiles pales in comparison to the direct launch of iron projectiles. The underlying reason for this phenomenon lies in the will. A wizard's intent, under the influence of their magical powers, can alter reality. If the target of such alteration lacks sufficient will to resist, the transformation can be effortlessly achieved, entirely devoid of incantations. Firearms, in particular, fall into this category, as they are almost entirely countered by wizards. A single, forceful thought from a wizard could potentially reverse a missile's trajectory, while a surge of magic could render gunpowder inert. However, wizards currently find themselves at a disadvantage when confronting Muggle weaponry, primarily due to their ignorance and unfamiliarity. This lack of understanding hampers their ability to harness their powers effectively, leading to a greater likelihood of intimidation. Thus, it took Merlin only a brief moment of contemplation to discern Zhang Jin's intentions. In Chapter 54, Acquiring a Portable Grandfather, Merlin remarked, "As long as you assist me in locating King Arthur, I can agree to help you with 3 additional matters beyond dealing with Wei Weiyan, provided they remain within my capabilities and do not contravene my principles." Observe the artfulness in Merlin's words. His stipulations of capability and principle are self-defined. A master of magic like Merlin possesses at least 100 ways to exploit such loopholes. Upon hearing Merlin's assurances, Zhang Jin merely scoffed, retorting, "What constitutes your capability? What actions do not violate your principles?" "Master Merlin, such ambiguous promises hardly reflect sincerity." Chuckling, Merlin replied, "It is indeed due to the limitations of my abilities. After all, I am deceased. The deceased cannot interfere with the realm of the living. Hence, I cannot guarantee much. Perhaps all I possess are some fragments of knowledge and experience, which I could impart to you, should you desire." Despite Zhang Jin's keen interest in Merlin's wisdom, he remained perplexed, questioning, "If you cannot intervene in the world of the living, how can you assist me against Wei Weiyan?" It seems rather peculiar for someone to profess their capability to resolve an issue while simultaneously asserting their inability to assist. Casting a skeptical glance at Merlin, a middle-aged gentleman of striking appearance, Zhang Jin began to doubt the reliability of his claims. Merlin, however, disregarded Zhang Jin's skepticism, stating that the specifics of their collaboration could only be discussed once an agreement was reached. Nonetheless, he expressed his willingness to assist to the best of his abilities until King Arthur was found, adding, "If you remain unconvinced, I can offer an oath." Zhang Jin promptly insisted on an additional clause. You must swear to refrain from any actions or thoughts detrimental to me. Caution is indeed a noble trait of a Slytherin. And after all, only a fool would pass up an opportunity. This was also one of the reasons for Zhang Jin's hesitation. The ancient creature might possess hidden cards, and it was conceivable that he could circumvent oaths, rendering even the most potent loyalty spells ineffective. Rest assured, the oath of unwavering loyalty is bound to the soul. It only diminishes when there is a significant disparity in strength between the parties involved. You should have confidence in your own abilities, correct? And what of the witness? Who will cast the spell? A witness is unnecessary. As I mentioned, it is your own strength that serves as the binding force. The stronger your power, the more formidable the constraint. Thus you need only to cast the spell yourself. The question remains whether you have faith in your own capabilities to bind me. A being of the deceased. Merlin gazed at Zhang Jin with a hint of profound understanding. This method of provocation was indeed quite irksome, yet it was merely an annoyance. Both Merlin and Zhang Jin were aware that this was the best course of action available to them. In such a secluded place, it was impossible to find a third party to act as a witness. Moreover, when it comes to magical prowess and spellcasting abilities, Zhang Jin might lack confidence. But in terms of soul strength, he was assured. After all, the fusion of their essences was immensely powerful. Inevitably, Zhang Jin, hailing from a future era, approached the establishment of the contract with the meticulousness of modern standards, which included over 20 additional clauses. This was already a result of Zhang Jin's awareness of Merlin's growing impatience, having intentionally reduced the length of the document. However, when it came to the oath, there was no room for negotiation. Only the principal elements could be sworn to, while Merlin steadfastly refused to include any additional clauses that might compromise his dignity. Finally, the contract was successfully completed. In the instant the pact was finalized, before Merlin could even exhale in relief, he found himself utterly astonished. He was on the brink of fury, questioning how one could possess such formidable soul power. Were you mocking me? Based on the strength exhibited by your soul, you could easily contend with a minor spirit, and with such might, why would you need to worry about me breaching the contract? Zhang Jin calmly replied, I merely possess a stronger soul. It is akin to having power without the means to wield it effectively. Thus, I must still rely on the esteemed assistance of Master Merlin. After a brief pause, he continued, in fact, this is part of my purpose for coming here. I have been unable to find a wand suited to my soul's uniqueness. At this revelation, Merlin understood that the young man was far more astute than he appeared. It seemed he had orchestrated this situation quite cleverly, though Merlin felt he had not lost out in the exchange. This issue was easily resolvable. I have two methods at your disposal. Choose whichever you prefer. Indeed, Merlin was true to his reputation. While both Zhang Jin and Ollivander were at a loss, he swiftly presented two potential solutions. Typically, such dilemmas arise from an inability to control one's soul through willpower. One approach involves limiting the soul's power to a manageable strength. The other entails enhancing the wand's compatibility, allowing for less precise control as long as the connection is strong. Ultimately, however, the foundation lies in honing one's will. The strength of a wizard is rooted in their resolve. Without hesitation, Zhang Jin opted for the second approach. After all, he had not come to relinquish power. The second method is, in fact, quite simple. All you need to do is to condense a core from the magical energies of the fairy lake, which can resonate with any sorcerer. Zhang Jin inquired, how long does this process of condensing magic take? Merlin replied, 2 months. Zhang Jin paused, and Merlin, with a smile, continued, you need not worry about time. This is precisely the method I wish to share to deal with Wei Wei, and currently, we are within my scabbard. The space here is not as expansive as it appears. The other realms are merely illusions conjured by the fairy lake, a mesmerizing mirage. My scabbard, Avalon, is itself a unique magical artifact, crafted from a branch of the apple tree outside, thus possessing remarkable healing properties. As long as there is magic, one shall not perish. Therefore, if you immediately merge with Avalon upon exiting, escaping will be virtually assured, and once outside, you will have ample time to craft your wand. Zhang Jin contemplated for a moment before asking, does this mean I will need to carry you with me at all times? Merlin seemed to believe Zhang Jin would be delighted to have such a figure as his constant guide, an aspiration many would covet. Yet for Zhang Jin, it felt somewhat burdensome. While others had their wise old mentors or enchanting companions, he would be accompanied by a middle-aged, handsome man. What an oddity. How old were you when you passed? Zhang Jin inquired. Merlin responded, I was around 100 years old. Zhang Jin then asked, could you perhaps assume a more elderly appearance? Merlin agreed, very well. In a swift transformation, Merlin morphed from a dashing middle-aged gentleman into a white-bearded elder. his opulent robe changing to a white wizard's cloak, a visage far more agreeable, resembling a piece of aged meat compared to his previous lean form. At least the protagonist's attractiveness remained intact. Now, Merlin's appearance, aside from the rather short wand he held, bore a striking resemblance to the renowned white-robed wizard Gandalf, later iterations. Nevertheless, even so, should Zhang Jin have the option, he would undoubtedly discard this elderly figure. For a novice, just stepping into the realm of magic, an elder's guidance could be immensely beneficial, akin to the archetypes found in online novels, even evolving into system narratives or golden fingers. For instance, a newcomer to the magical world like Harry Potter would greatly benefit from such an elder's mentorship, with Ron Weasley serving a similar role in the original narrative, his influence on Harry being undeniably significant. However, the allure of such an elder figure holds considerably less appeal for Zhang Jin. Firstly, neither Zhang Jin nor Severus is a student anymore. Both have already cultivated mature worldviews and values. In such circumstances, the presence of a mentor-like elder tends to feel rather awkward, not due to a lack of desire to learn, but rather because at their level, neither Zhang Jin nor Severus could truly benefit from Merlin's teachings. If Zhang Jin were merely traversing dimensions, he would still require a guide. However, Severus has already addressed these concerns. Merlin does not possess the extraordinary accomplishments in unfamiliar realms that Ollivander does. The distinction between the two lies merely in magical prowess and experience. Even Merlin's esteemed knowledge may not surpass Zhang Jin's capabilities. During Merlin's era, wizards predominantly relied on familial inheritance, with only a sparse number of apprenticeships available. The latter, as is well known, often restricts the apprentice to menial tasks, rendering it challenging to acquire profound magical skills. In fact, many dark wizards take on apprentices solely as a means of preparing a sacrificial offering. Familial traditions are often constrained by the family's collections and the abilities of the elders, resulting in a lack of systematic and comprehensive magical knowledge, which in turn produces a plethora of specialists with shaky foundations. Merlin, however, possessed an extensive repertoire of knowledge due to his rich experiences and formidable power, which is why he claimed to impart knowledge, essentially aimed at fortifying Zhang Jin's foundations and addressing any gaps in his understanding. Nevertheless, since the establishment of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, no method has proven more effective for laying a solid foundation than formal education at this institution. Hogwarts boasts the most comprehensive library in the entire British magical community, leading even the most venerable pure-blood families to abandon their traditional methods of cultivation, opting instead to send their children to school, where the results are markedly superior to home education. Currently, the last family clinging to the notion of familial training is the Gaunt family, whose plight is widely recognized. Thus, even the most quintessential of the Blacks hail from academic backgrounds. Consequently, Zhang Jin's knowledge is far from inadequate, and his foundations are robust. Furthermore, over the course of more than a millennium, despite some magical traditions being lost, the study and application of magic have undoubtedly advanced. Therefore, it is uncertain who would teach him between Merlin and Zhang Jin. What truly captivates Zhang Jin about Merlin is the latter's insights into strength, or rather, the pursuit of further exploration, an understanding that only wizards of such caliber can truly grasp, and which is notably lacking in the current magical community. Despite the overall advancement in magic, the number of formidable wizards today pales in comparison to ancient times. The reasoning is straightforward. The path to strength invariably requires combat. Only through high-intensity battles can a wizard's resolve be effectively honed. Consequently, during periods of large-scale conflict, exceptional wizards emerge, as seen in the ancient wars between wizards and magical creatures, as well as the medieval conflicts with fairies. In contrast, modern wizards have seen little combat beyond the encounters between the two generations of Dark Lords in recent decades, and many wizards have even forgotten the essence of battle, let alone the pursuit of higher exploration. Particularly, Voldemort and his Death Eaters display no interest in mutually beneficial combat. Their approach is predominantly characterized by the relentless casting of the Avada Kedavra curse, a method of confrontation that scarcely elevates a wizard's prowess. Thus, Voldemort emerged and evolved over a span of several years. Despite the numerous wizards who perished in the magical realm, the absence of remarkable figures like Dumbledore is striking. In ancient times, a similar loss of wizards would have likely resulted in the emergence of 5 or 6 individuals of Dumbledore's caliber. Consequently, powerful wizards such as Dumbledore and Voldemort, who have already reached the pinnacle of the magical world, no longer engage in battle readily. They find themselves at a loss as to how to advance further, leading to Dumbledore's lethargic demeanor and Voldemort's actions of splitting his soul further. Voldemort's actions stem from a lack of clear paths ahead, If a smooth road lay before him, no one would willingly traverse a treacherous, muddy path. This illustrates that wizards, who should ideally be driven by the pursuit of magical knowledge and the exploration of magical power, display little ambition in this regard within the Harry Potter universe. Most wizards, upon reaching a certain level, shift their focus to ideals and beliefs, having abandoned the pursuit of strength. Therefore, when Zhang Jin encounters such an elder, his foremost curiosity lies in what exactly Merlin can impart. Upon being questioned, Merlin, with a hint of arrogance, proclaims, "I can teach you how to uncover the mysteries of magic, to sail upon the ocean of enchantment, and even how to maintain eternal youth and achieve immortality." Zhang Jin, maintaining a stoic expression, inquires for specifics. Merlin continues, with pride, explaining that magical power primarily emanates from one's own soul, while willpower dictates the limits of that power. The stronger the will, the more proficient the wizard becomes in their craft. Zhang Jin, unperturbed, asserts that he is already aware of this. Merlin, with an air of superiority, insists that the strength of one's soul lays the foundation for a wizard, and only will can define their upper limits, implying that Zhang Jin's will is lacking. Zhang Jin retorts, "I'm aware of that as well." Zhang Jin presses on, "Do you know how to enhance one's will? Perhaps through cultivation?" Merlin remains silent. Zhang Jin adds, "Do you know how to eliminate other wills?" Merlin is again mute. Zhang Jin concludes, "You are indeed rather unhelpful." Merlin, feeling a twinge of shame, acknowledges his shortcomings. Chapter 56. How to Depart. Nonetheless, Merlin possesses some utility. He enlightens Zhang Jin on how to merge with the sheath Avalon. Avalon, as a unique magical artifact, has a rather special method of usage. It is not merely a tool to be wielded upon acquisition. Generally, once obtained, its healing properties will take effect, albeit modestly. Moreover, holding it carries the risk of loss or theft, which is why it should be integrated into one's body. This notion ties back to the legendary apple tree, which is no ordinary tree. It is said to bear golden apples. Indeed, it is the very same from myth, though its effects are significantly less wondrous than those attributed to it in folklore. In reality, aside from healing and extending life, the golden apples do not possess any extraordinary powers. However, to say it is a cure-all does not seem entirely erroneous. The enchantment contained within the golden apple possesses formidable vitality. Thus, aside from prolonging life, it indeed exhibits certain healing properties, particularly when derived from its branches, which exhibit significantly greater therapeutic efficacy. Nevertheless, the limitations of such healing are considerable. In simpler terms, it enhances the life force of the individual, but ailments must still be resisted by the person themselves. Thus, should one suffer from ailments such as cancer, the vitality of the cancer cells may be similarly augmented, potentially leading to a swifter demise. The ability of Avalon to integrate into the body stems from the fact that apple wood can serve as a wand. When the compatibility of the wand reaches a perfect 100%, it is capable of merging. At this juncture, the wand becomes entirely aligned with one's physical form and soul, though in reality, such instances are exceedingly rare. The branches of this apple tree can harmoniously meld with the body, thus allowing for integration, yet such apple wood is nearly impossible to craft into a wand, as any alteration would result in a change. Generally, wands made from ordinary apple would possess tremendous power and excel in communication. Yet they are not adept at unleashing dark magic, for apple wood symbolizes guardianship. Its formidable strength is intended for protection rather than destruction. This legendary apple tree embodies the essence of protective power to an even greater extent, thereby extending its healing capabilities and under its care. It is even possible to attain immortality. The method to achieve compatibility with Avalon reveals a commitment to guardianship, akin to establishing a contractual relationship. Once the pact is formed, Avalon can integrate. Of course, after Merlin obtained Avalon, an additional layer of agreement was imposed, requiring Merlin's consent for integration, akin to an added layer of authority. What was initially accessible upon meeting certain conditions was transformed by Merlin into a requirement of both meeting the conditions and obtaining his approval, closely resembling a form of ownership. The process of establishing the contract can be completed here, and Merlin, of course, consented. However, at this point, it remains uncertain whose authority is superior, Merlin's or Zhang Jin's. It would be prudent to ascertain this matter in due time, for no one would relish the thought of their property deed bearing another man's name, especially when that man resides in their home. Should a dispute arise, to whom would the house rightfully belong? Nonetheless, the actual integration must occur outside, as direct contact with the sheath is necessary during the merging process. and the internal space is conjured through magic, thus remaining disconnected from the interior of the sheath. Therefore, completion cannot occur within. Likewise, Avalon's healing cannot be accessed internally. This evokes a sense of helplessness. How splendid it would be to merge within. Once outside, one might immediately be susceptible to a surprise attack. It remains unclear how vast the internal space will be post-integration. If it could serve as a storage space, it would truly be akin to acquiring a divine artifact, one that possesses both healing and storage capabilities. Yet, one wonders whether Merlin has left anything within, any treasures or materials at all. After searching around, Zhang Jin feigned nonchalance and inquired, "Have you perhaps left anything else here? Or is this space not to be used for storage?" Merlin, perceiving Zhang Jin's ulterior motives, could only respond with a hint of resignation. "Originally, this area could serve as a storage space. I had placed many valuable items here, some of which I was even reluctant to use myself." As Merlin spoke, he scrutinized Zhang Jin's expression with his aged, beady eyes, which caused even Zhang Jin's typically impassive countenance to flush slightly. "Regrettably, when I relocated the Lake of Fairies here, the tumultuous magical energies reduced those items to mere ashes. Consequently, this space can no longer accommodate anything. Magical artifacts are easily destroyed in areas saturated with potent magic." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jin could only express his frustration inwardly, cursing the old man vehemently. That insufferable elder must have done this on purpose, speaking in half-truths. "Enough of this chatter. Please expedite my departure." Zhang Jin was utterly disinclined to continue conversing with Merlin, who, in his old age, seemed to have instinctively adopted a lecherous demeanor. All those who live beyond their years are akin to thieves, much like that bearded old headmaster of Hogwarts, whose name escapes me. I can only guide you to this point. As for how to proceed, that is entirely up to you. This is your inner world. If you wish to leave, you should be able to," Merlin explained, feigning exasperation while his gaze lingered meaningfully on the young couple by the riverbank, holding hands. "It has been ages since I experienced such youthful exuberance, though it seems your youth arrived a tad prematurely." Ignoring Zhang Jin's murderous glare, Merlin continued to jest with enthusiasm. "I said, take me out." Zhang Jin gritted his teeth, articulating each word in a low, gravelly tone. "Can't you find your own way out?" Merlin inquired, bewildered. "If I could, would I need you to guide me?" Zhang Jin's eyes reflected sheer incredulity, rendering the terms fool and idiot all too apparent. "How could that be? Any wizard who awakens within a dreamscape can exert control over it." Merlin pondered, then suggested, "Why not attempt to manipulate the illusion yourself, perhaps by changing the scene?" Zhang Jin's gaze had lost all restraint. If Merlin dared to inquire further, he resolved to retort with insults of foolishness. However, recognizing the necessity of relying on Merlin for escape, he could only grumble internally. "Isn't it evident that I cannot control it? If I could, I would have already sent you flying." Chapter 57. Embracing Severus. Merlin, being well-versed in myriad experiences, though encountering this particular situation for the first time, quickly discerned the underlying issue. "You have forsaken your past," he sighed, his tone imbued with a grandfatherly compassion. "Both your past and present are integral to your life. Regardless of how painful or unacceptable your history may be, it has indeed passed. Accepting the past and looking toward the future is the hallmark of a true warrior." Zhang Jin merely wished to convey that the elder was wasting his efforts, for that past did not belong to Zhang Jin. It was Severus's. From the moment their eyes first met, he discerned an instability within the other's soul, a soul that had once been fragmented. It was evident now that one had cast aside the past, which explained the formidable power attained at such a tender age. Merlin felt a profound revelation had unveiled Zhang Jin's concealed truth, and he sensed a resurgence of vitality within himself. Although he might not provide substantial guidance in matters of magic, he could certainly offer counsel in life, a role he relished as a mentor. Merlin continued, stating that the path Zhang Jin had chosen was entirely misguided. Only a complete soul could ascend to higher realms. The acts of forsaking the past, harboring fear, and relinquishing aspirations were the hallmarks of the weak. In that moment, Merlin's tone shifted from one of compassion to one of firmness, confidence, and an air of dominance befitting a powerful wizard, worthy of the legendary status associated with Merlin. However, Zhang Jin found himself unable to respond eloquently, for he was well aware of his own circumstances. While Merlin's deductions were somewhat misaligned, he had indeed pinpointed a truth. Zhang Jin did not yet possess the mindset of a true warrior. This was entirely rooted in his upbringing. In his previous life, Zhang Jin was an ordinary individual, neither a leader nor an elite, devoid of the characteristics of the fearless or the arrogant progeny of privilege. Although he possessed a measure of confidence, It was not the unwavering confidence of a true stronghold, but rather a modest assurance in his professional capacity. Thus, Zhang Jin was essentially an ordinary person. For such a commonplace individual to suddenly acquire immense power without succumbing to arrogance or hubris was a testament to his resilient character. This, of course, was also influenced by Severus' predicament, which enabled Zhang Jin to progress steadily, gradually accepting, evolving, and transforming. Nonetheless, these changes did not occur instantaneously. They resembled an ordinary person winning a lottery. Most would initially revel in joy, yet soon ponder how to manage the newfound wealth. Lacking experience, many ordinary winners squander their fortunes within a few years, or worse, find themselves imprisoned, with bankruptcy rates among lottery winners in the West reaching a staggering 70. Hence, without enduring trials and tribulations, one cannot attain growth. Moreover, those who have never faced battle cannot hope to become formidable. Zhang Jin was acutely aware of this. He was striving to adapt and evolve, having grown significantly stronger than upon his arrival. Initially, he had been too fearful to step outside. Regardless of the reasons, fear was one of them. Additionally, there was the matter of Severus. Zhang Jin had never fully embraced Severus. While he acknowledged Severus' strength, knowledge, experience, and memories, he had yet to accept the deeper emotional connections, particularly those tied to Lily Evans. In the cinema or while reading a novel, one may feel deeply moved, even to the point of tears. However, no one genuinely desires to become that character. The emotions evoked allow for an understanding of Severus Snape's profound suffering and the self-destructive existence he endures. Particularly when confronted with Snape's past memories, one can experience a profound sense of emotion, sorrow, or empathy, yet acceptance proves to be a formidable challenge. To accept, one must empathize. It is clear that certain actions lead to dire consequences, and recognizing the inevitably bleak outcome makes acceptance a rare feat if the path ahead is uncertain. Most individuals would likely proceed with caution. Yet, if they are aware that a precipice looms ahead, who would dare to advance? A rational person would not. And Zhang Jin is no exception. It is precisely this understanding that has prevented Zhang Jin from fully merging with Snape's memories. Although he has witnessed those memories and knows the repercussions, he is reluctant to relive that emotional experience. He prefers to gradually process it naturally, which might extend the time required for complete integration. Merlin's words, however, have unveiled a long-avoided dilemma for Zhang Jin. Having become Severus Snape, must he accept all facets of Snape's being, both the virtuous and the flawed? Previously, he could retreat into denial, comforting himself with the hope of a brighter future, lost in the potential glory that might arise. Yet, the reality is that if Snape's past is discarded, it is evident that the fusion between Zhang Jin and Severus Snape will lack completeness, and such a flaw could harbor unforeseen dangers in the future. Thus, Zhang Jin must now embrace this truth, a realization he had anticipated, which led him to explore Snape's emotions and strengthen his resolve. Merlin's words have truly solidified Zhang Jin's determination, as Zhang Jin and Severus Snape are now essentially one and the same. The emotional burdens that Snape once bore must now be shouldered by Zhang Jin. The moment to accept this responsibility has arrived. However, it is clear that even with Zhang Jin's newfound resolve, the final merging of souls will not occur instantaneously. Time is still required. Nevertheless, he can now depart from the hazy illusion. Only when the figure has completely vanished does he turn, approaching Zhang Jin, ultimately merging into his being. Hello, Severus Snape. From this moment forth, we are indeed one. There's no longer a need to remind myself constantly, nor to consciously differentiate between Zhang Jin and Severus Snape. Henceforth, this world shall know only Severus Snape. Thus, farewell, Zhang Jin. Chapter 58, Fusion of Avalon. As the youthful image of Severus Snape melds into him, the pace of their souls' integration accelerates significantly, likely to the point where they will soon be indistinguishable from any other normal soul. Zhang Jin has resolved to fully accept all that Severus Snape embodies, whether predestined or subject to change. Henceforth, Zhang Jin shall officially live as Severus Snape. However, compelling oneself to embrace all facets of Severus is no simple endeavor. Even after making the decision to fully accept and seamlessly integrate, a modicum of time is required. The reality of existence does not mirror the narratives of novels. It does not yield transformative effects merely due to Zhang Jin's sudden awakening. Upon deciding to accept, Zhang Jin felt a sigh of relief, despite having been here for several months. Yet, as an ordinary individual, her thoughts had not undergone significant alteration, leading her to harbor no desire to harm anyone, including Severus. Thus, she experienced a twinge of guilt towards him, which could not be assuaged by the rationalization that she was liberating him. The ability to self-soothe only indicates a potentially perilous mindset. Regardless of the tragic fate of Severus, as a law-abiding citizen, our role is to comfort and encourage him to live courageously. One cannot urge him to relinquish his life, much less to end it as a means of relief. Such justifications are merely excuses, devoid of the true mindset of a virtuous person. Yet when it comes to oneself, selfish inclinations often rear their heads, leading to a struggle between angelic and demonic impulses. A misstep could result in an irreversible descent into darkness, obscuring all hope. Such occurrences are far too frequent, whether in literature, film, or the annals of history and reality, and Zhang Jin is unwilling to succumb to the shadows. Accepting Severus's fate demands immense courage. In Merlin's words, serve as a fortifying influence for Zhang Jin's resolve. After all, her ambition is to achieve unparalleled strength in this realm. Lacking even a modicum of courage would be laughable. She appeared elated, her form becoming more defined, perhaps due to the night's influence. As the culmination of her prolonged exploration coincided with the moon's zenith, under the luminous glow of the moonlight, her somewhat corporeal figure became even more enchanting. A mesmerizing blend of ebb and flow, dreamlike in its allure. The slight elevation of her head and the upward curl of her lips exuded an irresistible charm. Strangely, she no longer exhibited the fervent longing she once did. The youthful eagerness for cherished gifts had vanished from her visage, along with the poetic innocence and vivacity of youth. Now, Wei Wei retained her beauty, even transcending to a sacred elegance, reminiscent of a queen surveying her realm from a lofty perch. This beauty seemed to amplify her allure for Zhang Jin. In the presence of a queen, some bow in submission, beseeching her occasional favor, while others, driven by ambition, seek to conquer her. Zhang Jin, having recently resolved her purpose, clearly belonged to the latter. Furthermore, the current Wei Wei appeared more at ease, embodying the essence of her true self. Have you encountered anyone? Perhaps Merlin? She inquired, her smile natural and unforced, as if her joy stemmed solely from her own contentment rather than from Zhang Jin's presence. She exhibited no disappointment or dissatisfaction, as if she were already aware of the outcome, harboring no doubts or uncertainties about Zhang Jin. The two individuals were poised for action. Zhang Jin, captivated by the enchanting beauty before him, was more than willing to engage in conversation. Such exquisite beauty was a rarity. One had only glimpsed in images during his past life, confined to the realm of his imagination. Yet now, here she was conversing with him in the flesh. Zhang Jin had already begun to advance, inching closer to Wei Weiyan, who sat upon a wooden stump. He took deliberate steps, the distance was minimal, and he would soon bridge the gap. Within, there was merely a collection of my memories, presumably the fabled realm of illusions. Zhang Jin stood before Wei Weiyan, gazing down upon her, his eyes piercing through her form to focus on the scabbard nestled at the center of the stump. As he drew nearer, he could distinctly sense a perilous aura pricking at him like needles. You have lied. Deceiving women is hardly the mark of a gentleman. Wei Weiyan continued to smile, and had it not been for the ominous sensation lurking behind him, Zhang Jin would have been inclined to pay her a compliment. Encased in armor, Zhang Jin swiftly cast an iron armor spell, proclaiming, "My chivalry is not intended to appease foes." Simultaneously, he unleashed a fiery attack toward Wei Weiyan. She merely sidestepped, her entire form levitating gracefully as she summoned dozens of tendrils that surged forth from the earth. Behind Zhang Jin, numerous tendrils encircled him, some already colliding with his iron armor spell. Thanks to prior amalgamation, Zhang Jin's magical control had significantly improved. Moreover, Wei Weiyan had deliberately weakened her assault for a surprise attack. Thus, a few tendrils could not breach his protective spell. The flames previously summoned now danced around him, entwining with the tendrils, tugging at them to diminish Wei Weiyan's offensive capability. "I merely wish for you to stay. If you agree to remain, I shall refrain from striking," Wei Weiyan said with a smile, summoning an even greater number of tendrils. Some were ablaze, soaring through the air and ignoring the flames that ensnared them. Zhang Jin, wary, recognized that these were no ordinary branches. Their strength was remarkable, and they appeared impervious to fire. A blade of light, as radiant as the moon, emanated from Zhang Jin's wand, severing the surrounding tendrils in unison. Seizing the opportunity, he reached out to touch the scabbard at the center of the stump. Wei Weiyan observed his movements, summoning even more tendrils but refraining from preventing Zhang Jin's contact with the scabbard. "You have indeed encountered Merlin. Has that old man perished? Yet I remain." Wei Weiyan gazed at Zhang Jin, who began to emit a faint glow as the scabbard gradually detached from the stump and merged with his being. Then, she erupted into laughter, loud and frenzied. At last, I am revived, and Merlin can no longer impede me. Ha ha! Chapter 59. Fierce Battle with Wei Weiyan. Vivian's maniacal laughter resonates with a distinct charm. Even in her madness, she exudes an authenticity that captivates. Some may be derided as insane for their boisterous mirth, while others are lauded for their genuine spirit, and Vivian undoubtedly belongs to the latter category. Meanwhile, Zhang Jin finds herself preoccupied, for the assimilation with Avalon is not as swift as she had anticipated. The process unfolds gradually, permeating her cells and transforming them, demanding time and endurance akin to the relentless itch of growing flesh, an itch far more intense than Harry Potter's ordeal of bone growth. Fortunately, at that moment, Vivian refrains from launching another attack. Zhang Jin, however, is not merely relieved. Even as her own flesh regenerates, she remains acutely aware of Vivian's condition. As she herself articulated, she is in the process of resurrection. The stump, released from its sheath, gradually disintegrates into dust encasing Vivian, while the formerly swirling roots dissolve into powder. Converging from all directions of the island, they encircle Vivian, coalescing into the shape of an egg. Within, a potent magical energy gathers, reminiscent of a demon lord sealed within the roots, now resurrected. The central region of the island collapses under the incessant disintegration of the roots, transforming the once prominent isle into a flat expanse, as if it had always been so, merely returning to its original form. Soon after, Zhang Jin emerges from the torment of her flesh-s regeneration, adapting to the persistent itch while casting spells upon the eggshell. She unleashes a barrage of powerful incantations, piercing charm, petrification, shatter, and obliteration. Yet the eggshell remains unscathed. Gradually, the shell begins to fade, revealing the exquisite form within. In the blink of an eye, the fair and enchanting figure is draped in a flowing emerald gown. Vivian has regained her corporeal form, previously unclad. And even Zhang Jin feels the profound impact of this revelation. Undeterred, Vivian quickly resumes her assault, this time channeling the brilliance of a conventional wizard's spell rather than roots. It appears that her restored state has diminished her offensive prowess. The two engage in a flurry of magical exchanges, and soon Zhang Jin seizes an opportunity to cast a piercing charm upon Vivian. Strangely, there is no bloodshed. Instead, her skin curls back like torn bark, only to swiftly regenerate. Is this body truly a resurrection, Miss Vivian? Zhang Jin inquires, fortifying herself with a shield charm to guard against Vivian's spells. Both combatants seemingly evenly matched. Indeed, it is a resurrection. Soon, I shall possess a far grander form. This is merely a substitute for the time being. Vivian maintained her regal pride, tossing her revitalized long hair back as she declared, enough of the idle chatter. As long as you leave Avalon behind, I shall let you go, I swear it. Wait until you can actually harm me. Of course, Zhang Jin would never surrender Avalon, and Merlin had not specified how to do so. He had merely mentioned the method of fusion. Moreover, due to Avalon's presence, Vivian's curse could not inflict any harm upon Zhang Jin, for Avalon's healing ensured that, barring any grievous injuries, he could recover in mere seconds. Do you truly believe you can slip away from me with Avalon in your possession? You are not Merlin. Vivian mocked, adding, and if I am not mistaken, your wand seems to be on the verge of collapse. Indeed, the wand in Zhang Jin's hand was nearing its breaking point. Had it not been for the further merging of his soul with Severus, it likely would not have endured this long. Faced with the ever-increasing roots and the curses interspersed by Vivian, Zhang Jin found himself in a most precarious situation. Unable to conveniently switch wands due to the ferocity of Vivian's onslaught, with no refuge in sight. The two were locked in a relentless exchange of attacks and evasions, with no opportunity for respite. Finally, after unleashing a massive and far-reaching spell, Zhang Jin's wand shattered, catching him off guard and sending him sprawling, only to be ensnared by the encroaching roots. Yet, Zhang Jin managed to extricate himself from the roots with relative ease. After all, he was a master potioneer and had previously concocted potions. The roots that had entwined him turned to ash and faded away, while Vivian's hand began to darken, appearing unlikely to recover anytime soon. This was a specially developed potion designed to devour the magical energy of foes. For a wizard, the absence of magic signified an inability to fight, particularly in Vivian's case, as she had been casting spells without a wand. Seizing the moment, Zhang Jin adhered to the ancient and sacred traditions of Eastern dueling, promptly launching a fierce fire spell with his backup wand. He discerned that ordinary magic was nearly ineffective against her, prompting him to experiment with dark magic. Subsequently, Vivian distanced herself from Zhang Jin, producing a harp seemingly from nowhere, and began to play. Soon, two colossal figures emerged on the island, one a giant formed from roots, the other a fiery serpent conjured by Zhang Jin. The two immense entities clashed upon the small island, the shock waves of their battle eroding the land beneath them. Both combatants were near immortal, endowed with formidable magical prowess, and of similar caliber. Thus, unless one party's magical energy was entirely depleted, it was conceivable that the conflict could endure for 10 days, or even a fortnight. Chapter 60. It hurts, truly. The struggle between Zhang Jin and Vivian persisted from midnight until noon, with each wielding their own advantages. Zhang Jin benefited from Avalon's healing, allowing him to recover swiftly as long as his injuries were not fatal. Vivian possesses a similar form of immortality, the precise mechanics of which elude understanding. However, it appears to be intricately linked to her resurrection through the roots of trees. This phenomenon may not constitute a complete revival. One might say she merely possesses a corporeal form. Observing this effect closely, it bears a striking resemblance to the Edo Tensei from the world of Naruto, with the distinction that Vivian employs the vitality of trees, whereas Edo Tensei utilizes the earth from graves. Zhang Jin, on the other hand, exhibits formidable offensive power. Though his frequency of attack does not rival that of Vivian, the damage he inflicts is considerable. Yet, due to his inability to counteract Vivian's regenerative abilities, their confrontation results in a stalemate. In truth, Zhang Jin may be inferior to Vivian. Her performance suggests she has indeed attained a physical form. Nevertheless, one could argue she has become somewhat reckless. Despite achieving resurrection, she failed to equip herself with a wand, meaning she often casts spells without a proper focus. Although the harp enhances her magical prowess, it pales in comparison to the efficacy of a wand. It could be posited that Vivian's fervent desire for resurrection blinded her to this oversight. Otherwise, she might have waited until capturing or eliminating Zhang Jin before attempting revival. As their battle erupted anew, the island succumbed to further subsidence, after which Zhang Jin and Vivian, displaying a remarkable synchronicity, ceased their onslaught. You may wonder why she prioritized resurrection despite a reduction in her magical capabilities. Vivian, cradling her harp as she descended from the air, explained, "Merlin sealed the entire island, compelling me to channel my magic into that tree root, and I was fortunate enough to gain control over it." Vivian elaborated on her predicament with a leisurely demeanor, betraying no sense of secrecy, seemingly pleased to share her experiences. "With the aid of Avalon's magic, I successfully halted the depletion of my power, and I even managed to augment it through the hunting capabilities of the roots. However, I did not anticipate the increase would be so substantial, which is why I could only resurrect myself upon Avalon's departure. But do not presume that I am incapable of wielding such a vast reservoir of magic, for I am not yet whole." As her words resonated, Vivian suddenly shattered the harp she held. The ashen, dark smoke that billowed forth coalesced into her being. "Initially, I was uncertain of my success, so I divided my soul into two halves, one of which was concealed within this instrument. Now I am complete, and I am at my strongest, so perish." At the moment Vivian initiated her strike, Zhang Jin, having momentarily paused, prepared himself in secret. He raised his head and consumed a potion of magical elixir, followed by a draught of water imbued with the essence of the fairy lake. Finally, he partook of a concoction crafted from a vial of blood belonging to the prince family, the name of which need not concern us. A name can be conjured in haste, and the specifics of its effects are of little importance. Zhang Jin himself was uncertain, but he could attest to the potion's overwhelming magical potency. After consuming these 3 elixirs, he was immediately beset by a profound sensation of fullness. Though it was not the result of mere quantity, these were potions he dared not imbibe excessively. Then a profound ache enveloped my entire being. It was not merely a corporeal pain, but rather a torment of the soul, and due to the influence of the fortifying elixir, the sensations were strikingly vivid. Ignoring the sensations within, I unleashed my anguish into the air, releasing a shattering shield to fragment all the encroaching tendrils, and amid the shield's eruption, I executed several expansive strikes of the invisible blade. One cannot deny the efficacy of the invisible blade, a remarkable invention by Severus, by amplifying magical energy. One can enhance its potency, concentrating power to a fine point or extending it to create sweeping arc-like attacks, reminiscent of Ichigo Kurosaki's Getsuga Tensho. It possesses both precision for single targets and the ability to cover wide areas. Its versatility is a marvel of the mind. However, the enemy was overwhelmingly formidable. A single surge of power proved futile. Though countless tendrils fell beneath my onslaught, they paled in comparison to the vast multitude that enveloped the island. There is no point in exerting oneself. Unless one can obliterate the entire isle, these tendrils are inexhaustible, for this island is, in essence, a manifestation of the roots of an apple tree, a singular tree in its entirety. Vivian's voice emerged from the dense interstices of the roots, barely discernible amidst the cacophony of tendrils slicing through the air and the friction between them. As my invisible blade swept through, the oncoming roots were severed with precision. Yet they continued to surge forward, their neat edges resembling a wall advancing to fill every gap. You see, in the end, I emerged victorious. Wouldn't it have been wiser to surrender early to spare yourself suffering? Vivian waved away the remaining roots, then manipulated those ensnaring me, suspending me just above the ground. We must empathize with Zhang Jin. As an ordinary person in a past life, he had never experienced such agony, and now, despite a fortified will, he had yet to endure such excruciating attacks. Indeed, it was mere pain. Vivian took pleasure in tormenting him, deliberately controlling the roots within him, ensuring their destructive pace matched Avalon's restorative speed, allowing him to perpetually feel the agony of countless tendrils traversing his body, all while the elixir's effects kept him from losing consciousness. Subsequently, Vivian snapped the wand from Zhang Jin's grasp, reducing the number of roots to afford him the ability to speak. How pitiful you are! I have never encountered a more feeble sorcerer. Can you truly not withstand such trivial pain? Vivian observed with mild amusement as Zhang Jin's cries gradually turned into gasps, patiently awaiting his recovery. I once witnessed a sorcerer whose flesh slowly peeled away, yet he remained utterly silent, devoid of any reaction. I also saw another sorcerer watch in horror as his bones were methodically crushed, his eyes wide open until death claimed him. In comparison, your display is utterly unworthy of your magical prowess. Vivian boasted of her cruelty, delivering multifaceted and all-encompassing blows to Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin continued to breathe slowly, too consumed by pain to pay her any heed. Chapter 61. Truth. Villains perish from excessive chatter. It is beyond one's control when willpower falters. After all, the magical prowess Zhang Jin possessed was largely unearned. If we were to quantify the magic derived from the combined souls of Zhang Jin and Severus, his contribution would scarcely amount to 20 out of 100, with the remainder attributed to Severus's efforts, rendering Zhang Jin a mere accessory. However, this accessory is not insignificant. Without it, Severus would struggle to reach 100, perhaps only attaining that pinnacle once in a lifetime. Yet, with Zhang Jin's presence, he could effortlessly surpass that threshold. Her contribution, though minimal, represents a crucial enhancement, akin to taking a significant step forward. The current predicament, however, required utilizing this enhancement to wield the entirety of the bamboo pole, which inevitably proved to be straining. Even though she could deftly employ spells, the disparity in combat experience and subconscious choices was profound, with her willpower's manifestation being particularly apparent. Severus's life experiences, even without the later prophetic events, were exceedingly arduous. Many viewers of the film often focus on the youthful Severus's delicate features or his embarrassment when confronted by a group of 4 bullies, seldom noticing the ill-fitting clothes he wore upon first meeting Lily, nor the mockery he faced from fellow Slytherins during his humiliations. This ridicule, even from his own housemates, honed Severus's adeptness in schoolyard combat to the extent that no one dared to confront him alone. Eventually, it required the combined efforts of the 4 to succeed, often resorting to cunning tactics, while Severus found himself perpetually bullied and derided. It was precisely this treatment that lured him into the seductive embrace of dark magic, leading him deeper into its snares and causing his demeanor to grow increasingly somber, his billowing robes earning him the moniker of the Bat. All these experiences fortified Severus's will, such that he could relinquish everything, save for that flicker of light in his heart. Her expression reverted to a proud demeanor, tinged with mockery, as she declared, "Neither you nor Merlin comprehend the true nature of your opponent. I am destined to become a deity, while Merlin foolishly seeks to usurp my divine power, an unforgivable transgression." She recounted what should have been a tumultuous tale in a calm tone, particularly incensed that he dared to blaspheme against her, even harboring thoughts of deicide. Merlin must still be inside. I shall have a proper conversation with him. How can you be certain you are a deity? Perhaps this is merely a figment of your imagination, Zhang Jin interjected, unable to suppress her discomfort, attempting to divert attention from her pain. Very well. We shall continue this discussion later. There are more pressing matters at hand. Vivian, feeling that she had spoken enough, interrupted Zhang Jin, who was about to voice a question, and declared, Avalon is also a part of the apple tree, and it retains its vitality. It can rejuvenate me as well, so I implore you to offer Avalon. As her words resonated, the hand Vivian had placed upon Zhang Jin's chest sprouted numerous roots that penetrated his body, drawing nourishment akin to genuine roots, siphoning the life force of the Avalon he had integrated. Zhang Jin's smile was a grotesque grimace. If Severus were to witness such a degradation of dignity through Zhang Jin's actions, he would surely lament his demise. You are familiar with Avalon, so you must also comprehend its capabilities. Who bestowed upon you the audacity to touch Avalon directly, considering that Vivian might not recognize Liang Jingru? It was prudent to refrain from further elaboration, for verbosity may lead to misfortune. The villain often falls due to excessive words. In a moment of distraction, Vivian vanished, not of her own volition, but rather passively, as she was transported directly into the enigmatic illusion. Merlin had mentioned that Vivian dared not enter the enigmatic illusion, possibly having experienced its formidable power. However, Zhang Jin was reluctant to wager, for Vivian had also fractured her soul, and who could predict what peculiarities might ensue? Should Vivian navigate through the enigmatic illusion, one could only wonder what she might undertake within its depths. With Vivian's disappearance, the roots she had summoned also dissipated. Before he could fully reflect upon his newfound vitality, Zhang Jin promptly retrieved the explosives he had prepared, capable of blanketing the summit of Snow-Dun Mountain. Although some had been lost in battle, the remaining cache still encompassed the entire isle in 3 layers. Enveloping himself in an invisibility cloak, he then released Vivian. The cloak, however, could not fend off attacks, so after liberating Vivian, Zhang Jin swiftly dashed beyond the confines of the island's barrier. The entire process unfolded seamlessly. He traversed the barrier without encountering a single obstruction, a fact imparted to him by Merlin, who had explained that the primary function of this barrier was to sever magical energy. Any entity imbued with magic or formidable attacks could not penetrate the barrier unless it was shattered. Yet, after enduring the battles between Merlin and Vivian, as well as those between Zhang Jin and Vivian, the barrier, though somewhat compromised, remained intact. Emerging from the enigmatic illusion, Vivian appeared momentarily disoriented, perceiving only a multitude of explosive crates, objects unfamiliar to her, leading her to believe she was still ensnared within the illusion. Outside, Zhang Jin could not glimpse the interior scene, but sensed a violent tremor coursing through the island. Then, the barrier left by Merlin ruptured with a sound akin to a bursting soap bubble. The explosion's force not only obliterated the barrier, but also generated a shockwave that dispersed the vapor across the entire lake surface, revealing the rare sight of a crystal-clear lake at the summit of Snow-Dun Mountain, uncovering the hidden isle beneath the water. Vivian had once again transformed into her ghostly form, resembling her initial appearance. This time, it seemed she was indeed a true specter. Nevertheless, to be on the safe side, it was prudent to eliminate her. Ignoring Vivian's rage and piercing screams, such a hysterical woman was far from endearing. Zhang Jin employed an extreme, wandless fire spell to obliterate Vivian's lingering soul, leaving no trace of her behind, whether as a ghost or otherwise. The once illustrious enchantress of the lake, possibly the most beautiful sorceress in the realm, or even a deity, had vanished in an instant. Zhang Jin's action served once more to illustrate the truth that villains often perish due to their excessive chatter. Chapter 62, a forceful spectacle. It could be said that Vivian's demise was quite unjust, given her prowess, had she not been caught off guard. Even a multitude of explosives might not have been sufficient to claim her life. In essence, she was victimized by her ignorance of the situation, left in a state of stupor. Otherwise, even binding herself with roots might not have led to her demise. Had she erected a shield, survival would have been nearly assured. Yet, she seemingly failed to take any defensive measures, possibly still entranced by the beguiling illusions or simply blinded by her lack of awareness. The explosive force was remarkable, even breaching Merlin's barrier, transforming the entire island into a basin, as if a spoon had scooped out a portion of ice cream from its center. In a mere moment, a significant portion of water had accumulated. However, fully filling the basin seemed improbable. Zhang Jin distinctly sensed the island rising slightly. The interior of the island was intertwined with roots, resembling a circular wooden vessel. Previously submerged due to the explosion, it was now buoyant again, and with much of the upper soil eroded, its elevation increased. Nonetheless, these matters bore little consequence for Zhang Jin. Upon confirming that not a trace of Vivian remained, he succumbed to unconsciousness, only to find his consciousness transported once more into the enchanting illusion. Before the corresponding scene could manifest, he was immediately before Merlin, who wore an exceedingly pleased expression. What an extraordinary method! Is it the gunpowder used by Muggles? It's akin to their magic, Merlin exclaimed, his admiration palpable. Congratulations on vanquishing Vivian. You are indeed a true hero. Zhang Jin, now in this realm, felt far more liberated without the encumbrance of a physical body. Contemplating solely his soul, he sensed a newfound strength, though he remained curious about the state of his corporeal form. Did you not say you could not perceive the external situation? How is it that you now seem to know everything? Zhang Jin inquired cautiously, wary of Merlin's intentions. No need for alarm. Simply observe for yourself, Merlin replied, gesturing to indicate the surrounding circumstances. Clearly, with the fusion of Avalon, its internal space has undergone some transformations. The fairy lake, which was supposed to be within Avalon, now resides in another spherical realm. This space features two openings resembling windows. However, they now appear to be draped, obscuring the view of the outside world, though the unmistakable rays of sunlight can still be perceived. Unfortunately, reality does not align with desires. This is your head, and we should be within your mind. Merlin, as if able to penetrate Zhang Jin's thoughts, rephrased his statement. Zhang Jin inquired, "What have you seen?" Merlin replied, "I have seen everything that you have seen." Zhang Jin pressed further, "What about my thoughts?" Merlin retorted, "How would I know what you are thinking? I can only perceive what you see through this connection." Relieved yet puzzled, Zhang Jin asked, "But how did it come to this?" "It must be due to your fusion with Avalon. No one has ever fused before," Merlin casually remarked. "What did you just say?" Zhang Jin seemed to grasp something significant. "You just mentioned that no one has ever fused before, yet you told me it was possible. Have you never attempted it?" Merlin might be treating people as mere experimental subjects. If that were the case, Zhang Jin resolved to confine Merlin to a dark room for eternity. He need not think that a window would allow him to behold the outside world. Zhang Jin had plenty of ways to shut it. Previously, Zhang Jin had speculated on why King Arthur and Merlin had never fused with Avalon, only to be informed now that fusion had never even been considered. Were the barriers, contracts, and notions of recognition mere fabrications? Did I not deduce this upon my arrival? Look, my hypothesis was correct. You have indeed succeeded in the fusion. Merlin continued with a grin, seemingly oblivious to any guilt. Moreover, you accidentally ingested the sap of the apple tree during your previous battle, and it had no adverse effects. This indicates your capability to merge with Avalon. Those contracts are not false. They're the spells that facilitate your fusion. Furthermore, Avalon saved your life, which means I saved you. Yet, Zhang Jin's countenance remained grim. "So, I should be thanking you?" he said darkly. One of his pet peeves was the phrase, "I saved your life." It served as a reminder of the time the four of them had toyed with Severus, and here he was in the role of Severus himself, an embarrassing situation. Not only had he been lured into Lupin's transformation in the Shrieking Shack, but he had also been dragged out just before becoming prey to the werewolf's bite. Was this considered a life-saving act? What kind of shameless person would utter such words? Thus, Zhang Jin scoffed at the notion of a life-saving grace. Life was not preserved in such a manner. If you hadn't told me that I could fuse with Avalon, that Avalon could heal any non-fatal injury, do you think I would have recklessly charged forward? Zhang Jin mocked, regarding Merlin, who seemed to exhibit some compulsive tendencies typical of the elderly. Dumbledore, Merlin, Voldemort, and even Grindelwald share a common trait. They impose their meticulously crafted paths upon others, whether those paths lead to virtue or vice, often cloaked in the guise of benevolence, proclaiming this is the right way. Yet, regardless of the nature of their intentions, should not the opinions of those directly affected be solicited? Much like contemporary parents, why do they neglect to consult their children before making decisions? To dismiss a child's perspective simply because they are deemed too young to comprehend is to strip them of their rightful agency, perpetuating their ignorance. In this respect, Dumbledore deserves commendation. He ultimately bestowed upon Harry the power of choice, rather than keeping him in the dark. Even if Harry had no alternative, he could still feel a sense of ownership over his decisions. Conversely, many parents impose their choices upon their children without consultation, such as moving a child to a different class based solely on their assessment of the previous one's inadequacies, only to inform the child after the move is finalized. Imagine the dismay of a teenager thrust into a new environment without any prior knowledge. How can such actions foster trust and open communication between parent and child? I regret to inform you that I am not obligated to reveal the truth. Zhang Jin fell silent. Indeed, if Merlin were to be sorted, he would undoubtedly find himself in Slytherin, steadfastly denying any fault, regardless of the circumstances, with an air of haughty arrogance. Moreover, his demeanor exudes an aura of darkness. as he engages in clandestine activities and schemes. However, it may be prudent for you to refrain from lingering here. Does the outside world not hold any significance? Merlin remarked enigmatically, a mischievous grin playing upon his lips, revealing nothing but mischief, reminiscent of a prankster like Malfoy. Zhang Jin dared not underestimate the situation. While Malfoy's antics may be mere jests, Merlin's humor could prove perilous. Upon opening his eyes, it became evident that his life was indeed in jeopardy. Zhang Jin found himself reclining by the newly formed lake on the island, surrounded by an audience of no fewer than a dozen green dragons, all intently observing him. Chapter 63. The Return of Severus. At this juncture, the students of Hogwarts had just departed the school, embarking upon their delightful summer break. Upon entering the school, the first order of business was to report to Dumbledore in his office. Regardless of their desire to accompany the venerable headmaster throughout his journey, they were united in purpose. And Dumbledore maintained his authoritative position. Showing respect towards him was not only a demonstration of mutual trust, but also a testament to the art of interpersonal relations. One must not assume that bureaucratic tendencies are an exclusively Chinese phenomenon. Such occurrences are prevalent worldwide, albeit manifested in differing forms. If this fellow had not met his untimely demise by misadventure, he would undoubtedly have succumbed to the allure of confectionery delights. The fox atop the shelf continues to gaze intently at Zhang Jin, brimming with enthusiasm. Typically, this bird would be napping, yet whenever Zhang Jin arrives, it is always alert. At this moment, it seems to have made a new discovery, emitting a melodious call. Had it not been for Zhang Jin's unwavering gaze, which conveyed an unmistakable aura of threat, the bird would likely have flown over by now. Ha! It appears you are indeed quite favored by the fox. It hasn't been this lively in quite some time, Dumbledore observes with a cheerful demeanor, clearly amused by the interaction between the two. Your spirit seems to have been restored. How do you feel? Dumbledore quickly notes Zhang Jin's change, though he seems unperturbed. As Zhang Jin approaches Dumbledore, he notices a newspaper discarded beside a pile of cockroaches, its cover boldly proclaiming a warning. Beware, the last struggle of the Death Eaters. The accompanying image depicts a swarm of Welsh green dragons soaring through the sky, all appearing rather agitated. During this time, the Ministry of Magic had mobilized nearly all its Aurors and available personnel to capture the Death Eaters, ultimately only managing to quell the incident. The reasons behind it remained undiscovered. Zhang Jin's protective measures had proven effective. Thus, the blame fell squarely on the Death Eaters, prompting the Ministry to launch a month-long crackdown, finally bringing an end to the aftermath of Voldemort's downfall. However, this was not today's news. It was from over 2 months ago, and Dumbledore's intention in presenting it was clear. When Zhang Jin had opened his eyes that day, he was met with the formidable sight of a dozen green dragons observing him closely, followed by a synchronized blast of fire that nearly vaporized him. Even after narrowly escaping, he was left severely injured, but thanks to Avalon, he could already envision Merlin's expression, certainly one of mocking amusement. It was precisely due to Avalon's healing that Zhang Jin managed to confront such a multitude of dragons. Nevertheless, the outcome was a full-scale eruption from the dragons of Snowy Mount, and even with Avalon's assistance, it took Zhang Jin over a month to recover fully. Fortunately, the damage inflicted by the Welsh green dragons primarily stemmed from their breath and physical attacks, allowing him to endure. Had there been even a couple of dark spells involved, he likely would have met with disaster. It was only through subsequent experiments that Zhang Jin discovered Avalon's healing was exceedingly limited against dark magic, roughly equivalent to the rate of self-healing, as dark magic damage typically cannot be restored. In essence, Avalon does not render one invincible, which is rather disappointing. Zhang Jin's audacity in provoking the green dragons at Snowy Mount stemmed from a misguided sense of invulnerability. In simpler terms, he was reckless. In reality, swiftly delivered a harsh lesson. He recounted the events to Dumbledore without any concealment, naturally omitting the part about his intrusive gaze towards Vivian, as there was little else worth hiding. Although Avalon may not effectively counter dark magic, Dumbledore is indeed a white wizard. This implies that, on the foundation of Dumbledore's unwavering principles, Avalon is nearly counterproductive to him. Furthermore, with Zhang Jin's strength having significantly improved, reaching the pinnacle of Severus from past life, he has set aside many of his apprehensions. As long as he can resist, not being utterly defenseless, he feels liberated to act more freely. Dumbledore, clearly aware of this, regarded Zhang Jin with a complex gaze and inquired, "Can I still trust you?" Zhang Jin feigned ignorance and responded, "Did we not swear an oath? Or do you harbor new thoughts? It would be prudent to dispel such doubts early on, As previously mentioned, Zhang Jin does not intend to part ways with Dumbledore, and seemingly, there are few other avenues available to him. Comparatively, he holds a fondness for the school, having labored on the podium for several years. And what kind of professor would he be without teaching? That as well, Dumbledore sighed, seemingly relieved, though his performance appeared somewhat exaggerated. It seems that old Dumbledore has exerted considerable effort to gain Severus's trust. Yet, at heart, he likely harbors intentions to aid Severus, so Zhang Jin chose to overlook this. Once reassured of Zhang Jin's stability, their conversation swiftly transitioned to matters of work. Given Zhang Jin's recent appointment and the peculiar atmosphere within Slytherin, compounded by Professor Slughorn's evident negligence in management, leading Slytherin House is proving to be quite a challenge, likely fraught with unexpected surprises awaiting Zhang Jin. The orientation for this year's new students is scheduled for late July. Would you be interested in welcoming a few students? Dumbledore then broached another responsibility, one that most professors tend to dislike. It is known that new students from the wizarding world do not require professors for orientation, while those from a Muggle world often present considerable challenges, rendering this task unpopular among many educators. Zhang Jin was no exception in his aversion, primarily because he understood that his summer would be exceedingly busy. Do you think the new Slytherin students need or desire my assistance in their orientation? Zhang Jin calmly asked Dumbledore, who fell into a contemplative silence for a moment. To be candid, in nearly a century, the only new student entirely from Muggle heritage who found their way into Slytherin was Tom Riddle. Others, even those of mixed blood, possess some understanding of the wizarding world. Like Severus, while most purebloods hardly require orientation. Moreover, the current Severus is not particularly favored among the purebloods. Chapter 64, Embarrassment. If previously many were unaware of Severus's former allegiance to the Death Eaters, after the Ministry of Magic's recent inquiry, the vast majority of wizards are now informed. Despite Severus's demonstration that he bore no dark mark at that time, the crux of the matter remains. No one believes him. Most individuals familiar with Severus retain an impression of him as the brooding bat-like figure from his school days. Additionally, many classmates are aware of his close associations with some who later became Death Eaters. The tale of Severus and Lily is also widely known, which led to his ostracism and torment by the Slytherins during his early years at school. This situation was exacerbated when he was abandoned by Lily after being too closely linked to those individuals and uttering the derogatory term mudblood. This episode became a source of amusement among Hogwarts students outside of their studies. However, within Slytherin, it was perceived as a sign of Severus's renunciation of darkness. Coupled with his reputation as a potion master, the narrative surrounding him became even more widespread. Thus, while many believe Voldemort would not recruit a half-blood as a Death Eater, the notion of Severus being one was readily accepted by a significant number. Such is the capricious nature of reality. Much like how people often dismiss the idea that an innocent beauty could be a courtesan, yet many would readily believe it if someone claimed she were. Furthermore, several captured Death Eaters testified to having seen Severus at Voldemort's gatherings, portraying him as a pitiable figure desperately seeking to join their ranks. Their claims so vivid that they appeared undeniably true. Naturally, these were slanders, likely prearranged testimonies. Severus had not participated in any large gatherings since joining the Death Eaters, which is precisely why Voldemort chose him as a spy at Hogwarts. However, as more people propagated these rumors, the number of believers grew. With young Barty's identity as a Death Eater ultimately exposed and Barty Crouch meeting a dismal end, it was evident that his failure to decisively address Barty's actions led to an irretrievable situation. Consequently, the elder Barty resigned from his position as head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, resulting in the disintegration of the Crouch family's influence. Therefore, it was only natural for the Minister of Magic to direct all his ire towards Dumbledore, the most formidable adversary at the time. After sensational reports regarding Dumbledore's alleged conspiracy to abduct the Savior Harry, the greatest of the White Wizards, and the Ministry's sacrifices, the focus eventually shifted towards Severus, the former Death Eater. The audacity and eloquence of such writings could only be attributed to Rita Skeeter. Severus learned of these developments only in hindsight. Currently, he is preoccupied with his own circumstances. To label Dumbledore as a treacherous figure would almost render Severus a traitor himself, though the fact that he betrayed Voldemort prevents anyone from openly expressing such sentiments. Although the members of the Order of the Phoenix are willing to trust Severus due to Dumbledore's influence, they likely harbor a sense of disdain, secretly mocking him as a cowardly opportunist seeking self-preservation and glory. Though Severus is currently a member of the Order of the Phoenix, he has yet to attend a single meeting, and Dumbledore has shown no intention of inviting him. Perhaps he has discerned the underlying tensions between Severus and the other members. Dumbledore's approach to this situation is intriguing. He merely emphasizes that Severus is a trustworthy ally, without revealing the reasons behind this assertion. Only Severus understands that Dumbledore remains silent because he has made a promise to him, while the other members of the Order are left in the dark, mistakenly believing that Dumbledore possesses some form of leverage against Severus. Consequently, their disdain for Severus has become increasingly overt. Ultimately, Severus seizes an opportunity to confront Arthur Weasley and Remus Lupin, resulting in a physical altercation. It is a grave misconception to assume that Remus Lupin is the amiable figure portrayed in the films, or that he embodies the gentle nature of a werewolf. Such notions are utterly fallacious. Lupin's kindness is reserved for those who share his beliefs. He is far from courteous when dealing with adversaries, particularly those from Slytherin. Transforming into a werewolf due to a childhood bite, Lupin harbored intense bitterness and animosity towards Slytherin during his youth. Among the quartet, the conflict between Lupin and Severus rivals that of James Potter. As for the Weasley family, aside from Percy, no member possesses a particularly amiable temperament. And Arthur Weasley is known for his fierce opposition to wrongdoing, making his disdain for Severus particularly pronounced. However, due to the myriad issues facing the Weasley family at this juncture, their encounters have been infrequent. Otherwise, the consequences would surely have been more severe than a mere beating. As a result, Severus's relationship with the Order of the Phoenix has plummeted to an all-time low, and due to Dumbledore's influence, the Ministry of Magic has also begun to target him. Even the once certain certification of Master Potion Maker has been adversely affected, leaving its status unresolved. The pureblood families have their own reasons for opposing Severus, whether for betraying Voldemort or becoming Dumbledore's pawn. In essence, Severus finds himself at odds with the three primary powers in a magical world: the Ministry of Magic, the pureblood families, and the Order of the Phoenix. Aside from Dumbledore and Lucius, Severus is virtually an outcast, a fact that is quite awkward indeed. Chapter 65, Malfoy's Invitation. A few days later, while Severus was enjoying breakfast in his office, an owl flew in. Severus has since moved out of the room of requirement. Initially, he resided there due to Professor Slughorn's continued presence, as he did not wish to hastily find a new office nor be subjected to the scrutiny of students, especially upon arriving in a new world where a degree of privacy was necessary. After Professor Slughorn's departure, although Dumbledore did not explicitly instruct Severus to vacate, his recent suggestion in the office regarding Severus taking over as the potions professor was quite clear, implying that he should find alternative accommodations. To be honest, both Severus and Zhang Jin find this ambiguous manner of communication rather vexing. This art of language, which necessitates personal interpretation, is truly unappealing. Nevertheless, those in positions of authority seem to favor such an enigmatic style, speaking in half-truths and leaving it up to others to decipher their meanings. If one interprets correctly, it is deemed expected, with only a mild commendation for their perceptiveness and capability. However, should one misinterpret, leading to a blunder, the blame will undoubtedly rest upon their shoulders. For leaders will never acknowledge the subtle hints they once dropped. They will assert that it was all mere conjecture on the part of the subordinate. This approach is similarly applicable in romantic relationships, and many have undoubtedly suffered from such treatment. Currently, Severus's office is adjacent to the potions classroom, situated in what was once an abandoned room before being converted into the potions professor's office. While one might assume that a repurposed classroom would suffice in size, it still fails to meet the specific needs of the potions instructor. Upon entering, one immediately notices shelves lining the walls, brimming with an assortment of bottles and jars containing various potion ingredients that require careful sealing, including parts for magical creatures and even entire specimens. Due to the preservation requirements of these materials, Severus's office carries a certain chill, accentuated by the presence of specimens and the dim atmosphere, imparting an eerie sensation as though one has stepped into the lair of a dark sorcerer. Despite this, the materials on the shelves are not exhaustive. The potions classroom itself harbors many affordable and easily storable ingredients, while the more precious materials are securely kept in Severus's private storage room. This storage area is concealed behind a discreet door opposite the entrance, with Severus's desk positioned nearby. On the shelves surrounding this area, one can find an array of magical tomes and potions. Just a step away from the desk, two short tables are arranged side by side, designated as workstations for concocting and brewing potions. Several cauldrons are placed upon these tables, alongside various tools for potion making, such as an assortment of cauldrons of differing materials and sizes, scales of various dimensions, and an array of knives with distinct functions. These implements appear quite antiquated, lacking the extensive glassware that would come later, indicating that such additions were made post factum. Adjacent to the storage room, there lies another hidden door leading to the bedroom, which stands as Severus's solitary sanctuary for privacy. This office, however, offers no such protection. Anyone with the ability to turn a knob may enter, including access to Severus's private storage, which accounts for the frequent theft of potion ingredients. This is not due to Severus's lack of management, but rather because other professors occasionally require materials or tools from his domain, as evidenced by Madame Pomfrey's occasional visits in search of supplies. This matter is indeed linked to the absence of a dedicated office for the head of Slytherin House. While the other three houses boast their own exclusive chambers, Slytherin finds itself devoid of such a space. Consequently, whether it be Severus or Slughorn, as well as their predecessors, they resemble Umbridge, who is unable to access the headmaster's office, for they cannot locate the entrance to Slytherin's office and are thus forced to find temporary quarters. This situation contributes to the lack of respect accorded to the head of Slytherin by some, who perceive it as a sign that these heads have not been accepted by the house. In truth, since the time of Salazar Slytherin, the office has seemingly vanished, likely concealed by Salazar himself, much like the Chamber of Secrets. It remains uncertain if it can still be found, as it has never appeared in the original texts. However, one would assume that Slytherin's office should be the most magnificent, for Salazar was not one to deprive himself of grandeur. The potions classroom, along with Severus's office, the Slytherin common room, and the dormitories for Slytherin students are all located in the depths of Hogwarts, originally part of the castle's dungeons. Yet, how expansive can a dungeon truly be? Even after the expansion by the four founders, its size remains insufficient. Thus, Salazar extended many parts of Slytherin to the depths of the Black Lake, an area that was developed further. If the Slytherin office were to be situated here, it would likely be nearby. Venturing further towards the castle leads to the plumbing system, a well-known haunt of the basilisk. The office should be adjacent to that location. Once a method to prevent the basilisk petrification is discovered, searching for it can commence, as no one desires a diminutive office when a grand one is available, especially if dangerous potion research is to be conducted. Due to the office's location in the cellar, the owl delivering the message actually emerged from the fireplace, aided by Severus's habitual avoidance of lighting the hearth. The letter, sent by Lucius, contained little in the way of substance, merely appearing to congratulate Severus on his acceptance into Slytherin. The owl was not of the Malfoy breed, consistent with Lucius's cautious nature. The correspondence concluded with an invitation for Severus to visit Malfoy Manor in a couple of days, which likely serves as the primary purpose of the letter, with the remainder being mere pleasantries. Presently, the Malfoys have emerged from the shadow of Voldemort's downfall, and given their typical demeanor, it is likely that Lucius is restless, eager to discuss the next steps to be taken. Chapter 66, The Purebloods Seeking Guardianship. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Severus arrived at Malfoy Manor. Upon his arrival, the Malfoy family had just concluded their own breakfast. Lucius, having been informed, promptly came to the courtyard to welcome Severus into the sitting room. At this juncture, Severus Snape has become Lucius's most significant ally, and it is fitting for him to personally extend such a greeting. Moreover, the two individuals now share a common secret, one that places immense pressure on Lucius Malfoy. Recently, Lucius has been increasingly aware of his thinning hair. Thus, upon encountering Severus, he instinctively felt a sense of relief, particularly as he observed Severus, who was equally privy to the truth, exhibiting no signs of distress. This deepened Lucius's admiration for his former junior, now ally. Even though Voldemort has vanished, who can truly ascertain whether he is dead? What if he were to re-emerge one day? Additionally, some of his followers still remain alive. The mere knowledge of Voldemort's lineage that both Severus and Lucius possess is sufficient to incite the remaining Death Eaters to pursue them relentlessly. This is why Lucius holds such respect for Severus, which gradually allows Severus to take on a more prominent role in their interactions. Of course, dominance is not in the cards unless one resorts to the forceful coercion reminiscent of Voldemort. It is inconceivable for a Malfoy to bow down as a subordinate. However, this arrangement suffices, as it maintains their equal standing while enabling Severus to subtly guide Lucius's actions when necessary, ensuring they remain aligned in the future. Lucius, evidently pleased, greeted Severus with a slightly elevated tone, saying, "Severus, you previously mentioned having matters to attend to, yet you vanished for nearly 4 months, missing even Draco's birthday party. You know, Lucius, I do not relish your parties. Conversing amidst a throng feels like a waste of time." At this moment, they entered the sitting room, when Narcissa stood with Draco. As Severus spoke, he greeted Narcissa. "Good morning, Narcissa. I brought Draco a gift, an apology of sorts. Drink this, Draco, and then let your mother take you for a nap." Severus looked down at the young Draco, who was merely 2 years old, having just celebrated his second birthday last month. At this stage, he displayed none of the arrogance or awkwardness characteristic of his school years. He was still an endearing little one, just beginning to articulate speech. While Severus spoke, Draco clung to Narcissa's leg, hiding behind her, peering up at Severus with a slightly fearful expression. Such a sight was undeniably charming, revealing that Draco's good looks were evident even at a young age. He was extraordinary enough to warrant adoration from certain eccentric ladies. In the face of Severus's serious demeanor, Draco appeared rather intimidated. When Severus offered him a vial of potion, he looked as though he might burst into tears, ultimately calming down only with Narcissa's soothing presence. Shortly thereafter, Narcissa swiftly took the still timid Draco away, leaving Severus and Lucius once again in the Malfoy study. That was a vitality potion, crafted from special ingredients to enhance one's constitution. Once he awakens his magical abilities, I shall provide him with a potion to augment his magical prowess. Though Lucius did not inquire, Severus nonetheless took it upon himself to elucidate the function of the potion they had just discussed. He was acutely aware of the fact that Malfoy held his family in the highest regard. Without allowing Lucius to engage in further pleasantries, Severus directly interjected. Your haste in summoning me is not merely to discuss the child, is it? If there is a matter at hand, I suggest you address it forthwith. Given Lucius's disposition, indulging him in niceties would likely prolong the conversation unnecessarily. A more straightforward approach was decidedly preferable. Lucius, evidently cognizant of Severus's temperament, proceeded without delay, stating, in the months of your absence, approximately 10 pureblood families have seen their wizards incarcerated in Azkaban, most sentenced to life imprisonment, while several others have perished in battle. This has nearly resulted in the extinction of 2 pureblood lineages. Severus coolly retorted, and there are those among the purebloods who harbor doubts regarding the safety of Hogwarts. They are contemplating whether to send their children back for the next term, Lucius continued. Several students poised to enter their 7th and 6th years have already resolved to withdraw. But what are the others? And? Severus inquired again. Attendance is a matter for them to decide. It does not concern me. The school has merely issued acceptance letters. To be candid, such decisions ought to rest with the parents themselves. Both Severus and Dumbledore would find it challenging to offer any assurances. They desire your guarantee for the safety of those children, Lucius remarked. In the wake of the Dark Lord's disappearance, Slytherin students are likely to endure considerable pressure, potentially inciting retaliation from the other 3 houses, hence their growing anxiety. Hogwarts is an educational institution, not a refuge. It merely houses students. Are they truly apprehensive that violence might erupt within its walls? Severus expressed his astonishment. Even during the darkest reign of Voldemort, Hogwarts had never closed its doors. It remained a bastion of safety. Dumbledore would never permit any egregious incidents to transpire at Hogwarts. Thus, whether a child of a Death Eater or an Auror, within those walls, they were simply students. The most one might expect would be a scuffle over petty disagreements. Severe injuries were an impossibility. Moreover, for these parents, Hogwarts at this juncture was palpably more secure. The tumult outside had subsided, though new tensions were beginning to emerge. Ultimately, Voldemort was the vanquished, and those affiliated with him would be scrutinized closely. Even Slytherin House had not escaped unscathed, though the extent of the repercussions remained uncertain. From the original narrative's perspective, Slytherin had been nearly ostracized, and the situation was likely to be even more dire now, yet this did not necessarily imply a targeted assault on Slytherin House itself. Moreover, many students of Slytherin House must undergo a profound reassessment of their beliefs. It is essential to recognize that the aspirations of numerous Slytherin students have historically been to join the Death Eaters, a notion that is now unequivocally untenable. This situation resembles a collapse of faith, thus granting students the opportunity for introspection may indeed be beneficial. However, Severus will undoubtedly not allow Slytherin House to remain in isolation. Such a predicament could provoke a united front against them from the other 3 houses, leading to a scenario where they must contend with 3 adversaries alone. Whether or not they attend classes is ultimately their decision. If they lack the courage to face the situation, perhaps it is better they refrain from attending. Severus spoke with an inscrutable expression, asserting that he could only endeavor to minimize harm. Ultimately, he made a commitment, as he believed it was a matter of principle as an educator and a responsibility as the head of Slytherin. A student in my school deserves my assurance of safety. However, one must temper one's words, for the school is not a sanctuary, and these parents are not merely entrusting their children to my care. Chapter 67. Severus could foresee that the commencement of his journey as a potions professor would likely be fraught with challenges. The offspring of pure-blood families would undoubtedly resist his authority. Most of them would be influenced by their parents, siblings, and upperclassmen. When surrounded by voices that disparage an individual, one tends to accept their negativity without question. It is natural to assume that such widespread consensus must bear some truth. This phenomenon is akin to the adage that couples begin to resemble one another over time. They appear as one family, as those who are not kin do not typically share the same threshold. Children, particularly those from aristocratic backgrounds, are especially susceptible to such influences, frequently accompanying their parents to various gatherings, which deepens their conditioning. Take, for instance, Draco Malfoy, who upon entering Hogwarts was almost a mirror image of Lucius, constantly echoing his father's sentiments in conversation. In the current climate, where society is largely condemning Severus, it is improbable that any child would harbor positive sentiments towards him, especially given his aloof demeanor. Although Severus's image has softened somewhat due to Zhang Jin's influence, appearing less brooding, with less greasy hair and a more youthful visage than in the original narrative, such changes cannot be overly dramatic. That would attract unwarranted attention. Neither Zhang Jin nor Severus desires to adopt a comical persona. He merely wishes to embody a quiet and enigmatic charm. Faced with this almost predictable scenario, Severus can only adapt to the circumstances. Drawing upon Zhang Jin's years of experience should pose no significant issue. If all else fails, he could resort to reprimands. As Hogwarts does not prohibit corporal punishment, though excessive severity would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation. Moreover, while the original Severus often targeted Gryffindor and Harry Potter, he never resorted to physical punishment of students. However, Severus now finds it nearly impossible to refrain from taking action. At least among the upperclassmen, there are those audacious enough to confront him. In the face of such unruly youths, the most prudent course of action is to allow them to endure the harsh realities of society. Of course, if this were not the case, it would only indicate that the situation within Slytherin is even more dire. Those 16 and 17-year-old upperclassmen are far from the obedient newcomers. Many idolize the Dark Lord, and their post-graduation ambition is to become Death Eaters. In fact, 2 seventh-year Slytherins have already found themselves imprisoned in Azkaban within the past 2 months. Thus, it is hardly a mystery what will transpire when they encounter Severus, whom they view as a traitor. An even graver scenario would arise if these prospective Death Eaters collectively chose to drop out, which would place Slytherin House at a significant disadvantage within Hogwarts, especially as Gryffindor would undoubtedly take the opportunity to boast about the Chosen One's triumph over the Dark Lord and would further target Slytherin in their celebrations. Moreover, the withdrawal of upperclassmen would inflict a severe psychological blow upon the younger Slytherins still in attendance. Severus is well aware of this, as is Lucius. Both are astute individuals who require no further explanation. The parents of these children are evidently concerned for their offspring's welfare. A mass exodus from school is hardly a desirable option. Had Voldemort still been alive, he might have offered some praise, but now, under such scrutiny, the only path for those who drop out seems to lead to becoming dark wizards, a fate that many have already met under the Ministry's crackdown, ending up in Azkaban. This is a situation no mother wishes to witness. Fathers may differ. After all, fervent men often neglect familial responsibilities. Yet it is quite probable that such fathers have already been imprisoned in Azkaban. Thus, Lucius swiftly moved past this topic, appearing as though he were merely fulfilling a request, going through the motions. However, Severus understood that they must have already made a decision. Otherwise, they would not seek his commitment. Speaking of which, your current predicament is rather precarious, Severus. It is rumored that the Ministry has suspended your potion's master certification, and Slughorn has vanished without a trace. What do you intend to do? Lucius inquired, gazing at Severus. Are you merely planning to hide at Hogwarts? It is worth noting that both Lucius and Severus are considered traitors to Voldemort. Yet, due to many Death Eaters opting for the same escape route as Lucius, they have inadvertently formed an alliance, consisting largely of those who were not particularly steadfast in their loyalty, many of whom were coerced by Voldemort. In contrast, Severus aligned himself with Dumbledore following his betrayal, even before Voldemort's downfall. This situation is entirely different from Lucius's, thus inciting the unwavering animosity of former Death Eaters. Furthermore, Dumbledore's long-standing opposition to pure-blood aristocracy is not merely a matter of ideology. It stems from his leadership of the Order of the Phoenix in its struggle against the Death Eaters. 11 years of conflict between light and dark have undoubtedly fostered a multitude of irreconcilable grievances. I shall remain true to myself, Severus stated calmly, reflecting the most genuine sentiments that arose from the fusion of two souls. Severus possesses sufficient confidence to surpass Dumbledore and the assurance to vanquish Voldemort. Whether the Savior Harry exists or not bears no consequence on the outcome. Moreover, Severus is self-assured in standing at the pinnacle of the magical realm, a confidence derived from his prowess and intellect. As the magical world undergoes transformation, who will remember that Severus was once a Death Eater, a traitor, or some petty figure? Dumbledore? That madman? Lucius expressed some surprise, questioning whether he need be concerned about Severus's actions against him. It was not that Severus lacked the inclination to elaborate. Some matters are best kept to oneself, rendering it unnecessary to divulge everything to Lucius. What are your plans? Severus had already prepared himself for a teaching position at Hogwarts, dedicating the forthcoming years to the noble pursuit of education, while also engaging in academic research. However, he was uncertain whether Lucius would remain at the Ministry of Magic as depicted in the original narrative. I intend to stay at the ministry. It has its merits. Lucius replied with a hint of arrogance. Severus inquired, "Are you interested in that position?" Lucius dismissed the notion. "Not at all. I do not believe you are entirely disinterested in power," Severus retorted sarcastically. Continuing, "Most of the current ministers of magic are mere puppets, indeed not worth aspiring to. Yet I advise you to strive for it nonetheless. Not everything can be resolved with wealth and lineage." Chapter 68. The Limits of Malfoy. The Malfoy family undeniably stands at the zenith of the magical world, especially following the decline of venerable families such as the Gaunts and the Blacks. With no competitors left, the Malfoys have ascended to the unchallenged leadership of pure-blood families. The Black family, once a contender, has seen its lineage severed, leaving only Sirius in Azkaban, who ultimately met his demise. Among the women of the Black family, only the three sisters remain eligible for inheritance. The eldest, Bellatrix Lestrange, is also imprisoned in Azkaban and perished during the final battle at Hogwarts. The second sister, Andromeda Black, has been disowned, thus her daughter, Nymphadora Tonks, holds no claim to inheritance. Finally, there is the youngest, Narcissa Black, who married Lucius Malfoy and survived to the end. If no unforeseen events occur, Narcissa will inherit the Black family legacy, leading to the eventual union of the two families through Draco. Of course, unforeseen circumstances are always present, such as Sirius bequeathing his share of inheritance to Harry Potter, or Draco being compelled to join the Death Eaters. As for Lucius, while the specifics of how the Malfoy family ultimately extricated themselves remain unknown, it was certainly not without difficulty. Currently, the only family that might rival the Malfoys is the Lestrange family, which is also intermarried with the Blacks. However, the two heirs of the Lestrange family have likewise found themselves in Azkaban. Beyond that, no significant rivals remain. These families all hail from Slytherin House, and truly, there are very few formidable families outside its ranks. The once mighty Longbottom family has diminished to a mere elderly matriarch holding the lineage together. The fundamental reason lies in the fact that these powerful and influential families have all been touched by Voldemort. Thus, they either aligned themselves with the Death Eaters, resisted them, or fled from Britain entirely. This illustrates the profound devastation Voldemort's reign has wrought upon the magical community. From Severus's perspective, during the 11 years of conflict between the Order of the Phoenix, led by Dumbledore, and the Death Eaters, under Voldemort's command, the death toll in the British magical world reached around 700. This number includes individuals like the Longbottoms, who lost their capacity for life, and more than 100 were imprisoned in Azkaban during this period. Some might argue that this figure seems low. Why did only so few perish in over a decade of black and white conflict? If we were to compare this to the current Israel-Palestine conflict, such casualties would be surpassed in less than a month. The primary reason remains the sparse population of the magical community. Rowling once provided a statistic indicating that at the onset of the Harry Potter saga, there were approximately 3,000 wizards in the entire British magical world, with over 700 of them being young witches and wizards at Hogwarts alone. And this was before the story truly began. The actual number is likely even lower now. Furthermore, examining the population distribution at that time reveals a startling fact. With over 700 young wizards and a total of only 3,000, the number of adult wizards must be exceedingly rare. Even so, several hundred, nearly 1,000 casualties would feel akin to an apocalypse for the wizarding world. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such widespread celebration over Harry Potter's triumph over the Dark Lord, even venerating him as a savior. Consequently, the elder population in the magical community has dwindled. Characters like Harry Potter, the Weasleys, and others virtually lack figures from the older generation, given the lifespan of wizards. Even considering the average human lifespan, those elders should still be present. The only plausible explanation is that most perished during the Black and White conflict. Among them were members of the Order of the Phoenix, the Death Eaters, and even some from the Ministry of Magic. Additionally, many were simply slain at random, as the Death Eaters reveled in murder as a form of celebration. Thus, the number of deceased Muggles is even greater. This presents an opportunity for the Malfoy family. If Lucius Malfoy desires to elevate the Malfoy name and wield greater influence, now is the time to act. However, it is evident that Lucius has no such intentions. The Malfoy family has already reached the pinnacle. As you should know, Severus, it is all too easy to be toppled from such heights. Lucius calmly stated, devoid of any hunger for power, that the Malfoy family is sufficiently strong, and further strength could only invite calamity. Upon hearing Lucius's words, Severus felt a surge of derision bubbling within him. Do you truly believe the Malfoy family has reached its limit? While further expansion may yield short-term gains, it ultimately jeopardizes the family's longevity. It must be acknowledged that Lucius's perspective holds a modicum of validity, particularly given the multitude of analogous instances throughout history. However, in this modern age, if such antiquated notions still persist, one must ponder how family-run enterprises have flourished and expanded. How is it that a single family can wield dominion over an entire nation? Moreover, were it not for the constraints imposed by the international community, it would be an effortless endeavor for a prominent family to maintain harmony and stability within a region. This merely underscores the limitations of Lucius's worldview. To cultivate a family legacy does not inherently necessitate conflict with others. Aside from seizing resources, there exists an alternative approach, namely, the creation of new avenues for profit. To usurp another share of the pie will inevitably invite backlash. Yet, what if one were to bake an entirely new pie? Given my formidable influence, who would dare object to my claim over the largest portion? As the assembly of individuals in emerging markets continues to burgeon, the antiquated markets will inevitably collapse, and the families that secure a larger share within these new markets will naturally grow stronger. Furthermore, this is not a matter of one against many. Rather, it is a case of the majority versus the minority. The crux of the matter lies in how to craft a pie that is larger, more delectable, and far more appealing than the original. Lucius, how long has it been since you perceived any changes within the magical realm? How long has it been since you engaged with the Muggle world? I suggest you venture out and observe how Muggles are developing their nations and expanding their enterprises. However, do not do so in Britain. Rather, seek out the United States, where you may witness these phenomena more clearly. Chapter 69, Lucius's Upgrade. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words, Severus? You would have me traverse to the domain of scoundrels? You dare suggest that the esteemed Malfoy should glean wisdom from such miscreants? Lucius, with a distinctive cadence, expressed his irritation, struggling to fathom Severus's rationale. He suspected that such peculiar notions could stem from the Muggle influence, as wizards or half-bloods from the Muggle world often harbor strange ideas. I understand your intent, Severus. You may believe that Muggles possess certain attainable insights, yet I must inform you that this is misguided, entirely erroneous. What value can be derived from the knowledge of a group that remains oblivious to the true nature of the world, incapable of even touching magic? I advise you to maintain your distance from Muggles. Lucius continued, his words imbued with a sense of disappointment akin to that felt by a mentor for a wayward pupil. As a partner of the Malfoy family, Lucius was resolutely opposed to Severus drawing too close to Muggles, let alone learning from them. The notion was utterly absurd. I had anticipated that the Malfoys, rising from the Muggle domain, would possess a somewhat unique perspective on Muggles. Lucius, Severus calmly remarked. If not for Zhang Jin, or prior to his integration, even Severus, having grown up in the Muggle world, would have retained a sense of disdain towards them. The reality is often more intense than fiction. Those endowed with magic inherently perceive themselves as superior, particularly pure-blood families. In the annals of these families, some ancestors were even revered as deities by Muggles, and it was not uncommon for wizards to venture into the Muggle world to engage in trickery. More often than not, they succeeded in bewildering the Muggles, which led to a profound disdain among wizards for their non-magical counterparts. Even Albus Dumbledore, who typically exhibited a certain caution towards Muggles, shared this sentiment. Dumbledore, being one of the most Muggle-conscious figures in the magical realm, had even participated directly in World War II. Before his duel with Grindelwald, he had experienced Muggle technology, yet he remained unconvinced that Muggles posed any threat to wizards. In Dumbledore's view, while an individual wizard might falter against technological advancements, a group of 5 or 6 prepared wizards could easily overcome 100 soldiers from the war. Furthermore, Given the extensive devastation wrought upon the Muggle world by Grindelwald during that time, Dumbledore consistently regarded Muggles as beings in need of protection. Thus, in the mind of old Dumbledore, the greatest threat continued to be dark wizards. Not a single wizard in the magical community considered Muggles a danger, which explains Lucius's perspective. Moreover, it is not as if no wizard had ever contemplated bringing Muggle inventions into the magical realm. Otherwise, the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery and the corresponding department for the regulation of magical creatures would not exist. Unfortunately, due to a lack of understanding regarding Muggle artifacts, the introduction of such items led to significant disasters, one of which was explosives. It was after such occurrences that the Ministry of Magic enacted the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery, leading to a marked decline in wizards attempting to incorporate Muggle objects into their lives, which in turn fostered greater animosity and contempt towards Muggles among many wizards. Lucius clearly embodies this disdain for Muggles. His warning to Severus to steer clear of the Malfoy family, given that a portion of their wealth derived from Muggles, was not made lightly. He genuinely sought to persuade Severus. You fail to recognize the merits of Muggles. Every creature possesses its own virtues. Even a slug can be utilized in potion making. Therefore, Lucius, you must concede that Muggles have their own advantages. Severus remarked seriously. Can I even compare to the Weasleys in terms of productivity? Lucius could not suppress a sneer. The animosity Lucius harbored towards Arthur Weasley was largely rooted in the latter's ability to procreate. The Weasley family boasted 7 children. While such a number may strain resources, it signified a great deal in a world where the wizarding population was dwindling. This was especially true for the Malfoys, who had maintained a line of single heirs for nearly 8 generations. Nothing could serve as a more severe blow than this reality, which is why the Malfoy family motto emphasized the primacy of family. Lucius, I am certain you have not comprehended the thoughts of Muggles. You have merely observed their lives and the objects they create. However, I believe the most precious aspect of Muggles lies in their thoughts, Severus stated earnestly, gazing intently at Lucius. Due to the inherent limitations of Muggles, their perception and understanding of the world is uniquely distinctive. They place significant emphasis on their comprehension of the universe, which, while not always accurate, has birthed methods of understanding that are truly worthy of emulation. Perhaps sensing that Lucius might not grasp this notion fully, Severus continued, illustrating that while wizards marvel at a breathtaking vista, attributing it solely to magic, Muggles endeavor to uncover the essence of change, researching and replicating such transformations with remarkable success. Thus, although their technology and artifacts may not align with the magical realm, their philosophies and ideologies merit consideration. Severus further elaborated, pointing out that even the Muggle community in the United States has surpassed that of Britain. With the magical world, they're advancing rapidly. Grindelwald himself had once ventured to America. Moreover, you may find it hard to believe, but Muggle families there have managed to extend their influence across the globe. They're well surpassing yours by a considerable margin and proving to be far more stable. Observing Lucius fall into silence, Severus pressed on. These Muggles can unite a multitude of companions through their financial means, not through mere bribery, but through sustained collaboration. They are capable of channeling individual will to replace that of the state, an accomplishment beyond the reach of the Malfoys. Furthermore, do not forget the Dark Lord. While I do not wish to instill fear, I can assure you that he has not perished. So Lucius, tell me, do you wish to prostrate yourself once more at his feet and kiss his robes? The individual across from him remained silent, his hand gripping the serpent staff, turning pale. Before he learned of Voldemort's mixed heritage, Lucius could deceive himself into believing it was for a grander cause, rooted in the supremacy of purebloods. Now, however, he felt a profound and unmistakable fear, deeper than ever before. Having served the Dark Lord, he understood his terror more acutely than anyone else, a reality that could not be rationalized away for the sake of profit, and how the pride of the Malfoys must chafe against this reality. Chapter 70. Improving the Wolfsbane Potion. After conversing with Lucius, the latter expressed a desire to contemplate further, though it appeared he was merely putting on a brave front. After all, it was understandable for a Malfoy to behave thus. The alliance between them would, of necessity, remain clandestine. Severus, in his current state, was at odds with various factions, and any organization or individual associated with him could face assault. Even a Malfoy was not exempt. Undoubtedly, the most formidable power in the magical world today is the Ministry of Magic, particularly following the repositioning of old Barty Crouch, which has rendered the ministry a near autocracy under Minister Bagman. The future minister, currently the Vice Minister Fudge, remains relatively inconspicuous, especially after Umbridge's intervention in the trials, which has further diminished Fudge's already low profile. The next formidable force is the Order of the Phoenix, led by Dumbledore. In truth, the Order is a relatively loose organization, comprised predominantly of those courageous wizards who dared to confront the Death Eaters during the battle against Voldemort, including many Aurors from the Ministry of Magic. However, following Voldemort's demise, the Order rapidly diminished, now consisting mainly of a few core members. Nonetheless, the Order represents the greatest white wizards of that era, embodying strength and also standing as a symbol of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Through Dumbledore's influence, even in disbandment, the Order remains a formidable force. In stark contrast, the pureblood aristocracy has seen a decline. Not all purebloods unite, as this faction predominantly comprises families hailing from Slytherin. In the wake of Voldemort's downfall and the imprisonment of numerous pureblood wizards in Azkaban, this once mighty faction now struggles for survival. Consequently, Lucius finds himself in dire straits. The power he once attributed to wealth and lineage is evidently insufficient to alter the current circumstances. Lucius's understanding of power remains shallow, relying on short-term interests, financial coercion, and the threats of lineage creates a fragile foundation. This is evidenced in the original text, where Lucius experiences betrayal from allies on more than one occasion. At present, the disparity among the three factions is significant. Yet, as the narrative unfolds, a peculiar balance emerges among them, undoubtedly orchestrated by Dumbledore. He harbors no desire for power, or rather, he possesses a profound apprehension towards it. Thus, he is reluctant to allow others excessive authority. To him, maintaining equilibrium is the optimal approach. The downside, however, is the frequent hindrance each faction imposes on the others, contributing to the slow development of the magical world, which has long lacked a formidable leader. Setting aside these matters, there remains an urgent issue that necessitates resolution: the title of Master of Potions. The boast has been made, and if Severus has not attained the formal title by the time school commences, the embarrassment will extend beyond Dumbledore to Severus himself. Therefore, in the days to come, Severus intends to make significant advancements in potions, aiming to rectify the pitfalls he has encountered. The rating and examination system within the magical community bears resemblance to contemporary assessments. For instance, the wizarding level examination is akin to a university graduation exam. While the magical community maintains stringent standards regarding examinations, the content is relatively straightforward, resulting in few wizards failing to pass. In this realm, completing 5th year at the age of 16 is equivalent to reaching adulthood, allowing ordinary wizards to depart from school and seek their fortunes. Those aspiring for further advancement may continue for an additional 2 years, akin to postgraduate studies, culminating in an advanced wizard examination, which parallels a graduate thesis, albeit in a different format. The number of candidates successfully passing the advanced wizard examination is significantly lower. While it is estimated that over 90% of candidates pass the ordinary wizard examination, the success rate for the advanced wizard examination is approximately only 60%, based on the number of applicants. What does this imply? Essentially, nearly all 5th-year novice wizards participate in the ordinary wizard examination, typically around 100 candidates, resulting in over 90 successful passers. However, only about 30 individuals qualify to continue their studies for an additional 2 years, indicating that the number of 6th and 7th year students in each academy is quite limited, often fewer than those in the first year. Among these courses, Severus's potions class attracts the fewest students. Throughout Severus's tenure, there are usually around 10 students enrolled each year. Even after Professor Slughorn relaxed the admission criteria, we observe that only a handful of students, alongside Harry Potter, undertake potions, leaving just Harry and Ron as the most prominent among them. This does not necessarily reflect Severus's stringent requirements. Rather, it is due to the inherent dangers associated with intermediate and advanced potion making, along with the costly ingredients, which serve as constraints on enrollment. The grading system resembles a professional title evaluation. For instance, Severus's title of Potions Master parallels an advanced professional designation in potion making, and the fundamental requirement is the adept preparation of advanced potions. A student's proficiency is often evaluated based on their ability to concoct their own potion variants. Generally, students who succeed in the advanced wizard examination should be capable of brewing 1 or 2 advanced potions, but this does not imply mastery over all advanced concoctions, many of which may not necessitate unique potion variants. Advanced potions that do not require personal variants are often intrinsically linked to the wizard's magical affinity, akin to the adaptability of a wand. thus permitting the preparation of corresponding potions. Conversely, brewing other advanced potions remains unattainable. Wizards who can formulate a suitable personal variant are typically capable of brewing at least a dozen advanced potions, highlighting a significant disparity, which accounts for the rarity of potions masters. Not every wizard who can brew advanced potions is a potions master. However, a potions master can invariably craft the majority of advanced potions. Under normal circumstances, possessing a personal variant allows one to apply for the title of potions master. Severus's situation, however, appears to be a deliberate challenge posed by the Ministry of Magic, reminiscent of a scenario where an excessive number of candidates are vying for a limited number of positions. Consequently, other qualifications come into play, such as accolades, professional achievements, or academic contributions, including published papers. The Ministry has astutely noted Severus's youth and relative obscurity prior to his application for the title, making him susceptible to skepticism from ordinary wizards. It is akin to a young individual in their 20s suddenly seeking an advanced professional title. If no scrutiny arises, it may pass unnoticed, but once examined, one must present qualifications that resonate with the broader populace, ensuring that they are comprehensible and widely accepted. Ordinary wizards lack comprehension of the intricacies of the Wolfbane potion. Thus, a scholarly approach appears far more pragmatic. In truth, the invention of a novel potion would yield superior results, yet the creation of potions is a formidable challenge, particularly when no new concoctions have emerged, even in the original texts. Consequently, enhancing existing advanced potions becomes a more feasible endeavor. In the original narrative, Severus had previously refined the Wolfbane potion, and he now intends to pursue this path once more. The Wolfbane potion, a recent innovation, presents a relatively manageable challenge for improvement, especially since Severus already possesses several preliminary ideas. The current task involves integrating Zhang Jin's contemporary chemical research theories to further refine the potion, culminating in the publication of the findings once achieved. Chapter 71. The Bat's Tread is quite commendable. The research into the enhancement of the Wolfbane potion has progressed smoothly, although its core functionality remains largely unchanged. After all, the underlying principles are established. Harnessing the properties of Wolfsbane to temporarily mitigate its effects is no small feat. Achieving complete eradication is an endeavor fraught with complexity, necessitating extensive research. Thus, the Wolfbane potion primarily serves to maintain rationality during the transformation into a werewolf. Interestingly, consuming the potion while not in wolf form is beneficial as well. Yet once the efficacy period expires, the effects of Wolfsbane resurge, rendering its benefits moot. Severus's improvements to the Wolfbane potion focus chiefly on the selection of ingredients and the preparation methodology. Typically, advanced potions comprise three fundamental components: the base, solvent, the active ingredients, and the special constituents. The base in potions primarily facilitates the release of their properties. Most active components within the Wolfbane potion work to replenish magical energy, regulate, and heal the body. Each transformation is a taxing ordeal for a werewolf, consuming magical energy, stamina, and vitality exponentially more than standard spellcasting. Consequently, the Wolfbane potion is rich in ingredients that replenish magical energy, endurance, and simultaneously aid in healing. The final special component is the dispersive effect imparted by Wolfsbane, which serves as the potion's crucial efficacy, allowing the werewolf to retain rationality during transformation. In the original brewing method, to elicit the effects of Wolfsbane, a plethora of rare potion ingredients were incorporated, resulting in a potion that, despite being on the market for several years, possesses negligible practical utility due to its exorbitant cost. Werewolves, inherently dangerous, often struggle to find employment, leaving them with meager livelihoods, essentially impoverished. This is evidenced by Remus Lupin, one of the few moderate werewolves, despite having been the president of the student council at Hogwarts, still finds himself in financial hardship. Thus, the original Wolfbane potion is scarcely affordable for werewolves, necessitating its use on a monthly basis, a far greater expense than that incurred by women for their monthly needs. Severus's innovation lies in the ability to reduce the use of certain precious ingredients without compromising the efficacy of the potion, or to substitute them with more economical alternatives. The outcome has proven to be quite satisfactory, whereas the original Wolfsbane potion required an entire year's salary for a single use. The revised formula now necessitates only approximately half a month's wages. At the very least, it is now within reach, is it not? The success of this endeavor can also be attributed to advancements in the preparation methods employed. Presently, most potions are still concocted by sequentially adding ingredients in a cauldron, a process that can render some more difficult ingredients challenging to utilize effectively, significantly prolonging the brewing time. Oftentimes, waiting for one component to be processed may take several days, during which the potion being brewed risks deterioration and ineffectiveness. Severus even experimented with dividing the potion into 3 distinct portions for preparation, ultimately blending these segments to create the final Wolf's Bane potion. This method draws inspiration from modern chemical practices, as contemporary chemical production primarily adopts this approach, with numerous factories dedicated to producing intermediates. Should this technique be applied to potion making, it would substantially enhance the efficiency of potion production and facilitate the introduction of these potions to the market. Upon completing the enhancements to the Wolf's Bane potion, Severus meticulously documented his findings and composed the relevant dissertation before promptly reporting to Dumbledore. It was now time for the White Wizard to take action. Among the 3 great powers, Severus undoubtedly aligned himself with Dumbledore, even amidst tensions with the Order of the Phoenix, though this was unbeknownst to outsiders. Thus, when the time came to utilize the Order, Severus would not hesitate, especially with the pressing need to rescue the werewolf Remus Lupin. Poor Lupin had not only lost his employment, but had also been exposed as a werewolf, making his future considerably bleak. The thought of this brought a sense of joy to Severus. What could be more delightful than witnessing the misfortunes of the 4 brigands worsening? If there were anything more gratifying, it would be their further decline. Currently, Lupin was at Hogwarts, a sanctuary more secure than any other. Consequently, external critics had yet another reason to assail Dumbledore, harboring a werewolf. This was akin to concealing a formidable madman within the school, with the potential to endanger students at any moment. Thankfully, as the holidays were upon them, otherwise Dumbledore's office would undoubtedly be inundated with howling letters. Thus, the prospect of Dumbledore's misfortunes added to Severus's amusement. Yet, upon contemplating the impending task of assisting him with this issue, he suddenly felt disinclined. Perhaps a delay of a few days would be prudent, until the school term commenced. The thought of Dumbledore being overwhelmed by howling letters was truly tempting. While lost in these musings, Dumbledore encountered the young werewolf as they both entered the castle. Accompanied by the visibly weary Lupin, it seemed he had just completed his transformation. Due to his ongoing potion studies, Severus was unsure whether the recent moon had been full. Lupin has indeed mocked the idea that any girl could ever fancy a bat-like figure, such as Severus. Although Severus has stated his case, Lupin merely lifted his gaze slightly, appearing quite tortured from yesterday's transformation, to the extent that even walking normally seemed a challenge for him. Of course, Dumbledore could not stand idly by while his prized pupil faced such ridicule. He first fixed Severus with an intense stare, and upon realizing that Severus was completely ignoring him, he felt a flicker of anger. Yet, before Dumbledore could utter a word, Severus had already flung a large roll of parchment at him. "This is for you. It is merely my hobby, you know, Dumbledore. I would gladly wish for some werewolf to meet their demise." Having spoken, Severus departed with his signature bat-like stride, leaving no room for further discourse. A cloak would have been the perfect finishing touch at that moment. Though he had previously found the large cloak rather unappealing, it now seemed to perfectly complement Severus's enigmatic aura. Chapter 72. Judging? Not going. When Dumbledore encountered Severus again 2 days later, he had reverted to his affable demeanor, as if the man capable of piercing flies with a mere glance was not the same white-bearded elder before him. "Professor Dumbledore, while I am indeed eager to welcome your esteemed presence, as you can see, I am quite occupied." Severus continued to stir the contents of his cauldron, casting a brief glance at the entering elder, clearly implying that he would prefer Dumbledore to vacate the premises post-haste. However, Dumbledore feigned deafness, strolling right in and standing at Severus's workstation as if he had not heard a thing. This compelled Severus to contemplate a swift retreat to the Slytherin head's office, a sanctuary that seemed to permit anyone entry. Those with higher authority, like Dumbledore, could enter freely, and even those with a modicum of magical prowess could unlock the door without knocking, leaving Severus bereft of personal space. Who doesn't he have a right to some privacy? "The paper you entrusted to me has been published in today's Daily Prophet, Severus. I never anticipated you could achieve such a feat," Dumbledore remarked, his benevolent gaze fixed on Severus, sending chills down his spine. "Do not flatter yourself. I merely seek to attain my Master of Potions title," Severus replied coolly, refusing to meet Dumbledore's gaze, fearing that the grandfatherly expression would compel him to unleash a cutting retort. That expression was simply too disconcerting. "I understand, Severus. Do not deny it. Furthermore, Lupin wishes for me to convey his gratitude. You know how he can be rather shy in your presence," Dumbledore said with a warm smile. delighted at the thought of Severus resolving a significant predicament for him. Most importantly, Dumbledore cherished the hope that his subordinates would coexist harmoniously. He felt he was beginning to grasp Severus's character, which brought him great joy. However, it seemed that his plans might soon be thwarted. Although Severus has indeed improved the Wolfsbane potion with some ulterior motives, one aspect being the enhancement of relations with the Order of the Phoenix, it is certainly not for the sake of harmonious coexistence. Rather, it is merely to facilitate his future schemes. Moreover, apart from the Wolfsbane potion, there are truly no other viable alternatives, which can only be described as serendipitous. Would that creature, with a hide thicker than a troll's, feel any embarrassment? It seems he did not even consider such a possibility. While it may be a coincidence, this does not diminish Severus's sardonic wit. His uniquely acerbic tongue serves as a delightful outlet for his frustrations, providing him with a sense of satisfaction and comfort as he speaks his mind, disregarding the thoughts of others. Furthermore, the current Severus's prowess and sarcasm is leagues apart from that depicted in the original narrative, indicating a need for further refinement. "Oh, Severus, you must not say such things." Remus would be quite disheartened to hear it, as he genuinely wishes to express his gratitude. Indeed, when Dumbledore hears Severus's sharp retorts, he merely furrows his brow, suggesting he has become somewhat accustomed to such verbal barbs. "Whether he feels disappointment or not is of no concern to me, Dumbledore. Do not place me alongside that dull-witted troll." Severus continued coldly, devoid of any inclination to accept thanks. As for Remus, one might indeed consider him a quintessential Gryffindor. For instance, upon learning of Sirius's betrayal of Potter, he incessantly cursed and vowed to kill Sirius, even attempting to breach Azkaban. Yet, when he finally encountered Sirius, his first instinct was to subdue him, which could be seen as a manifestation of caution from the Order. However, he was then prepared to deliver the fatal blow, showing no desire to hear an explanation. It was only Harry who intervened. Upon discovering that Pettigrew was the true traitor, he immediately embraced Sirius in tears, lamenting the trust he had placed in him and expressing the inner turmoil he felt when he nearly killed him, sounding very much like a scene from a melodramatic evening soap opera. The irony lies in the fact that he exhibited no pain at all when he was about to strike. His expression was one of sheer hatred, wishing for Sirius's demise. As viewers, we felt utterly appalled. Yet, among Gryffindors, this behavior is regarded as perfectly normal. Even other Gryffindors, such as Ron Weasley, exhibit similar traits. Harry's experiences of ostracism within Gryffindor often mirror this. Perhaps this is what Dumbledore refers to as the essence of Gryffindor, which is why Ron, like Remus, has become a prefect. Thus, Gryffindor's camaraderie can appear somewhat neurotic, resembling a friendship built upon perception. It is the kind of bond where one would traverse fire and mountains for you, yet when they perceive a flaw, they would wish to see you utterly destroyed. Such individuals are indeed loyal, yet they are utterly incompatible with Severus. It is impossible for such divergent souls to ever become friends. In their eyes, the entire magical realm is a dichotomy of black and white. They are unwilling to entertain the notion of gray. Yet, Severus's origins dictate that he can only exist in shades of gray. Thus, it is advisable to maintain a distance from those rather zealous Gryffindors. Otherwise, one might find himself unjustly branded as a dark wizard by their erratic whims. Severus, your prejudice against Gryffindor runs too deep. They are not as you perceive them. Dumbledore is fervently attempting to integrate a serpent into a pride of lions, a task that is evidently impossible. Patience, Severus. Spending a couple of days with the old man is not as tedious as it may seem. Severus merely regarded him with the same piercing gaze that Dumbledore had once employed to squash flies. Well, there's one more thing Dumbledore felt compelled to mention. This morning, our minister, Mr. Bagno, delivered a letter to me expressing his delight at Hogwarts' decision to appoint a new master of potions. Get to the point, Dumbledore. Has your mind been devoured by cockroaches, or do you believe yourself to be a giant? Severus responded impatiently. A review? Absolutely not. Severus flatly rejected the notion. Who does he think he is? A master of potions? What right do these first-rate creatures, who are barely acquainted with the properties of Wolfsbane, have to critique a master of potions? Severus spoke with undeniable candor, and the truth was indeed evident. The Ministry of Magic had overreached. Note, during the Ministry's classification of magical creatures into 1 to 5-star ratings, well-meaning individuals relegated mediocre wizards to the 1-star category. Chapter 73. The magical world is in turmoil. Currently, Minister Bagno's influence is at its zenith, and it seems he has become somewhat intoxicated by power. Even the influence of Voldemort before his downfall paled in comparison. Thus, our minister, Millicent Bagno, has become inflated with arrogance. He has begun to extend his reach into various domains, with the subjugation of Severus being merely one aspect. More significantly, he seeks to infiltrate the Extraordinary Potion Masters Association. As the name suggests, this is a relatively loose organization, merely affiliated with the ministry. And due to the specialized nature of potion-related matters, the ministry typically refrains from interference. Consequently, under ordinary circumstances, the application for the title of Master of Potions is processed and approved by the Extraordinary Potion Masters Association, with only a courtesy notification to the nominal leader, the Ministry of Magic. Moreover, the application for the title requires the endorsement of another Master of Potions, meaning that one typically must secure the affirmation of a fellow master to apply, and Severus has been recommended by Professor Slughorn. In such scenarios, even if doubts arise, only the president of the Extraordinary Potion Masters Association, the contemporary Master of Potions, Asclepius Pierce, possesses the authority to raise them. Individuals below the rank of Master of Potions have no standing to question. Yet, the ministry has chosen to act otherwise. Has the ministry gone mad? This is the most immediate sentiment felt by many wizards upon hearing this news. The Ministry of Magic is certainly not mad, viewed through the lens of future generations. Minister Bagnold's strategic maneuver appears rather astute, albeit a tad ambitious, risking potential pitfalls. As a quintessentially Western governmental institution, the ministry lacks substantial revenue, devoid of industries and with minimal tax income. Thus, much like Hogwarts and St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, the ministry largely relies on the benevolence of aristocratic donations for its sustenance. Recently, however, the ministry has fared worse than the other two institutions, facing greater expenditures, only alleviated by the confiscation of certain illicit assets to navigate this crisis. Such a predicament is certainly not something a strong and influential minister would wish to encounter. Today has passed. What of tomorrow? What if another financial crisis were to arise? Consequently, Minister Bagnold has turned her gaze toward the potion industry. The magical realm has long been bereft of lucrative ventures, particularly those capable of generating significant profits. This lack of opportunity has been evident. Even the rise of the Malfoy family, which has siphoned wealth from the Muggle world. Other families have amassed their fortunes through generations of inheritance. Among the various means of accumulating wealth, none is more promising than potions, whether through the sale of potion ingredients or the potions themselves. This sector stands as one of the most profitable in the contemporary magical economy. Potions are consumables, with certain varieties required on a regular basis, and they boast remarkably high profit margins. Furthermore, many who dominate the potion business have suffered losses during the recent crackdown on dark wizards, leading Bagnold to perceive an opportunity for the ministry to intervene. Severus, though aware of the ministry's intentions, refrains from immediate retaliation. At this juncture, numerous individuals are far more anxious than he, particularly those pure-blood aristocrats who have already endured setbacks and whose influence has waned. Though few in number, these families control a significant portion of the magical realm's wealth, as evidenced by the Malfoy family, and their investments span a wide array, from shops in Diagon Alley to renowned companies within the magical community. Thus, while most of these individuals may not be members of the Extraordinary Potion Makers Association, they are indeed its patrons and will not idly watch as Bagnold encroaches upon their interests. Consequently, the newspapers have been particularly lively in recent days, primarily concerning the evaluation of Severus's qualifications as a master potioneer. The ministry has failed to secure even a single renowned potion master for this task, let alone 2 masters, while other prominent wizards have declined to participate. This predicament is indeed awkward. The evaluators of potion master qualifications lack any individuals with notable achievements in potions, a rarity in the magical community, and this situation has been boldly reported by the prophet. Herein lies the true extent of Bagnold's influence. While she may appear formidable at present, the number of those who could be effectively commanded by her is rather limited. In essence, she has merely inherited Crouch's power, and with Voldemort's downfall, the influence of pure-blood aristocrats has significantly diminished. In recent days, Dumbledore has maintained a leisurely demeanor, showing no signs of concern. Undoubtedly, he is keeping a vigilant eye on the happenings within the Ministry of Magic. It is inconceivable that he would be indifferent to the Ministry's previous oppressive measures, especially since Gryffindor is not known for easily relinquishing grudges. This old man must be biding his time for a pivotal moment. He relishes such scenarios. Although he hails from Gryffindor, his modus operandi resembles that of a serpent, favoring decisive, lethal strikes. Nevertheless, Dumbledore has a penchant for maintaining equilibrium, and with the Ministry currently holding unchallenged dominance, he perceives the potential for renewed conflict. His prejudices against power are quite pronounced. This implies that the Extraordinary Potioneers Association has bypassed the ministry entirely in conferring titles, a blatant disregard for the ministry's authority. Such audacity has taken everyone by surprise. Previously, the Extraordinary Potioneers Association was relatively obscure, seldom appearing in the public eye of wizards, but now they have made headlines. In the ensuing days, a flurry of reports emerged. The ministry raised taxes on potions and potion ingredients, prompting potion shops to collectively hike their prices by a staggering threefold. The stated reason, unsurprisingly, was the ministry's tax increase, which applied to both raw materials and finished products. Potions, already costly, have now become prohibitively expensive for ordinary wizards. To exacerbate matters, the treatment fees at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries have also surged. Consequently, the prices across the entire magical realm have escalated significantly. The wizarding community is in an uproar. While they may manage to cope with the soaring potion prices, the reality is that if this trend continues, all other commodities will become unaffordable as well, just as they have scarcely recovered from Voldemort's reign, with all the suffering and tears still fresh. The wizarding populace finds themselves on the brink of despair once more. Coupled with the Daily Prophet's incendiary reporting, numerous wizards have begun sending furious letters to the Minister of Magic, leading to protests and demonstrations. The magical world is once again descending into chaos. Chapter 74. Lucius takes action. The current unrest in the magical community is not overly significant, particularly as Lucius has communicated with Severus, asserting that all is under control. It is evident that there are machinations at play among the pure-blood aristocracy. Their path to resurgence has not been without difficulty, as a once exalted class finds themselves akin to pariahs, despite having provided the ministry with substantial relocation funds, a matter the ministry cannot publicize. Consequently, the majority of those resisting pure-blood dominance are ordinary wizards. Thus, when the opportunity arose, these pure-bloods could no longer contain themselves. Their resources afford them considerable influence in the magical commerce, not to mention that the collective wealth of these families constitutes over half of the magical economy. Therefore, as they began to raise prices, other shops and enterprises had no choice but to follow suit. Perhaps the only establishment yet to increase its prices is Ollivander's wand shop. This situation bears a striking resemblance to certain strikes and protests in the Western world, where merchants, employers, and entrepreneurs lament to the workers, inciting them to rebel against the government. Although the interests of these merchants will inevitably be affected, in the grand scheme of things, such concerns pale in comparison. The crux of the matter lies in diverting public attention away from the stigma of being a Death Eater, aiming to erase that label. Lucius's aspirations extend beyond this. Under Severus's guidance, he has resolutely decided to reach out and consolidate the resources of the magical community, despite his lingering aversion to learning from muggles. It is worth noting that the Malfoy family has established itself as one of the most lucrative families in the magical realm. However, their previous profit-driven ventures often attracted scorn, being labeled as avaricious capitalists. Consequently, many of the Malfoy family's investments were primarily motivated by the intent to make a quick profit. Now, spurred by Severus's counsel, Lucius has begun to pursue profit, while ostensibly seeking the welfare of the magical community, placing monetary gain as a secondary concern. Uniting a larger coalition of wizards has become paramount. When the wizards employed by the Malfoys are willing to speak favorably about them, Lucius will have succeeded. It is unrealistic to expect them to sacrifice themselves for the Malfoys. Even Severus dares not entertain such thoughts. Few can achieve this, and most of them are found in the East. Regarding Western nations, although the conflict between the working class and capitalists is not as severe as it was in the last century, fostering harmonious coexistence between the two factions remains a formidable challenge, let alone a bond of mutual trust. Lucius's principal allies are pure-blood aristocrats, those who, like him, have distanced themselves from the Death Eaters. Their beliefs are closely aligned, and they possess sufficient rationality, ensuring that ideological discord does not lead to catastrophic consequences. Such wizards constitute the majority among pure-bloods. Figures like Sirius and Bellatrix represent the extremes, while most occupy a gray area, albeit leaning slightly towards the darker side. This situation is regrettable, as the entire magical community, due to Dumbledore's influence, has branded all wizards with any association to dark magic as dark wizards, as an established family, who among them has not dabbled in dark magic. Moreover, centuries ago, magic was not divided into light and dark. However, the prevalence of dark wizards among pure-blood families is an undeniable truth, as most dark wizards and Death Eaters originate from pure-blood aristocracy. This burden is indisputably borne by the pure-bloods. Yet, extricating themselves from this stigma is no simple task. While soothing the Ministry of Magic may require a financial investment and the sacrifice of certain resources, calming the weary hearts of ordinary wizards is far more challenging. This is precisely why purebloods are instigating the current turmoil. It presents a prime opportunity to showcase the positive image of pureblood aristocrats. At first glance, the unfolding events appear to escalate dramatically. However, upon deeper reflection, one realizes that only the Ministry of Magic is facing backlash. What began as a mere increase in prices has morphed into a profound skepticism regarding the ministry's governance, culminating in a palpable distrust. At this juncture, discussions surrounding Severus's employment status have dissipated, with public attention now fixated on scrutinizing the ministry. Minister Bagman has been striving to redirect focus towards the extraordinary Potion Makers Association and the affluent pureblood aristocracy. Unfortunately, the Daily Prophet has proven less effective, as its editor, initially a supporter of Bartemius Crouch, has been compelled to shift allegiance to Minister Bagman following Crouch's downfall. The true blow to the ministry has come from the Griffinders, particularly the Aurors, most of whom occupy the Auror office. With the soaring prices of potions and essential commodities, the Aurors, already suffering considerable losses in their battle against the Death Eaters, find themselves unable to endure further hardship. Many of their comrades have sacrificed their lives, and they cannot idly watch as their colleagues' families struggle to make ends meet. The demand for potions among Aurors is substantial, and the ministry's rift with the Apothecaries Association has severely hampered their access to these vital supplies, significantly escalating their expenditures. Compounding this predicament, the Auror office falls under the jurisdiction of the Department of Law Enforcement, meaning most of its members are subordinates of Bartemius Crouch. Moreover, Amelia Susan Bones, who has succeeded Crouch, is known for her integrity, leading the Aurors perilously close to declaring neutrality. Meanwhile, Lucius and the purebloods have commenced a theatrical display of sorrow, expressing remorse and shame to those wizards who have faced hardship, destruction, and hospitalization. Some former Death Eaters have even staged dramatic scenes pleading for mercy within St. Mungo's hospital for magical maladies and injuries. Coupled with various donations of materials and potions and favorable coverage from the Daily Prophet, there has emerged a surprising wave of appreciation within the magical community towards these erstwhile Death Eaters, leading many to ponder if they may not be as irredeemable as previously thought. This is precisely Lucius's intention. Of course, Lucius and his ilk would never personally apologize or weep publicly. Instead, these noble families collectively made their way to St. Mungo's, donating substantial amounts of goods, subsequently capturing the moment for the press. Once the Daily Prophet published these images, Minister Bagman truly grasped the extent of the situations spiraling out of control, recognizing that it had slipped beyond the ministry's grasp. He was also acutely aware of the pureblood aristocracy's machinations. However, it must be said that aside from stoking the flames, Lucius and his associates have genuinely spent copious amounts of galleons, resources that Bagman cannot provide or contest. Chapter 75. Undermining the Ministry of Magic. Although the ministry's response has been somewhat sluggish, its actions have been swift once initiated. The day following the Daily Prophet's report on Lucius and his associates' generous donations to St. Mungo's, the Minister of Magic, Millicent Bagnold, graced the front page of the same publication. She extolled the virtues of such contributions to society and ordinary wizards, subsequently emphasizing that the ministry would provide employment and other benefits to the families who had suffered losses in the ongoing conflict between light and dark. Most notably, the second edition featured an investigation into the rising prices, with the ministry specifically attributing blame to unscrupulous wizards who were deliberately inflating costs for their own gain. In this narrative, the ministry was portrayed as a convenient scapegoat, leaving the identity of these malevolent wizards for the wizarding community to speculate upon. However, it was evident that Minister Bagnold was reluctant to openly confront the pureblood aristocracy. Rather, both sides merely showcased their respective strengths. The purebloods sought to have ordinary wizards forget the darkness they had once wrought, while simultaneously hoping the ministry would acknowledge their inherent power. After all, even a feeble camel is larger than a horse, is it not? In the magical realm, mere displays of weakness do not elicit sympathy. Had Bagnold not engaged in such posturing, one could speculate that she might have devoured the purebloods whole, with others merely exclaiming their deserved fate. Instead, a temporary truce was established, with Bagnold forced to regurgitate some of her earlier concessions, which fortuitously landed in Lucius's hands. Malfoy has never been one to disdain gold galleons. Thus Lucius relished the opportunity with great satisfaction. Furthermore, his ambitions extended beyond mere financial gain. The Malfoy family has always been well endowed in that regard, so attracting talent became a priority for Lucius. particularly those who once belonged to the Barty Crouch faction, many of whom harbored discontent towards Bagnold, as well as individuals from other pureblood families or hailing from Slytherin, became prime targets for Lucius's overtures. Remarkably, after Lucius displayed his strength and sincerity, he successfully garnered a few supporters. Among the most vigorous efforts to sway allegiances was that of the cunning old fox, Dumbledore. Although he remained primarily within the confines of the school, he was not blind to the transformations within the wizarding world, and his discerning eye served him well. Thus, Dumbledore adeptly secured the loyalty of Cornelius Fudge, the current deputy minister, who was poised to ascend to the ministerial throne. Previously a somewhat invisible figure, Fudge was now anything but. Under Dumbledore's auspices, he successfully claimed jurisdiction over portions of the Auror office, thereby seizing a measure of armed authority. The presence of force is universally recognized as a symbol of power. The reason Barty Crouch's faction surpassed Minister Bagnold was precisely due to their control over the Aurors. Additionally, Fudge conveniently acquired several other less critical departments, including the misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office, where Mr. Weasley worked, and the International Wizarding Cooperation Office, previously overseen by Crouch. With the addition of his existing portfolio, Fudge's rise was nothing short of meteoric. Though the influence of Fudge remains inferior to that of Bagman, he has managed to restrain the Minister of Magic, which aligns perfectly with Dumbledore's characteristic style of mutual constraint to establish balance. The Extraordinary Potion Makers Association, after revealing itself, once again faded into obscurity. However, this glimpse holds significance, indicating that this seemingly lethargic organization is not entirely dormant and can indeed rise when necessary. Thus, Severus resolved to personally express his gratitude to President Asclepius when time permitted. In the midst of the swords and daggers of the crowd, Severus earned the title of Master Potion Maker, yet the Ministry of Magic merely issued a minuscule announcement in a remote corner, devoid of images and so small that one might require a magnifying glass to discern the text. Of course, Severus was not idly biding his time. A few days prior, he had visited Ollivander's wand shop in Diagon Alley to collaborate with Ollivander on the creation of his wand. With Ollivander present, he felt a sense of reassurance. The outcome proved satisfactory. The new wand retained its original length, but was crafted from apple wood, likely due to the infusion of Avalon essence. The core was fashioned from pure magical energy condensed into fine strands. Initially, it did not evoke any particular sensations, but according to Merlin's explanation, it required a constant infusion of will, the process resembling a form of meditation or perhaps akin to Sword Zen. Nevertheless, Severus preferred to perceive it as nurturing a magical artifact, reminiscent of the adage, "With my essence, I imbue your spirit." This notion felt rather embarrassing, prompting him to engage in activities more befitting his character. Due to Severus's collaboration with Lucius, the latter presented assets newly acquired from the ministry as a joint investment, thus elevating Severus to the status of a co-owner. However, Lucius did not offer this without expectation. The assets he provided were all potion-related, including a potion cultivation base from the former Prince family's Garden, a potion company on the brink of collapse due to dark wizard interference, and a storefront in Diagon Alley, conveniently located next to Ollivander's, presumably the same establishment where the Weasley brothers would eventually open their shop in the original narrative. Consequently, Severus promptly ordered a batch of materials from his herb garden, considering it a means of generating income for himself, and on a long-term basis. He planned to source all potion materials for Hogwarts from this venture, with the additional consumption from their own potion company. It seemed the herb garden would not need to sell externally, thriving instead through self-sufficiency. Next came the matter of the potion company, where both Lucius and Severus operated from behind the scenes. Particularly for Severus, employees regarded him merely as a consultant hired by Lucius, remaining oblivious to the broader context, which was precisely Severus's intention. Moreover, Lucius's objective extended beyond mere profit. He sought to instill a sense of generosity among the wizards of the magical community, thus setting potion prices relatively low, especially for those sold to St. Mungo S and the ministry's Aurors, which served as a gesture of goodwill. Certainly, there remains a profit. With Severus' assistance, the cost of potions produced by the new company is somewhat lower than that of other establishments, and Severus will also craft some advanced potions for sale and shop. After all, the reputation of a master potion maker is quite enticing. Chapter 76. My dear students, the upheaval within the magical community arrived swiftly and departed just as abruptly. While some wizards were still preparing to protest at the Ministry of Magic, the turmoil had already subsided, prices returned to their original levels, and various shops reopened their doors to patrons. It seemed as though nothing had changed, or perhaps it felt even better than during the confrontation of Black and White. Consequently, the fears and resentments towards Voldemort and his Death Eaters appeared to have lessened significantly. Even those wizards engulfed in sorrow seemed to have regained some semblance of cheer. For instance, the Weasley family had begun shopping in Diagon Alley. The eldest, Bill Weasley, was set to advance to his second year next semester, and his brother Charlie would begin attending Hogwarts in September of the following year. This implies that while Severus teaches at Hogwarts, there will likely always be a member of the Weasley family enrolled, and all will be his students. What a formidable family they are. Fortunately, not every Weasley possesses the mischievous tendencies of the twin brothers, nor does each have a savior for a friend. The other Weasleys are quite amiable. Although Severus encountered Mr. Weasley, he had no inclination to greet him and calmly departed from Gringotts. Severus held little wealth in Gringotts. This visit was not to retrieve his own funds, but rather to acquire the finances for Hogwarts. As the largest bank in the magical realm, Gringotts offers essential financial services to significant clients, such as bookkeeping and simple expense reimbursements. Severus was there to reimburse his expenditures on potion ingredients. The streets were already bustling with individuals seeking school supplies, and it wasn't long before Severus encountered several groups of students clad in Hogwarts uniforms, predominantly Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, with only a couple from Ravenclaw and not a single Slytherin in sight. One must not assume that Slytherin lacks shopping needs. Although most stores in Diagon Alley provide delivery services, nearly all wizards prefer to personally select their items before the start of term. New students must come in person to choose their wands, while older students often accompany their parents for a leisurely stroll. Thus, shopping together becomes a celebratory occasion before parting. Simultaneously, many children take this opportunity to voice additional requests, such as a coveted item they've long desired, or to ask for a bit of pocket money. Frankly speaking, modern parents in China seem to engage in this less frequently. The convenience of online shopping has similarly diminished communication, and parents have less time to patiently accompany their children, which is indeed a concerning trend. Thus, although the magical realm is rife with both significant and trivial matters, familial bonds have generally remained robust. Instances of discord, such as that between Sirius and his parents, or Severus's neglectful upbringing, are indeed relatively rare. However, this year may see an increase in such occurrences. Some students may have lost their parents, while others might have parents imprisoned in Azkaban. It is rather striking that, after such a lengthy period, not a single Slytherin student has been encountered. That evening, Severus once more entered Malfoy Manor, which was hosting a grand gala, and he was one of the central figures of the event. One of the purposes of the soiree was to congratulate Severus on his attainment of the title of Master of Potions, a distinction that stands as the highest honor achieved by a Slytherin in recent years, aside from Voldemort. And he was also to assume the role of head of Slytherin House. Consequently, despite the murmurs surrounding Severus's identity as a traitor, the expected guests had largely arrived. The gathering was bustling, not merely a sparse assembly of a few. Moreover, it was not solely adults in attendance. Some brought their children, and certain young ones even came alone. For instance, before Severus stood a youth of approximately 15 or 16, likely set to enter his 6th year. This young lad blocked Severus's path at the entrance, his face clouded with a brooding expression, projecting an air of defiance. Severus merely glanced at him, surmising that the boy had been waiting at the door for some time. However, such a character, clearly a mere frontline player, did not warrant much attention. Severus fixed his gaze upon him as crude words threatened to escape his lips, employing an instructor's glare that could be lethal. As anticipated, the boy fell silent, lacking any semblance of challenge. I trust everyone here is already acquainted with my identity, so an introduction is unnecessary, nor do I seek to make your acquaintance, Severus declared as he strode confidently into the hall, his words flowing smoothly and swiftly. He had no intention of greeting Lucius. Their relationship was not yet at a stage of exposure. This invitation was merely extended by Lucius as a representative and not as a personal hosting. The dynamic between them could be characterized as one of transactional communication. They had collaborated a few times, but their rapport had not yet blossomed in a friendship. Instead, it resembled that of simple collaborators. Severus was also disinclined to show deference to anyone. He had come prepared to assert his dominance, to deliver a few sharp remarks, and observe who would dare to react. At this juncture, Severus had earned the right to be audacious, and such a demeanor proved effective among the pure-blood aristocrats of Slytherin. Regardless of their cunning and treachery, one undeniable truth remains. They hold greater admiration for strength than any other house. This reverence for power is precisely why Voldemort garnered such a vast following within Slytherin. I am aware of your concerns, Severus proclaimed as he entered, his magical aura palpable. interwoven with an imposing presence that was undeniably persuasive. As long as he does not cause me trouble at school, I can provide the necessary protection. Severus was indeed willing to offer a degree of protection. After all, once in school, they became his students, and safeguarding them was the teacher's duty. Demonstrating his prowess also signified his capability to shield them. However, it was evident that some deemed this insufficient. Mere words bore no weight, and relying solely on intimidation was inadequate to convince everyone, let alone compel submission. Bending the knee was out of the question. What guarantees do you provide for our safety? Unless you dare to swear an oath? Indeed, someone stepped forward, a youthful voice amidst the crowd. The adult wizards present were all seasoned individuals, at least capable of restraint, while the youth had yet to face the harshness of society. Thus, the young speaker swiftly soared from the assembly, hurtling past the doorway and landing in the courtyard. The entire room failed to perceive Severus's swift action, nor did he utter a spell. This was a silent magic. I'm merely a professor. Those who wish to hide in their parents' embrace should refrain from presenting themselves here. Chapter 77. Retaliation. Ah, Professor Snape, do temper your ire. There are still little ones present. At this juncture, Lucius emerged, being the host and serving as a mediator. However, his tone indicated he was not aligned with Severus at that moment. The Malfoy-style rhetoric was indeed apt for scornful mockery. We have graciously prepared a celebratory banquet for you today. As the guest of honor, such a display is rather discourteous. Severus regarded Lucius Malfoy, who had stepped forth from the crowd, and could not help but acknowledge the commanding presence he exuded. Such veiled barbs not only obscured the previous conflict, but also set the stage for the next wave of confrontation. More crucially, his aura countered the pressure Severus had brought, dissipating the momentum Severus had sought to establish upon entering. Mr. Malfoy, is it customary for your family to question guests before they even cross the threshold? Severus replied calmly. And who informed you that I was eager to attend this gathering? Those present are well acquainted with my disposition. My presence here is solely for the sake of the children. Ah, Professor Snape, I trust you would not wish for Slytherin to be devoid of students this year? Lucius articulated elegantly, his words laced with a subtle threat. This was also Severus's purpose for attending. The scenes witnessed earlier in Diagon Alley hinted that this year's Slytherins might encounter significant troubles. However, the situation would undoubtedly not be as dire as Lucius suggested. Even during the peak of the conflict between light and dark, these Slytherin children attended school without excessive external interference. As previously mentioned, Voldemort had always regarded Hogwarts as his own possession, and he would not destroy it unless absolutely necessary. Thus, during these 11 years of strife, Hogwarts had remained an oasis untouched by turmoil. Moreover, Hogwarts has furnished Voldemort with a plethora of reinforcements. The majority of the graduated Slytherins have joined the Death Eaters, with the more distinguished among them being directly bestowed with the Dark Mark, such as Severus and young Barty Crouch, among others. Presently, the parents are chiefly concerned that, following Voldemort's downfall, Slytherin may lack sufficient strength to counter the reprisals from other houses. One must not underestimate the young sorcerers within the school, while the younger students may pose little threat. The older ones could indeed conspire against you and manage to undermine a Slytherin. Consider the plight of the original Severus, who was mercilessly bullied during his time at school. Even if such actions do not result in fatalities, the pride of a Slytherin student could easily lead them to draw their wands and cast a few dark spells. Previously, such incidents might have been regarded as mere schoolyard disputes, but now they could very well result in immediate incarceration in Azkaban. This is the source of the parents' anxiety. No one wishes for their child to enter school, only to find themselves in custody. This apprehension is entirely rooted in a similar incident that transpired last semester. A seventh-year Slytherin utilized dark magic against a classmate and attempted to take their life, resulting in their immediate confinement in Azkaban. Can you truly represent all Slytherins, Lucius Malfoy? Severus mocked, asserting that even if he could represent half, they would not be in such a dire predicament, would they? Let's not forget who testified for you at the Ministry of Magic, Lucius Malfoy. What did you promise me back then? Severus spoke with deliberate ambiguity, a prearranged tactic between the two. In the days to come, there would undoubtedly be further collaboration. Yet it would be unwise to allow others to perceive an overly intimate relationship, thus making this a performance to accentuate both their cooperation and their discord. Slytherin will persist without anyone. I shall remain the head of Slytherin. But what becomes of the children who leave Slytherin? Ladies and gentlemen, consider this. The children departing from school will find themselves entering Azkaban at an alarming rate. Such words are far from mere hyperbole. They are a true reflection of the current state of Slytherin. Voldemort has consistently regarded Slytherin as a breeding ground for his future army, and presently, Nearly 80% of the older Slytherins are prepared to join the Death Eaters. Of course, they would not accept those who are deemed too inept under Voldemort's standards. However, this does not preclude them from dedicating themselves to the cause of pure-blood supremacy. The majority of recent attacks have been perpetrated by such young individuals, lacking the cunning of the older cohorts present here. The younger wizards are often more impulsive, thus increasing the likelihood of errors. Remaining within the school may allow for gradual correction and transformation, at least under the supervision of a series of professors, minimizing the potential for significant incidents and the likelihood of immediate incarceration in Azkaban. What, then, awaits outside the confines of the school? In the Wizarding Society, there are no penalties akin to confinement. Most transgressors are simply cast into Azkaban, with sentences varying according to the severity of their misdeeds. Despite this, should you expect us to simply hide in the cellar? I beg your pardon, Professor, but I cannot comply. At this moment, a young man spoke up, his tone suggesting he was also a student of Slytherin. I never said you should hide. Slytherin has never had a headmaster who instructed students to cower. Severus remarked with a significant undertone. This is the tribulation of Slytherin, a stepping stone for your growth. If you can overcome it, your future achievements will undoubtedly surpass those present here. But you still haven't said what we should do. If we don't hide, are we to go out and be beaten? Slytherin has no students willing to suffer defeat, another voice interjected. With determination, as long as we exude confidence, Slytherin will remain true to its essence. In the grand scheme of things, winning or losing seems rather inconsequential. After all, it is merely a schoolyard skirmish, not a matter of life and death. It is foreseeable that if a confrontation occurs, Slytherin will initially endure greater hardships, but once the spirit is ignited, things will improve until no one dares to provoke us again. Winning or losing is of little importance. What defines Slytherin is the audacity to retaliate, ensuring enemies pay the necessary price for their transgressions. Severus continued to incite fervor among the young listeners, their faces alight with excitement, while the parents grew increasingly uneasy. They could not afford to align with Severus, knowing that it would be the youth who would bear the brunt of any confrontation, while they, being more prudent, chose to remain in the shadows. It seems you hold differing opinions. Do you think I am merely boasting? One cannot ascertain victory without first engaging in battle. Cowardice before the fight is not the Slytherin way, Severus pressed on. This conflict is inevitable, and only by showcasing Slytherin spirit can we reclaim our standing at Hogwarts. Otherwise, you might as well resign yourselves to a life of retreat. Severus Snape, your words carry weight, and we all understand this. However, how can you assure us that you can maintain control over the situation? How can you prove it? Another wizard emerged, his tone even more haughty than Lucius's. Clearly, he was not merely questioning Severus. He likely held him in contempt. This man was none other than Piers Thickness, whom Severus recognized. After Bartemius Crouch's resignation from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Amelia Susan Bones ascended, and Piers took her place as the deputy director. However, his character was somewhat cowardly, and later, under Voldemort's threat, he joined the Death Eaters, even ascending to the position of Minister for Magic. Tragically, he was entirely under the control of the Imperius Curse during this time and had no recollection of his actions. Nevertheless, this was a stroke of luck, as being under the curse led to his acquittal, allowing him to escape a dire fate. Yet, all of this transpired after Voldemort's return. At present, Mr. Thickness was still quite self-satisfied, while other purebloods faced suspicion of being Death Eaters due to their close ties with Voldemort. He fled to France out of fear and thus evaded trouble. This allowed him to ascend to the deputy position in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and now he was beginning to flaunt his authority. Such individuals are indeed in need of education. As the saying goes, they require someone to periodically enlighten them. In contrast, the unwavering supporters of Voldemort, like Axelis, have conspicuously refrained from appearing, perhaps out of fear of being discovered by the Ministry of Magic, or perhaps because they hold a profound disdain for the actions of Lucius and his ilk. While they may soon claim to be under the control of the Imperius Curse, their contempt for the early betrayers like Lucius remains palpable, though they are all guilty to some extent. Axelis and his cohorts believe themselves to be victimized by prolonged neglect from their master, which distinguishes them from Lucius, who is eager to distance himself from any association. Thus, these individuals are not aligned with Lucius. Rather, they are staunch supporters of Voldemort and represent a faction likely to pose significant challenges for Severus in the future. In the banquet hall, the only threats to Severus come from Lucius, Goyle, Crabbe, and Knott. The combat prowess of the others is rather negligible. Therefore, Severus regards Pierce's doubts with a measure of disdain. In terms of status, it is undeniable that the title of Potions Master coupled with the position of head of Slytherin, surpasses that of Pierce, the deputy director, who is essentially on par with department heads. Thus, Pierce's accusatory tone appears rather misplaced. Even Lucius, when treating Severus as a mere stranger, does so with a semblance of politeness. Consequently, Severus retorts without hesitation, "You wish to prove something?" It seems quite a challenge. As he speaks, he deliberately sizes up his opponent, slightly shaking his head, insinuating that Pierce lacks the requisite qualifications to assess his abilities. "What shall we do? Perhaps you all should come and meet together. After all, I am pressed for time." "Arrogant, Severus, it appears you have become quite full of yourself since graduation. Have you forgotten how you fared during your school days?" At this moment, a fellow wizard of similar standing steps forward, his anger boiling over as he bellows, "Let me teach you how to face purebloods." This enraged wizard is Avery, a classmate of Severus, who once sought acceptance in their circle, much to the disdain of Lily Evans. Emerging from the crowd, he immediately launches an attack on Severus, though he refrains from using dark magic. Mindful of the many witnesses present, Severus, however, merely flicks his wand without uttering a single incantation. Avery's spell merely ricochets off Severus's shield charm, emitting harmless sparks, failing to penetrate his defenses. The other wizards watch in astonishment, including Lucius, who, despite having heard tales of Severus's prodigious talent, cannot help but be taken aback by the strength displayed by someone in his early 20s, an age at which even Voldemort may not have been as formidable as Severus. "I suggest you all take him on together, Avery. What do you think?" Severus nonchalantly deflected his opponent's spells. They were merely common enchantments that posed no real threat, even if he chose not to counter them. It was prudent, however, to avoid alarming them unnecessarily. Moreover, it was wise to retain some aces up his sleeve. As for the insufferable, glib fool, it seemed he was due for a taste of true power. Enraged, Avery's face flushed crimson as he screamed in a near-hysterical frenzy for the Cruciatus Curse, a malevolent incantation that darkened the air with ominous energy. Gasps erupted from the surrounding crowd, who swiftly retreated to the corners, including Pierce, who had previously stood at the forefront, scrambling away in panic. Then came a chorus of curses. Ordinary spells could be deemed mere tests, but dark magic signified a deadly escalation. The situation had transformed dramatically. Of course, there were those who relished the unfolding drama, such as Pierce, who had just been humiliated by Severus and was eager for a spectacle of retribution. After all, the Cruciatus Curse was not a lethal dark enchantment. However, it was evident that their hopes would remain unfulfilled, despite the obscuring brilliance of the Cruciatus Curse. Avery's casting was swift. After all, he was a genuine Death Eater, a figure of esteem in Voldemort's eyes. Yet, for all his efforts, it was still insufficient. Far from enough. To be frank, Avery's prowess was somewhat lacking. When compared to Severus in his prime, or even to contemporaries like Barty Crouch Jr. and Rodolphus Lestrange, he ranked among the least formidable. However, he had the advantage of lineage. The influence of one's father transcends time and geography. Old Avery was a steadfast supporter of Voldemort, one of the earliest Death Eaters, which facilitated his early induction into their ranks. This was similarly true for core Death Eaters like Lucius Malfoy, Bellatrix Lestrange, Mulciber, and Nott, many of whom followed in their parents' footsteps, earning Voldemort's trust. Thus, Avery's competence was only commendable when compared to his peers. In the face of the current Severus, he was woefully inadequate. In a decisive moment, a spell stripped Avery of his weapon, sending him crashing against the back wall of the hall, where he remained momentarily adhered before sliding down, unconscious. His wand was effortlessly batted aside by Severus, intent on amplifying the spell's potency. Severus seized the opportunity to make an example of his opponent. If the two ungraduated youths had been mere footnotes, Avery was already a significant player. Yet the majority present were of similar caliber. Crucially, Severus exerted no undue effort in this confrontation. He maintained an air of dominance throughout the encounter. Even the final amplified dark spell merely shattered Severus's shield charm, while he had cast only 2 spells, a silent shield charm and the disarming curse. The disparity in their abilities was glaringly apparent. It is indeed plausible to suggest that they might unite, provided that dark magic is not employed. The ones at a disadvantage could very well be this group. The wizards gathered here are astute individuals. Nearly all of them have contemplated the shocking outcome, and thus the atmosphere in the drawing room became invigorated. As for Avery, it was only Lucius who dispatched a house elf to remove him. The remaining attendees, aside from those like Piers who were too proud to lower themselves, mostly approached Severus with amiable smiles, exchanging phrases of long-standing admiration, youthful promise, and the glory of Slytherin, utterly insipid flattery. This behavior exemplifies the pretentiousness of most pure-blood aristocrats or Slytherins. To label it as astute would be to grant them undue praise. Chapter 79. The Beginning of Term. The banquet proceeded smoothly, of course, after Severus had departed, following his 2 swift triumphs over Avery. Severus had hoped to stage a grand spectacle of single-handedly challenging a multitude. Regrettably, those noble gentlemen did not afford him that opportunity. Consequently, he could only express his disappointment, stating that he had not performed to his fullest today, but vowed that there would be another occasion for them to witness his prowess. With a few parting remarks, he elegantly turned and exited. Thereafter, the atmosphere of the banquet began to grow congenial, as individuals of all ages clustered together, discussing how they might unite and collaborate against Gryffindor, while also deliberating the current state of the magical realm. They instinctively overlooked Severus Snape, with no one daring to mention him again. Yet, this does not imply their ignorance of the implications. At the very least, it signifies that Severus possesses the capability to safeguard students within the school. Do not assume that professors lack the necessity for formidable strength. One need only observe who ascends to the positions of heads and principals to understand this truth. Without a measure of strength, one cannot establish a foothold among students, nor can one expect their respect. This principle holds universally. For instance, in today's esteemed institutions, it is generally observed that the better the school, the higher the proficiency of its teachers. This is not merely a matter of hierarchy or collegial relationships. Students play a significant role in this dynamic. The more exceptional the students, the more questions they pose, and the greater their complexity. Many inquiries stray from the confines of textbooks. If one cannot provide a reasonable explanation or a coherent rationale, gradually, students will cease to seek your guidance, and their respect for you will diminish, potentially leading them to question your pedagogical abilities. Moreover, some students derive great pleasure from presenting their teachers with challenging problems, not necessarily for the sake of the questions themselves, but to witness the teacher's struggle or embarrassment. They often take delight in pointing out mistakes, even engaging in comparisons among peers. How many issues did you uncover today? I believe the teacher was mistaken in that regard. If you find yourself in such a predicament, consider how you would approach your teaching. Thus, students will compel you to evolve. Moreover, it is not uncommon for students to set traps for their teachers. They may deliberately pose questions based on erroneous problems or misinterpret answers. If a student insists that the answer is B and requests an explanation, even if the teacher provides a reasonable justification for choosing B, the student may refuse to acknowledge their mistake, instead concluding that the teacher's expertise is lacking. Such scenarios present a true test of a teacher's competence, as even seasoned educators can falter. The situation at Hogwarts mirrors this. It is quite natural for students to seek clarification from professors, which occasionally leads to professors assisting students in practical exercises. For instance, Professor Slughorn encountered such a situation while explaining Horcruxes to Voldemort, likely motivated by a desire to uphold his dignity and not allow students to perceive his ignorance. Similarly, if a student harbors disdain for a teacher, they may resort to pranks, as exemplified by Professor Quirrell in The Philosopher's Stone and Dolores Umbridge in The Order of the Phoenix. Even the ghosts at Hogwarts, such as Peeves, delight in teasing professors. If a teacher cannot resolve issues in front of students, how can they inspire trust and confidence? Thus, prowess is paramount, especially during a time of heightened conflict between Gryffindor and Slytherin. If 2 factions engage in a brawl, with spells flying indiscriminately, and a teacher is unable to intervene or is felled by an errant curse, they would undoubtedly become a figure of ridicule. Furthermore, a powerful head of house would find it easier to be impartial amid such chaos. Previously, during his time at Malfoy Manor, Severus even contemplated lingering after dinner. For the Malfoy family's evening repast far surpassed that of Hogwarts. Hogwarts fare is nearly always the same, reflecting the limited scope of traditional British cuisine. The menu is predominantly comprised of potatoes, pumpkins, fried chicken legs, fried chicken breasts, and pork chops, essentially boiled or fried, with desserts as a rare alternative. For the original Severus Snape, this was quite acceptable, as it was certainly an improvement over his childhood meals, much like Harry Potter and Ron Weasley, who were thoroughly content with Hogwarts provisions. However, for Severus, now infused with Zhang Jin's sensibilities, the monotony of boiled, fried, and overly sweet dishes became rather unbearable. And where were the vegetables? Only a meager salad was offered, with no other greens in sight. After Severus expressed his dissatisfaction, the house elf promptly brought forth a bowl of tomato soup. Frustration bubbled within him. He felt an urge to overturn the table. Consequently, Severus primarily dined at his office, allowing him to request special meals from the kitchen, such as a steak paired with pasta and perhaps some baked greens. all thanks to the culinary skills of the house elves. Of course, Severus remained oblivious to the extensive practice the house elves undertook to perfect dishes that would satisfy him, as well as the numerous trays they had inadvertently damaged in the process. This matter might warrant a discussion with Dumbledore, as the monotony of Hogwarts meals is indeed concerning, not only for health reasons, but also due to the significant waste it generates. It is fortunate that we reside in the magical realm, where sustenance is not exorbitantly priced. If this were a Zhongjin school, such extravagance would have undoubtedly led to a formal reprimand. He must meticulously organize all the potion ingredients and instruments required for the 7 grades before the commencement of the school year. Some ingredients necessitate preliminary treatment, while others must be fresh and require advanced reservations. All of this falls upon Severus to document according to the curriculum and prepare in advance. Thus, potion making is indeed a cumbersome discipline, particularly for its instructor. The time spent on potion materials alone surpasses the combined preparation time of other teachers. Observe Professor McGonagall, after welcoming the new students, has already embarked on vacation. At present, Hogwarts, aside from Dumbledore, only has Severus occupied with his duties. Of course, Filch is also busy tidying the castle, but he is not a professor. I truly yearn to teach defense against the dark arts. Potion making is best left to personal exploration. As for the potions class, whoever wishes to teach it may do so, for our Professor Snape has no desire to lead. Time meanders slowly through Severus' disgruntlement, ultimately arriving at September 1st, 1982. Hogwarts is now in session. Chapter 80, The Long-Awaited Feast. On the morning of September 1st, Severus arose early, presenting himself impeccably. He not only washed his hair, but also donned a new outfit, determined to maintain his finest appearance. The impression that Harry Potter had upon first meeting Professor Snape, one of unkindness, must be dispelled. Given Severus's current state, the likelihood of encountering scenarios akin to those in the original text is exceedingly slim. By contemporary standards, Severus could be regarded as quite the charming young man, imbued with an alluring melancholic aura, undoubtedly a favorite among British girls. Of course, Severus harbored no intentions of engaging in a romantic liaison with a student. To be precise, while the influence of Zhongjin incited various musings and desires regarding beautiful women, Severus's nature ensured that these ideas would never materialize. The mere mention of Lily sufficed to extinguish all fanciful illusions. His efforts to present himself well were solely to leave a positive impression on his students. The current climate in Slytherin was fraught with challenges, and Severus had no inclination to complicate matters further. Thus, why not employ methods that simplify the situation? Moreover, this image would become emblematic of Severus. When students speak of him, they would no longer refer to him as that gloomy old bat, but rather as the elegantly poised Professor Snape, whose outward charm belies an inner melancholy. During Severus's time at school, his appearance, as depicted in both film and literature, was notably attractive, even slightly androgynous due to his long hair, which, after years of torment, gradually transformed. No longer perpetually ensnared in sorrow and despair, Severus remains quite handsome, and the haircut provided by Zhongjin artfully highlights his striking features, save for perhaps the glimmer in his eyes and his prominent nose. Despite maintaining a youthful appearance and lacking the telltale signs of age, such as deep-set lines from suffering, both Severus and Zhongjin have undeniably lost the radiant exuberance of their teenage years, a fact that is readily apparent in their gazes. This change ensures that others cannot mistake Severus's age. A mere glance into his eyes reveals he is no student. Consequently, these weathered eyes imbue Severus with an added layer of melancholic allure. As for his nose, it is a matter of inheritance. He has undeniably received his father's prominent features. While there is a saying that a large nose signifies ample endowment, it seems to serve him little purpose now. Students are not expected until evening. The banquet is the true focus, and venturing out now would only lead him to encounter a few discarded orange peels. Why complicate his own comfort? However, it was clear that Dumbledore failed to grasp Severus's sentiments, as he once again entered unannounced. "Good morning, Severus. Aren't you planning to dine in the Great Hall?" Severus chose to disregard Dumbledore's idle chatter. Was the old man blind? He had already begun his meal. Why would he need to dine again in the hall? "Dumbledore, kindly knock before entering next time. This is not your office." Severus wiped the corners of his mouth before addressing Dumbledore with an expressionless demeanor. "Oh, my apologies. Please forgive the oversight of an old man. Memory tends to falter with age, and your door has a habit of opening for me, does it not?" Dumbledore replied with a smile, demonstrating a knack for feigning folly that rivaled no one. This was not Severus' door. He had merely exploited the headmaster's privileges. "That old scoundrel. Humph. I shall replace that door eventually, perhaps even the entire office. I cannot fathom Salazar Slytherin conducting affairs in such a place. Severus harbored no qualms about revealing his thoughts to Dumbledore. Once he located the Slytherin head's office, it would be impossible to keep it from him. Better to issue a preemptive greeting and spare himself the old man's wild speculations. Are you planning to seek out the Slytherin office? Well, I wish you the best of luck. Every Slytherin head has attempted to find it, yet after so many years, there has been little success. Professor Slughorn suspects it may be sealed away as tightly as Slytherin's chamber. Dumbledore remained unconcerned. Indeed, it was a place that no Slytherin head had ever uncovered, and he did not believe Severus would succeed either. Very well, Dumbledore, please state your purpose and leave. I have no desire for interruptions during my breakfast. Severus had no intention of debating with Dumbledore. He merely wished to inform him, avoiding any potential complications later on. Come now, Severus, you should join us for a meal. Isolating yourself is rather unbecoming. Dumbledore urged kindly, though he had yet to address the matter at hand. Professor Albus Dumbledore, confronted with Severus's increasingly frigid demeanor. Dumbledore always found it peculiar, a sensation of unnaturalness that prompted him to tease Severus, yearning to witness a spectrum of his expressions. However, he maintained a sense of decorum and swiftly broached the main subject at hand, merely a matter concerning the students of Slytherin. It was impossible for Dumbledore to remain oblivious to Severus's attendance at the Malfoy estate soiree, nor was there any need for concealment regarding the newly acquired wand and the resultant surge in power. As long as Severus remained under Dumbledore's watchful gaze, Dumbledore was willing to place his trust in him. This trust, however, was not granted lightly. It stemmed from the belief that Severus had not concealed anything from him. This included the events of the recent Welsh expedition, the Battle of the Pure Land, and matters concerning Merlin and Avalon, all of which Severus had been forthright about, providing a solid foundation for Dumbledore's trust. Moreover, Severus perceived no significant conflict with Dumbledore, at least not before the latter's demise. After that, it seemed rather inconsequential. Did it not? He succinctly articulated his management strategies for the Slytherin students, particularly addressing potential conflicts with Gryffindor, unequivocally aligning himself with Slytherin. Dumbledore, I recognize your aversion to dark magic and the perils posed by Voldemort. Yet such concerns cannot serve as justification for prejudice against Slytherin. I am the head of Slytherin now, and I trust my students at least within the confines of the school. This stance had to be resolute, otherwise Dumbledore would dismiss it entirely. Chapter 81. The Sorting Ceremony. Dumbledore seemed taken aback by Severus's fervent reaction, falling into a brief silence before smiling and remarking, Severus, I must admit, I did not anticipate such dedication to your students. I am quite relieved to have appointed you as a teacher. I believe you will prove to be an exemplary professor. Severus had little to say in response to Dumbledore's praise, feeling no sense of pride or satisfaction. In terms of teaching ability, Severus was confident that he could rival, if not surpass, Dumbledore. The latter's only advantage lay in his age and nearly a century of experience in education. In contemporary teaching, one truly had to exert every effort to ensure students learned effectively, which was precisely why Severus had honed his pedagogical skills to a fine point. Furthermore, the future would usher in an era of information overload and significant theoretical advancements, with countless approaches to understanding student psychology and various educational methodologies, surely one of which would resonate. Wouldn't it? Very well. I shall not intrude further. Additionally, do make it a point to join us in the Great Hall for lunch. It is essential to meet with your colleagues beforehand, and there will be other matters to discuss. With that, Dumbledore departed, pushing the door open as he had upon entering. Please ensure the door is closed behind you. Severus merely made a brief remark, and then returned to his task of concocting potions, fully engrossed in his work. At noon, he arrived punctually in the first-floor hall, where most of the other professors had already gathered. Those who were absent were unlikely to appear. Severus did not intend to be late. One could only attribute the delay to Dumbledore's interruption during the morning's potion preparation. Now that everyone was present, Dumbledore began, noting that there was no need for an owl microphone or magical amplification, as the students had yet to arrive. The professors had directly arranged a long table in the hall, and the distance between them did not warrant any amplification. First, let's introduce this year's 3 new colleagues. Dumbledore continued. They are Professor Charles Singerman, who will teach defense against the dark arts, Professor Quirinus Quirrell, who will instruct Muggle studies, and Professor Severus Snape, who will teach potions. Welcome. As he spoke, Dumbledore led the applause, which the others joined in with a token clapping of hands. It was rather coincidental that all present were acquaintances of Severus. Most of the other professors were his former teachers from his time at the school. and given that Severus had graduated only a few years prior, they had not changed significantly. The few who had undergone transformations were still familiar faces. Professor Sybil Trelawney, who had essentially set the stage for the Harry Potter saga, was also responsible for Severus's tragic life, and she had applied for the position concurrently with him. However, Severus had postponed his appointment by a year. The other two professors who started alongside Severus were not strangers either. Professor Quirrell needed no introduction. His story was a tragic one. A timid wizard, he had sought to change his fate, but tragically fell into the clutches of darkness, ultimately meeting his end at Harry's hand, a truly lamentable fate. As for the other professor of defense against the dark arts, Severus had encountered him before. Professor Singerman was the one who had clashed with Professor Umbridge during Lucius's inquiry. If memory serves, he was indeed an underling of Minister Bagnold. It seemed that Severus's teaching career would not lack in entertainment. Clearly, Minister Bagnold wished to maintain control over Hogwarts. However, considering Voldemort's curse on the position of defense against the dark arts professor, it was unlikely that Singerman would find success, nor would his future prospects appear particularly bright. Thus, faced with the enthusiastic greetings of his new colleagues, Severus responded with a sympathetic glance and offered a slight nod. Whether or not the sympathy in his eyes was perceived by them was doubtful, as they quickly engaged in jovial conversation with Professor Quirrell, rendering his gesture seemingly futile. What followed was a series of Dumbledore's mundane remarks, primarily concerning various teaching arrangements and points of caution. It was no wonder that some of the older professors, such as Professor Binns, chose not to attend. One could surmise he had grown weary of such discussions long ago. Certainly, there was particular mention of potential student conflicts, serving as a reminder to the professors. Upon hearing this, Professor McGonagall's expression grew increasingly serious, as she instinctively glanced at Severus. Subsequently, the other professors turned their gazes towards him as well. It was well understood that if any student conflict were to arise, it would inevitably involve Slytherin. The notorious reputation of Slytherin as a bastion of dark wizards had taken root, making it entirely expected for them to be targeted following Voldemort's downfall. While the professors were aware of this, it was likely that most would remain indifferent when faced with an attack on Slytherin students. Indeed, many wizards might even utter remarks of deservedness. The sorting ceremony was set to commence at 7 o'clock in the evening, with the Hogwarts Express expected to arrive at Hogsmeade Station around 6. Consequently, by 6:30, the upper-year students had congregated in the Great Hall, prepared for the proceedings. At this juncture, Dumbledore and the professors, including Severus, entered the Great Hall and took their seats at the staff table. It was a rare sight for the students to witness the professors seated in such unison, the table facing them filled to capacity for the first time. Naturally, Severus attracted the students' attention. Amidst a throng of elderly figures and eccentrically attired individuals, Severus stood out as a striking young man. Many students had encountered him during the previous term, and rumors of a mysterious handsome figure named Severus had circulated throughout the campus. His gaze was fixed on the Slytherin table, which was also conspicuous for its sparse attendance. This was partly due to the rigorous admission standards of Slytherin and the fact that some upper-year students had opted to drop out. Moreover, the students seated at this table appeared somewhat worse for wear, suggesting they had endured some physical altercations. A stark contrast to the other houses where such visible signs were absent. It seemed that Slytherin might have been subjected to unilateral aggression. Severus, while determined to protect his students, was acutely aware that many of them harbored inclinations towards dark wizardry. Furthermore, during Voldemort's rise, these students had not shied away from bullying others. Thus, experiencing some hardships and adversity was merely a trivial matter. His primary responsibility was to ensure that no severe injuries occurred, that lives were not endangered, and to strive to amend their mindsets, a monumental task indeed. At that moment, Professor McGonagall entered, leading a group of young witches and wizards who crowded the aisle, their eyes filled with wonder. While most exhibited expressions of yearning, a few appeared anxious, attempting to blend into the throng. Their expressions alone could have foretold their respective houses. McGonagall placed the tattered sorting hat on a high stool, signaling the commencement of the sorting ceremony. Chapter 82, The Unwelcome Slytherin. As Severus gazed upon the unsightly visage of the sorting hat, with its gaping mouth, a flicker of illumination crossed his mind. Perhaps he could forget about this hat altogether. The ceremony commenced, as per tradition, with the sorting hat song. This enchanted hat possessed remarkable cognitive abilities. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as a hat capable of thought. However, its temperament seemed rather inclined towards Gryffindor. Whether this was due to its association with its owner or the influence of successive Gryffindor heads, it was evident that the sorting hat held a certain disdain for Slytherin. Moreover, nestled within the hat was the legendary sword of Gryffindor. One could not help but wonder if it was indeed the fabled sword of victory. For he now possessed a scabbard that was a fusion of sorts. What might transpire if he were to acquire the sword? Would it emerge from his body like a weapon wielded by a hero? In such a case, Severus would rather see the sword of victory destroyed. Most certainly. Nevertheless, for the moment, he would observe the current sorting with keen interest. While his memories of it were vivid, the opportunity for an immersive experience was not to be missed. Additionally, he hoped the sorting hat would refrain from singing indiscriminately. Otherwise, he would be tempted to give it a thorough cleansing, perhaps in a washing machine. It was clear that the sorting hat could not read Severus's thoughts, although it possessed the ability to perceive inner feelings. This required being worn upon one's head and was restricted to the sorting process. Much like a programmed device, it only displayed its capabilities in unpredictable circumstances. Thus, it remained oblivious to Professor Snape's deathly glare and continued to sing its preordained melody. I'm a hat that can think, though my appearance is grotesque. My abilities are extraordinary. I can discern the traits you conceal. The brave shall be placed in Gryffindor, the wise in Ravenclaw, the loyal in Hufflepuff, and finally, Slytherin. Ah, a haven for the cunning and devious. Yet they too shall reap what they sow. So, wear me, and I shall guide you to your rightful place. Today's Sorting Hat song was brief, yet the lyrics were far from endearing, as evidenced by the expressions on the faces of the Slytherins. The countenances of a few young wizards, who had huddled in the crowd, were even more dismal, mirroring the despair of Ron preparing to confront a troll. Severus's expression was bleaker still. It was unclear when it had begun, but during the Sorting Hat song, it always seemed to utter disparaging remarks about Slytherin. While it would occasionally acknowledge some virtues, as it had done during Harry Potter's enrollment, or even at the height of Voldemort's power, it had never before so openly belittled Slytherin. It was apparent that even the Sorting Hat was aware of Voldemort's downfall. Professor McGonagall held a parchment recording the names of the new students in one hand and the Sorting Hat in the other. As the young wizards approached one by one to be sorted and take their seats, while the older students applauded in welcome. However, among the 10 newly sorted students, only one found their place in Slytherin, a rather minuscule probability indeed. Observing the young wizards, some displayed bright eyes, brimming with curiosity and an insatiable desire for exploration. Such spirited individuals predominantly found themselves in Gryffindor. Conversely, those who appeared somewhat timid and hesitant were sorted into Hufflepuff, while others gravitated towards Ravenclaw. Only the students who seemed tense, as if preparing for battle, were assigned to Slytherin. Additionally, some of the young wizards appeared to be muttering incantations under their breath. Though not present, it was evident to Severus that they were fervently chanting, "Do not let me enter Slytherin. Do not let me enter Slytherin." Ultimately, when the sorting concluded, Slytherin welcomed a mere 9 new students, a count that fell short of double digits, marking the lowest influx of newcomers in nearly a century. This year's total enrollment was approximately 70, with nearly 20 entering Gryffindor, close to 30 opting for Hufflepuff, over 10 joining Ravenclaw, and only 9 being placed in Slytherin. Typically, Ravenclaw boasts the smallest cohort, while Slytherin's numbers closely align with those of Gryffindor. However, this year's scenario diverged. Severus found himself devoid of further complaints. Suspecting that apart from those whom the Sorting Hat unequivocally deemed destined for Slytherin, others who hesitated were allocated to different houses. Observing the first years who resembled condemned souls, it was clear that those sorted into Slytherin maintained a composed demeanor, yet their expressions were tinged with a tragic solemnity. In stark contrast, those assigned to other houses radiated joy, even scampering off the stage in exuberance. This year's Slytherin was indeed a lamentable sight. Therefore, after the feast, perhaps it would be prudent to attend to the Sorting Hat, giving it a thorough cleansing akin to a tumble wash. Had it not been for the Sorting Hat's erratic proclamations, the outcomes might have been far more favorable, or so one could speculate. Moreover, it was evident that not only Severus had observed the sorting outcomes, others had taken note as well, resulting in a chorus of discussions filling the hall once the sorting concluded, interspersed with various expressions of schadenfreude. Particularly, the voices from Gryffindor rose the loudest, with 1 or 2 upperclassmen even exclaiming for the Savior's blessing, wishing for Slytherin's swift demise. Ultimately, it was only under Dumbledore's intervention that calm was restored. Dumbledore rose to deliver the customary address, a ritual seemingly universal across nations. He began by introducing the new professors, including Severus, before proceeding to address the students. Additionally, I must remind both new and returning students that the Forbidden Forest is off limits, and the use of magic in the corridors is strictly prohibited. Should I discover any instances of dueling among students, I shall impose detention. Furthermore, any student daring to cast dark magic upon a fellow classmate will face immediate expulsion from Hogwarts. Lastly, during the second week of term, trials for the Quidditch teams of each house will take place, open only to students in their second year and above. Now let us feast. Severus did not continue to dwell on his thoughts, even though Dumbledore's words regarding Slytherin might not have been entirely favorable. Such matters could be addressed later in the headmaster's office. For now, it was time to dine. After the meal, he intended to thoroughly cleanse that wretched, tattered sorting hat, then make a visit to the Slytherin common room, where those wayward souls awaited his redemption. Chapter 83. The Lament of the Sorting Hat. Once dinner concluded, Severus recited the Hogwarts school song in hushed tones, inaudible to others. As for singing it aloud, let us spare Professor Snape from such an ordeal. His persona is that of a quiet, handsome gentleman, stoically reserved. Thus, we could only observe Dumbledore, who sang heartily at the staff table, while the newly appointed Professor Quirrell joined in only briefly, awkwardly clapping along, struggling to keep pace with Dumbledore's melody. As the gathering dispersed, Severus promptly excused himself, striding purposefully towards Dumbledore's office, while the headmaster remained in the hall, benevolently watching the students trickle away. Upon his arrival at the office, Dumbledore would likely express his gratitude to Severus. After exchanging several different passwords, the stone statue guarding the entrance to the headmaster's office finally yielded, allowing Severus to enter. Ignoring the portraits within, he noted that Dumbledore's bird was absent, presenting an opportune moment. Not quite right here, a little off there. Perhaps I shall add a line next year. The Sorting Hat fretted, recognizing the precarious situation it found itself in. Is that you, Professor Snape? I remember you. I was the one who placed you in Slytherin. What do you intend to do with me? What merits does Slytherin possess? It queried. Resilience, perseverance, and lofty ideals, along with a profound sense of camaraderie, and most importantly, an indomitable spirit that refuses to relent until goals are achieved. The Sorting Hat was astute enough to gauge the situation. However, this answer only served to further irk Severus. Is that so? You certainly did not express such sentiments moments ago, he replied, a sly, sinister smile creeping onto his lips. It seems your prolonged neglect has clouded your judgment. Allow me to assist in cleansing that muddled mind of yours. Disregarding the reprimands from the portraits of former headmasters and ignoring the Sorting Hat's struggles and pleas, Severus acted swiftly. With a flick of his wand, he conjured a swirling vortex akin to a tornado, ensnaring the Sorting Hat within. Of course, Severus exercised utmost caution, for the magical restrictions upon the Sorting Hat were exceedingly intricate, and an ordinary wizard could not cleanse it without risking the integrity of its enchantments. However, Severus was acutely aware that Albus Dumbledore was undoubtedly capable of such feats. At present, Severus still found himself somewhat inferior to the greatest white wizard of the age. Yet he believed he could certainly engage with him on some level, thanks to the influence of Avalon and his new wand. Severus had now surpassed even Professor Snape's peak prowess. Aside from Dumbledore, the head of Ravenclaw, Professor Filius Flitwick was also capable, a testament to his precise spell control. Others, including Professor McGonagall, were not. Unfortunately, the Sorting Hat had not been cleaned in quite some time, and thus the various heads had no intention of attending to its hygiene. After the Sorting Hat had spun in the water vortex for a few moments, the door to the headmaster's office was forcefully flung open. Stop, Severus! Albus Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and two other heads rushed into the office. Upon receiving the portrait's notification, they hastily arrived, and had it not been for their trust in Severus, Dumbledore might have resorted to apparition, while the other two were genuinely concerned that Severus might inadvertently damage the Sorting Hat, an object of great significance to Hogwarts. Severus calmly set down his wand. In that brief interval, the Sorting Hat had become immaculate, devoid of any watermarks, and aside from a few visible stitches, it appeared considerably more presentable. Do you know what you were doing? Professor McGonagall began to question Severus as Dumbledore examined the Sorting Hat. You have seen for yourself. Professor McGonagall, I merely wished to give the Sorting Hat a bath. It was simply too filthy, Severus replied with composure. In fact, I have harbored this idea since my own days at Hogwarts. I cannot fathom how you professors have allowed the Sorting Hat to remain in such a dirty state. Severus felt no sense of wrongdoing. Rather, he spoke with conviction. Indeed, I am merely a benevolent youth. No need for thanks. Of course, only a fool would believe him. Only the portrait of the former headmaster vocally supported Severus. Well done, Severus. I have long wished to do the same. You are truly the pride of Slytherin. Naturally, this valiant headmaster was soon dragged out of his portrait by the other elderly figures, and soon a cacophony of voices ensued. Due to various prohibitions placed upon the Sorting Hat, ordinary magic was ineffective against it, while powerful spells risked breaching those prohibitions. This was why the Sorting Hat and the previous headmasters had been so anxious, prompting Dumbledore and the others to rush in upon hearing the news. Nevertheless, Severus remained confident. After acquiring his new wand, his control over magic had significantly enhanced. If he asserted that no harm would come, then indeed, no harm would come. Such was his assurance. At that moment, Dumbledore also set down the Sorting Hat, signaling to the others that there was no cause for alarm. The Sorting Hat was unharmed. Very well, Severus. Although the Sorting Hat may have exhibited some impropriety, your reaction was rather excessive. The Sorting Hat is no ordinary object, and one ought to approach it with a degree of caution, Dumbledore continued. However, your magical prowess is indeed commendable. Even I may not achieve such finesse. You misunderstand. Headmaster Dumbledore, I merely intended to give a bath, Severus insisted, unwilling to concede to any other notion, for to admit such will be folly. No, he is committing murder. He intends to destroy dear Mr. Hat. At that moment, the Sorting Hat, having finally regained its composure, let out a loud lamentation. Yet, the sound bore no hint of murder. It remained as robust and jarring as ever. Chapter 84, Severus, mistakenly regarded as a Gryffindor. To be frank, Dumbledore, it seems that a wash would indeed enhance the Sorting Hat's appearance, would it not? Why then, have you never done so before? I find it hard to believe that you were unable, spoke Professor Pomona Sprout, though perhaps she ought to have first cleansed the dirt from her own attire. As the head of Hufflepuff and a herbology professor, Sprout frequently frequented the greenhouses, and thus she consistently bore traces of earth upon her person. Naturally, the aroma was not particularly pleasant, despite a hint of perfume. Severus could still detect the unmistakable scent of dragon dung. Evidently, even on the first day of term, Professor Sprout had not forgotten to fertilize her herbs. Few in the magical realm have garnered the endorsement of Dumbledore. Professor Flitwick, however, displayed no surprise as Severus's charms instructor. He was well aware of Severus's remarkable talent in spell casting, which rivaled even his prowess in potions. As for the Sorting Hat's lamentations, the professors instinctively disregarded them. Having served at Hogwarts for decades, even centuries, they were far more familiar with the Hat's temperament than Severus. In contemporary parlance, it could be distilled into one word: mischievous. This character, confined to the headmaster's office daily, could only showcase its talents during the sorting ceremony, thus cultivating a penchant for attention and amusement. Consequently, during the year following each sorting, its favorite pastime became crafting lyrics that dazzled and captivated, leading to the ridicule of nearly every house, be it the reckless Gryffindor, the dim-witted and unwanted Hufflepuff, or the self-important Ravenclaw. Yet, the most frequent target of jest remained Slytherin, as it became evident that disparaging Slytherin would invariably garner louder and more enthusiastic applause. This year, however, there was nary a kind word for Slytherin. Moreover, in the past, the Sorting Hat, in its arrogance, had not refrained from mocking and deriding the professors present. Thus, none of them objected to the notion of someone putting it in its place. Previously, their anxiety stemmed from the fear that Severus might disrupt the Sorting Hat's function. As long as the sorting itself remained unaffected, all else seemed trivial. The hat is broken, Mr. Hat is broken, and no one cares that Mr. Hat is broken. Upon observing the lack of attention, the Sorting Hat called out even louder and more dramatically, attempting to elicit sympathy from a few professors. Very well, Mr. Hat. You're quite all right, I assure you, Dumbledore quipped, winking through his glasses. Do you not feel much better after a good wash? Not all, Dumbledore. That malevolent Slytherin nearly ended my existence. Oh, I am gravely injured. I shall take a leave of absence and cannot sort next year, truly. At that moment, the Sorting Hat was indeed embodying the essence of a dramatic performer, writhing as if to display its supposed wounds. And what do you intend to do? Severus's deep voice cut through the air coldly, yet the Sorting Hat remained oblivious, believing it was still Dumbledore who spoke. I want a vacation. I want you to take me on a journey to Diagon Alley. I have never been there. The Sorting Hat continued, chattering excitedly and applauding its own sagacious decision, imitating the sound of clapping. However, it had yet to finish, and I demand the expulsion of that wicked Slytherin. It must be done, or I shall refuse to sort. Oh, is that so? At this juncture, the Sorting Hat finally recognized that it was Severus speaking, while the other professors merely observed, aside from Professor McGonagall, who frowned slightly in disapproval. Dumbledore and Professor Flitwick merely chuckled, while Professor Sprout engaged in conversation with a portrait. The Sorting Hat felt a twinge of sadness. Its splendid performance had not garnered the sympathy it deserved. Even worse, it realized it had once again fallen into Severus's hands. Surely, this fellow was concocting some nefarious scheme to torment the Hat. Severus indeed harbored wicked intentions, though merely as a threat. He had no desire to destroy the hat. For Dumbledore and the other househeads would not allow such an affront. If you continue to speak recklessly, I would not hesitate to sew your mouth shut or discover where your tongue resides and sever it. As Severus contemplated dismembering the Sorting Hat, a glimmer of silver emerged from within, revealing the hilt of a sword. In a swift motion, he drew the sword of Gryffindor, grasping the tip of the Sorting Hat in one hand while raising the sword to a position akin to the hat's neck. You see, even Gryffindor agrees with my reasoning. The Sorting Hat ceased its wailing. Sprout and the portraits fell silent, and Dumbledore's smile faded. They all, like McGonagall, gazed in astonishment at Severus. He summoned the sword of Gryffindor. A murmur of disbelief rippled through the portraits. A Slytherin summoned the sword of Gryffindor, exclaimed one. Merlin, I must be dreaming. The cacophony of voices from the portraits grew uncontrollable, and even Dumbledore's attempts to quell them proved futile until he finally draped a curtain over all the portraits, restoring silence. At this moment, the professors found themselves at a loss for words, particularly Professor McGonagall, whose emotions were particularly tumultuous. This was an accomplishment that even a wizard hailing from Gryffindor could not achieve, summoning the sword Gryffindor. A feat that legend holds can only be accomplished by a wizard deemed worthy by Gryffindor himself. Moreover, this was done in a context that bordered on the absurd. It is crucial to note that it was a summoning, not merely obtaining the sword. While any wizard could grasp it, to summon it was, frankly, the first known instance in nearly a century. Dumbledore might have been able to achieve this. Yet one could not be certain whether it was due to his nominal possession of the sword of Gryffindor or his actual acknowledgement by Gryffindor. And what of Severus? By what right could he accomplish such a feat? Coughing softly, Dumbledore contemplated the somewhat hasty nature of dividing wizards into 4 distinct houses. The reality had shown that even Slytherin could produce a wizard capable of earning Gryffindor's recognition, such as Severus. Dumbledore took a moment to steady his racing heart. This was likely the 3rd time in his life he had experienced such a surge of adrenaline. With age, the weight of it all became more burdensome. Severus, on the other hand, merely scoffed dismissively. The truth was known only to him. He had not summoned the sword of Gryffindor through the restrictions left by Gryffindor, but rather through the sheath. As it had been proven that the sword of Gryffindor was, in fact, the sword of victory. Thus, it responded to Severus's call. The previous inability to summon it likely stemmed from other factors, such as distance or restrictions. Now, with the connection between the sword and its sheath re-established, Severus sensed that he could accomplish even more than merely summoning the sword. For instance, he would never feel honored. He had always been a Slytherin and would remain so. With that thought, he released his grip and departed from the headmaster's office. Strangely, the sword of Gryffindor did not fall, but vanished in a flash of silver light, just as it had appeared. As for the Sorting Hat, it was met with complete disregard this time. Chapter 85. The Dread of the Slytherin Common Room. While Severus departed with a sense of satisfaction, the remaining professors in the headmaster's office stayed behind, including Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout, who typically did not engage with the Order of the Phoenix. They awaited an explanation from Dumbledore. What did it signify that a Slytherin had garnered Gryffindor's approval? It suggested that Severus might one day become the head of Gryffindor, and furthermore, a wizard capable of earning Gryffindor's recognition certainly qualified to be headmaster. I have long asserted that Severus is trustworthy. Dumbledore did not immediately address the matter of the sword of Gryffindor. Instead, he began discussing the biases surrounding Severus. Although the precise reasons remained undisclosed, Dumbledore demonstrated a glimmer of magical light emanating from his wrist, a manifestation of the oath's activation. Yet, I must assert that Severus was indeed a courageous wizard, braver than most Gryffindors. Headmaster Dumbledore, do you mean to suggest that Severus is more suited for Gryffindor? Is it possible that the Sorting Hat could err? Professor McGonagall inquired, her tone shifting as she reflected on Severus raising the Gryffindor sword. This typically stern witch, while fair in her judgments, had a fondness for Severus during his school days. However, it was undeniable that he epitomized a typical Slytherin at that time. Coupled with the long-standing rivalry between Slytherin and Gryffindor, McGonagall, as the head of Gryffindor, found it hard to believe that Severus could gain acceptance from her house. Absolutely not. The Hat would never make a mistake. He is unequivocally a true Slytherin. Before Dumbledore could respond, the Sorting Hat's voice echoed once more, this time devoid of its whimsical tone, replaced by a voice that sounded rather ancient. Are you certain? The Hat glared back at Professor Sprout, seemingly insulted by her questioning its integrity. I swear, I do not jest during the sorting. That is my sole purpose for existence. The Sorting Hat declared solemnly, still capable of discernment, for summoning the Gryffindor sword was no trivial matter. Dumbledore, how is it possible to summon the Gryffindor sword? Must one truly have Gryffindor's approval? Professor Flitwick asked, recognizing the pivotal nature of this inquiry. Evidently, the other two heads had not considered this angle. No, I am aware of 3 methods of summoning. Aside from gaining approval, the headmaster of Hogwarts can also summon the Gryffindor sword, as I shall demonstrate. As he spoke, Dumbledore illustrated the summoning process, yielding no surprises. Another scenario entails my granting permission, whereby all Hogwarts staff and students can draw upon the Gryffindor sword from the sorting hat in emergencies. Although this is ultimately a determination made by the hat itself. So, he truly has gained Gryffindor's approval? It seems so, Minerva. At least, it is not entirely a bad thing, is it? Severus, departing, could easily surmise the unfolding events in the headmaster's office. Truth be told, he relished this moment of grandeur, especially with Zhang Jin's influence enhancing his confidence. Now, Severus was treading a path of self-importance, with the Slytherin younglings awaiting his guidance. Upon entering the Slytherin common room, he found the prefects concluding their briefing on what the new students should heed. Notably, all the upperclassmen remained, a request specifically made by Severus. Good evening, everyone. Severus strode confidently to the center of the room, greeting them with deliberate calm. Approximately 120 individuals occupied the common room, slightly exceeding his expectations. At this time, Gryffindor likely comprised around 150 members, indicating that, apart from the first year and 6th and 7th grades, the remaining 4 grades were numerically comparable to Gryffindor. This truly comes as a surprise. In the preceding years, during Severus's studies, as well as during Harry Potter's anticipated enrollment, the number of Slytherins was consistently fewer than that of Gryffindors. As for the current situation, I need not waste my breath. Any student with a modicum of sense should be well aware of their responsibilities and refrain from causing me any trouble. Severus's tone bore no particular severity. Remember, everyone must adhere to my commands. At this point, Severus paused, hoping to observe if any foolish child would dare approach. It turned out that, after their experiences at Malfoy Manor, these individuals had, to some extent, gathered a bit of information. Professor, must we always avoid Gryffindor? Although no reckless child dared to provoke. The Slytherin prefect, Crux Guffey, stepped forward. His father, Barnabas Guffey, was the editor of the Daily Prophet and one of the few neutral figures in Slytherin. Certainly not. Slytherin is not a mere target for bullying. Anyone who dares to raise their wand against us must understand the formidable nature of Slytherin. Severus's voice turned frigid. I do not oppose violence, provided it brings honor to Slytherin. However, should you bring shame upon our house, you will come to know the grave consequences. The coldness in Severus's voice instinctively caused some young wizards to shrink back. Do not employ dark magic, and first years are prohibited from participating. If you cannot adequately protect our younger peers, Crux, all upperclassmen, will face detention. Severus had intended to depart, feeling that he had said enough for the moment. Establishing authority required someone to wield the knife, and a solitary performance was not Severus's preference. Wait, Professor Snape, another voice called out. How can we possibly stand against Gryffindor? Are we to simply endure their attacks? Mr. Keynes Rocher, a fellow member of the Rocher family and the brother of Evan Rocher, who had been slain by an Auror, posed the question. If you possess any semblance of intelligence, you should know how to strategize. Alternatively, you could follow my example. As Severus spoke, he cast a spell that swiftly ensnared a group of Slytherins. This initially singular spell was forcefully transformed into a collective enchantment, affecting over 100 students, instilling a sense of fear among the majority. Thus, one must possess either strength or intellect, preferably both. Do you understand? He showcased a brief display of power before departing, leaving behind a room filled with silence. Of course, the binding spell had been unconsciously lifted by Severus. Chapter 86, The Slytherin Headmaster's Office. Naturally, it is not customary to forego sleep for an entire night. Typically, students are subject to a curfew at 9 o'clock, and it is generally acceptable to retire by 11. During the midnight hours, Filch and his cat patrol the premises, although special circumstances may warrant different considerations. Moreover, the vast Hogwarts castle cannot be patrolled by a single individual alone. Generally, there are 3 personnel on duty simultaneously. For instance, today Professor Snape and McGonagall are assigned together, accompanied by a student, typically the head of the student council or a prefect from one of the houses. Each member on duty is assigned a specific patrol area. For example, Snape is responsible for the area from the dungeons to the 3rd floor, while Professor McGonagall oversees the upper floors. During this time, Snape intends to seek out the office of the Slytherin head, which is indeed rather cramped and lacks privacy, allowing anyone to enter. This situation is not conducive for Snape to conduct any additional research, especially given the limited space. Although he has already delivered an inspiring speech to Slytherin today, it does not alter the undeniable truth that Slytherin struggles against Gryffindor, particularly when the use of dark magic is prohibited. Slytherin inherently has a smaller student body, especially in the upper years. The 6th year is relatively better off, while the 7th year consists of merely half the number of Gryffindors. This year, there are only 10 7th-year Slytherins, having lost 6, 3 imprisoned in Azkaban for various reasons, and 3 who dropped out due to pressure, whereas Gryffindor boasts 19 students. Furthermore, the 7th year is typically the most formidable age group, which inevitably places Slytherin at a disadvantage in conflicts with Gryffindor. The disparity in hard power cannot be compensated by mere words of encouragement, and it is uncertain whether the Slytherins can fully comprehend the underlying meanings of Snape's exhortations. Consequently, initial setbacks are to be expected. This raises a critical question. As the head of the house, what significance does Snape's role hold if he cannot lead Slytherin to victory? Moreover, the original Slytherin had secured the House Cup for 7 consecutive years prior to Harry Potter's enrollment. If Snape fails to measure up, would this not imply that he is inferior to the original Severus? Such a notion is an affront to the current Snape. Therefore, if possible, over the next 9 academic years, he aspires to secure every House Cup, each and every one. Thus, instilling a sense of spirit within Slytherin becomes a pivotal step, and initially, it is imperative to lead Slytherin to triumph over Gryffindor, a duty incumbent upon any Slytherin. Hence arises another dilemma. Without Snape's personal guidance, how can the current Slytherins hope to contend for the House Cup if they cannot even best their rivals? Consequently, Snape is in dire need of a more spacious environment to serve as a training ground for Slytherin. This way, when Slytherin students encounter difficulties, Snape can stand resolutely as their head. At that moment, he can freely mock them, calling them trolls, booger beasts, and jesting about their heads being stuffed with weeds. Snape has prepared a wealth of such phrases, ready to be employed at last. Moreover, it splendidly embodies Severus's character. Such devoted efforts, ultimately thwarted by your feeble abilities, leave me utterly disheartened. Dear students, it is akin to having been provided with key points in advance, yet failing to achieve even a passing grade. What does it mean? Despite this, I have sacrificed my precious leisure time to offer you personalized guidance. Shouldn't you express your gratitude? As for the harshness of my words, is it not a reflection of deep affection coupled with stringent expectations? With a few more such sessions, the atmosphere of Slytherin should witness a marked improvement. Additionally, this form of instruction can easily carry personal biases. While the upper years may remain largely unaffected, the younger students, under daily exposure, will swiftly shed the shadow of dark wizards. The Slytherin head's office undoubtedly harbors suitable practice grounds. For Salazar, Slytherin himself took pleasure in privately imparting the art of dark magic to students, a significant reason for the eventual schism among the founders. Teaching dark magic, of course, necessitates a discreet space. Although the Slytherin common room is sufficiently spacious, it is clearly not an ideal setting for practicing magic, nor does it offer the requisite privacy. While other students may be oblivious to the professor's presence, what of Dumbledore? What of the portraits? Severus surmised that the Slytherin head's office is likely situated underground and in close proximity to the common room, possibly even connected by a secret passage. Thus, the cellar on the first floor has always been Severus's focal point for investigation. However, considering that numerous previous heads have failed to locate it, it is evident that the location is not only hidden but also well guarded. Consequently, Severus adopted a simpler method of search, employing the Patronus charm. With his current prowess, he can now sense the basic emotions of his Patronus, allowing him to continually release it and discern whether it encounters any protective barriers. Although Hogwarts Castle is rife with enchantments, the majority allow the Patronus to pass through with only a handful posing restrictions, such as the Room of Requirement, where the Patronus can exit but cannot enter. After sweeping the entire cellar with his Patronus, as Severus anticipated, he encountered 2 impenetrable barriers, one of which is situated adjacent to the Slytherin common room. Continuing forward from the entrance of the common room, there lies a small storage closet, wherein one of the barriers resides. Had this been a purposeless search, the oddity of this place would have likely gone unnoticed. Common probing spells yield little insight, and no discernible doors are present. However, upon identifying the location, Severus's skills allow him to uncover subtle clues. Clearing the clutter within the storage closet and sensing the position of the barrier, it becomes evident that this space is less a mere storage area and more akin to an entrance vestibule, the gateway itself. A veil of enchantment cloaked the entire wall, and from it emerged a magnificent stone door, occupying the full expanse of the wall, surpassing even the grandeur of the wish-granting room on the 8th floor in both size and artistry. It was evident that this was the office of the Slytherin head. As for the means of entry, one should not expect Severus to possess such knowledge. The methods of accessing various entrances within Hogwarts are notoriously peculiar, and he had no desire to squander time on it. A more forceful approach seemed preferable. Surely it would not damage the office. Upon discovering the Slytherin head's office, Severus refrained from resorting to brute force. There was no need for haste. Such a formidable barrier could also serve as an excellent exercise in unlocking one's skills. If the moment of necessity arose, he could always resort to violence then. Moreover, the risk of destroying whatever might be inside was a considerable concern. Previously, he had only contemplated the safety of the structure, but if Salazar Slytherin had left something within, it could easily be obliterated in the process. Thus, a cautious attempt was warranted. Who knows, perhaps fortune would smile upon him. Consequently, Severus did not linger, as he had duties to fulfill during the night, keeping an eye out for any misbehaving students daring to wander after hours on the very first day of the term. The night passed uneventfully. It seemed the journey had drained the students' energy, for there were no sightings of nocturnal escapades on the first day. Upon rising the next morning, Severus continued to conceal himself in his office while partaking in breakfast. He had resolved that outside of his duty to dine in the Great Hall, he would not make appearances at the communal tables. Did the exclusive meals provided by the kitchen not entice him? Why would he settle for the common fare? Zhang Jin, having been granted a second chance at life, and Severus, who had endured a lifetime of tribulations, though now merged into one, surprisingly shared a consensus in this regard. Zhang Jin sought sustenance, while Severus was primarily driven by a desire to avoid mingling. After breakfast, he casually glanced at the day's newspaper, which predominantly featured articles related to the commencement of the school year. The opening of Hogwarts was an event more extravagant than the college entrance examinations of his past life, and it held significant sway over the magical community in Britain. On the day of the term's start, King's Cross Station's Platform 9 and 3/4 could gather a third of the nation's wizards. Both parents and fellow wizards were keenly interested in their children's sorting and the new professors appointed at Hogwarts. Once again, Slytherin found itself in the spotlight. The Daily Prophet devoted an entire page in its second edition to lament the fate of Slytherin this year, covering topics from the Sorting Hat's jibes to the smallest cohort of new students since the 20th century, and notably featuring Severus as the youngest Slytherin head in history, while subtly alluding to the circumstances of the 6th and 7th years. Overall, the sentiment conveyed was that Slytherin had seemingly entered an early winter. The entire situation still left Severus with a sense of conservatism. He had initially anticipated that the Daily Prophet would vehemently denounce Slytherin, especially since the paper had previously aligned itself with the pure-blood ideology. It was inconceivable that the Minister of Magic, Bagman, would remain inactive. However, it appeared that no significant shift had occurred. Perhaps the paper would adopt a neutral stance, particularly given that the editor's son was still a member of Slytherin. Although not of pure-blood lineage, he was nonetheless part of Slytherin. Next, it remained to be seen how Professor Charles Singerman, dispatched by the Ministry of Magic, would proceed. Nevertheless, being assigned to teach the subject of defense against the dark arts almost predetermined the outcome, prompting Severus to silently mourn for the man for 3 seconds. As for his own responsibilities, as a professor at Hogwarts, the weekly teaching load was indeed quite substantial, particularly for those instructing core subjects, with the potions master undoubtedly being the busiest. Compared to the current instructors, the workload seemed comparably burdensome. However, the crux of the matter lay ahead. Furthermore, the classes for the 6th and 7th years were scheduled at irregular intervals, even when selecting potions that required less time to brew. Achieving a satisfactory result would still demand a minimum of 2 hours. This meant that the majority of the 6th and 7th year potions classes would occupy half a day. Additionally, there were the potions mandated by Dumbledore to prepare, alongside his own research on potion modifications. Each week, he was also responsible for grading nearly 700 students' assignments, not to mention 2 days of duty and patrolling the grounds. If Slytherin were to cause him further trouble, it would be disastrous. Severus felt that perhaps death would be a more appealing option. It was no wonder that the Severus Snape of the original text was depicted as irritable, often punishing students with detention, all while lacking the time to attend to his own affairs. If he had any spare time, it would be a miracle. Sympathy for Severus? No, it was time to feel sorry for himself, 10,086 times over. Conversely, the life of a Hogwarts student was decidedly more comfortable. First to third year students had only 7 or 8 core subjects, with flying lessons exclusive to first years, while 4th to 5th year students could choose a few elective courses, typically totaling around 10. 6th and 7th year students, however, could select courses according to their needs, generally not exceeding 8 subjects. In stark contrast to the professors, Severus found himself in a state of despair, lamenting, "Why am I not a student at Hogwarts?" Yet, he maintained an impassive exterior. Fortunately, he had previously entrusted the potion kits from the infirmary to the potion company. Otherwise, he would surely have followed the footsteps of the original character, aging prematurely. After collecting himself as the time approached, Severus readied himself to head to the adjacent potions classroom. He could not fathom why Hogwarts preferred to schedule Slytherin and Gryffindor together. Although there were opportunities for joint classes with other houses, the time spent with Gryffindor was evidently more extensive. Was this some sort of covert pairing? Entering the classroom with purposeful strides, reminiscent of the original text, he flicked his wand to close the doors and windows, drawing the curtains, instantly shrouding the room in an eerie atmosphere. This is, in fact, a customary practice in brewing potions. The necessity of heating and observing the color of the steam makes a slightly dim and windless environment far more suitable. As for the chilliness, the classroom is filled with a plethora of potion ingredients. Without a cool atmosphere, how could they be preserved? Therefore, notions of the potion class being terrifying are merely figments of one's imagination. In my class, the reckless waving of wands is strictly forbidden. Should I catch anyone in the act, they shall no longer attend potion lessons, Severus stated coldly, his voice resonating with a chilling depth and his gaze icy. Enhanced by the deep green of his robes and the walls adorned with various animal carcasses behind him, the young wizards from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw shivered involuntarily. On the verge of tears, the students mused. Just yesterday, he was a handsome older brother, and today he is transformed into a cold-blooded killer. How terrifying! Chapter 88, A Mind Like a Giant. Indeed, the potion classes across various grades are somewhat interconnected, particularly for the lower years. For instance, first-year students, aside from concocting simple potions such as remedies for scabies, often engage in extensive handling of potion ingredients, including the preparation of rudimentary potion products. The complete hellish potion, for example, is taught only in the 6th year, yet first years are instructed on how to incorporate daffodil root powder into wormwood infusion. Moreover, the potion materials prepared and handled by lower year students can be utilized in higher year classes, thus inadvertently alleviating some of the instructor's workload. Similarly, the curriculum of Hogwarts potion classes typically encompasses commonly used potions, ensuring that the concoctions produced are readily applicable, thus preventing wastage. For instance, with the onset of the flu season each year, potion classes are scheduled to prepare invigorating elixirs for the infirmary to treat influenza. Consequently, over the years, the course arrangements have remained largely effective. Of course, while the course structure poses no issues, the utilization rate of potions crafted by students each year is dismally low. As Severus once remarked, in this place, where wands are not foolishly waved, many of you may not truly grasp the essence of magic. I do not expect you to fully appreciate the wonder of a pot simmering gently, exuding fragrant vapors, nor the enchanting power of a liquid coursing through human veins, evoking profound emotions and a sense of dreamy allure. This statement is not a mere display of bravado on Severus's part. It is, in fact, a reality that many students harbor a dislike for potions. For lively and energetic teenagers, concentrating on a single task at the laboratory station proves exceedingly challenging, especially given the many unpleasant materials involved in potion making. Furthermore, as potion making is heavily reliant on experiential knowledge and has developed relatively late, the current system lacks rigorous structure and demands considerable manual dexterity, making it undeniably difficult to master. Much like Hermione Granger from the original text, a distinguished scholar and a prodigy in potion making capable of concocting complex brews as early as her 2nd year, lauded by Professor Slughorn as an exemplary student in potions. Even she could not successfully brew the elixir of life within the stipulated time. This underscores the formidable nature of potion making. Meanwhile, the actions of the current students have once again challenged Severus' perceptions. Miss Lovegood, why did you not wait for the solution to turn blue before adding the fluxweed? Or do you require a vial of bright potion to remedy your vision? Ravenclaw loses 2 points. Is your mind filled with nothing but mugglewort? Or is your intellect as diminutive as a troll's? I have already elucidated the process and precautions. Kindly commit it to your sadly underutilized brain before proceeding with the brewing. Do not let me catch anyone deviating from the instructions again. Furthermore, Severus has observed a stark dichotomy among these students. While there are a couple of individuals whose skills are commendable even to Severus, others cannot distinguish between herbs and possess abysmal cutting skills. They resemble first-year novices who are barely acquainted with potion making. How many cauldrons must such students explode in a year? Consequently, how much potion material does Hogwarts waste annually in potion classes? This is all in galleons. And this figure does not even account for the advanced potion materials needed by upper years. Considering this, it is likely that a significant portion of Hogwarts' yearly budget is consumed by potion classes. It is no wonder that despite having potion classes across all years and the ability to brew most potions independently, Hogwarts still needs to procure vast quantities of potions each year. The success rate of student-made potions is abysmally low, leading to a deficit. Thomas Andre, are you a troll? Severus roared, exasperated by the student's performance, having never encountered such folly. During his tirade, Severus did not neglect to wave his wand to rescue the unfortunate child. I have never seen anyone grasp a cauldron directly with their hands. Do you think your claws are dragon talons impervious to heat? Is there any semblance of intelligence within that mass on your shoulder? Hufflepuff loses 5 points for your absurd behavior. Ignoring the child on the verge of tears from scalded hands, had Severus not intervened in time, the entire group of young witches and wizards could have been in peril. Uncompleted potions, spilling, or splattering can be quite hazardous. You two, escort this troll to the infirmary. Ultimately, as anticipated, the class concluded with only 4 cauldrons of acceptable potions, meaning merely 8 students succeeded in their endeavors, 6 from Ravenclaw and 2 from Hufflepuff. This, despite the third-year students working with only 3 ingredients, a potion of relatively low difficulty. Severus could hardly bear to contemplate the conditions of the other years. He now only wished to take his quill and metaphorically pierce the heart of this first-year Hufflepuff named Lavos Cryet. The difficulty of this assignment, to be frank, is scarcely greater than that of a primary school student penning a diary entry. Yet, what is this abomination being submitted? What words are these? Could it be that I have failed my level 4 exam? However, Severus is a native Briton. Why do I not comprehend this? The application of such advanced grammar is astonishing. Is this an inversion in English? Moreover, it appears to omit both the subject and the object. Severus feels on the verge of collapse. The submissions are hardly commendable, replete with spelling and grammatical errors, with only those that clearly convey meaning deserving of a passing mark. Perhaps a commendable O, while the majority of the work warrants a dismal D or even T. Is this the standard of education at Hogwarts? Chapter 89. A further confrontation with Dumbledore. Severus initially believed that only first-year Hufflepuff students would produce such unreadable drivel. Yet, reality swiftly delivered a sharp blow to his expectations. And then it struck again, ultimately triggering a critical hit. Even the Slytherin students, whom he had once held in high regard, could not escape the pitfalls of incoherent sentences. This implies that the grading of assignments focused exclusively on grammar and fluency rather than content. But what relevance does this have to potions? Why must I sit here correcting their faulty sentences? After piercing through several layers of parchment with his quill, Severus could no longer contain his frustration. He immediately stormed out of the potions office, racing toward the 8th floor and Dumbledore's office. Disregarding the hour and whether the old man might be asleep, simply waiting outside the office. In a short while, the door swung open, and Dumbledore indeed appeared in his pajamas, seemingly having already dozed off for some time. That old rascal. Severus cursed inwardly. What time is it? Glancing at the clock. It was barely midnight, and Dumbledore appeared to have been sleeping for quite a while. Could he have gone to bed at 9? Ah, c'est vrai. My apologies for not expecting you to visit an old man like me at such a late hour, Dumbledore remarked, stifling a yawn, rubbing his eyes and dislodging a few sleep remnants. He then settled behind his desk, instinctively producing a box of spider legs to munch on, offering some to Severus, suggesting, "Come, try this, Severus. It's the new spider leg chocolate bar from Duke B. Stare. If looks could kill." Severus would have readily exchanged Dumbledore for another headmaster. "Oh, my apologies. Have you come to discuss something important?" Severus had no desire to engage in further banter. He resolved that this old man should meet his demise amidst a pile of confections, or perhaps be cursed never to taste sweets again. "I seem to have interrupted you. Headmaster, you do seem to be turning in quite early tonight." Severus refrained from rushing into the matter at hand, as a more pressing question demanded clarification. "Oh, not all. I typically retire at 8 o'clock. Please forgive me. For someone of my age, sleep is indeed a rare treasure, and a good night's rest is a precious occurrence." It seems I have caught Severus's gaze, and Dumbledore, slightly embarrassed, offered an explanation. "Is that so? If so, why not find something to occupy yourself with? I have never perceived you as elderly. Truly, you still possess considerable vigor." This was not mere flattery from Severus. The old man was indeed rather excessive. To retire at 8 means one is off to bed shortly after dinner. Does that seem fitting for a person? Students generally retire by 10, while professors often linger until 11. As for the beleaguered Severus, it was already midnight, and he had yet to sleep. "Find something to do?" "What do you mean?" Dumbledore inquired, lifting his head to fix his somewhat clouded eyes upon Severus. "But without my glasses, can you truly see clearly? Here is the assignment for the first-year students. Please take a look." Severus refrained from stating it outright, relishing the opportunity to disturb Dumbledore a while longer, intending to provide him with some amusement. Allowing Dumbledore to retire so early was a callous jest for a night owl, and it bore genuine consequences. akin to a critical hit. Ah, well written. I can see that under your guidance, the children have taken their work seriously, Dumbledore remarked with satisfaction. Well written? Are you able to read what he has penned? Severus could barely contain himself. Surely the old man hadn't forgotten his glasses and couldn't see at all. Oh, Severus, your expectations are exceedingly high. For a first-year wizard, producing a 6-foot-long essay is quite commendable. What more can we desire? Dumbledore appeared unconcerned, assuring that by the second year, they would articulate their thoughts more clearly. Severus was left speechless. It was evident that Dumbledore had indeed seen the work and was fully aware of the situation. Yet, does it not strike you as somewhat abnormal that an 11-year-old wizard cannot compose a coherent sentence? This thought remained unspoken by Severus. As he suspected, Dumbledore considered it entirely normal. Outside of the Muggle-born wizards, children in the wizarding world commenced their education at 11, implying they had previously been raised in a rather unstructured manner. In such circumstances, only the children of nobility would receive systematic education. For others, merely being able to read and spell common words would indicate sound parental guidance. Should a child encounter busy parents, or for other reasons, find themselves orphaned, illiteracy would not be surprising. Moreover, during the preceding decade, the magical community had been engulfed in turmoil, making it a significant achievement for a child to learn to read. It appeared that some students were indeed just beginning to grasp literacy. Under these conditions, to expect them to write essays was an unreasonable burden. Severus contemplated this, yet declared, I am merely a potions master. I have no interest in teaching a bunch of trolls how to write their ABCs. So? Dumbledore replied. Dumbledore fell silent. A sense of unease gnawing at him. His mind, still foggy from sleep, struggled to grasp the situation, yet Severus's words rang true. Everything was for the children. How had he not realized this sooner? With a sense of delight, Dumbledore agreed. However, he felt it necessary to consult Minerva, Filius, and Pomona regarding this matter, as well as prepare the curriculum. No worries, as long as you can agree, we should inform the 3 professors at once. I assure you, they have not yet rested, Severus urged, emphasizing the importance of resolving the matter today. Given that the 3 professors were each responsible for 7 grades and held the positions of heads of their respective houses, it was indeed unlikely they would be asleep at this hour. As anticipated, when the 3 arrived, they were impeccably dressed, showing no signs of having slept. Thus, in the cramped confines of the headmaster's office, Dumbledore's night attire stood out in stark contrast. Fortunately, the old wizard often donned his pajamas in public, which mitigated any potential embarrassment. Clearly, the professors had been through quite a bit. Before Dumbledore could announce the designated teachers, they unanimously nominated him. Aside from you, there is no one more suitable, Professor McGonagall declared earnestly as she prepared to leave. Headmaster Dumbledore, please teach those children how to write as soon as possible. It's for the sake of the children. Thus, it was resolved. Tomorrow would bring a double lesson. As the 3 professors exited the headmaster's office, Severus also made to leave, convinced that after McGonagall's remark, the old man would find it impossible to rest soundly today. Consequently, Dumbledore needed to prepare himself for the evening, at the very least contemplating what he should teach, lest he lose face as headmaster, though he might not place much stock in his own dignity. However, Severus's desire to depart was thwarted. Upon entering the headmaster's office, he discovered that the other inhabitants were also awakened, including that foolish bird. The creature had been scrutinizing Severus ever since he stepped through the door. Just as Severus attempted to leave, the bird could no longer restrain itself. It darted from its perch towards him, showing no intention of stopping, as if intending to collide head-on with Severus. At the moment Fawkes moved, both Dumbledore and Severus took notice. Yet Dumbledore was still lost in contemplation of Professor McGonagall's stern visage, managing only to call out in warning. Severus, on the other hand, had sensed Fawkes's gaze earlier, but had feigned ignorance, unsure of why the Phoenix would take an interest in him. Logically, Severus's soul had now fully merged with Zhang Jin's, devoid of any seams, and he believed that Fawkes should not be able to detect anything unusual. Even though it possesses an acute sensitivity towards the soul, it ultimately remains confined within a corporeal form. Hence, Severus was reluctant to allow this bird to cultivate too much curiosity about him. It is indeed quite peculiar to be scrutinized with such inquisitive and analytical gazes. Any individual would feel discomfort, and it is only natural to experience a sense of unease, especially when it is a bird that is observing. Therefore, regardless of what Fawkes intended to do, Severus resolved firmly that should it act out of line, he would not hesitate to deliver a reprimand. Thus, when the moment arrived, he spared no courtesy, delivering a swift, albeit metaphorical strike to the bird's head, certainly not a real blade. This was infinitely more entertaining than playing ping-pong. Mind your foolish antics, you bird. He concluded with a chilling remark, achieving a flawless performance that deserved a score of 99 for Fawkes. Early the next morning, Severus made his rare appearance in the Great Hall. It was his turn to supervise the students during their meal. Shortly thereafter, other professors, including Professor McGonagall and the remaining heads of houses, arrived. As they typically dined in the Great Hall to keep an eye on the students, one should not harbor any illusions regarding the earnestness of Hogwarts students. The Western educational philosophy embraces joyful learning, which implies less stringent regulations for students, and Hogwarts epitomizes this notion. Coupled with a group of adolescents newly acquainted with magic, their incessant desire to showcase their newfound abilities renders them quite mischievous. To address this, even Professor McGonagall subtly suggested that Severus should be more vigilant with the students. Thus, Severus hastily finished his meal. He had no desire to witness a flock of foolish birds flitting about his head. Birds, by their nature, lack a rectum, which has led to their unfortunate habit of defecating indiscriminately. Even the owls of the magical realm are only marginally better than ordinary birds in this regard. The improvements are negligible. Moreover, with feathers fluttering and cacophonous sounds filling the air, it is truly not an experience that most would find tolerable. Yet, strangely, wizards in the magical community seem to revel in this chaos, treating owls as their closest companions, with many even cuddling them at night. Some have even been rumored to attempt to procreate with their owls. Such a notion is utterly incomprehensible to Severus. According to Jean-Jean's perspective, these birds would be better suited as plump Scottish round-faced chickens. He opted for an air freshener and a sound dampener, calmly surveying the students gathered in the hall below. Fortunately, the professor's table is situated at the far end of the hall, relatively close to the inner wall, which minimizes the likelihood of owls approaching. In that brief moment, Severus had already observed several owls relieving themselves upon the dining tables. Additionally, a few Gryffindors took the opportunity to hurl something towards the Slytherin table, presumably a form of excrement, owl style. Severus maintained a cold, piercing gaze upon those Gryffindors, yet they were engrossed in their merriment, blissfully unaware of the lethal intent behind his stare, despite its capacity to slay. Severus was further incensed by the fact that the group of imbeciles from Slytherin had gone unnoticed. Most merely vented their frustrations at the owls soaring above. How foolish it was to remain a target of such ridicule. If this continued, the Gryffindor Lions would soon be bereft of any sense of accomplishment. Consequently, upon witnessing yet another dung bomb hurled into the air, Severus summoned his magic, channeling his will to disperse the owls from the Great Hall. As the owls took flight, the dung bomb's eruption finally captured Slytherin's attention, prompting Severus to exclaim in exasperation, "Leading this team is no easy feat." The ensuing events unfolded predictably, with Professor McGonagall present. The two Gryffindors swiftly received a deduction of 20 points each for their mischief. In Severus's view, this punishment was rather lenient. To engage in pranks before the eyes of the professors warranted a more severe reprimand. At that moment, who cared about point deductions? Did one not see how those two Gryffindors were celebrated as heroes, their grins stretching from ear to ear? The matter of dignity outweighed the triviality of a dung bomb. If the situation escalated into a magical brawl, it would not merely result in detention. Such fools ought to refrain from further embarrassment. To strike when one knows they cannot prevail is merely foolishness. As for those who dared to wield dark magic after Severus's warning, such students would be better off confined to Azkaban. Severus had no intention of risking his life to protect those misguided followers of dark wizards. Chapter 91. A dung bomb sparks a bloodbath in his dealings with Slytherin. Dumbledore primarily adopted a stance of caution. He did not place much trust in the house. Were it not for the old man's adherence to his duties as headmaster, Severus might have questioned whether Dumbledore secretly conspired against Slytherin. As a powerful headmaster, Dumbledore possessed the means to dismantle an entire house. Yet it could be said that his commitment to balance ultimately saved Slytherin. Had he been like the majority of Gryffindors, Slytherin would have ceased to exist. Although Severus himself hailed from Slytherin, he did not have a particularly pleasant experience there. In his youth, Severus harbored lofty ambitions that bore no relation to Voldemort. He possessed a determination to act at any cost, which perhaps explained his acceptance into Slytherin. Moreover, Severus was convinced of his rightful place within Slytherin. If one were to ascertain which of the four houses was the most fervent in its pursuit of will and ideals, it would undoubtedly be Slytherin. Even Harry Potter nearly found himself sorted into Slytherin, a fact that had little to do with the fragment of Voldemort's soul residing within him. The Sorting Hat reads the wizard's thoughts, inner self, and will. That fragment of soul could at most influence the Hat's judgment regarding bloodline. Yet Harry Potter was undeniably of pure blood. At that time, did the newly initiated Harry in the magical realm possess ambition, ideals, or desires. Undoubtedly, he did. Indeed, he was willing to do anything to remain at Hogwarts, at least in that moment. This aligns remarkably with the characteristics of Slytherin. Thus, one cannot ascertain the morality of a wizard solely based on their house. It is evident that Slytherin has consistently harbored clearer objectives compared to other houses. Therefore, if there exists a wizard who embodies Slytherin's aspirations, the majority within that house are likely to follow suit, much like Voldemort. Consequently, the entire Slytherin house was plunged into darkness, a stark contrast to its previous state before Voldemort's rise. In earlier times, Slytherin was merely a faction that revered pure blood, with only a handful of dark wizards among them. However, following Voldemort's ascent, this ratio was completely inverted, since Voldemort began to propagate his dark, pure blood ideology. An increasing number of wizards graduating from Slytherin have embraced dark magic, while those who maintain their integrity have dwindled. Thus, despite the current Slytherins behaving like obedient children under Severus's intimidation, he is acutely aware that this is merely a choice made under duress. Consequently, Severus is keenly observing and prodding these Slytherins, knowing that only when they erupt can he address the underlying issues. Similarly, for those students already inclined towards Voldemort, Severus harbors no qualms about sending them to Azkaban if they cannot be swayed. The Slytherin students have not disappointed. During his noon stroll to the Great Hall, Severus heard the news that 2 exuberant 6th-year Gryffindors had ended up in the infirmary that morning, likely not to emerge until the following day. It seems they sustained significant injuries. The dynamic between Slytherin and Gryffindor is indeed peculiar. It is ironic that Slytherin, known for its cunning, has adopted a penchant for violence that surpasses even that of Gryffindor, while Gryffindor frequently resorts to pranks or deliberately entices Slytherins into errors. The last unfortunate soul sent to Azkaban, for instance, succumbed to dark magic after enduring humiliation at the hands of multiple Gryffindors, resulting in a tragic fate. This reminiscence brings to Severus's mind the Marauders, who dealt with him in a similar fashion. Aside from the incident involving the werewolf, they rarely employed powerful spells. Yet the multitude of their humiliating pranks was staggering. This might have become a Gryffindor tradition, continued by the subsequent Weasley twins, though they were comparatively more restrained. Slytherins, on the other hand, are easily provoked, often leading them strike first, and their conduct has grown increasingly aggressive, surpassing even Gryffindor in recklessness and violence. One might think the 2 houses had swapped emblems. Moreover, in this incident, no one witnessed who initiated the altercation, which aligns perfectly with Severus's expectations. However, to wish to escape retribution in such a manner is nothing short of a dream. The entire Hogwarts community was aware of the morning dung bomb incident, and once the parties involved were admitted to the hospital, it was evident that it was the work of Slytherin. Thus, seeking vengeance would rightly lead one to Slytherin. Consequently, the atmosphere in the Great Hall at noon was exceptionally tense, with the 2 houses exchanging glances sharp as daggers, instilling such fear in the Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw students that they dared not linger in the hall. The 2 factions stood off against one another, exuding an air of defiance that seemed to challenge. "What are you looking at? What are you going to do about it? Don't you all have meals to attend to?" came the voice of Professor McGonagall, her weariness palpable even from a distance. "If you're not here to eat, then get out of the hall." Following her words were the unmistakable footsteps of Severus, echoing with the authority of a general on parade. His swift strides produced a resonant sound that conveyed immense strength. Under Severus' piercing gaze, the 2 groups reluctantly lowered their heads to eat. Chewing with such intensity, one might think they were gnawing on the flesh of their enemies. It appeared that this feud, ignited by a mere dung bomb, would not cease anytime soon, a fact well understood by Professor McGonagall, who wished she could vigilantly oversee them for 24 hours straight. Nevertheless, she alone could not possibly monitor the more than 150 students of Gryffindor. As the afternoon meal approached, the tensions erupted into a full-scale conflict. According to the news brought by the Ravenclaw prefect, the majority of upper-year students from both houses clashed violently on the Quidditch pitch. By the time Severus arrived, Slytherin lay sprawled across the ground, significantly outnumbered, as their upper-year students were nearly half the count of Gryffindors. Moreover, they had wisely refrained from employing dark magic, rendering them unable to secure victory. Yet, despite their disadvantage, they still engaged in combat, leaving Severus at a loss for words. Could they not engage in conduct befitting their Slytherin identity? Perhaps through traps, cunning, or deceit? Were these not more appealing strategies? When did Slytherin, once known for its strategic prowess, devolve into a gaggle of brutes? Moreover, the audacity of Gryffindor to continue fighting upon Severus' arrival was equally baffling. Were they truly competing to see who could be more foolish? Did they think that by casting spells from the shadows, he would be oblivious to their Gryffindor identity? They failed to notice that, aside from Gryffindor, there were no other students remaining standing in the Quidditch pitch. As armor clanged while deflecting several spells, Severus unleashed the revised stunning spell, toppling all remaining Gryffindors. He then calmly stated, Gryffindor attempted to attack a professor. Deduct 100 points. Chapter 92. The Mischief of Charles. The root of the conflict was quite simple. Both sides sought to utilize the Quidditch pitch, and both houses were on the brink of discord. The scent of the morning's dung bomb still lingered. The heroes in the infirmary had yet to recover, and they had just endured the soul-searching confrontation of what are you looking at? What are you going to do about it? Thus, after reconvening and engaging in continuous friction, the absence of a professor merely heightened the likelihood of conflict. Consequently, upon Professor McGonagall's arrival, she decisively deducted 100 points from each house, resulting in Gryffindor's score being reset to 0, with Slytherin's remaining points dwindling significantly. However, due to the chaotic nature of the situation, the instigator remained unclear, leading Professor McGonagall to administer equal punishment to both sides. Yet for Severus, the honor of Slytherin had once again been trampled upon. Nearly 30 upper-year Slytherins lay sprawled on the ground, and while the overwhelming number of adversaries played a role, the ability to seize the opportune moment is paramount. It is akin to the military adage of timing, terrain, and morale. Possessing any two of these elements grants an advantage in combat, while possessing only one can lead to defeat. Hence, regardless of the circumstances, these Slytherins engaged in battle without the advantage of timing, terrain, or morale, showcasing a lack of intelligence. It seems an intellectual awakening is in order. Fortunately, they did not have to spend the night in the infirmary. Tell me, what does it mean to be Slytherin? Severus coldly inquired from the steps of the common room. The young wizards below exchanged glances, yet none dared to speak. We emerge from the mire. We yearn for power. We harbor ambition. We are strong and composed. We embody elegance and restraint, and we never regret. This is Slytherin. So, inform me, how do your actions align with the essence of a Slytherin? Severus continued, his gaze growing increasingly perilous. Strength, composure, elegance, restraint. How do your actions today reflect any of these virtues? To act knowingly against your own interests, should I deem you foolish or commend your bravery? Professor, it was Gryffindor who instigated the conflict. The head boy, Goyle, quietly interjected. When did Slytherin's behavior become akin to that of a Gryffindor brute? You are Slytherins, not mindless Gryffindors. I urge you to resolve issues with your intellect, rather than your brawn. The group of young wizards remained silent, though it was evident that some hung their heads in shame, while others defiantly held their necks high, still brimming with indignation. In the face of Severus's interrogation, not a soul dared to utter a word, not even the head boy Goyle, who merely shook his head in confusion. As a head boy and a participant in the fray, how could he be unaware of the incident's origin? How, then, could he assert that Gryffindor struck first? Professor Snape, by the time I arrived, they had already engaged, Goyle explained softly, sensing Severus's growing displeasure. Severus glared intensely at the 7th-year head boy, who he had previously regarded as quite astute. What had happened? Had he lost his wits? And truly, did no one possess insight? We never regret. If this group of young wizards continues to act like frightened quails, Severus would not hesitate to ensure they remember this lesson. Regretting one's choices is not merely a matter of words, nor a display of obstinacy. It entails embracing responsibility and confronting the past, present, and future. Take Severus himself, for instance. Thus, it can be said that Slytherin has never lacked courage. Without courage, how can one speak of regret? However, the current performance of this group of Slytherins leaves much to be desired. It is a mystery how Severus managed to lead such a cohort of students to secure the House Cup 6 times in succession. Professor, we initially intended to practice Quidditch on the pitch, but the Gryffindor team arrived with a sanction as well, clearly seeking a confrontation, which is why we resorted to physicality, remarked a girl clad in Slytherin Quidditch team attire. Following her statement, a cluster of young wizards echoed her sentiments, each contributing their version of events. It was evident that this girl enjoyed considerable popularity within Slytherin, and despite her current predicament, she possessed an appealing appearance and stature. She was none other than Gwen Jones, the 6th-year head girl and captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team. Due to the graduation of several 7th-year students, including 2 who coincidentally were among the dropouts, the Slytherin Quidditch team suddenly found itself down by 5 members. Consequently, in recent days, the team had been diligently practicing on the pitch, striving to select suitable players in preparation for the imminent Quidditch matches. Severus was aware of this situation. He had personally authorized the team's use of the pitch, as typically, during the first week of the new school year, no teams would be utilizing the field, and recruitment often commenced in the second week. Hence, Severus had granted permission for 5 consecutive days, practically covering an entire week. Furthermore, the other 3 heads of houses were also privy to this arrangement. This brings us to a pertinent question. Given Professor McGonagall's temperament, why did she grant Gryffindor permission? One would expect her to desire to avert conflict. Professor Snape. Head girl Jones continued, I noticed that the Quidditch application from Gryffindor seems to bear the signature of Professor Charles Singman. Charles Singman? The newly appointed defense against the dark arts professor appears rather eager, does he not? Has he been so impatient to showcase his abilities so soon after the term's commencement? Severus refrained from elaborating, recognizing that signing off on such matters was within a professor's prerogative, and he could assert his ignorance. Best be cautious, all of you. Severus could only offer this admonition. He hoped these youngsters would demonstrate a modicum of wisdom. This year was already fraught with challenges, and the emergence of another clear disruptor could lead to more frequent clashes between the 2 houses, particularly in the defense against the dark arts class. It is relatively simple for a professor to instigate discord during lessons. Moreover, instigating a conflict between the 2 houses aligns perfectly with the interests of Minister Bagno of the Ministry of Magic. This not only serves to chastise the pure-blood aristocrats, but also provides a means to undermine Dumbledore. Furthermore, should the discord escalate, the Ministry would have a valid pretext to intervene at Hogwarts. It is abundantly clear that Charles is deliberately sowing discord. In Chapter 93, titled The Mischief War Caused by 2 Women, the subsequent days saw no diminishment in the hostilities between Gryffindor and Slytherin. On the contrary, the situation flared up, resembling a wildfire, growing more intense. The root of this escalation lay in Severus underestimating the influence of hormones. At Hogwarts, any young wizard above the 3rd year clearly harbors an attraction and pursuit of the opposite sex. Hence, one cannot blame them for their precociousness, for if they delay, they risk losing everything, especially when the object of their affection is a stunning beauty like Gwendolyn Jones. Gwendolyn, with her graceful demeanor and striking presence on the Quidditch pitch, captured the hearts of numerous Slytherin boys. She embodies the quintessential Slytherin belle, possessing both beauty and prowess. It is no wonder that after graduation, she became a Quidditch star, even inspiring the ever-derisive Weasley, who harbored a deep dislike for Slytherin. This illustrates the immense allure Gwendolyn possesses. Consequently, upon witnessing the injury of Miss Jones due to the Quidditch skirmish, the Slytherin boys began to prepare in secret, eager to concoct various schemes to trouble Gryffindor. Whether out of shyness or some other reason, their activities were conducted discreetly, primarily involving pranks and dark curses, managing to evade capture. At the very least, their cunning had improved. They were evidently becoming adept at creating alibis, which relieved Severus. As long as they weren't entirely comprised of ogres, there remained hope. Thus, Severus refrained from intervening. These lads needed an outlet for their frustrations, which would help them better cope with the external pressures faced by Slytherin. However, the scale of these antics began to grow gradually. Initially, it involved just a pair of individuals, but soon they began to band together, then to strategize, execute maneuvers, and finally, to clean up, transforming into seasoned pranksters. Gryffindor, of course, was not to be outdone. Being the spirited house they are, they possessed more experience in such matters. Moreover, they were considerably more audacious than Slytherin. As the saying goes, those who lack shame are invincible. Thus, while Slytherin initially gained the upper hand, they soon found themselves on the receiving end of retaliatory strikes. The daily procession of young wizards to the infirmary served as a clear indicator of the extent of their misfortunes. As one could discern from the robes, which house suffered more. This surge in injuries led to a strain on the potion supplies in the infirmary, particularly for remedies to combat minor curses, such as odor removers, treatments for skin infections, and throat ailments, all experiencing varying degrees of shortage. Severus naturally accepted another order for his potion company. Of course, aside from focusing on his own little serpent, he also directed some attention towards Professor Singman. The newly appointed defense against the dark arts instructor, with his background in politics, exhibited a mastery of bureaucratic maneuvering that flowed effortlessly, far surpassing the later arrival of Umbridge. This realization led Severus to understand that the previous accolades were utterly unfounded. It was evident that Slytherin's actions were guided by someone of great insight, and similarly, Gryffindor was under the influence of an equally astute mentor. Remarkably, both esteemed figures happened to be of the same caliber. How fortuitous! This development rendered the rivalry between the 2 houses quite balanced. After all, the masterminds behind each side were well acquainted with the other strategies. Just observe the students from both houses, unwittingly manipulated by their professor, with even most of the faculty unaware of Singman's true role. This ignorance extended to Professor McGonagall. If she had been aware, would not have permitted the foolish Gryffindor lions to swarm towards the hunter. Evidently dissatisfied with his current achievements, Singman then set his sights on the sixth year, Sedina Wobeck. A member of Gryffindor, she did not hold the position of head girl nor any other official title. Yet her fame within Gryffindor and indeed Hogwarts likely eclipsed that of certain professors. She had become the school's rising star, especially following the previous academic year when, after Voldemort's downfall, her performance at the celebratory gala surpassed even that of the professional entertainers brought in for the occasion. Thus, one could say she achieved instant fame, even earning a feature in the Daily Prophet. Furthermore, with aspirations in the entertainment industry and having voiced her grievances regarding Hogwarts' lack of recreational activities, complaining about the absence of a choir, she collaborated with Professor Flitwick from Ravenclaw to establish Hogwarts' very first choir last semester. This marked her formal entry into the realm of campus stardom. Some may already know that this Sedina Wobeck is the international sensation in the magical world, whom Mrs. Weasley holds in high regard. Yet, at this juncture, she has merely embarked on her journey as a songstress in the magical realm. However, despite her popularity and beauty, it is clear that her talents do not lie in the realm of magic. Consequently, during previous conflicts between the two houses, her role was limited to merely cheering on her Gryffindor peers, never directly intervening. The young Slytherins had previously shown no inclination to target this enchanting young woman. After all, bullying a delicate female has always been regarded with disdain. Young people, ever concerned with their reputation, would certainly refrain from such base behavior. However, under Singman's persistent guidance and subtle suggestions, a brave Slytherin finally took action against her, leading to an uncontrollable chain of events. Thus, within just a day, the beloved Gryffindor star Sedina found herself in the hospital wing 3 times, with the third visit resulting in her remaining there indefinitely. The scarcity of throat remedies in the infirmary can be attributed almost entirely to her. She inadvertently consumed a beverage laced with a voice-altering potion. Despite Madame Pomfrey's repeated assurances that a single night's rest would restore her once enchanting singing voice, she nearly depleted the entire supply of throat treatments. Moreover, she spent an entire night in tears within the infirmary. The consequence of this incident was an escalation of hostilities between the two houses. However, this time, both Severus and Professor McGonagall had issued prior warnings, with McGonagall even threatening expulsion. Consequently, the conflict evolved into a battle of pranks. Each side targeted the respective house mascots. Akin to a game of capture the flag, a voice echoed ominously, "The enemy will reach the battlefield in 30 seconds. Both factions unleashed their full arsenal in a grand spectacle of chaos throughout Hogwarts, each attempting to ensnare the opposing house mascot while simultaneously forming exaggerated defensive formations. To thwart the enemy's approach to their own mascot, they resorted to sacrificing their own members to counter the enemy's tactics, even enlisting passing Ravenclaws or Hufflepuffs as minions or siege engines. In a matter of moments, Hogwarts was awash with traps, mechanisms, props, and the remnants of pranks. Chapter 94, The Assault of Charles. In this moment of existential crisis, Severus appeared like a divine savior, bestowing infinite light and hope upon Slytherin. The above narrative is but a figment of Miss Gwendolyn's imagination. In reality, Severus was preparing to intervene in the prank conflict between the two houses, for Slytherin was on the brink of defeat. During this prank war, Slytherin showcased a classic and fantastical opening, ultimately leading to a 20-round engagement. What began as a straightforward 1v1 battle was transformed into a 1v3 debacle by Slytherin's antics. The Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs, reluctantly dragged into the fray, predominantly chose to support Gryffindor, as many among them had previously been ensnared by Slytherin's schemes, and Slytherin appeared villainous. Indeed, if the culprit remained unidentified, it was surely Slytherin. This phrase became an infamous catchphrase throughout Hogwarts. Meanwhile, the students of Slytherin had wept themselves into a stupor in the infirmary. Aside from the initial reckless abandon of Slytherin, which led to indiscriminate traps being laid, the subsequent chaos was not solely the doing of Slytherin. At most, it was merely a consequence of the intensified rivalry between the two houses. However, Gryffindor also insisted they were not to blame, leading to the conclusion that it must be Slytherin's doing. Thus, the matter was hastily resolved. Hence, unless something was done to curtail the chaos, Slytherin faced an impending assault from 3 houses. When Gryffindor finally breached the myriad defenses and cornered our lovely Miss Gwendolyn in the Ollery, reveling in her anxious and fearful demeanor, they prepared to gloat, ready to declare that even if she screamed at the top of her lungs, no one would come to her rescue. Yet, they refrained from uttering those words. In summary, at such a critical juncture, Severus suddenly appeared, effortlessly capturing a few prank items, soaring through the air and deflecting several spells. Once all evidence was indisputable, he elegantly waved his wand, causing the Gryffindor boys encircling Gwen to fall backward as if struck by a sudden gust of wind. The students quickly confessed and pleaded for mercy, internally grateful to Professor Severus Snape. Fortunate they were not face-first in a humiliating position, for beneath them lay a mess of owl droppings, abundant in the Olary. Gryffindor's assault on a fellow student and a professor resulted in a deduction of 50 points. It was not that Severus wished to deduct more, but rather that, over the past fortnight, Gryffindor had only accumulated 50 points in their score pool. Typically, each house begins the school year with a base score of 200 points, and Gryffindor had already depleted theirs. Thus, the fact that they retained 50 was indeed surprising. After earning Gwen's gratitude and admiration, Severus proceeded to the next incident scene. After once again thwarting a Slytherin prank, he received the reluctant appreciation of Satina Vorbeck, having only deducted 5 points from Slytherin. However, confinement had also been imposed, rendering it not entirely unjust. The pivotal moment came when Professor McGonagall stood behind Severus, her expression taut and her lips pursed. It was evident that Severus's timely intervention displeased her greatly. Consequently, she departed with a few Slytherins, not having the opportunity to utter a word or extend a greeting. Within just 2 days, the prank war between Slytherin and Gryffindor concluded, resulting in Gryffindor's score pool being reduced to 0, with a portion of their points also subjected to confinement by Severus. Meanwhile, Slytherin retained approximately 50 points, preserving some semblance of dignity. Then, an order from the Ministry of Magic shattered this tranquility. Charles Singerman reported to the ministry, suspecting Hogwarts headmaster Albus Dumbledore of misappropriating funds, providing some evidence to support his claims. He meticulously detailed Hogwarts expenditures over the first month, from meals to accommodation, from professor salaries to various purchases, ultimately concluding that, based on such consumption, Hogwarts required merely 1/10 of the funding allocated by the ministry, and this was already an expanded estimate. Consequently, the ministry appointed Charles Singerman as the investigating officer stationed at Hogwarts, concurrently serving as the defense against the dark arts professor, tasked with overseeing the investigation into Hogwarts financial management. Accompanying the ministry's decree were numerous letters of outrage from parents, as a swarm of owls descended upon Dumbledore, dropping pink envelopes before hastily fleeing. A deluge of pink nearly overwhelmed Dumbledore. Thus, it is evident that the Ministry of Magic issued an order that was immediately made public. Prior to this, no news had reached Hogwarts. Clearly, this revelation has stirred quite a commotion within the gradually calming Hogwarts and the wizarding world, exacerbating doubts about Dumbledore among wizards who were already skeptical due to last year's reports. Last year, much of the discourse was mere conjecture, often malicious speculation, but now, with the data at hand, the truth has emerged. Those who once supported Dumbledore have found themselves contradicted. For instance, Mr. Weasley reportedly received numerous newspapers hurled at him by colleagues on his way to work at the ministry, as if such a gesture could substitute for genuine harm. However, they evidently underestimated the resilience of the Weasley family. Mr. Weasley's trust in Dumbledore runs far deeper than a mere fleeting confidence, rendering any negative reports about Dumbledore as slander in his eyes. Yet, many seem to lack such spirit, as numerous wizards who previously supported Dumbledore have shifted allegiances, voicing their criticisms with fervor. Additionally, Severus has found himself in the crossfire as well. As previously mentioned, Hogwarts' current expenditures are predominantly focused on potions, encompassing both the materials consumed in potion classes and the daily potion usage, all of which Severus oversees. Moreover, he sources these from his own company. Although Singman may be unaware of Severus's stake in the company, this does not hinder the slander. His report indicates that the costs associated with potion classes are several times higher than normal expenses. Curiously, there are instances where Severus submitted invoices without having made any purchases. Thus, it is firmly established that Severus Snape is indeed an accomplice in Dumbledore's financial transactions. Upon realizing this, Severus glanced at Charles Singman, who was not far away. This fellow possesses quite the talent for creating such entertainment, truly befitting Professor Charles. Under observation, Charles looked up, and Severus calmly raised his cup, clinking it with Charles from a distance. Chapter 95, prepared for you. Although Charles Singman appeared somewhat surprised, he reciprocated the gesture. It must be said that this alumnus from Slytherin displays far more competence than the current Slytherin students. Though he may still be unaware of the metaphorical volcano he sits upon, he might believe that with Voldemort's downfall, the curse he propagated has long since dissipated. Once again, I extend my best wishes to Professor Charles, hoping that his splendid golden locks and those long, athletic legs endure. It remains to be seen how Dumbledore will respond to this. The data Singman uncovered is no mere fabrication. Rather, it is substantial, indicating that Hogwarts annual expenditures indeed amount to only 1/10 of the funding provided by the Ministry of Magic. In the past, the Ministry had merely heard whispers of this, but dared not confront the greatest white wizard of the age. Moreover, during that time, the Phoenix Society was indeed at the forefront of combating the Death Eaters, and the Ministry of Magic would have relished the thought of Dumbledore charging into the fray. Now, however, it is evident that the situation has shifted. With Voldemort's downfall, is it not time for the great white wizard to retire? Perhaps this is what Minister Bagnall desires most. To suggest that Dumbledore could be eliminated is absurd. Do you truly believe that the title of the most powerful white wizard is merely a title? While Severus awaited the spectacle of Dumbledore's folly, Dumbledore summoned him. Yet Severus, displaying commendable courage, declined, citing his engagement in potion brewing. Consequently, the white-bearded elder made his third visit to Severus's office. "Good evening, Severus. I am quite relieved to see you have not yet succumbed to slumber," Dumbledore greeted with a smile, clad in a new set of starry pajamas, resembling one who had just risen from bed. Severus glanced at the clock, then fixed a cold stare upon Dumbledore. "I believe you ought to be aware, Dumbledore, that the other professors do not retire for the night before 9. Is that so?" Dumbledore replied with a tone of feigned regret. "What a pity. One must understand that early to bed and early to rise fosters good health. Severus, you should consider retiring earlier." Dumbledore often exhibited such behavior, leaving one uncertain as to whether he was genuinely oblivious or merely pretending to be. "I am confident in your capabilities, Headmaster." Dumbledore remained unfazed under Severus's penetrating gaze, displaying not a hint of embarrassment. "Ah, Severus, you are the master of potions, the youngest in the realm. Who could possibly rival you in this field? Well then, speak your purpose. What brings you here?" Severus felt a twinge of defeat. Despite being in his own domain, he could not quite measure up to Dumbledore's century of experience. Dumbledore's fortitude surpassed Severus's own. Severus, you are simply lacking in humor. Do not be as serious as McGonagall." Dumbledore continued to smile, gently guiding him. "While I still possess some patience, do articulate your intentions and take your leave." Severus believed that maintaining his confrontational demeanor suited him better. This insufferable headmaster deserved no courtesy. "Very well, it concerns the Ministry's investigation," he stated, his tone shifting to one of seriousness. "I hope you might assist with a small favor." "Oh, you require my assistance?" Severus feigned surprise in his response. "Indeed, you have always been my most trusted ally. As you are well aware, Severus," Dumbledore continued, unperturbed by Severus's demeanor. When addressing serious matters, Dumbledore exhibited an imposing presence, starkly contrasting with his earlier whimsical nature. Nonetheless, Severus remained unmoved. After all, his character was firmly established, regardless of the circumstances and despite Dumbledore's eloquent words. Severus had resolved to maintain his aloofness. This stubbornness was indeed a hallmark of Slytherin, for the more obstinate one was, the more trust one could garner from Dumbledore. If you were truly to leap at the mere utterances of Dumbledore, the venerable old wizard might indeed suspect ulterior motives, as such a reaction is decidedly uncharacteristic of Slytherin. Thus, Severus diligently fulfilled his responsibilities, yet that did not preclude him from expressing his frustrations towards the heavens, the earth, and old Dumbledore alike. Although Minerva had traditionally handled such matters, this year's discrepancies were rather pronounced, given the dire losses sustained by the Order of the Phoenix. Dumbledore spoke with a tone that suggested an impending confrontation, seemingly intent on dragging Severus into the fray. "Surely this minor affair cannot pose a challenge for you." Being the greatest white wizard of our time, Severus remarked with a hint of sardonic humor, though there was an element of truth in his jest. After all, Dumbledore remained the headmaster, and Singman could not possibly wield the same level of authority as Umbridge. The Ministry's intentions were transparently aimed at ensnaring Dumbledore in some scandal to displace him from his position. Unlike Fudge and Umbridge, who openly opposed Dumbledore, they had yet to conceive such thoughts. Were it not for Dumbledore's preoccupation with Voldemort's resurrection, he would have long since dealt with those two nuisances. In essence, the Ministry posed little significant threat to Dumbledore. "I have no desire to strain relations with Bagnold, as many within the Order rely on the Ministry for employment," Dumbledore continued. "And the wizarding world has only just begun to stabilize. It is not the time for further upheaval." Both parties understood the implications of Dumbledore's formal request, which Severus could not possibly refuse. Furthermore, this matter bore little consequence for him. Dumbledore was reluctant to provoke the Ministry, necessitating a more tempered approach at times. Likewise, Severus had no need to offend the Ministry. As a master potioneer, he possessed ample means to justify the procurement of potion ingredients. Thus, when Singman arrived the following day to inquire, Severus had already prepared his fabricated accounts. It was quite simple. He had merely included his fees among the expenditures for potion ingredients and materials at Hogwarts. With conviction, he asserted, "You should be well aware of the value of a vial of advanced potion. Is there an issue with my compensation?" Such a statement effectively doubled the expenditure in galleons. Yet, even that proved insufficient. The gap remained significant. "How do you intend to account for this?" Singman pressed. Severus was tempted to suggest that he direct that question to Dumbledore instead. Nevertheless, he replied, "You have been at the school this month, so you must know that the advanced potion classes have yet to commence. Currently, we are merely practicing with intermediate potions, and the price of advanced potion materials is tenfold that of their intermediate counterparts." "Still inadequate," Singman retorted. "There remains nearly a third of a discrepancy. Professor Snape, can you conjure any further justification? If not, I shall report this to the Ministry." Severus countered, "The remaining amount is allocated for you." Singman responded, "Do you not comprehend?" Severus gazed at Singman, his expression inscrutable as he spoke of your predecessors in the defense against the dark arts course. 3 met with untimely demises. 2 vanished without a trace, and 5 sustained grave injuries requiring hospitalization. Only 1 remains unscathed. Singman replied, "Is that so?" "Just 1. Severus continued, "That solitary individual suffered a magical breakdown and has been rendered incapable of wielding magic ever since." Singman fell silent. Chapter 96. The Everyday Occurrences Before Halloween. It seems he has indeed endured a considerable amount of catastrophic misfortune. This individual likely possesses only a vague awareness of the frequent calamities that befall professors of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. Yet the severity of these incidents remains shrouded in obscurity. After all, such matters constitute Hogwarts' closely guarded secrets. The annual turnover of professors has already sparked significant speculation among the public, and should they learn of the dire fates that befall each departing instructor, it is unlikely Hogwarts would ever attract candidates for this position again. Furthermore, the outside world remains oblivious to the fact that Voldemort has cursed this role, which only heightens the prevailing dread of his name. Thus, most wizards merely regard this position as somewhat sinister. Only a select few are privy to the true circumstances, and Singman seems to belong to that limited cohort. Not every wizard possesses the audacity of Gilderoy Lockhart to confront Voldemort's curse, particularly as a Slytherin. Singman should have a clearer understanding of Voldemort's formidable powers. The mere existence of an incident sufficient to unseat a defense against the dark arts professor each year cannot be dismissed. Moreover, such incidents do not arise spontaneously, but rather require a build-up over time. It is only when an individual continually flirts with danger, testing the boundaries of mortality, that calamity befalls them. Gilderoy Lockhart serves as a quintessential example of one who persistently dances on the precipice of disaster. Thus, even in the absence of Harry Potter and the ensuing chaos that accompanies his arrival, Hogwarts remains anything but tranquil. No, at least not after that fateful night. Prior to it, a cadre of magical young witches and wizards could hardly maintain their composure. One need only observe Peeves, the embodiment of mischief, who understands better than anyone the vast expanse of prankish ideas swirling within the minds of Hogwarts students. Furthermore, young wizards often struggle to temper their exuberance, as evidenced by the present moment. The enchanting star of Gryffindor, the shining beacon of Hogwarts' future, the rising luminary, Tina Wobeck, has once again fallen victim to an assault. "Is this the reason you find yourself wandering the castle at such an ungodly hour, Miss Wobeck?" Severus coldly inquired, fixing his gaze upon the future star. Indeed, his tone must remain frosty. Otherwise, he feared he might succumb to laughter. Before him stood Wobeck, devoid of her usual beauty and vivacity, her hair styled in a decidedly unconventional manner, and her features appearing oddly compressed, reminiscent of a clown from a theatrical performance. Which talented student is responsible for this? Their imagination knows no bounds, it seems. A man's voice, laced with a stutter, responded to Severus. Upon speaking, Wobeck realized this and began to weep softly. "No, please," Wobeck gently protested. Uttering such words in a masculine tone was truly unsettling. "Silence. Spell halt," Severus commanded, his wand outstretched, finding the voice quite distressing. This reminded Severus of Hermione from the original text, who, after inadvertently consuming a potion laced with cat hair, transformed into a feline-like figure for 3 days. while Harry and Ron's transformations lasted merely 10 minutes. This phenomenon certainly merits investigation. Extending the duration of potions is a significant topic of study. While it is understandable for young ladies to care about their appearance, it does not justify remaining outdoors in such a state. Thus, Severus resolved to forcibly escort Wobeck to the infirmary. "Professor, it was Professor Singman who attacked me, truly," Wobeck whispered, clutching Severus's robes. Severus questioned, "Do you comprehend what you are saying?" He himself considered the possibility of Singman committing such an act, yet whether to believe it could not hinge solely on Wobeck's account. "I heard him casting a spell. My hearing is acute, and I could discern anyone's voice." Paying little heed to Wobeck's claims, Severus directly led him to the infirmary. Days prior, Severus had already cautioned the Slytherin students about Singman, particularly Gwen Jones, who was also susceptible to being targeted. Consequently, rumors regarding Singman began to proliferate. However, the rumors were peculiar. "Have you heard? Professor Singman seems to have attacked Sedna. That is quite plausible. Do you know? Professor Singman appears to have sinister intentions towards Sedna." That's from Ravenclaw. "Did you hear? Professor Singman seems to have behaved inappropriately towards Sedna." This was the version Severus had encountered. Other tales exaggerated further, suggesting Singman attempted coercion or employed a love potion, with each retelling becoming more embellished. This led every student to regard Singman with suspicion. Furthermore, during lessons, he often instigated conflict, particularly targeting Sedna and Gwen, which only bolstered the students' belief in the rumors. There were even suggestions that he harbored intentions toward Gwen Jones of Slytherin. Consequently, pranks directed at Charles Singman began to increase. This professor was finally facing repercussions. His growing caution appeared to stem from a fear of Voldemort's curse befalling him. Yet, as the saying goes, one must eventually pay for their misdeeds. The more Singman hesitated to act, the more emboldened the students became, culminating in one student infiltrating Singman's quarters, where they discovered various potions and tools he had concocted. Although Professor Singman insisted afterward that it was merely a confiscation of student property, the students were not oblivious. Their thoughts were remarkably clear and direct. They had already concluded it was he, and no matter how he explained, it would be perceived as mere subterfuge, a cover for the undeniable truth. Chapter 97. A Confession Before Halloween. Thus, Professor Singman felt a sense of helplessness. "I have executed everything so flawlessly. How can you possibly accuse me of being the murderer without any evidence?" He pondered. "If it is merely based on props, could I not just as easily claim that Felch is the true culprit? As the castle's caretaker, Felch has confiscated far more prank items than I ever did. And what of Severus? His stock of potions is undoubtedly vast. Why then have you so resolutely deemed me the perpetrator?" Professor Singman felt the urge to weep alone for a moment. Certainly, there was the influence of Satina Wobeck in this matter. This young girl, though average in many aspects, was unmatched in popularity and admirers throughout Hogwarts. Thus, any hint of her suspicion towards Singman would naturally transform into a perceived reality among her legion of admirers. Additionally, some Slytherins were eager to fan the flames. They had often taken the blame for Singman in the past, and such an opportunity was too enticing to ignore. This was particularly driven by the admirers of Gwen Jones. Although Singman aimed to incite discord between the two houses, he astutely recognized the appeal of both house beauties. He precisely identified the core of both factions. Consequently, the minor skirmishes between the two houses had not been entirely extinguished, but rather shifted to a different form, a contest between the charming flower vase and the versatile academic prodigy. It resembled a rivalry between a princess and a queen. If one were to disregard the differences between the houses, the two could indeed be seen as evenly matched. However, when house affiliation was considered, Satina clearly held an advantage over Gwen, given Slytherin's poor reputation. Thus, Miss Gwen could only seek opportunities to surpass Satina in academics or any occasion when they might cross paths. This was something Gwen managed with ease, for aside from her exceptional singing talent, Satina was outclassed in nearly every other area. The crux of the matter was that singing was not particularly in vogue at Hogwarts, with scant opportunities each year for Satina to showcase her talent, leading to considerable frustration. Moreover, Slytherin began to propagate the notion that Satina was utterly inept, claiming she could not compare to Gwen, effectively branding her as a mere ornament. Through Professor Flitwick, she secured an opportunity to perform. Although one might question why a Gryffindor like Satina would seek approval from the Ravenclaw head, Flitwick, when the matter concerned her own interests, Severus had little inclination to criticize. "You say Dumbledore has sent you here to practice?" Severus regarded the young girl with a cool gaze. How could such a lovely girl be so thoughtless? Akin to a Gryffindor? Ah, but she was indeed a Gryffindor. Yes, Professor Snape. Satina lowered her head, feeling somewhat anxious. As a member of Gryffindor, she found herself amidst a gathering of Slytherins, and the intentions of Dumbledore eluded her comprehension. Particularly perplexing was the notion of Severus Snape being entrusted with arrangements. As his reputation among Gryffindors was far from favorable, it was only recently that Professor Singman had surpassed him in the rankings, landing in the last position. Perhaps Dumbledore's mind had finally faltered. Satina mused uneasily. Miss Wobeck, Satina Wobeck? Observing Satina lost in her own thoughts, Severus pondered that she might have been better suited for Ravenclaw, a house known for its dreamers, where students often entertained peculiar notions. Alternatively, it might have been her lack of discernment that had led her to Gryffindor in the first place. I'm asking you to leave. Oh, very well, Professor. Thank you, Satina replied nervously, turning swiftly to exit through the door. This display did exhibit a hint of Gryffindor's characteristic recklessness. Although Severus had some inkling of Dumbledore's intentions, he had no desire to indulge the old man in such trivial games. Would it not be more productive to brew a potion during this time? A voice within him lamented. It has been nearly a year. Before long, Dumbledore arrived. Severus, am I disturbing you? At that moment, Severus was preparing potion ingredients, though it seemed his plans for brewing would soon be thwarted. Satina Wobeck is a delightful young lady, is she not? I merely wish to ask you to look after her for a few days, Dumbledore said, his smile as unwavering as ever. I am under no obligation to care for her, and she is hardly a child, Severus retorted, reluctant to engage with the old man. Sensing a hint of overreach in his request. I understand, Severus, but that location is quite suitable, is it not? Are there not accommodations in Gryffindor or Ravenclaw? What about the room of requirement? Severus grasped that Dumbledore referred to a specific place. Just last week, he had finally opened the door to the Slytherin head's office, which led into a hall reminiscent of a small auditorium, likely where Salazar Slytherin had instructed students in the dark arts. The hall was circular, akin to a headmaster's office, though he had yet to access the actual office or sleeping quarters. Nevertheless, Severus had already begun training students there, focusing not on dark magic, but rather imparting combat skills, particularly in dealing with pranks and curses. In this regard, Severus possessed considerable experience. It was evident that Dumbledore had set his sights on that very location. However, Severus was adamant that a Gryffindor would never be permitted entry there. Do not even think about it, Severus emphasized sternly. Recently, the Ministry of Magic had been inquiring about Hogwarts' financial expenditures. So he had commissioned Professor McGonagall to address the matter at the ministry, which meant she would be occupied for the foreseeable future. Dumbledore spoke calmly, noting that Ravenclaw, as you are aware, is not a place where the average person can easily enter. Does she truly require company? Severus frowned. Well, yes, lest we encounter another unforeseen incident. Dumbledore continued, and with your watchful eye, nothing is likely to go awry. Impossible. I do not have the time to accompany a child, particularly one from Gryffindor. Severus continued to refuse. I had thought you would acquiesce, Severus. She is a rather lovely young lady, Dumbledore remarked with a hint of teasing. Severus remained unfazed. Are you perhaps interested in her, old man? That would be quite the scandal. They exchanged barbs, neither willing to yield. In that case, how about you keep an eye on Singman? Dumbledore retreated, promptly altering his request. Severus replied, if I must choose, then I would prefer Satina. After all, she is a beauty. Monitoring a lovely lady is certainly more palatable than keeping tabs on a greasy man. Yet it was merely for a day, and when Severus next encountered Satina, Miss Wobeck, I have admired you for quite some time. Would you consider dating me? What is this? Seeking romance in Slytherin? Severus appeared at the office door with a dark expression, causing the boy to flee hastily. If you wish to indulge in such feelings, keep your distance, you feline temptress. Chapter 98. A young lady in tears. What are you still doing standing there? Come in. Severus pushed open the office door and stepped inside, addressing the still-dazed Satina with a cold voice. This young girl always seemed lost in thought. Is she truly a Gryffindor? Not only Dumbledore, but Severus often questioned whether the Sorting Hat might err in its allocations. While some students possess latent qualities, such as Neville Longbottom and Peter Pettigrew, they ultimately display Gryffindor traits. However, this notion lacks reliability. Many individuals can exhibit bursts of bravery in critical moments. Even wizards sorted into Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw might demonstrate sufficient courage. So, why could one not be sorted into Gryffindor? It perplexes me, at times. I long to dismantle the Sorting Hat to understand the criteria it employs for sorting, a question even the hat itself cannot clarify. If sorting is based on the philosophies of the four founders, given the passage of time, one might argue that it ought to evolve. Especially with such stark divisions among the four houses, conflicts between them become inevitable. Throughout Hogwarts history, there has scarcely been a time when the four houses coexisted peacefully. Even Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff have clashed, or how else would Hufflepuff earn the title of the most united house? And how could Ravenclaw be deemed the most understated? Such conclusions can only be drawn from experience. Moreover, it is likely that the instigators of such conflicts suffered the consequences, leading to this understanding. Once again, I find myself pondering too far afield. Why do you stand there like a fool? As Severus found himself lost in thought, Sedna stood quietly before him, seemingly scrutinizing Professor Snape from shadows. Indeed, Severus was once a legend at Hogwarts. Though his reputation had become widely known, few truly understood him, particularly among the students. Many were intimidated by Severus's piercing gaze, which deterred them from daring to study this young professor closely. Thus, when the opportunity arose, Sedna unwittingly seized it. "Apologies, Professor. What should I do?" she stammered, as if caught in a transgression of school rules. "Do you believe you are here for detention?" Severus replied, somewhat exasperated. "You are here to practice your singing. I merely provide a space for you and keep an eye on you, lest you fall victim to another mishap. I shall not instruct you on how to sing." While Zhang Jin's mind brimmed with numerous beloved classic songs, many of Western origin, Severus had no intention of bringing any forth. He had no desire to enter the entertainment industry, nor to flirt with any young ladies. Why squander his time? Would it not be better to brew a potion instead? Make haste, you have but an hour. If you are still wandering the castle past the 9 o'clock curfew, I would not hesitate to deduct more points from Gryffindor. After delivering this warning, Severus returned to his pressing work, for a mountain of elementary essays awaited his attention. How unfortunate, he mused. That was rather insulting to elementary students. To be precise, they were of a higher caliber than the work he was currently grading. The more he marked, the more vexed he became, especially with the incessant noise surrounding him. Wait, what was that noise? Who dared to produce such unpleasant sounds in the office of Severus Snape? He lifted his gaze to the source of the disturbance, Sedna Woback. "Silence. Woback, if you intend to assault my ears with your cacophony, congratulations, you have succeeded," Severus remarked with a sardonic tone. "Is this what Hogwarts considers a star in the making? To think that even Zhang Jin, who once failed his level 4 exam and possessed a tone-deaf voice, could sing better than what I am currently hearing from you. Could it be that the standards of the wizarding world had fallen so low? Yet this could not be right. Severus's own tastes were perfectly reasonable. It seemed clear that this Gryffindor had ulterior motives to attack a professor of Slytherin lineage, the current head of Slytherin House, and one who had perhaps once been a Death Eater. Never did he imagine he, Severus Snape, could misjudge so gravely. This seemingly timid and silly lioness had the audacity to challenge him. Truly, she embodied the spirit of Gryffindor. It appeared that the Sorting Hat had proven itself reliable after all. He owed an apology to the Sorting Hat and considered dismantling it in his thoughts. "Professor, I am sorry. I was too nervous," the young lady murmured, lowering her head, evidently startled by Severus's demeanor. Feigning indifference, Severus silently chastised himself for his thoughts. "I had previously found it rather peculiar that a 6th-year Gryffindor student exhibited behavior akin to that of a freshly admitted young wizard. It is noteworthy that other upperclassmen do not exhibit such trepidation towards their professors. Even Severus, who appears more formidable, only induces slight discomfort in his students. Moreover, students in the West generally lack reverence for teachers and professors, a sentiment that is even more pronounced in the magical community. Each year, various pranks are perpetrated against professors, with even Professor McGonagall not escaping their mischief, and the courage to challenge professors is a hallmark of Gryffindor tradition. If this were not the case, how could so many wizards oppose Dumbledore, considering that a significant majority of contemporary British wizards are his former students? These students frequently penned scathing letters to him, with some even daring to berate him to his face. This illustrates their perception of teachers and professors as equals. It is only young witches like Sedna Woback, who is merely in her 1st or 2nd year, who exhibit such childlike demeanor. It is almost unheard of among the older students. Furthermore, Sedna is a 16-year-old British witch of mixed heritage, having been raised in the Muggle world and now attending Hogwarts. Yet her behavior, it resembles that of an anime character straight out of a Japanese cartoon, which is quite odd. It seems that the influences of past anime culture have allowed Severus to overlook Sedna's peculiarities, and now, upon reflection, the distinction is all the more pronounced. If one were to call this singing, I would advise you to abandon that notion post-haste. Severus suppressed his conjectures and quietly observed Sedna's performance. "The cries of Mandrake are likely more melodious than your singing," Severus scoffed. "Or are you perhaps devising a new spell that relies on song to vanquish your foes?" I am not. Wawawa Severus gazed at the little girl he had inadvertently brought to tears, remaining unmoved. Surprisingly, her acting far surpassed her singing.